greybeard, Gremio, the narrow prying father, Minola, the quaint musician, amorous Lycio, all for my master's sake, Lucentio. Re-enter Gremio. Signia Gremio, came you from the church? Gremio, as willingly as ere I came from school. Tranio, and is the bride and bridegroom coming home? Gremio, a bridegroom, say you? 'Tis a groom indeed, a grumbling groom, and that the girl shall find. Tranio, curster than she, why, 'tis impossible. Gremio, why, he's a devil, a very fiend. Tranio, why, she's a devil, the devil's dam. Gremio, tut, she's a lamb, a dove, a fool to him. I'll tell you, Sir Lucentio, when the priest should ask if Catherine should be his wife, I, by gogswounds, quoth he, and swore so loud that all amazed, the priest let fall the book. And as he stooped again to take it up, the mad-brained bridegroom took him such a cuff that down fell priest and book and priest. Now take them up, quoth he, if any list. Tranio, what said the wench when he rose again? Gremio, trembled and shook, for why? He stamped and swore as if the vicar meant to cozen him. But after many ceremonies done, he calls for wine, a health, quoth he, as if he had been abroad, carousing to his mates after a storm, quaffed off the muscadel and threw the sops all in the sexton's face, having no other reason but that his beard grew thin and hungerly, and seemed to ask him sops as he was drinking. This done, he took the bride about the neck, and kissed her lips with such a clamorous smack, that at the parting all the church did echo, and I, seeing this, came thence for very shame, and after me I know the rout is coming. Such a mad marriage never was before. Hark, hark, I hear the minstrels play, music plays. Enter Petruchio, Katharina, Bianca, Baptista, Hortensio, Grumio, and train. Petruchio, gentlemen and friends, I thank you for your pains. I know you think to dine with me today, and have prepared great store of wedding cheer, but so it is, my haste doth call me hence, and therefore here I mean to take my leave. Baptista, is't possible you will away tonight? Petruchio, I must away today before night come. Make it no wonder, if you knew my business, you would entreat me rather go than stay. And honest company, I thank you all that have beheld me give away myself to this most patient, sweet, and virtuous wife. Dine with my father, drink a health to me, for I must hence, and farewell to you all. Tranio, let us entreat you stay till after dinner. Petruchio, it may not be. Gremio, let me entreat you. Petruchio, it cannot be. Katharina, let me entreat you. Petruchio, I am content. Katharina, are you content to stay? Petruchio, I am content you shall entreat me stay, but yet not stay, entreat me how you can. Katharina, now if you love me stay. Petruchio, Grumio, my horse, Grumio. Ay, sir, they be ready, the oats have eaten the horses. Katharina, nay then, do what thou canst, I will not go today, no, nor tomorrow, not till I please myself. The door is open, sir, there lies your way, you may be jogging whiles your boots are green for me. I'll not be gone till I please myself. 'Tis like you'll prove a jolly surly groom that take it on you at the first so roundly. Petruchio, O Kate, content thee, prithee be not angry. Katharina, I will be angry, what haste thou to do? Father, be quiet, he shall stay my leisure. Gremio, I marry, sir, now it begins to work. Katharina, gentlemen, forward to the bridal dinner, I see a woman may be made a fool if she had not a spirit to resist. Petruchio, they shall go forward, Kate, at thy command. Obey the bride, you that attend on her, go to the feast, revel and domineer. Carouse full measure to her maidenhead, be mad and merry, or go hang yourselves, but for my bonny Kate, she must with me. Nay, look not big, nor stamp, nor stare, nor fret, I will be master of what is mine own. She is my goods, my chattels, she is my house, my household stuff, my field, my barn, my horse, my ox, my ass, my anything. And here she stands, touch her whoever dare. I'll bring mine action on the proudest, he that stops my way in Padua. Grumio, draw forth thy weapon. We are beset with thieves, rescue thy mistress if thou be a man. Fear not, sweet wench, they shall not touch thee, Kate, I'll buckler thee against a million. Exeunt Petruchio, Katharina, and Grumio. Baptista, nay, let them go, a couple of quiet ones. Gremio, went they not quickly, I should die with laughing. Tranio, of all mad matches never was the like. Lucentio, mistress, what's your opinion of your sister, Bianca? That being mad herself, she's madly mated. Gremio, I warrant him Petruchio is cated. Baptista, neighbours and friends, though bride and bridegroom wants for to supply the places at the table, you know there wants no junkets at the feast. Lucentio, you shall supply the bridegroom's place, and let Bianca take her sister's room. Tranio, shall sweet Bianca practice how to bride it. Baptista, she shall, Lucentio. Come gentlemen, let's go. Exeunt. Act Roman 4 Scene I, a hall in Petruccio's country house. Enter Grumio. Grumio, fie, fie on all tired jades, on all mad masters, and all foul ways. Was ever man so beaten? Was ever man so rayed? Was ever man so weary? I am sent before to make a fire, and they are coming after to warm them. Now were not I a little pot, and soon hot, my very lips might freeze to my teeth, my tongue to the roof of my mouth, my heart in my belly, ere I should come by a fire to thaw me. But I with blowing the fire shall warm myself, for considering the weather, a taller man than I will take cold. Holla ho, Curtis, enter Curtis. Curtis, who is that calls so coldly? Grumio. A piece of ice, if thou doubt it, thou mayst slide from my shoulder to my heel with no greater a run but my head and my neck. A fire, good Curtis. Curtis, is my master and his wife coming? Grumio, Grumio. Oh, I, Curtis, I, and therefore fire, fire, cast on no water. Curtis, is she so hot a shrew as she's reported? Grumio, she was, good Curtis, before this frost, but thou knowest winter tames man, woman, and beast, for it hath tamed my old master, and my new mistress, and myself, fellow Curtis. Curtis, away, you 3-inch fool, I am no beast. Grumio, am I but 3 inches? Why, thy horn is a foot, and so long am I at the least. But wilt thou make a fire, or shall I complain on thee to our mistress, whose hand, she being now at hand, thou shalt soon feel to thy cold comfort for being slow in thy hot office? Curtis, I prithee, good Grumio, tell me how goes the world? Grumio, a cold world, Curtis, in every office but thine, and therefore fire. Do thy duty and have thy duty, for my master and mistress are almost frozen to death. Curtis, there's fire ready, and therefore, good Grumio, the news. Grumio, why, Jack boy, ho boy, and as much news as wilt thou. Curtis, come, you are so full of canaille catching. Grumio, why therefore fire, for I have caught extreme cold. Where's the cook? Is supper ready? The house trimmed, rushes strewed, cobwebs swept, the serving men in their new fustian, their white stockings, and every officer his wedding garment on. Be the jacks fair within, the gills fair without, and carpets laid, and everything in order. Curtis, all ready, and therefore I pray thee news. Grumio, first know my horse is tired, my master and mistress fallen out. Curtis, how? Grumio, out of their saddles into the dirt, and thereby hangs a tail. Curtis, let's hat, good Grumio. Grumio, lend thine ear. Curtis, hear. Grumio, striking him. There, Curtis, this 'tis to feel a tale, not to hear a tale. Grumio, and therefore 'tis called a sensible tale, and this cuff was but to knock at your ear and beseech listening. Now I begin. Imprimis, we came down a foul hill, my master riding behind my mistress. Curtis, both of one horse. Grumio, what's that to thee? Curtis, why, a horse. Grumio, tell thou the tale, but hadst thou not crossed me, thou shouldst have heard how her horse fell, and she under her horse. Thou shouldst have heard in how miry a place, how she was bemoiled, how he left her with the horse upon her, how he beat me because her horse stumbled, how she waded through the dirt to pluck him off me, how he swore, how she prayed that never prayed before, how I cried, how the horses ran away, how her bridle was burst, how I lost my crupper, with many things of worthy memory which now shall die in oblivion, and thou return unexperienced to thy grave. Curtis, by this reckoning he is more shrew than she. Grumio, ay, and that thou and the proudest of you all shall find when he comes home. But what talk I of this? Call forth Nathaniel, Joseph, Nicholas, Philip, Walter, Sugarsop, and the rest. Let their heads be sleekly combed, their blue coats brushed, and their garters of an indifferent knit. Let them curtsy with their left legs, and not presume to touch a hair of my master's horsetail till they kiss their hands. Are they all ready? Curtis, they are. Grumio, call them forth. Curtis, do you hear? Ho, you must meet my master to countenance my mistress. Grumio, why, she hath a face of her own. Curtis, who knows not that? Grumio, thou it seems that calls for company to countenance her. Curtis, I call them forth to credit her. Grumio, why, she comes to borrow nothing of them. Enter 4 or 5 servants. Nathaniel, welcome home. Grumio, Philip, how now? Grumio, Joseph, what? Grumio, Nicholas, fellow. Grumio, Nathaniel, how now? Old lad. Grumio, welcome you, how now? You, what? You, fellow. You, and thus much for greeting. Now my spruce companions is all ready and all things neat. Nathaniel, all things is ready. How near is our master? Grumio, e'en at hand, alighted by this, and therefore be not. Cock's passion silence. I hear my master. Enter Petruchio and Katharina. Petruchio, where be these knaves? What, no man at door to hold my stirrup nor to take my horse? Where is Nathaniel? Gregory, Philip, all servants. Here, sir, Petruchio. Here, sir, you logger-headed and unpolished grooms. What, no attendance, no regard, no duty? Where is the foolish knave I sent before? Grumio. Here, sir, as foolish as I was before. Petruchio, you peasant swain, you horse and malt-horse drudge. Did I not bid thee meet me in the park, and bring along these rascal knaves with thee? Grumio. Nathaniel's coat, sir, was not fully made, and Gabriel's pumps were all unpinked i' the heel. There was no link to colour Peter's hat, and Walter's dagger was not come from sheathing. There was none fine but Adam, Ralph, and Gregory. The rest were ragged, old, and beggarly, yet as they are, here are they come to meet you. Petruchio. Go, rascals, go and fetch my supper in. Exeunt some of the servants. Where is the life that late I led? Where are those? Sit down, Kate, and welcome. Food, re-enter servants with supper. Why, when I say, nay, good sweet Kate, be merry, off with my boots, you rogues, you villains. When, it was the friar of orders grey as he forth walked on his way. Out, you rogue, you pluck my foot awry, strikes him. Take that and mend the plucking off the other. Be merry, Kate, some water here. What ho, where's my spaniel Troilus? Sirrah, get you hence, and bid my cousin Ferdinand come hither. Exit servant. One, Kate, that you must kiss and be acquainted with. Where are my slippers? Shall I have some water? Come, Kate, and wash and welcome heartily. Servant lets the ewer fall. Petruchio strikes him. You, whoreson villain, will you let it fall? Katharina. Patience, I pray you, 'twas a fault unwilling. Petruchio, a whoreson, beetle-headed, flap-eared knave. Come, Kate, sit down, I know you have a stomach. Will you give thanks, sweet Kate, or else shall I? What's this, mutton? First servant. I, Petruchio, who brought it? Peter. I, Petruchio, 'tis burnt, and so is all the meat. What dogs are these? Where is the rascal cook? How durst you, villains, bring it from the dresser, and serve it thus to me that love it not? Throws the meat, etc. at them. There, take it to you, trenchers, cups, and all, you heedless jolt-heads and unmannered slaves. What, do you grumble? I'll be with you straight. Katharina. I pray you, husband, be not so disquiet. The meat was well, if you were so contented. Petruchio. I tell thee, Kate, 'twas burnt and dried away, and I expressly am forbid to touch it, for it engenders choler, planteth anger, and better 'twere that both of us did fast, since of ourselves are choleric, than feed it with such over-roasted flesh. Be patient, tomorrow tea shall be mended, and for this night we'll fast for company. Come, I will bring thee to thy bridal chamber. Exeunt Petruchio, Katharina, and Curtis. Nathaniel. Peter, didst ever see the like? Peter. He kills her in her own humour. Re-enter Curtis. Grumio, where is he? Curtis. In her chamber, making a sermon of continency to her, and rails and swears and rates that she, poor soul, knows not which way to stand, to look, to speak, and sits as one new risen from a dream. Away, away, for he is coming hither. Exeunt. Re-enter Petruchio. Petruchio. Thus have I politically begun my reign, and 'tis my hope to end successfully. My falcon now is sharp and passing empty, and till she stoop she must not be full gorged, for then she never looks upon her lure. Another way I have to man my haggard, to make her come and know her keeper's call, that is, to watch her, as we watch these kites that bait and beat and will not be obedient. She eat no meat today, nor none shall eat. Last night she slept not, nor tonight she shall not. As with the meat, some undeserved fault I'll find about the making of the bed. And here I'll fling the pillow, there the bolster, this way the coverlet, another way the sheets. Ay, and amid this hurly I intend that all is done in reverend care of her, and in conclusion she shall watch all night, and if she chance to nod I'll rail and brawl, and with the clamour keep her still awake. This is a way to kill a wife with kindness, and thus I'll curb her mad and headstrong humour. He that knows better how to tame a shrew, now let him speak, 'tis charity to show. Exit, scene Roman 2, Padua, before Baptista's house. Enter Tranio and Hortensio. Tranio. Is tea possible, friend Licio, that Mistress Bianca doth fancy any other but Lucentio? I tell you, sir, she bears me fair in hand. Hortensio. Sir, to satisfy you in what I have said, stand by and mark the manner of his teaching. They stand aside. Enter Bianca and Lucentio. Lucentio. Now, mistress, profit you in what you read. Bianca. What, master, read you? First resolve me that. Lucentio. I read that I profess the art to love. Bianca. And may you prove, sir, master of your art. Lucentio. While you, sweet dear, prove mistress of my heart, they retire. Hortensio. Quick proceeders, marry, now tell me, I pray you, that durst swear that your mistress Bianca loved none in the world so well as Lucentio. Tranio, O despiteful love, unconstant womankind, I tell thee, Lycio, this is wonderful. Hortensio, mistake no more, I am not Lycio, nor a musician as I seem to be, but one that scorned to live in this disguise for such a one as leaves a gentleman and makes a god of such a cullion. Know, sir, that I am called Hortensio. Tranio. Signia Hortensio, I have often heard of your entire affection to Bianca, and since mine eyes are witness of her lightness, I will with you, if you be so contented, forswear Bianca and her love for ever. Hortensio. See how they kiss and court. Signia Lucentio. Here is my hand, and here I firmly vow never to woo her more, but do forswear her, as one unworthy all the former favours that I have fondly flattered her withal. Tranio. And here I take the like unfeigned oath, never to marry with her though she would entreat. Fie on her, see how beastly she doth court him. Hortensio. Would all the world but he had quite forsworn. For me, that I may surely keep mine oath, I will be married to a wealthy widow ere 3 days pass, which hath as long loved me as I have loved this proud, disdainful haggard. And so farewell, Signia Lucentio. Kindness in women, not their beauteous looks, shall win my love, and so I take my leave in resolution as I swore before. Exit Hortensio. Lucentio and Bianca advance. Tranio. Mistress Bianca, bless you with such grace as longeth to a lover's blessed case. Nay, I have ta'en you napping, gentle love, and have forsworn you with Hortensio. Bianca. Tranio, you jest, but have you both forsworn me? Tranio. Mistress, we have. Lucentio. Then we are rid of Lycio. Tranio. I faith he'll have a lusty widow now, that shall be wooed and wedded in a day. Bianca. God give him joy. Tranio. Ay, and he'll tame her. Bianca. He says so. Tranio. Tranio. Faith, he is gone unto the taming school. Bianca. The taming school, what is there such a place? Tranio. Ay, mistress, and Petruchio is the master that teacheth tricks 11 and 20 long to tame a shrew and charm her chattering tongue. Enter Biondello running. Biondello, O master, master, I have watched so long that I am dog-weary, but at last I spied an ancient angel coming down the hill will serve the turn. Tranio. What is he? Biondello. Biondello. Master, a mercatante or a pedant, I know not what, but formal in apparel, in gait and countenance surely like a father. Lucentio. And what of him? Tranio. Tranio. If he be credulous and trust my tale, I'll make him glad to seem Vincentio, and give assurance to Baptista Minola as if he were the right Vincentio. Take in your love, and then let me alone. Exeunt Lucentio and Bianca. Enter a pedant. Pedant. God save you, sir. Tranio. And you, sir, you are welcome. Travel you far on, or are you at the farthest? Pedant. Sir, at the farthest for a week or 2, but then up farther and as far as Rome, and so to Tripoli if God lend me life. Tranio. What countryman, I pray? Pedant. Of Mantua. Tranio. Of Mantua, sir. Marry, God forbid, and come to Padua careless of your life. Pedant. My life, sir, how, I pray, for that goes hard. Tranio. 'Tis death for any one in Mantua to come to Padua. Know you not the cause? Your ships are stayed at Venice, and the Duke, for private quarrel twixt your Duke and him, hath published and proclaimed it openly. 'Tis marvel but that you are but newly come, you might have heard it else proclaimed about. Pedant. Alas, sir, it is worse for me than so, for I have bills for money by exchange from Florence, and must here deliver them. Tranio. Well, sir, to do you courtesy, this will I do, and this I will advise you. First tell me, have you ever been at Pisa? Pedant. Ay, sir, in Pisa have I often been, Pisa renowned for grave citizens. Tranio. Among them know you one Vincentio? Pedant. I know him not, but I have heard of him, a merchant of incomparable wealth. Tranio. He is my father, sir, and sooth to say in countenance somewhat doth resemble you. Biondello. Aside. As much as an apple doth an oyster, and all one. Tranio. To save your life in this extremity, this favour will I do you for his sake, and think it not the worst of all your fortunes that you are like to serve Incentio. His name and credit shall you undertake, and in my house you shall be friendly lodged. Look that you take upon you as you should. You understand me, sir, so shall you stay till you have done your business in the city. If this be courtesy, sir, accept of it. Pedant, oh, sir, I do, and will repute you ever the patron of my life and liberty. Tranio, then go with me to make the matter good. This, by the way, I let you understand. My father is here looked for every day to pass assurance of a dower in marriage twixt me and one Baptista's daughter here. In all these circumstances I'll instruct you. Go with me to clothe you as becomes you. Exeunt, scene Roman 3, a room in Petruchio's house. Enter Katharina and Grumio. Grumio. No, no, forsooth, I dare not for my life. Katharina. The more my wrong, the more his spite appears. What did he marry me to famish me? Beggars that come unto my father's door upon entreaty have a present alms. If not elsewhere they meet with charity. But I, who never knew how to entreat, nor never needed that I should entreat, am starved for meat, giddy for lack of sleep, with oaths kept waking, and with brawling fed. And that which spites me more than all these wants, he does it under name of perfect love. As who should say, if I should sleep or eat 'twere deadly sickness, or else present death, I prithee go and get me some repast, I care not what, so it be wholesome food. Grumio, what say you to a neat's foot? Katharina, 'tis passing good, I prithee let me have it. Grumio, I fear it is too choleric a meat. How say you to a fat tripe finely broiled? Katharina. I like it well, good Grumio, fetch it me. Grumio, I cannot tell, I fear 'tis choleric. What say you to a piece of beef and mustard? Katharina. A dish that I do love to feed upon. Grumio. Ay, but the mustard is too hot a little. Katharina. Why then the beef, and let the mustard rest. Grumio. Nay, then I will not, you shall have the mustard, or else you get no beef of Grumio. Katharina. Then both, or one, or anything thou wilt. Grumio. Why then the mustard without the beef. Katharina. Go, get thee gone, thou false deluding slave, beats him. That feedst me with the very name of meat. Sorrow on thee and all the pack of you that triumph thus upon my misery. Go, get thee gone, I say. Enter Petruchio with a dish of meat, and Hortensio. Petruchio. How fares my Kate? What sweeting all amort? Hortensio. Mistress, what cheer? Katharina. Faith, as cold as can be. Petruchio. Pluck up thy spirits, look cheerfully upon me. Here, love, thou seest how diligent I am to dress thy meat myself and bring it thee, sets the dish on a table. I am sure, sweet Kate, this kindness merits thanks. What, not a word? Nay, then thou lov'st it not, and all my pains is sorted to no proof. Here, take away this dish. Katharina, I pray you let it stand. Petruchio, the poorest service is repaid with thanks, and so shall mine before you touch the meat. Katharina. I thank you, sir. Hortensio, signia Petruchio, fie, you are to blame. Come, Mistress Kate, I'll bear you company. Petruchio. Aside, eat it up all, Hortensio, if thou lovest me. Much good do it unto thy gentle heart. Kate, eat apace, and now, my honey love, will we return unto thy father's house, and revel it as bravely as the best, with silken coats and caps and golden rings, with ruffs and cuffs and farthingales and things, with scarfs and fans and double change of bravery, with amber bracelets, beads, and all this knavery. What, haste thou dinned? The tailor stays thy leisure to deck thy body with his ruffling treasure. Enter tailor. Come, tailor, let us see these ornaments, lay forth the gown. Enter haberdasher. What news with you, sir? Haberdasher. Here is the cap your worship did bespeak. Petruchio. Why, this was moulded on a porringer, a velvet dish. Fie, fie, 'tis lewd and filthy. Why, 'tis a cockle or a walnut shell, a knack, a toy, a trick, a baby's cap. Away with it. Come, let me have a bigger. Katharina. I'll have no bigger, this doth fit the time, and gentlewomen wear such caps as these. Petruchio. When you are gentle, you shall have one too, and not till then. Hortensio. Aside, that will not be in haste. Katharina. Why, sir, I trust I may have leave to speak. And speak I will. I am no child, no babe. Your betters have endured me say my mind, and if you cannot, best you stop your ears. My tongue will tell the anger of my heart, or else my heart concealing it will break, and rather than it shall, I will be free even to the uttermost, as I please in words. Petruchio. Why, thou say'st true. It is a paltry cap, a custard coffin, a bauble, a silken pie. I love thee well in that thou lick'st it not. Katharina. Love me or love me not, I like the cap, and it I will have, or I will have none. Exit haberdasher. Petruchio. Thy gown, why I come tailor, let us seat. O mercy God, what masking stuff is here? What's this? A sleeve, 'tis like a demi-cannon. What up and down, carved like an apple tart. Here's snip and nip and cut and slish and slash, like to a censer in a barber's shop. Why, what I devil's name, tailor, call'st thou this? Hortensio. Aside, I see she's like to have neither cap nor gown. Tailor. You bid me make it orderly and well, according to the fashion and the time. Petruchio, marry and did, but if you be remembered, I did not bid you mar it to the time. Go, hop me over every kennel home, for you shall hop without my custom, sir. I'll none of it, hence, make your best of it. Katharina. I never saw a better fashioned gown, more quaint, more pleasing, nor more commendable. Belike you mean to make a puppet of me. Petruchio. Why, true, he means to make a puppet of thee. Tailor. She says your worship means to make a puppet of her. Petruchio, O monstrous arrogance! Thou least, thou thread, thou thimble, thou yard, 3/4, half-yard, quarter nail. Thou flea, thou knit, thou winter cricket, thou, braved in mine own house with a skein of thread. Away, thou rag, thou quantity, thou remnant, or I shall so bemeet thee with thy yard as thou shalt think on prating whilst thou liv'st. I tell thee that thou hast marred her gown. Tailor. Your worship is deceived. The gown is made just as my master had direction. Grumio gave order how it should be done. Grumio, I gave him no order, I gave him the stuff. Tailor. But how did you desire it should be made? Grumio. Marry, sir, with needle and thread. Tailor. But did you not request to have it cut? Grumio. Thou hast faced many things. Tailor. I have. Grumio. Face not me. Thou hast braved many men, brave not me. I will neither be fact nor braved. I say unto thee, I bid thy master cut out the gown, but I did not bid him cut it to pieces, ergo thou least. Tailor. Why, here is the note of the fashion to testify. Petruchio. Read it. Grumio. The note lies in S' throat if he say I said so. Tailor. Imprimis, a loose-bodied gown. Grumio. Master, if ever I said loose-bodied gown, sew me in the skirts of it and beat me to death with a bottom of brown thread. I said a gown. Petruchio. Proceed. Tailor. With a small compassed cape. Grumio. I confess the cape. Tailor. With a trunk sleeve. Grumio. I confess 2 sleeves. Tailor. The sleeves curiously cut. Petruchio. Aye, there's the villainy. Grumio. Error I the bill, sir, error I the bill. I commanded the sleeves should be cut out and sewed up again, and that I'll prove upon thee, though thy little finger be armed in a thimble. Tailor. This is true that I say, and I had thee in place where thou shouldst know it. Grumio. I am for thee straight, take thou the bill, give me thy meat yard, and spare not me. Hortensio. God a mercy, Grumio, then he shall have no odds. Petruchio. Well, sir, in brief, the gown is not for me. Grumio. You are I the right, sir, 'tis for my mistress. Petruchio. Go, take it up unto thy master's use. Grumio. Villain, not for thy life, take up my mistress' gown for thy master's use. Petruchio. Why, sir, what's your conceit in that? Grumio. Oh, sir, the conceit is deeper than you think for. Take up my mistress' gown to his master's use. Oh, fie, fie, fie. Petruchio. Aside, Hortensio, say thou wilt see the tailor paid. To tailor. Go, take it hence, be gone, and say no more. Hortensio. Aside to tailor. Tailor, I'll pay thee for thy gown tomorrow, take no unkindness of his hasty words. Away, I say, commend me to thy master. Exit tailor. Petruchio. Well, come, my Kate, we will unto your fathers, even in these honest, mean habiliments. Our purses shall be proud, our garments poor, for 'tis the mind that makes the body rich. And as the sun breaks through the darkest clouds, so honour peereth in the meanest habit. What is the jay more precious than the lark because his feathers are more beautiful? Or is the adder better than the eel because his painted skin contents the eye? Oh no, good Kate, neither art thou the worse for this poor furniture and mean array. If thou account'st it shame, lay it on me, and therefore frolic. We will hence forthwith to feast and sport us at thy father's house. Go call my men and let us straight to him, and bring our horses unto Long Lane End, there will we mount and thither walk on foot. Let's see, I think 'tis now some 7 o'clock, and well we may come there by dinner time. Katharina. I dare assure you, sir, 'tis almost 2, and 'twill be supper time ere you come there. Petruchio, it shall be 7 ere I go to horse. Look what I speak or do or think to do, you are still crossing it. Sirs, let tea alone, I will not go today, and ere I do it shall be what o'clock I say it is. Hortensio. Why, so this gallant will command the sun. Exeunt, scene Roman 4, Padua, before Baptista's house. Enter Tranio and the pedant, dressed like Vincentio Tranio. Sir, this is the house, please it you that I call. Pedant, I, what else? And but I be deceived, Signia Baptista may remember me near 20 years ago in Genoa, where we were lodgers at the Pegasus. Tranio, 'tis well, and hold your own in any case with such austerity as longeth to a father. Pedant, I warrant you, but sir, here comes your boy, 'twere good he were schooled. Enter Biondello, Tranio, fear you not him. Sir, a Biondello, now do your duty throughly, I advise you. Imagine 'twere the right Vincentio. Biondello, tut, fear not me, Tranio, but haste thou done thy errand to Baptista. Biondello, I told him that your father was at Venice and that you looked for him this day in Padua. Tranio, art a tall fellow, hold thee that to drink. Here comes Baptista, set your countenance, sir. Enter Baptista and Lucentio. Signia Baptista, you are happily met. To the pedant, sir, this is the gentleman I told you of. I pray you stand good father to me now, give me Bianca for my patrimony. Pedant, soft son. Sir, by your leave. Having come to Padua to gather in some debts, my son Lucentio made me acquainted with a weighty cause of love between your daughter and himself. And, for the good report I hear of you, and for the love he beareth to your daughter and she to him, to stay him not too long, I am content in a good father's care to have him matched. And if you please to like no worse than I, upon some agreement me shall you find ready and willing with one consent to have her so bestowed. For curious I cannot be with you, Signia Baptista, of whom I hear so well. Baptista, sir, pardon me in what I have to say. Your plainness and your shortness please me well. Right true it is your son Lucentio here doth love my daughter, and she loveth him, or both dissemble deeply their affections. And therefore, if you say no more than this, that like a father you will deal with him, and pass my daughter a sufficient dower, the match is made and all is done. Your son shall have my daughter with consent. Tranio, I thank you, sir. Where then do you know best we be afeed, and such assurance turn as shall with either part's agreement stand? Baptista, not in my house, Lucentio, for you know pitchers have ears, and I have many servants. Besides, old Gremio is hearkening still, and happily we might be interrupted. Tranio, then at my lodging, and it like you, there doth my father lie, and there this night we'll pass the business privately and well. Send for your daughter by your servant here, my boy shall fetch the scrivener presently. The worst is this, that at so slender warning you are like to have a thin and slender pittance. Baptista, likes me well. Cambio, hie you home and bid Bianca make her ready straight, and if you will tell what hath happened, Lucentio's father is arrived in Padua, and how she's like to be Lucentio's wife. Lucentio, I pray the gods she may with all my heart. Tranio, dally not with the gods but get thee gone. Signia Baptista, shall I lead the way? Welcome, one mess is like to be your cheer. Come, sir, we will better it in Pisa. Baptista, I follow you. Exeunt Tranio, pedant and Baptista, Biondello, Cambio, Lucentio. What say'st thou, Biondello? Biondello, you saw my master wink and laugh upon you. Lucentio, Biondello, what of that? Biondello, faith, nothing, but has left me here behind to expound the meaning or moral of his signs and tokens. Lucentio, I pray thee moralize them. Biondello, then thus, Baptista is safe, talking with the deceiving father of a deceitful son. Lucentio, and what of him? Biondello, his daughter is to be brought by you to the supper. Lucentio, and then, Biondello, the old priest at St. Luke's church is at your command at all hours. Lucentio, and what of all this? Biondello, I cannot tell except they are busied about a counterfeit assurance. Take your assurance of her, cum provilgio ad imprimandum solium, to the church. Take the priest, clerk, and some sufficient honest witnesses. If this be not that you look for, I have more to say, but bid Bianca farewell for ever and a day. Going, Lucentio, hear'st thou? Biondello, Biondello, I cannot tarry, I knew a wench married in an afternoon as she went to the garden for parsley to stuff a rabbit, and so may you, sir, and so adieu, sir. My master hath appointed me to go to St. Luke's to bid the priest be ready to come against you come with your appendix. Exit, Lucentio. I may and will. If she be so contented, she will be pleased, then wherefore should I doubt? Hap what hap may, I'll roundly go about her, it shall go hard if Cambio go without her. Exit, Scene V, a public road. Enter Petruchio, Katharina, Hortensio and servants. Petruchio, come on, I God's name, once more toward our fathers. Good Lord, how bright and goodly shines the moon. Katharina, the moon, the sun, it is not moonlight now. Petruchio, I say it is the moon that shines so bright. Katharina, I know it is the sun that shines so bright. Petruchio, now by my mother's son, and that's myself, it shall be moon or star or what I list, or ere I journey to your father's house. Go on and fetch our horses back again. Evermore crossed and crossed, nothing but crossed. Hortensio, say as he says, or we shall never go. Katharina, forward I pray, since we have come so far, and be it moon or sun or what you please, and if you please to call it a rush candle, henceforth I vow it shall be so for me. Petruchio, I say it is the moon. Katharina, I know it is the moon. Petruchio, nay then you lie, it is the blessed sun. Katharina, then God be blessed, it is the blessed sun, but sun it is not when you say it is not, and the moon changes even as your mind. What you will have it named, even that it is, and so it shall be so for Catherine. Hortensio, Petruchio, go thy ways, the field is won. Petruchio, well, forward, forward, thus the bowl should run, and not unluckily against the bias. But soft, company is coming here. Enter Vincentio in a travelling dress. To Vincentio, good morrow, gentle mistress, where away? Tell me, sweet Kate, and tell me truly too, hast thou beheld a fresher gentlewoman, such war of white and red within her cheeks? What stars do spangle heaven with such beauty as those two eyes become that heavenly face? Fair lovely maid, once more good day to thee. Sweet Kate, embrace her for her beauty's sake. Hortensio, O will make the man mad to make a woman of him. Katharina, young budding virgin, fair and fresh and sweet, whither away, or where is thy abode? Happy the parents of so fair a child, happier the man whom favourable stars allot thee for his lovely bedfellow. Petruchio, why how now, Kate, I hope thou art not mad. This is a man, old, wrinkled, faded, withered, and not a maiden, as thou say'st he is. Katharina, pardon, old father, my mistaking eyes, that have been so bedazzled with the sun that everything I look on seemeth green. Now I perceive thou art a reverend father. Pardon, I pray thee, for my mad mistaking. Petruchio, do good old grandsire, and withal make known which way thou travellest. If along with us, we shall be joyful of thy company. Vincentio, fair sir, and you my merry mistress, that with your strange encounter much amazed me. My name is called Vincentio, my dwelling Pisa, and bound I am to Padua, there to visit a son of mine, which long I have not seen. Petruchio, what is his name? Vincentio. Lucentio, gentle sir. Petruchio, happily met, the happier for thy son. And now by law as well as reverend age I may entitle thee my loving father, the sister to my wife, this gentlewoman thy son by this hath married. Wonder not, nor be not grieved, she is of good esteem, her dowry wealthy, and of worthy birth, beside so qualified as may beseem the spouse of any noble gentleman. Let me embrace with old Vincentio, and wonder we to see thy honest son, who will of thy arrival be full joyous. Vincentio, but is this true? Or is it else your pleasure, like pleasant travellers, to break a jest upon the company you overtake? Hortensio, I do assure thee, father, so it is. Petruchio, come, go along and see the truth hereof, for our first merriment hath made thee jealous. Exeunt all but Hortensio. Hortensio, well, Petruchio, this has put me in heart, have to my widow, and if she be froward, then hast thou taught Hortensio to be untoward. Exit. Act V, Scene I, Padua, before Lucentio's house. Enter on one side Biondello, Lucentio and Bianca, Gremio walking on other side. Biondello, softly and swiftly, sir, for the priest is ready. Lucentio, I fly, Biondello, but they may chance to need thee at home, therefore leave us. Biondello, nay, faith, I'll see the church o' your back, and then come back to my master's as soon as I can. Exeunt Lucentio, Bianca and Biondello. Gremio. I marvel Cambio comes not all this while. Enter Petruchio, Katharina, Vincentio and attendants. Petruchio. Sir, here's the door, this is Lucentio's house. My father's bears more toward the marketplace, thither must I, and here I leave you, sir. Vincentio, you shall not choose but drink before you go. I think I shall command your welcome here, and by all likelihood some cheer is toward. Knocks. Gremio, they're busy within, you were best. Knock louder. Enter pedant above at a window. Pedant, what's he that knocks as he would beat down the gate? Vincentio, is Signia Lucentio within, sir? Pedant, he's within, sir, but not to be spoken with Al. Vincentio, what if a man bring him £100 or two to make merry with Al? Pedant, keep your £100 to yourself, he shall need none so long as I live. Petruchio. Nay, I told you your son was well beloved in Padua. Do you hear, sir? To leave frivolous circumstances, I pray you tell Signia Lucentio that his father is come from Pisa and is here at the door to speak with him. Pedant, thou least his father is come from Padua and here looking out at the window. Vincentio, art thou his father? Pedant, I, sir, so his mother says, if I may believe her. Petruchio, to Vincentio, why, how now, gentlemen? Why, this is flat knavery to take upon you another man's name. Pedant, lay hands on the villain, I believe a means to cozen somebody in this city under my countenance. Re-enter Biondello. Biondello, I have seen them in the church together. God send him good shipping, but who is here? Mine old master Vincentio, now we are undone and brought to nothing. Vincentio, seeing Biondello, come hither, crack hemp. Biondello, I hope I may choose, sir. Vincentio, come hither, you rogue, what have you forgot me? Biondello, forgot you? No, sir, I could not forget you, for I never saw you before in all my life. Vincentio, what, you notorious villain, didst thou never see thy master's father? Vincentio. Biondello, what, my old worshipful old master? Yes, marry, sir, see where he looks out of the window. Vincentio, is so indeed, he beats Biondello. Biondello, help, 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 here's a madman will murder me. Exit. Pedant, help, son, help. Signia Baptista, exit from the window. Petruchio. Prithee, Kate, let's stand aside and see the end of this controversy. They retire. Re-enter Pedant below. Baptista, Tranio and servants. Tranio, sir, what are you that offer to beat my servant? Vincentio, what am I, sir? Nay, what are you, sir? O immortal gods, O fine villain, a silken doublet, a velvet hose, a scarlet cloak, and a coppertane hat. Oh, I am undone, I am undone. While I play the good husband at home, my son and my servant spend all at the university. Tranio, how now, what's the matter? Baptista. What is the man lunatic? Tranio. Sir, you seem a sober ancient gentleman by your habit, but your words show you a madman. Why, sir, what cerns it you if I wear pearl and gold? I thank my good father I am able to maintain it. Vincentio, thy father, O villain, he is a sailmaker in Bergamo. Baptista, you mistake, sir, you mistake, sir. Pray, what do you think is his name? Vincentio, his name, as if I knew not his name. I have brought him up ever since he was 3 years old, and his name is Tranio. Pedant, away, away, mad ass. His name is Lucentio, and he is mine only son, and heir to the lands of me, Signia Vincentio. Vincentio, Lucentio, oh, he hath murdered his master. Lay hold on him, I charge you, in the Duke's name. O my son, tell me, thou villain, where is my son Lucentio? Tranio, call forth an officer. Enter one with an officer. Carry this mad knave to the jail. Father Baptista, I charge you, see that he be forthcoming. Vincentio, carry me to the jail. Gremio, stay, officer, he shall not go to prison. Baptista, talk not. Signia. Gremio, I say he shall go to prison. Gremio, take heed. Signia Baptista, lest you be connive-catched in this business. I dare swear this is the right Vincentio. Pedant, swear if thou darest. Gremio, nay, I dare not swear it. Tranio, then thou wert best say that I am not Lucentio. Gremio, yes, I know thee to be Signia Lucentio. Baptista, away with the dotard, to the jail with him. Vincentio, thus strangers may be hailed and abbuzzed, O monstrous villain. Re-enter Biondello with Lucentio and Bianca. Biondello, oh, we are spoiled, and yonder he is. Deny him, forswear him, or else we are all undone. Lucentio, kneeling, pardon, sweet father. Vincentio, lives my sweetest son. Biondello, Tranio and Pedant run out. Bianca, kneeling, pardon, dear father. Baptista, how haste thou offended? Where is Lucentio, Lucentio? Here's Lucentio, right son to the right Vincentio, that have by marriage made thy daughter mine, while counterfeit supposes bleared thine eyne. Gremio, here s packing with a witness to deceive us all. Vincentio, where is that damned villain Tranio that fact and braved me in this matter so? Baptista, why tell me, is not this my Cambio, Bianca? Cambio is changed into Lucentio, Lucentio. Love wrought these miracles. Bianca's love made me exchange my state with Tranio, while he did bear my countenance in the town, and happily I have arrived at the last unto the wished haven of my bliss. What Tranio did myself enforked him to, then pardon him, sweet father. For my sake, Vincentio, I'll slit the villain's nose that would have sent me to the jail. Baptista to Lucentio, but do you hear, sir, have you married my daughter without asking my good will? Vincentio, fear not, Baptista, we will content you go to, but I will in to be revenged for this villainy. Exit, Baptista, and I to sound the depth of this knavery. Exit, Lucentio, look not pale, Bianca, thy father will not frown. Exeunt Lucentio and Bianca. Gremio, my cake is dough, but I'll in among the rest, out of hope of all but my share of the feast. Exit, Petruchio and Katharina advance. Katharina, husband, let's follow to see the end of this ado. Petruchio, first kiss me, Kate, and we will. Katharina, what, in the midst of the street? Petruchio, what, art thou ashamed of me? Katharina, no, sir, God forbid, but ashamed to kiss. Petruchio, why then let's home again. Come, sirrah, let's away. Katharina, nay, I will give thee a kiss, now pray thee, love, stay. Petruchio, is not this well? Come, my sweet Kate, better once than never, for never too late. Exeunt, scene Roman 2, a room in Lucentio's house. Enter Baptista, Vincentio, Gremio the pedant, Lucentio, Bianca, Petruchio, Katharina, Hortensio and widow. Tranio, Biondello and Grumio and others attending. Lucentio, at last, though long, our jarring notes agree. And time it is when raging war is done, to smile at scapes and perils overblown. I, fair Bianca, bid my father welcome, while I with self-same kindness welcome thine. Brother Petruchio, sister Katharina, and thou, Hortensio, with thy loving widow, feast with the best, and welcome to my house. My banquet is to close our stomachs up after our great good cheer. Pray you sit down, for now we sit to chat as well as eat. They sit at table, Petruchio, nothing but sit and eat and eat. Baptista, Padua affords this kindness, son Petruchio. Petruchio, Padua affords nothing but what is kind. Hortensio, for both our sakes I would that word were true. Petruchio, now for my life Hortensio fears his widow. Widow, then never trust me if I be afeard. Petruchio, you are very sensible, and yet you miss my sense. I mean Hortensio is afeard of you. Widow, he that is giddy thinks the world turns round. Petruchio, roundly replied. Katharina, mistress, how mean you that? Widow, thus I conceive by him. Petruchio, conceives by me, how likes Hortensio that? Hortensio, my widow says thus she conceives her tale. Petruchio, very well mended. Kiss him for that, good widow. Katharina, he that is giddy thinks the world turns round. I pray you tell me what you meant by that. Widow, your husband being troubled with a shrew measures my husband's sorrow by his woe, and now you know my meaning. Katharina, a very mean meaning. Widow, right, I mean you, Katharina, and I am mean indeed respecting you. Petruchio, to her Kate. Hortensio, to her widow. Petruchio, 100 marks my Kate does put her down. Hortensio, that's my office. Petruchio, spoke like an officer. Hearty thee, lad, drinks to Hortensio. Baptista, how likes Gremio these quick-witted folks? Gremio, believe me, sir, they butt together well. Bianca, head and butt. An hasty-witted body would say your head and butt were head and horn. Vincentio, ay, mistress bride, hast that awakened you? Bianca, ay, but not frighted me, therefore I'll sleep again. Petruchio, nay, that you shall not, since you have begun, have at you for a bitter jest or two. Bianca, am I your bird, I mean, to shift my bush and then pursue me as you draw your bow? You are welcome all. Exeunt Bianca, Katharina and widow. Petruchio, she hath prevented me. Here, Signia Tranio, this bird you aimed at, though you hit her not, therefore a health to all that shot and missed. Tranio, oh, sir, Lucentio slipped me like his greyhound, which runs himself and catches for his master. Petruchio, a good swift simile, but something currish. Tranio, 'Tis well, sir, that you hunted for yourself, 'tis thought your dear does hold you at a bay. Baptista, oh ho, Petruchio, Tranio hits you now. Lucentio, I thank thee for that gird, good Tranio. Hortensio, confess, confess, hath he not hit you here? Petruchio, has a little galled me, I confess. And as the jest did glance away from me, 'tis 10-1 it maimed you too outright. Baptista, now in good sadness, son Petruchio, I think thou hast the veriest shrew of all. Petruchio, well, I say no, and therefore for assurance let's each one send unto his wife, and he whose wife is most obedient to come at first when he doth send for her shall win the wager which we will propose. Hortensio, content, what's the wager? Lucentio, 20 crowns, Petruchio, 20 crowns. I'll venture so much of my hawk or hound, but 20 times so much upon my wife. Lucentio, 100 then. Hortensio, content, Petruchio, a match, 'tis done. Hortensio, who shall begin? Lucentio, that will I. Go, Biondello, bid your mistress come to me. Biondello, I go. Exit. Baptista, son, I'll be your half. Bianca comes. Lucentio, I'll have no halves, I'll bear it all myself. Re-enter Biondello, how now, what news? Biondello, sir, my mistress sends you word that she is busy and she cannot come. Petruchio, how, she's busy and she cannot come, is that an answer? Gremio, ay, and a kind one too, pray God, sir, your wife send you not a worse. Petruchio, I hope better. Hortensio, sir, Biondello, go and entreat my wife to come to me forthwith. Exit Biondello. Petruchio, oh ho, entreat her, nay then she must needs come. Hortensio, I am afraid, sir, do what you can, yours will not be entreated. Re-enter Biondello. Now where's my wife? Biondello, she says you have some goodly jest in hand, she will not come, she bids you come to her. Petruchio, worse and worse, she will not come, O vile, intolerable, not to be endured. Sir Grumio, go to your mistress, say I command her come to me. Exit Grumio. Hortensio, I know her answer. Petruchio, what? Hortensio, she will not. Petruchio, the fouler fortune mine, and there an end. Re-enter Katharina. Baptista, now by my holidame here comes Katharina. Katharina, what is your will, sir, that you send for me? Petruchio, where is your sister? And Hortensio's wife, Katharina, they sit conferring by the parlour fire. Petruchio, go fetch them hither, if they deny to come, swinge me them soundly forth unto their husbands. Away, I say, and bring them hither straight. Exit Katharina. Lucentio, here is a wonder if you talk of a wonder. Hortensio, and so it is. I wonder what it bodes. Petruchio, marry, peace it bodes, and love, and quiet life, and awful rule, and right supremacy, and to be short, what not that's sweet and happy. Baptista, now fair befall thee, good Petruchio, the wager thou hast won, and I will add unto their losses 20,000 crowns, another dowry to another daughter, for she is changed as she had never been. Petruchio, nay, I will win my wager better yet, and show more sign of her obedience, her new-built virtue and obedience. See where she comes, and brings your froward wives as prisoners to her womanly persuasion. Re-enter Katharina with Bianca and widow. Catherine, that cap of yours becomes you not, off with that bauble, throw it under foot. Katharina pulls off her cap and throws it down. Widow, Lord, let me never have a cause to sigh till I be brought to such a silly pass. Bianca, fie, what a foolish duty call you this? Lucentio, I would your duty were as foolish too. The wisdom of your duty, fair Bianca, hath cost me 100 crowns since supper time. Bianca, the more fool you for laying on my duty. Petruchio, Catherine, I charge thee tell these headstrong women what duty they do owe their lords and husbands. Widow, come, come, you're mocking, we will have no telling. Petruchio, come on, I say, and first begin with her. Widow, she shall not. Petruchio, I say she shall, and first begin with her. Katharina, fie, fie. Unknit that threatening unkind brow, and dart not scornful glances from those eyes to wound thy lord, thy king, thy governor. It blots thy beauty as frosts do bite the meads, confounds thy fame as whirlwinds shake fair buds, and in no sense is meet or amiable. A woman moved is like a fountain troubled, muddy, ill-seeming, thick, bereft of beauty, and while it is so, none so dry or thirsty will deign to sip or touch one drop of it. Thy husband is thy lord, thy life, thy keeper, thy head, thy sovereign. One that cares for thee, and for thy maintenance commits his body to painful labour both by sea and land, to watch the night in storms, the day in cold, whilst thou least warm at home, secure and safe. and craves no other tribute at thy hands but love, fair looks, and true obedience. Too little payment for so great a debt. Such duty as the subject owes the prince, even such a woman oweth to her husband. And when she is froward, peevish, sullen, sour, and not obedient to his honest will, what is she but a foul, contending rebel and graceless traitor to her loving lord? I am ashamed that women are so simple to offer war where they should kneel for peace, or seek for rule, supremacy, and sway, when they are bound to serve, love, and obey. Why are our bodies soft and weak and smooth, unapt to toil and trouble in the world, but that our soft conditions and our hearts should well agree with our external parts? Come, come, you froward and unable worms. My mind hath been as big as one of yours, my heart as great, my reason haply more, to bandy word for word and frown for frown. But now I see our lances are but straws, our strength is weak, our weakness past compare, that seeming to be most which we indeed least are. Then veil your stomachs, for it is no boot, and place your hands below your husband's foot, in token of which duty, if he please, my hand is ready, may it do him ease. Petruchio. Why, there's a wench, come on and kiss me, Kate. Lucentio. Well, go thy ways, old lad, for thou shalt hat. Vincentio. 'Tis a good hearing when children are toward. Lucentio. But a harsh hearing when women are froward. Petruchio. Come, Kate will to bed, we three are married, but you two are sped. 'Twas I won the wager to Lucentio, though you hit the white, and being a winner, God give you good night. Exeunt Petruchio and Katharina. Hortensio, now go thy ways, thou hast tammed a cursed shrew. Lucentio, 'tis a wonder, by your leave she will be tammed so. Exeunt. The Tempest contents act I seen I, on a ship at sea, a tempestuous noise of thunder and lightning heard. Scene Roman 2. The island before the cell of Prospero. Act Roman 2 scene I, another part of the island. Scene Roman 2. Another part of the island. Act Roman 3 scene I, before Prospero's cell. Scene Roman 2. Another part of the island. Scene Roman 3. Another part of the island. Act Roman 4 scene I, before Prospero's cell. Act V scene I, before the cell of Prospero. Epilogue. Dramatis personae Alonso, King of Naples Sebastian, his brother Prospero, the right Duke of Milan Antonio, his brother, the usurping Duke of Milan Ferdinand, to the King of Naples Gonzalo, an honest old counsellor Adrian, Lord Francisco, Lord Caliban, a savage and deformed slave Trinculo, a jester Stefano, a drunken butler master of a ship boatswain mariners Miranda, daughter to Prospero Ariel, an airy spirit Iris, presented by spirits Ceres, presented by spirits Juno, presented by spirits Nymphs, presented by spirits Reapers, presented by spirits other spirits attending on Prospero scene. The sea, with a ship, afterwards an island. Act I scene I, on a ship at sea, a tempestuous noise of thunder and lightning heard. Enter a shipmaster and a boatswain severally. Master. Boatswain, boatswain, here master, what cheer, master. Good, speak to the mariners, fall to tea yearly, or we run ourselves aground. Bestir, bestir, exit, enter mariners. Boatswain, hey my hearts, cheerly, cheerly my hearts. Yea, take in the topsail, tend to th master's whistle, blow till thou burst thy wind if room enough. Enter Alonso, Sebastian, Antonio, Ferdinand, Gonzalo, and others. Alonso. Good boatswain, have care. Where's the master? Play the men. Boatswain, I pray now keep below. Antonio. Where is the master? Boatswain. Boatswain, do you not hear him? You mar our labour, keep your cabins, you do assist the storm. Gonzalo. Nay, good, be patient. Boatswain, when the sea is, hence, what cares these roarers for the name of king? To cabin, silence, trouble us not. Gonzalo. Good, yet remember whom thou hast aboard. Boatswain. None that I more love than myself. You are a counsellor. If you can command these elements to silence and work the peace of the present, we will not hand a rope more. Use your authority. If you cannot, give thanks you have lived so long, and make yourself ready in your cabin for the mischance of the hour if it so hap. Cheerly, good hearts. Out of our way, I say. Exit, Gonzalo. I have great comfort from this fellow. Methinks he hath no drowning mark upon him. His complexion is perfect gallows. Stand fast, good fate, to his hanging, make the rope of his destiny our cable, for our own doth little advantage. If he be not born to be hanged, our case is miserable. Exeunt. Re-enter boatswain. Boatswain, down with the topmast. Yea, lower, lower, bring her to try YTH main course. A cry within, a plague upon this howling. They are louder than the weather or our office. Enter Sebastian, Antonio and Gonzalo. Yet again, what do you hear? Shall we give o'er and drown? Have you a mind to sink? Sebastian, apoxo your throat, you bawling, blasphemous, incharitable dog. Boatswain, work you then. Antonio. Hang cur, hang, you whoreson, insolent noisy maker. We are less afraid to be drowned than thou art. Gonzalo. I'll warrant him for drowning, though the ship were no stronger than a nutshell, and as leaky as an unstanched wench. Boatswain, lay her a hold, set her 2 courses, off to sea again, lay her off. Enter mariners, wet mariners, all lost, to prayers, all lost, exeunt. Boatswain, what must our mouths be cold? Gonzalo, the king and prince at prayers, let's assist them, for our case is as theirs. Sebastian, I am out of patience. Antonio, we are merely cheated of our lives by drunkards. This wide-shapped rascal, would thou mightst lie drowning the washing of 10 tides. Gonzalo, he'll be hanged yet, though every drop of water swear against it, and gape at wits to glut him. A confused noise within, mercy on us. We split. Farewell, my wife and children. Farewell, brother, we split. Antonio, let's all sink YTH King. Exit, Sebastian, let's take leave of him. Exit, Gonzalo. Now would I give 1,000 furlongs of sea for an acre of barren ground. Long heath, brown furs, anything. The will's above be done, but I would fain die a dry death. Exit, Scene Roman 2, the island, before the cell of Prospero. Enter Prospero and Miranda. Miranda, if by your art, my dearest father, you have put the wild waters in this roar, allay them. The sky, it seems, would pour down stinking pitch, but that the sea, mounting to Th. Welkin's cheek, dashes the fire out. Oh, I have suffered with those that I saw suffer. A brave vessel who had no doubt some noble creature in her dashed all to pieces. Oh, the cry did knock against my very heart. Poor souls, they perished. Had I been any god of power, I would have sunk the sea within the earth, or ere it should the good ship so have swallowed and the fraughting souls within her. Prospero, be collected, no more amazement, tell your piteous heart there's no harm done. Miranda, oh woe the day. Prospero, no harm. I have done nothing but in care of thee, my dear one, thee my daughter, who art ignorant of what thou art, naught knowing of whence I am, nor that I am more better than Prospero, master of a full poor cell, and thy no greater father. Miranda, more to know did never meddle with my thoughts. Prospero, 'tis time I should inform thee, father. Lend thy hand and pluck my magic garment from me. So lays down his mantle, lie there my art. Wipe thou thine eyes, have comfort. The direful spectacle of the rack, which touched the very virtue of compassion in thee, I have with such provision in mine art, so safely ordered that there is no soul, no, not so much perdition as an hair betid to any creature in the vessel which thou heardst cry, which thou saw'st sink. Sit down, for thou must now know farther. Miranda, you have often begun to tell me what I am, but stopped and left me to a bootless inquisition, concluding stay not yet. Prospero, the hour's now come, the very minute bids thee ope thine ear. Obey and be attentive. Canst thou remember a time before we came unto this cell? I do not think thou canst, for then thou wast not out 3 years old. Miranda, certainly, sir, I can. Prospero, by what? By any other house or person? Of anything the image tell me that hath kept with thy remembrance. Miranda, 'tis far off, and rather like a dream than an assurance that my remembrance warrants. Had I not 4 or 5 women once that tended me? Prospero, thou hadst, and more. Miranda, but how is it that this lives in thy mind? What seest thou else in the dark backward and abysm of time? If thou rememberest aught ere thou cam'st here, how thou cam'st here thou mayst. Miranda, but that I do not. Prospero, 12 years since, Miranda, 12 years since, thy father was the Duke of Milan and a prince of power. Miranda, sir, are not you my father? Prospero, thy mother was a piece of virtue, and she said thou wast my daughter. And thy father was Duke of Milan, and his only heir and princess no worse issued. Miranda, O the heavens, what foul play had we that we came from thence, or blessed wast we did? Prospero, both, my girl. By foul play, as thou say'st, were we heaved thence, but blessedly holp hither. Miranda, O my heart bleeds to think o' teen that I have turned you to, which is from my remembrance. Please you, father. Prospero, my brother and thy uncle, called Antonio, I pray thee mark me that a brother should be so perfidious. He whom next thyself of all the world I loved, and to him put the manage of my state. As at that time through all the signories it was the first, and Prospero the prime duke, being so reputed in dignity, and for the liberal arts without a parallel. Those being all my study, the government I cast upon my brother, and to my state grew stranger, being transported and wrapped in secret studies. Thy false uncle dost thou attend me, Miranda, sir, most heedfully, Prospero, being once perfected how to grant suits, how to deny them, who to advance, and who to trash for overtopping, new created the creatures that were mine, I say, or changed or else new formed having both the key of officer and office, set all hearts state to what tune pleased his ear, that now he was the ivy which had hid my princely trunk, and sucked my verdure out on tea. Thou attend'st not, Miranda, O good sir, I do, Prospero, I pray thee mark me. I thus neglecting worldly ends, all dedicated to closeness and the bettering of my mind with that which, but by being so retered, outprised all popular rate, in my false brother awacked an evil nature. And my trust, like a good parent, did beget of him a falsehood in its contrary as great as my trust was, which had indeed no limit, a confidence sans bound. He being thus lauded, not only with what my revenue yielded, but what my power might else exact, like one who having into truth, by telling of it, made such a sinner of his memory, to credit his own lie, he did believe he was indeed the duke, out o' the substitution, and executing outward face of royalty with all prerogative. Hence his ambition growing dost thou hear, Miranda, your tale, sir, would cure deafness, Prospero, to have no screen between this part he played and him he played it for, he needs will be absolute Milan. Me, poor man, my library was dukedom large enough. Of temporal royalties he thinks me now incapable, confederates, so dry he was for sway, King of Naples to give him annual tribute, do him homage, subject his coronet to his crown, and bend the dukedom yet unbowed, alas, poor Milan, to most ignoble stooping. Miranda, O the heavens, Prospero, mark his condition and the event, then tell me if this might be a brother. Miranda. I should sin to think but nobly of my grandmother, good wombs have borne bad sons. Prospero. Now the condition. This King of Naples, being an enemy to me inveterate, hearkens my brother's suit. Which was that he in lieu premises of homage, and I know not how much tribute, should presently extirpate me and mine out of the dukedom, and confer fair Milan with all the honours on my brother. Whereon, a treacherous army levied, one midnight fated to purpose, did Antonio open the gates of Milan. And dead of darkness, the ministers for purpose hurried thence me and thy crying self. Miranda. Alack for pity, I not remembering how I cried out then will cry it o'er again, it is a hint that rings mine eyes to tea. Prospero, hear a little further and then I'll bring thee to the present business which now's upon us, without the which this story were most impertinent. Miranda. Wherefore did they not that hour destroy us, Prospero? Well demanded, wench, my tale provokes that question. Dear, they durst not, so dear the love my people bore me, nor set a mark so bloody on the business, but with colours fairer painted their foul ends. In few they hurried us aboard a bark, bore us some leagues to sea, where they prepared a rotten carcass of a butt, not rigged, nor tackle, sail, nor mast. The very rats instinctively have quit it. There they hoist us to cry to sea that roared to us, to sigh to winds whose pity sighing back again, did us but loving wrong. Miranda. Alack, what trouble was I then to you, Prospero? Oh, a cherubin thou wast that did preserve me. Thou didst smile, infused with a fortitude from heaven, when I have decked the sea with drops full salt under my burden groaned, which raised in me an undergoing stomach to bear up against what should ensue. Miranda. How came we ashore, Prospero? By providence divine. Some food we had and some fresh water that a noble Neapolitan, Gonzalo, out of his charity, who being then appointed master of this design, did give us, with rich garments, linens, stuffs, and necessaries, which since have steadied much. So of his gentleness, knowing I loved my books, he furnished me from mine own library with volumes that I prize above my dukedom. Miranda, would I might but ever see that man, Prospero. Now I arise. sit still, and hear the last of our sea sorrow. Here in this island we are rived, and here have I, thy schoolmaster, made thee more profit than other princes can that have more time for vainer hours and tutors not so careful. Miranda, heavens thank you for tea, and now I pray you, sir, for still 'tis beating in my mind your reason for raising this sea storm. Prospero, know thus far forth, by accident most strange, bountiful fortune now my dear lady hath mine enemies brought to this shore, and by my prescience I find my zenith doth depend upon a most auspicious star, whose influence if now I court not but omit, my fortunes will ever after droop. Here cease more questions, thou art inclined to sleep, 'tis a good dullness, and give it way. I know thou canst not choose, Miranda sleeps. Come away, servant, come, I am ready now. Approach my Ariel, come, enter Ariel, Ariel, all hail, great master. Grave sir, hail, I come to answer thy best pleasure, bet to fly, to swim, to dive into the fire, to ride on the curled clouds, to thy strong bidding task Ariel and all his quality. Prospero, haste thou, spirit, perform to point the tempest that I bade thee, Ariel, to every article. I boarded the king's ship. Now on the beak, now in the waist, the deck, in every cabin, I flammed amazement. Sometime I'd divide and burn in many places. On the topmast, the yards and bowsprit would I flame distinctly, then meet and join. Jove's lightning, the precursors OTH dreadful thunderclaps, more momentary and sight outrunning were not. The fire and cracks of sulphurous roaring the most mighty Neptune seem to besiege and make his bold waves tremble, yea, his dread trident shake. Prospero, my brave spirit, who was so firm, so constant that this coil would not infect his reason. Ariel, not a soul but felt a fever of the mad and played some tricks of desperation. All but mariners plunged in the foaming brine and quit the vessel, then all afire with me. The king's son Ferdinand with hair upstaring, then like reeds not hair was the first man that leapt, cried hell is empty and all the devils are here. Prospero, why that's my spirit, but was not this nigh shore? Ariel, close by my master. Prospero, but are they Ariel safe? Ariel, not a hair perished, on their sustaining garments not a blemish but fresher than before, and as thou badst me in troops I have dispersed them about the isle. The king's son have I landed by himself, whom I left cooling of the air with sighs in an odd angle of the isle, and sitting, his arms in this sad knot. Prospero, of the king's ship the mariners, say how thou hast disposed, and all the rest OTH fleet. Ariel, safely in harbour is the king's ship. In the deep nook, where once thou calledst me up at midnight to fetch dew from the still vexed Bermuths, there she's hid, the mariners all under hatches stowed, who with a charm joined to their suffered labour I have left asleep. And for the rest OTH fleet which I dispersed, they all have met again, and are upon the Mediterranean float bound sadly home for Naples, supposing that they saw the king's ship wracked, and his great person perish. Prospero, Ariel, thy charge exactly is performed, but there's more work. What is the time, OTH day? Ariel, past the mid-season. Prospero, at least 2 glasses, the time 'twixt 6 and now must by us both be spent most preciously. Ariel, is there more toil? Since thou dost give me pains, let me remember thee what thou hast promised, which is not yet performed me. Prospero, how now, moody, what is't thou canst demand? Ariel, my liberty. Prospero, before the time be out, no more. Ariel, I prithee, remember I have done thee worthy service, told thee no lies, made no mistakings, served without or grudge or grumblings. Thou didst promise to bate me a full year. Prospero, dost thou forget from what a torment I did free thee? Ariel, no. Prospero, thou dost, and think'st it much to tread the ooze of the salt deep, to run upon the sharp wind of the north, to do me business in the veins OTH earth when it is backed with frost. Ariel, I do not, sir. Prospero, thou least malignant thing. Haste thou forgot the fowl which Sycorax, who with age and envy was grown into a hoop? Haste thou forgot her? Ariel, no, sir. Prospero, thou haste. Where was she born? Speak, tell me. Ariel, sir, in Argia. Prospero, oh, was she so? I must once in a month recount what thou hast been which thou forgetst. This damned witch Sycorax, for mischiefs manifold and sorceries terrible to enter human hearing from Argia, thou knowst, was banished. For one thing she did, they would not take her life. Is not this true? Ariel, aye, sir. Prospero, this blue-eyed hag was hither brought with child, and here was left by sailors. Thou, my slave, as thou reportst thyself, wast then her servant, and for thou wast a spirit too delicate to act her earthy and abhorred commands, refusing her grand hests, she did confine thee by help of her more potent ministers, and in her most unmitigable rage into a cloven pine, within which rift imprisoned, thou didst painfully remain a dozen years, within which space she died, and left thee there, where thou didst vent thy groans as fast as mill-wheels strike. Then was this island, save for the sun that she did litter here, a freckled whelp, hag-born, not honoured with a human shape. Ariel, yes, Caliban her son, Prospero, dull thing, I say so, he that Caliban whom now I keep in service. Thou best know'st what torment I did find thee in. Thy groans did make wolves howl and penetrate the breasts of ever-angry bears. It was a torment to lay upon the damned, which Sycorax could not again undo. It was mine art when I arrived and heard thee that made gape the pine and let thee out. Ariel, I thank thee, master, Prospero. If thou more murmurest, I will rend an oak and peg thee in his knotty entrails till thou haste howled away 12 winters. Ariel, pardon. Master, I will be correspondent to command and do my spriting gently. Prospero, do so, and after 2 days I will discharge thee. Ariel, that's my noble master. What shall I do? Say what shall I do? Prospero, go make thyself like a nymph, OTHC, be subject to no sight but thine and mine, invisible to every eyeball else. Go, take this shape, and hither come in tea. Go hence with diligence. Exit Ariel. Awake, dear heart, awake. Thou hast slept well. Awake, Miranda, waking. The strangeness of your story put heaviness in me. Prospero, shake it off. Come on, we'll visit Caliban, my slave, who never yields us kind answer. Miranda, 'tis a villain, sir, I do not love to look on. Prospero, but as 'tis we cannot miss him, he does make our fire fetch in our wood, and serves in offices that profit us. What ho, slave, Caliban, thou earth, thou speak. Caliban, within, there's wood enough within. Prospero, come forth, I say, there's other business for thee. Come, thou tortoise, when? Re-enter Ariel like a water nymph, fine apparition. My quaint Ariel, hark in thine ear. Ariel, my lord, it shall be done. Exit, Prospero. Thou poisonous slave, got by the devil himself upon thy wicked dam, come forth, enter Caliban. Caliban, as wicked dew as ere my mother brushed with raven's feather from unwholesome fen drop on you both. A southwest blow on ye and blister you all o'er. Prospero. For this, be sure, tonight thou shalt have cramps, side stitches that shall pen thy breath up. Urchins shall forth at vast of night, that they may work all exercise on thee. Thou shalt be pinched as thick as honeycomb, each pinch more stinging than bees that made them. Caliban, I must eat my dinner. This island's mine, by Sycorax my mother, which thou taxed from me. When thou cam'st first, thou strock'st me and made much of me, wouldst give me water with berries in tea, and teach me how to name the bigger light, and how the less that burn by day and night. And then I loved thee, and showed thee all the qualities, O.Th. Isle, the fresh springs, brine pits, barren place, and fertile. Cursed be I that did so. All the charms of Sycorax, toads, beetles, bats, light on you. For I am all the subjects that you have, which first was mine own king, and here you sty me in this hard rock, whiles you do keep from me the rest, O.Th. Island. Prospero, thou most lying slave, whom stripes may move, not kindness. I have as thee filth as thou art with human care, and lodged thee in mine own cell, till thou didst seek to violate the honour of my child. Caliban, oh ho, would tea had been done. Thou didst prevent me. I had peopled else this isle with Calibans. Prospero, abhorred slave, which any print of goodness wilt not take, being capable of all ill. I pitied thee, took pains to make thee speak, taught thee each hour one thing or other. When thou didst not, savage, know thine own meaning, but wouldst gabble like a thing most brutish, I endowed thy purposes with words that made them known. But thy vile race, though thou didst learn, had that in tea which good natures could not abide to be with. Therefore wast thou deservedly confined into this rock, who hadst deserved more than a prison. Caliban, you taught me language, and my profit on tea is I know how to curse. The red plague rid you for learning me your language. Prospero, hagseed hence, fetch us in fuel, and be quick, thou art best to answer other business. Shrugg'st thou malice, if thou neglect'st or dost unwillingly what I command, I'll rack thee with old cramps, fill all thy bones with aches, make thee roar that beasts shall tremble at thy din. Caliban. No, pray thee, aside, I must obey, his art is of such power it would control my dam's god Setebos and make a vassal of him. Prospero. So slave hence, exit Caliban, re-enter Ariel playing and singing, Ferdinand following, Ariel's song. Come unto these yellow sands and then take hands, curtsied when you have and kissed the wild waves whist. Foot it featly here and there and sweet sprites bear the burden. Hark, hark, burden dispersedly, bow wow, the watch dogs bark. Burden dispersedly. Bow wow, hark, hark, I hear the strain of strutting chanticleer cry cock-a-diddle-dow. Ferdinand, where should this music be? Ith air or th earth, it sounds no more, and sure it waits upon some god oth island. Sitting on a bank, weeping again the king my father's wrack, this music crept by me upon the waters, allaying both their fury and my passion with its sweet air, thence I have followed it, or it hath drawn me rather, but 'tis gone. No, it begins again. Ariel sings, full fathom 5 thy father lies, of his bones a coral made, those are pearls that were his eyes, nothing of him that doth fade but doth suffer a seat change into something rich and strange. Sea nymphs hourly ring his knell, burden, ding-dong. Hark, now I hear them, ding-dong bell, Ferdinand. The ditty does remember my drowned father. This is no mortal business, nor no sound that the earth owes. I hear it now above me. Prospero, the fringed curtains of thine eye advance and say what thou seest yond. Miranda, what is't? A spirit, Lord, how it looks about. Believe me, sir, it carries a brave form, but 'tis a spirit. Prospero, no wench, it eats and sleeps and hath such senses as we have such. This gallant which thou seest was in the rack, and but he's something stained with grief, that's beauty's canker. Thou mightst call him a goodly person, he hath lost his fellows and strays about to find em. Miranda, I might call him a thing divine, for nothing natural I ever saw so noble. Prospero, aside, it goes on I see as my soul prompts it. Spirit, fine spirit, I'll free thee within 2 days for this. Ferdinand, most sure the goddess on whom these airs attend, vouchsafe my prayer may know if you remain upon this island, and that you will some good instruction give how I may bear me here. My prime request, which I do last pronounce, is, oh you wonder, if you be maid or no. Miranda, no wonder, sir, but certainly a maid. Ferdinand, my language, heavens, I am the best of them that speak this speech, were I but where 'tis spoken. Prospero, how the best? What wert thou if the king of Naples heard thee? Ferdinand, a single thing as I am now that wonders to hear thee speak of Naples. He does hear me, and that he does I weep, myself am Naples, who with mine eyes never since at ebb beheld the king my father racked. Miranda, alack for mercy. Ferdinand, yes, faith, and all his lords, the Duke of Milan and his brave son being twain. Prospero, aside. The Duke of Milan and his more braver daughter could control thee if now twere fit to dot. At the first sight they have changed eyes. Delicate Ariel, I'll set thee free for this. To Ferdinand, a word, good sir. I fear you have done yourself some wrong. A word. Miranda, why speaks my father so ungently? This is the 3rd man that e'er I saw, the first that e'er I sighed for. Pity move my father to be inclined my way. Ferdinand, oh, if a virgin and your affection not gone forth, I'll make you the Queen of Naples. Prospero, soft, sir, one word more. Aside, they are both in either's powers. But this swift business I must uneasy make, lest too light winning make the prize light. To Ferdinand, one word more, I charge thee that thou attend me. Thou dost here usurp the name thou owest not, and haste put thyself upon this island as a spy to win it from me the Lord on tea. Ferdinand, know as I am a man. Miranda, there's nothing ill can dwell in such a temple, if the ill spirit have so fair a house, good things will strive to dwell with tea. Prospero, to Ferdinand, follow me. To Miranda, speak not you for him, he's a traitor. To Ferdinand, come, I'll manacle thy neck and feet together, sea water shalt thou drink, thy food shall be the fresh brook mussels, withered roots and husks wherein the acorn cradled. Follow. Ferdinand, no, I will resist such entertainment till mine enemy has more power. He draws and is charmed from moving. Miranda, O dear father, make not too rash a trial of him, for he's gentle and not fearful. Prospero, what, I say, my foot my tutor, Put thy sword up, traitor, who maxed a show but darst not strike. Thy conscience is so possessed with guilt. Come from thy ward, for I can here disarm thee with this stick and make thy weapon drop. Miranda, beseech you, father, Prospero, hence hang not on my garments. Miranda, sir, have pity, I'll be his surety. Prospero, silence, one word more shall make me chide thee if not hate thee. What, an advocate for an impostor? Hush, thou think'st there is no more such shapes as he, having seen but him and Caliban, foolish wench. To most of men this is a Caliban, and they to him are angels. Miranda, my affections are then most humble, I have no ambition to see a goodlier man. Prospero, to Ferdinand, come on, obey, thy nerves are in their infancy again and have no vigour in them. Ferdinand, so they are, my spirits as in a dream are all bound up. My father's loss, the weakness which I feel, the wrack of all my friends, nor this man's threats, to whom I am subdued, are but light to me. Might I but through my prison once a day behold this maid, all corners else earth let liberty make use of, space enough have I in such a prison. Prospero, aside, it works, to Ferdinand, come on, thou hast done well, fine Ariel, to Ferdinand, follow me, to Ariel, hark what thou else shalt do me. Miranda, be of comfort, my father's of a better nature, sir, than he appears by speech, this is unwonted which now came from him. Prospero, thou shalt be as free as mountain winds, but then exactly do all points of my command. Ariel, to syllable, Prospero, to Ferdinand, come follow, speak not for him. Exeunt, Act Roman 2 Scene I, another part of the island. Enter Alonso, Sebastian, Antonio, Gonzalo, Adrian, Francisco, and others. Gonzalo, beseech you, sir, be merry, you have cause, so have we all of joy, for our escape is much beyond our loss. Our hint of woe is common. Every day some sailor's wife, the masters of some merchant and the merchant, have just our theme of woe, but for the miracle I mean our preservation. Few in millions can speak like us, then wisely, good sir, weigh our sorrow with our comfort. Alonso, prithee peace. Sebastian, he receives comfort like cold porridge. Antonio, the visitor will not give him also. Sebastian, look, he's winding up the watch of his wit, by and by it will strike. Gonzalo, Sir Sebastian, one tell, Gonzalo, when every grief is entertained that's offered comes to the entertainer, Sebastian. $1, Gonzalo. Dollar comes to him. Indeed, you have spoken truer than you purposed. Sebastian, you have taken it wiselier than I meant you should. Gonzalo. Therefore my lord Antonio, fie, what a spendthrift is he of his tongue. Alonso. I prithee spare, Gonzalo. Well, I have done, but yet, Sebastian, he will be talking. Antonio. Which of he or Adrian for a good wager first begins to crow? Sebastian, the old cock. Antonio, the cockerel. Sebastian, done, the wager. Antonio. A laughter. Sebastian. A match, Adrian, though this island seem to be desert. Antonio. Ha ha ha, Sebastian, so, you're paid. Adrian, uninhabitable and almost inaccessible. Sebastian. Yet Adrian, yet Antonio, he could not miss tea. Adrian, it must needs be of subtle, tender, and delicate temperance. Antonio, temperance was a delicate wench. Sebastian, aye, and a subtle, as he most learnedly delivered. Adrian, the air breathes upon us here most sweetly. Sebastian, as if it had lungs and rotten wands. Antonio, or as twere perfumed by a fen. Gonzalo, here is everything advantageous to life. Antonio, true, save means to live. Sebastian, of that there's none or little. Gonzalo, how lush and lusty the grass looks, how green. Antonio, the ground indeed is tawny. Sebastian, with an eye of green int. Antonio, he misses not much. Sebastian, no, he doth but mistake the truth totally. Gonzalo, but the rarity of it is, which is indeed almost beyond credit. Sebastian, as many vouched rarities are. Gonzalo, that our garments, being as they were drenched in the sea, hold notwithstanding their freshness and glosses, being rather new-dyed than stained with salt water. Antonio, if but one of his pockets could speak, would it not say he lies? Sebastian, aye, or very falsely pocket up his report. Gonzalo, methinks our garments are now as fresh as when we put them on first in Afric at the marriage of the king's fair daughter Claribel to the king of Tunis. Sebastian, 'twas a sweet marriage, and we prosper well in our return. Adrian, Tunis was never graced before with such a paragon to their queen. Gonzalo, not since widow Dido's time. Antonio, widow Apoxo that, how came that widow in? Widow Dido. Sebastian, what if he had said widower Aeneas too? Good Lord, how you take it. Adrian, widow Dido said you make me study of that, she was of Carthage, not of Tunis. Gonzalo, this Tunis, sir, was Carthage. Adrian, Carthage. Gonzalo, I assure you Carthage. Antonio, his word is more than the miraculous harp. Sebastian, he hath raised the wall and houses too. Antonio, what impossible matter will he make easy next? Sebastian, I think he will carry this island home in his pocket and give it his son for an apple. Antonio, and sowing the kernels of it in the sea bring forth more islands. Alonso, I, Antonio, why in good time. Gonzalo, to Alonso, sir, we were talking that our garments seem now as fresh as when we were at Tunis at the marriage of your daughter, who is now queen. Antonio, and the rarest that e'er came there. Sebastian, bait, I beseech you, widow Dido. Antonio, oh, widow Dido, I, widow Dido. Gonzalo, is not, sir, my doublet as fresh as the first day I wore it? I mean in a sort. Antonio, that sort was well fished for. Gonzalo, when I wore it at your daughter's marriage. Alonso, you cram these words into mine ears against the stomach of my sense. Would I had never married my daughter there, for coming thence my son is lost, and in my rate she too, who is so far from Italy removed, I ne'er again shall see her. O thou mine heir of Naples and of Milan, what strange fish hath made his meal on thee? Francisco, sir, he may live, I saw him beat the surges under him and ride upon their backs. He trod the water, whose enmity he flung aside, and breasted the surge most swoln that met him. His bold head bove the contentious waves he kept, and awed himself with his good arms in lusty stroke to th shore, that o'er his wave-worn basis bowed as stooping to relieve him. I not doubt he came alive to land. Alonso, no, he's gone. Sebastian, sir, you may thank yourself for this great loss that would not bless our Europe with your daughter, but rather lose her to an African, where she at least is banished from your eye, who hath cause to wet the grief on tea. Alonso, prithee, peace. Sebastian, you were kneeled to and importuned otherwise by all of us, and the fair soul herself weighed between loathness and obedience, at which end O.Th. Beam should bow. We have lost your son, I fear, for ever. Milan and Naples have more widows in them of this business-making than we bring men to comfort them. The fault's your own. Alonso, so is the dearest O.Th. loss. Gonzalo, my lord. Sebastian, the truth you speak doth lack some gentleness and time to speak it in. You rub the sore when you should bring the plaster. Sebastian, very well. Antonio, and most chirurgeonly. Gonzalo, it is foul weather in us all, good sir, when you are cloudy. Sebastian, foul weather. Antonio, very foul. Gonzalo, had I plantation of this isle, my lord. Antonio, he'd sow tea with nettle seed. Sebastian, or docks or mallows. Gonzalo, and with a king on't, what would I do? Sebastian, scape being drunk for want of wine. Gonzalo, ith commonwealth, I would by contraries execute all things. For no kind of traffic would I admit, no name of magistrate. Letters should not be known. Riches, poverty, and use of service, none. Contract, succession, born, bound of land, tilth, vineyard, none. No use of metal, corn, or wine, or oil. No occupation, all men idle, all, and women too, but innocent and pure. No sovereignty. Sebastian, yet he would be king on't. Antonio, the latter end of his commonwealth forgets the beginning. Gonzalo, all things in common nature should produce without sweat or endeavour. Treason, felony, sword, pike, knife, gun, or need of any engine would I not have, but nature should bring forth of its own kind all foison, all abundance to feed my innocent people. Sebastian, no marrying mong his subjects. Antonio, non man, all idle, whores and knaves. Gonzalo, I would with such perfection govern, sir, t excel the golden age. Sebastian, save his majesty. Antonio, long live Gonzalo. Gonzalo, and do you mark me, sir? Alonso, prithee no more, thou dost talk nothing to me. Gonzalo, I do well believe your highness, and did it to minister occasion to these gentlemen who are of such sensible and nimble lungs that they always used to laugh at nothing. Antonio, 'twas you we laughed at. Gonzalo, who in this kind of merry fooling am nothing to you, so you may continue and laugh at nothing still. Antonio, what a blow was there given! Sebastian, and it had not fallen flat long. Gonzalo, you are gentleman of brave metal. You would lift the moon out of her sphere if she would continue in it 5 weeks without changing. Enter Ariel, invisible, playing solemn music. Sebastian, we would so and then go abat fowling. Antonio, nay, good my lord, be not angry. Gonzalo, no, I warrant you, I will not adventure my discretion so weakly. Will you laugh me asleep, for I am very heavy? Antonio, go sleep and hear us. All sleep but Alonso. Sebastian and Antonio. Alonso, what, all so soon asleep? I wish mine eyes would with themselves shut up my thoughts, I find they are inclined to do so. Sebastian, please you, sir, do not omit the heavy offer of it. It seldom visits sorrow, when it doth it is a comforter. Antonio, we too, my lord, will guard your person while you take your rest and watch your safety. Alonso, thank you, wondrous heavy. Alonso sleeps. Exit Ariel. Sebastian, what a strange drowsiness possesses them. Antonio, it is the quality of climate. Sebastian, why doth it not then our eyelids sink? I find not myself disposed to sleep. Antonio, nor I, my spirits are nimble. They fell together all as by consent, they dropped as by a thunder stroke. What might, worthy Sebastian, oh what might? No more, and yet methinks I see it in thy face what thou shouldst be. Occasion speaks thee, and my strong imagination sees a crown dropping upon thy head. Sebastian, what art thou waking? Antonio, do you not hear me speak? Sebastian, I do, and surely it is a sleepy language, and thou speakst out of thy sleep. What is it thou didst say? This is a strange repose, to be asleep with eyes wide open, standing, speaking, moving, and yet so fast asleep. Antonio, noble Sebastian, thou lett'st thy fortune sleep die rather, wink'st whiles thou art waking. Sebastian, thou dost snore distinctly, there's meaning in thy snores. Antonio, I am more serious than my custom, you must be so too if heed me, which to do trebles the oar. Sebastian, well, I am standing water. Antonio, I'll teach you how to flow. Sebastian, do so to ebb, hereditary sloth instructs me. Antonio, oh, if you but knew how you the purpose cherish whiles thus you mock it, how in stripping it you more invest it. Ebbing men indeed most often do so near the bottom run by their own fear or sloth. Sebastian, prithee say on. The setting of thine eye and cheek proclaim a matter from thee, and a birth indeed which throws thee much to yield. Antonio, thus, sir, although this lord of weak remembrance, this who shall be of as little memory when he is earthed, hath here almost persuaded. For he's a spirit of persuasion, only professes to persuade. The king his son's alive, 'tis as impossible that he's undrowned as he that sleeps here swims. Sebastian, I have no hope that he's undrowned. Antonio, oh, out of that no hope, what great hope have you? No hope, that way is another way so high a hope, that even ambition cannot pierce a wink beyond, but doubts discovery there. Will you grant with me that Ferdinand is drowned? Sebastian, he's gone. Antonio, then tell me who's the next heir of Naples? Sebastian, Claribel. Antonio, she that is Queen of Tunis, she that dwells 10 leagues beyond man's life. She that from Naples can have no note unless the sun were post, the man moons too slow, till newborn chins be rough and razorable. She that from whom we all were sea swallowed, though some cast again, and by that destiny to perform an act whereof what's past is prologue, what to come in yours and my discharge. Sebastian, what stuff is this? How say you? 'Tis true. My brother's daughter's Queen of Tunis, so is she heir of Naples, twixt which regions there is some space. Antonio, a space whose every cubit seems to cry out, how shall that Claribel measure us back to Naples? Keep in Tunis, let Sebastian wake. Say this were death that now hath seized them, why they were no worse than now they are. There be that can rule Naples as well as he that sleeps, lords that can prate as amply and unnecessarily as this Gonzalo. I myself could make a show of as deep chat. Oh, that you bore the mind that I do. What a sleep were this for your advancement, do you understand me? Sebastian, methinks I do. Antonio, and how does your content tender your own good fortune? Sebastian, I remember you did supplant your brother Prospero. Antonio, true, and look how well my garments sit upon me, much feeter than before. My brother's servants were then my fellows, now they are my men. Sebastian, but for your conscience. Antonio, ay, sir, where lies that? If 'twere a kibe, 'twould put me to my slipper. But I feel not this deity in my bosom. 20 consciences that stand twixt me and Milan, candid be they and melt ere they molest. Here lies your brother, no better than the earth he lies upon, if he were that which now he's like that's dead, whom I with this obedient steel 3 inches of it can lay to bed for ever. Whiles you doing thus, to the perpetual wink, for I might put this ancient morsel, this Sir Prudence who should not upbraid our course. For all the rest, they'll take suggestion as a cat laps milk. They'll tell the clock to any business that we say befits the hour. Sebastian, thy case, dear friend, shall be my precedent. As thou gotst Milan, I'll come by Naples. Draw thy sword, 1 stroke shall free thee from the tribute which thou payest, and I the king shall love thee. Antonio, draw together, and when I rear my hand, do you the like, to fall it on Gonzalo. Sebastian, oh, but 1 word, they converse apart. Music, re-enter Ariel, invisible Ariel. My master through his art foresees the danger that you his friend are in, and sends me forth, for else his project dies, to keep them living. Sings in Gonzalo's ear, while you here do snoring lie, open-eyed conspiracy his time doth take. If of life you keep a care, shake off slumber and beware. Awake, awake, Antonio, then let us both be sudden. Gonzalo, now, good angels preserve the king, they wake. Alonso, why how now, ho, awake, why are you drawn, wherefore this ghastly looking? Gonzalo, what's the matter? Sebastian, whiles we stood here securing your repose, even now we heard a hollow burst of bellowing like bulls, or rather lions. Did he not wake you? It struck mine ear most terribly. Alonso, I heard nothing. Antonio, oh, 'twas a din to fright a monster's ear, to make an earthquake. Sure, it was the roar of a whole herd of lions. Alonso, heard you this? Gonzalo, Gonzalo, upon mine honour, sir, I heard a humming, and that a strange one too, which did awake me. I shacked you, sir, and cried. As mine eyes opened, I saw their weapons drawn. There was a noise, that's verily. 'Tis best we stand upon our guard, or that we quit this place. Let's draw our weapons. Alonso, lead off this ground, and let's make further search for my poor son. Gonzalo, heavens keep him from these beasts, for he is sure ith island. Alonso, lead away. Exit with the others. Ariel, Prospero my lord shall know what I have done, so king, go safely on to seek thy son. Exit, scene Roman 2, another part of the island. Enter Caliban with a burden of wood, a noise of thunder heard. Caliban, all the infections that the sun sucks up from bogs, fens, flats on Prosper fall, and make him by inchmeal a disease. His spirits hear me, and yet I needs must curse. But they'll nor pinch, fright me with urchin shows, pitch me i' the mire, nor lead me, like a firebrand, in the dark out of my way, unless he bid 'em. But for every trifle are they set upon me, sometime like apes that mow and chatter at me, and after bite me, then like hedgehogs which lie tumbling in my barefoot way, and mount their pricks at my footfall. Sometime am I all wound with adders, who with cloven tongues do hiss me into madness. Enter Trinculo. Lo, now lo, here comes a spirit of his, and to torment me for bringing wood in slowly. I'll fall flat, perchance he will not mind me. Trinculo. Here's neither bush nor shrub to bear off any weather at all, and another storm brewing. I hear it sing ith wind. Yond same black cloud, yond huge one, looks like a foul bombard that would shed his liquor. If it should thunder as it did before, I know not where to hide my head. Yond same cloud cannot choose but fall by pailfuls. What have we here? A man or a fish, dead or alive? A fish, he smells like a fish, a very ancient and fish-like smell, a kind of not of the newest poor John. A strange fish, were I in England now as once I was, and had but this fish painted, not a holiday fool there but would give a piece of silver. There would this monster make a man. Any strange beast there makes a man. When they will not give a doit to relieve a lame beggar, they will lay out 10 to see a dead Indian. Legged like a man, and his fins like arms, warm, O my troth, I do now let loose my opinion, hold it no longer. This is no fish, but an islander that hath lately suffered by thunderbolt. Thunder. Alas, the storm is come again. My best way is to creep under his gabardine. There is no other shelter hereabout. Misery acquaints a man with strange bedfellows. I will here shroud till the dregs of the storm be past. Enter Stefano singing, a bottle in his hand. Stefano. I shall no more to see, here shall I die ashore. This is a very scurvy tune to sing at a man's funeral. Well, here's my comfort. Drinks. The master, the swabber, the boatswain, and I, the gunner and his mate, loved Mal, Meg, and Marion, and Marjorie, but none of us cared for Kate, for she had a tongue with a tang, would cry to a sailor, go hang. She loved not the savour of tar nor of pitch, yet a tailor might scratch her where'er she did itch. Then to sea, boys, and let her go hang. This is a scurvy tune too, but here's my comfort. Drinks. Caliban. Do not torment me, oh, Stefano. What's the matter, have we devils here? Do you put tricks upon us with savages and men of Ind? Ha, I have not scapt drowning to be afeard now of your 4 legs, for it hath been said, as proper a man as ever went on 4 legs cannot make him give ground, and it shall be said so again while Stefano breathes at nostrils. Caliban. The spirit torments me, oh, Stefano. This is some monster of the isle with 4 legs, who hath got, as I take it, an ague. Where the devil should he learn our language? I will give him some relief if it be but for that. If I can recover him and keep him tame and get to Naples with him, he's a present for any emperor that ever trod on neat's leather. Caliban. Do not torment me, prithee, I'll bring my wood home faster. Stefano. He's in his fit now and does not talk after the wisest. He shall taste of my bottle, if he have never drunk wine afore it will go near to remove his fit. If I can recover him and keep him tame, I will not take too much for him. He shall pay for him that hath him, and that soundly. Caliban. Thou dost me yet but little hurt, thou wilt anon, I know it by thy trembling, now prosper works upon thee. Stefano. Come on your ways, open your mouth. Here is that which will give language to you, cat. Open your mouth. This will shake your shaking, I can tell you, and that soundly. Gives Caliban a drink you. Cannot tell who's your friend, open your chaps again. Trinculo. I should know that voice, it should be, but he is drowned, and these are devils. Oh, defend me, Stefano. 4 legs and 2 voices, a most delicate monster. His forward voice now is to speak well of his friend, his backward voice is to utter foul speeches and to detract. If all the wine in my bottle will recover him, I will help his ague. Come, amen, I will pour some in thy other mouth. Trinculo, Stefano, Stefano, doth thy other mouth call me? Mercy, mercy, this is a devil and no monster, I will leave him, I have no long spoon. Trinculo, Stefano, if thou be'st Stefano, touch me and speak to me, for I am Trinculo, be not afeard, thy good friend Trinculo. Stefano, if thou be'st Trinculo, come forth. I'll pull thee by the lesser legs, if any be Trinculo's legs, these are they. Thou art very Trinculo indeed. How cam'st thou to be the siege of this moon calf? Can he vent Trinculo's? Trinculo, I took him to be killed with a thunderstroke. But art thou not drowned, Stefano? I hope now thou are not drowned. Is the storm overblown? I hid me under the dead moon calf's gabardine for fear of the storm. And art thou living, Stefano? O Stefano, 2 Neapolitans scapt. Stefano. Prithee, do not turn me about. My stomach is not constant. Caliban, aside. These be fine things, and if they be not sprites, that's a brave god and bears celestial liquor. I will kneel to him. Stefano, how didst thou scape? How cam'st thou hither? Swear by this bottle how thou cam'st hither. I escaped upon a butt of sack which the sailors heaved overboard by this bottle, which I made of the bark of a tree with mine own hands since I was cast ashore. Caliban. I'll swear upon that bottle to be thy true subject, for the liquor is not earthly. Stefano. Here, swear then how thou escapedst. Trinculo. Swum ashore, man, like a duck. I can swim like a duck, I'll be sworn. Stefano. Here, kiss the book, though thou canst swim like a duck, thou art made like a goose. Trinculo. O Stefano, haste any more of this. Stefano. The whole but man, my cellar is in a rock by th seaside where my wine is hid. How now, mooncalf, how does thine ague, Caliban? Haste thou not dropped from heaven, Stefano. Out o' the moon, I do assure thee, I was the man in the moon. When time was, Caliban, I have seen thee in her, and I do adore thee. My mistress showed me thee and thy dog and thy bush. Stefano, come swear to that, kiss the book. I will furnish it anon with new contents. Swear, Trinculo, by this good light, this is a very shallow monster. I afeard of him, a very weak monster. The man I the moon, a most poor credulous monster. Well-drawn monster in good sooth. Caliban, I'll show thee every fertile inch o' the island, and I will kiss thy foot. I prithee be my God. Trinculo, by this light a most perfidious and drunken monster. When God's asleep he'll rob his bottle. Caliban, I'll kiss thy foot, I'll swear myself thy subject. Stephano, come on then down and swear. Trinculo, I shall laugh myself to death at this puppy-headed monster. A most scurvy monster, I could find in my heart to beat him. Stephano, come kiss Trinculo, but that the poor monster's in drink. An abominable monster, Caliban, I'll show thee the best springs. I'll pluck thee berries, I'll fish for thee and get thee wood enough. A plague upon the tyrant that I serve. I'll bear him no more sticks, but follow thee, thou wondrous man. Trinculo, a most ridiculous monster to make a wonder of a poor drunkard. Caliban, I prithee let me bring thee where crabs grow, and I with my long nails will dig thee pig nuts. Show thee a jay's nest, and instruct thee how to snare the nimble marmoset. I'll bring thee to clustering filberts, and sometimes I'll get thee young scamels from the rock. Wilt thou go with me, Stephano? I prithee now lead the way without any more talking. Trinculo the king and all our company else being drowned, we will inherit here. Here bear my bottle, fellow Trinculo will fill him by and by again. Caliban sings drunkenly. Farewell, master, farewell, farewell, Trinculo, a howling monster, a drunken monster. Caliban, no more dams I'll make for fish, nor fetch in firing at requiring, nor scrape trenchering, nor wash dish. Ban, Caliban has a new master, get a new man. Freedom, high day, freedom, freedom, high day, freedom. Stephano, O brave monster, lead the way. Exeunt. Act Roman 3 Scene I, before Prospero's cell. Enter Ferdinand bearing a log. Ferdinand, there be some sports are painful, and their labour delight in them sets off. Some kinds of baseness are nobly undergone, and most poor matters point to rich ends. This my mean task would be as heavy to me as odious, but the mistress which I serve quickens what's dead, and makes my labours pleasures. Oh, she is 10 times more gentle than her father's crabbed, and he's composed of harshness. I must remove some thousands of these logs, and pile them up upon a sore injunction. My sweet mistress weeps when she sees me work, and says such baseness had never like executor. I forget, but these sweet thoughts do even refresh my labours, most busy least when I do it. Enter Miranda and Prospero behind. Miranda, alas now pray you work not so hard, I would the lightning had burnt up those logs that you are enjoined to pile. Pray set it down and rest you. When this burns, 'twill weep for having wearied you. My father is hard at study, pray now rest yourself, he's safe for these 3 hours. Ferdinand, O most dear mistress, the sun will set before I shall discharge what I must strive to do. Miranda, if you'll sit down I'll bear your logs the while. Pray give me that, I'll carry it to the pile. Ferdinand, no precious creature, I had rather crack my sinews, break my back, than you should such dishonour undergo while I sit lazy by. Miranda, it would become me as well as it does you, and I should do it with much more ease, for my good will is to it and yours it is against. Prospero, aside, poor worm, thou art infected. This visitation shows it. Miranda, you look wearily. Ferdinand, no, noble mistress, 'tis fresh morning with me, when you are by at night. I do beseech you chiefly that I might set it in my prayers, what is your name? Miranda, Miranda, O my father, I have broke your hest to say so. Ferdinand admired Miranda. Indeed the top of admiration, worth what's dearest to the world. Full many a lady I have eyed with best regard, and many a time harmony of their tongues hath into bondage brought my too diligent ear. For several virtues have I licked several women, never any with so full soul, but some defect in her did quarrel with the noblest grace she owed, and put it to the foil. But you, O you, so perfect and so peerless, are created of every creature's best. Miranda, I do not know one of my sex. No woman's face remember save from my glass mine own. Nor have I seen more that I may call men than you, good friend and my dear father. How features are abroad I am skillless of, but by my modesty the jewel in my dower I would not wish any companion in the world but you. Nor can imagination form a shape besides yourself to like of. But I prattle something too wildly, and my father's precepts I therein do forget. Ferdinand, I am in my condition a prince. Miranda, I do think a king I would not so, and would no more endure this wooden slavery than to suffer the flesh fly blow my mouth. Hear my soul speak, The very instant that I saw you did my heart fly to your service, there resides to make me slave to it, and for your sake am I this patient log man. Miranda, do you love me? Ferdinand. O heaven, O earth, bear witness to this sound, and crown what I profess with kind event if I speak true, if hollowly invert what best is boded me to mischief. I, beyond all limit of what else I the world do love, prize, honour you. Miranda, I am a fool to weep at what I am glad of. Prospero, aside, fair encounter of two most rare affections. Heavens rain grace on that which breeds between em. Ferdinand, wherefore weep you, Miranda? At mine unworthiness, that dare not offer what I desire to give, and much less take what I shall die to want. But this is trifling, and all the more it seeks to hide itself, the bigger bulk it shows. Hence bashful cunning, and prompt me plain and holy innocence. I am your wife if you will marry me, if not I'll die your maid. To be your fellow you may deny me, but I'll be your servant whether you will or no. Ferdinand, my mistress dearest, and I thus humble ever. Miranda, my husband then. Ferdinand, I with a heart as willing as bondage heir of freedom, here's my hand. Miranda, and mine with my heart in tea, and now farewell till half an hour hence. Ferdinand, 1,000,000, exeunt Ferdinand and Miranda severally. Prospero, so glad of this as they I cannot be who are suppressed withal, but my rejoicing at nothing can be more. I'll to my book, for yet ere supper time must I perform much business appertaining. Exit, scene Roman 2. Another part of the island. Enter Caliban with a bottle, Stephano and Trinculo. Stephano, tell not me. When the butt is out we will drink water, not a drop before, therefore bear up and board em. Servant monster, drink to me. Trinculo, servant monster, the folly of this island. They say there's but 5 upon this isle, we are 3 of them, if th other 2 be brained like us the state totters. Stephano. Drink, servant monster, when I bid thee, thy eyes are almost set in thy head. Trinculo, where should they be set else? He were a brave monster indeed if they were set in his tail. Stephano. My man monster hath drowned his tongue in sack. For my part the sea cannot drown me, I swam ere I could recover the shore 35 leagues off and on by this light. Thou shalt be my lieutenant, monster, or my standard. Trinculo, your lieutenant if you list, he's no standard. Stephano, will not run, monsieur monster. Trinculo, nor go neither. But you'll lie like dogs, and yet say nothing neither. Stephano, mooncalf, speak once in thy life if thou be'st a good mooncalf. Caliban, how does thy honour? Let me lick thy shoe. I'll not serve him, he is not valiant. Trinculo, thou least most ignorant monster, I am in case to justle a constable. Why, thou debauched fish, thou, was there ever man a coward that hath drunk so much sack as I today? Wilt thou tell a monstrous lie, being but half a fish and half a monster? Caliban, lo, how he mocks me. Wilt thou let him my lord? Trinculo, Lord, quoth he, that a monster should be such a natural. Caliban, lo, lo again, bite him to death, I prithee. Stephano. Trinculo, keep a good tongue in your head, if you prove a mutineer the next tree. The poor monster's my subject, and he shall not suffer indignity. Caliban, I thank my noble lord. Wilt thou be pleased to hearken once again to the suit I made to thee? Stephano. Marry, will I kneel and repeat it, I will stand, and so shall Trinculo. Enter Ariel invisible. Caliban. As I told thee before, I am subject to a tyrant, a sorcerer, that by his cunning hath cheated me of the island. Ariel, thou least. Caliban, thou least, thou jesting monkey, thou, I would my valiant master would destroy thee, I do not lie. Stephano. Trinculo, if you trouble him any more in his tale, by this hand I will supplant some of your teeth. Trinculo. Why, I said nothing. Stephano. Mum then, and no more, proceed. Caliban. I say, by sorcery he got this isle. From me he got it. If thy greatness will, revenge it on him. For I know thou darst, but this thing dare not. Stephano, that's most certain. Caliban, thou shalt be lord of it, and I'll serve thee. Stephano, how now shall this be compassed? Canst thou bring me to the party? Caliban, yea, my lord, I'll yield him thee asleep, where thou mayst knock a nail into his head. Ariel, thou least, thou canst not. Caliban, what a pied ninny's this, thou scurvy patch? I do beseech thy greatness, give him blows and take his bottle from him. When that's gone he shall drink naught but brine, for I'll not show him where the quick freshes are. Stephano. Trinculo, run into no further danger, interrupt the monster one word further, and by this hand I'll turn my mercy out o' doors and make a stock fish of thee. Trinculo. Why, what did I? I did nothing. I'll go farther off. Stephano. Didst thou not say he lied? Ariel, thou least. Stephano, do I so? Take thou that, strikes Trinculo. As you like this, give me the lie another time. Trinculo, I did not give the lie. Out o' your wits and hearing too, a pox o' your bottle, this can sack and drinking do, a murrain on your monster and the devil take your fingers. Caliban, ha ha ha. Stephano, now forward with your tale. Prithee stand further off. Caliban, beat him enough, after a little time I'll beat him too. Stephano, stand farther. Come, proceed, Caliban. Why, as I told thee, 'tis a custom with him afternoon to sleep. There thou mayst brain him, having first seized his books, or with a log batter his skull, or paunch him with a stake, or cut his weasand with thy knife. Remember first to possess his books, for without them he's but a sot as I am, nor hath not one spirit to command. They all do hate him as rootedly as I. Burn but his books. He has brave utensils, for so he calls them, which, when he has a house, he'll deck withal. And that most deeply to consider is the beauty of his daughter. He himself calls her a nonpareil. I never saw a woman but only Sycorax my dam, and she, but she as far surpasseth Sycorax as greats does least. Stephano, is it so brave a lass? Caliban. Ay, lord, she will become thy bed, I warrant, and bring thee forth brave brood. Stephano. Monster, I will kill this man. His daughter and I will be king and queen. Save our graces, and Trinculo and thyself shall be viceroys. Dost thou like the plot, Trinculo, Trinculo? Excellent, Stephano, give me thy hand. I am sorry I beat thee, but while thou livest keep a good tongue in thy head. Caliban, within this half hour will he be asleep. Wilt thou destroy him then? Stephano. Ay, on mine honour. Ariel, this will I tell my master. Caliban, thou mak'st me merry, I am full of pleasure. Let us be jocund. Will you troll the catch you taught me but why lair? Stephano. At thy request, monster, I will do reason any reason. Come on, Trinculo, let us sing. Sings, flout M and cout M and scout M and flout M, thought is free. Caliban, that's not the tune. Ariel plays the tune on a tabor and pipe. Stephano, what is this same? Trinculo, this is the tune of our catch, played by the picture of nobody. Stephano, if thou be'st a man, show thyself in thy likeness. If thou be'st a devil, take tea as thou list. Trinculo, oh, forgive me my sins. Stephano, he that dies pays all debts, I defy thee. Mercy upon us, Caliban. Art thou afeard? Stephano. No, monster, not I. Caliban, be not afeard. The isle is full of noises, sounds, and sweet airs that give delight and hurt not. Sometimes 1,000 twangling instruments will hum about mine ears, and sometimes voices that if I then had whacked after long sleep will make me sleep again. And then in dreaming the clouds methought would open and show riches ready to drop upon me, that when I whacked I cried to dream again. Stephano, this will prove a brave kingdom to me, where I shall have my music for nothing. Caliban, when Prospero is destroyed. Stephano, that shall be by and by, I remember the story. Trinculo, the sound is going away, let's follow it and after do our work. Stephano. Lead, monster, we'll follow. I would I could see this tabora, he lays it on. Wilt come, Trinculo? I'll follow. Stephano. Exeunt, scene Roman 3, another part of the island. Enter Alonso, Sebastian, Antonio, Gonzalo, Adrian, Francisco, and C. Gonzalo. By our Lakin, I can go no further, sir. My old bones ache. Here's a maze trod indeed through forthrights and meanders. By your patience I needs must rest me. Alonso. Old lord, I cannot blame thee, who am myself attached with weariness to dulling of my spirits. Sit down and rest. Even here I will put off my hope and keep it no longer for my flatterer. He is drowned whom thus we stray to find, and the sea mocks our frustrate search on land. Well, let him go. Antonio, aside to Sebastian, I am right glad that he's so out of hope. Do not for one repulse forego the purpose that you resolved to effect. Sebastian, aside to Antonio, the next advantage will we take throughly. Antonio, aside to Sebastian. Let it be tonight, for now they are oppressed with travel they will not nor cannot use such vigilance as when they are fresh. Sebastian, aside to Antonio, I say, tonight no more, solemn and strange music, and Prospero above invisible. Enter several strange shapes, bringing in a banquet, they dance about it with gentle actions of salutation, and inviting the king and sea to eat they depart. Alonso, what harmony is this? My good friends, hark, Gonzalo, marvellous sweet music, Alonso. Give us kind keepers, heavens, what were these? Sebastian, a living drollery. Now I will believe that there are unicorns, that in Arabia there is one tree the phoenix throne, one phoenix at this hour reigning there. Antonio. I'll believe both, and what does else want credit? Come to me and I'll be sworn 'tis true. Travellers ne'er did lie, though fools at home condemn them. Gonzalo. If in Naples I should report this now, would they believe me? If I should say I saw such islanders, for certes these are people of the island, who, though they are of monstrous shape, yet note their manners are more gentle, kind, than of our human generation you shall find many, nay almost any. Prospero. Aside, honest lord, thou hast said well, for some of you there present are worse than devils. Alonso. I cannot too much muse such shapes, such gesture and such sound, expressing, although they want the use of tongue, a kind of excellent dumb discourse. Prospero, aside, praise in departing, Francisco. They vanished strangely, Sebastian. No matter, since they have left their viands behind, for we have stomachs. Wilt please you taste of what is here? Alonso, not I, Gonzalo. Faith, sir, you need not fear. When we were boys, who would believe that there were mountaineers dewlapped like bulls whose throats had hanging at wallets of flesh, or that there were such men whose heads stood in their breasts, which now we find each putter out of 5 for 1 will bring us good warrant of. Alonso. I will stand to and feed, although my last no matter, since I feel the best is past. Brother, my lord the Duke, stand to and do as we. Thunder and lightning. Enter Ariel like a harpy, claps his wings upon the table, and with a quaint device the banquet vanishes. Ariel, you are 3 men of sin whom destiny that hath to instrument this lower world and what is in't, the never surfeited sea hath caused to belch up you. And on this island where man doth not inhabit, you mongst men being most unfit to live, I have made you mad, and even with such like valour men hang and drown their proper selves. Seeing Alonso, Sebastian and C, draw their swords, you fools, I and my fellows are ministers of fate, the elements of whom your swords are tempered may as well wound the loud winds, or with bemocked at stabs kill the still closing waters, as diminish one dowel that's in my plume. My fellow ministers are like invulnerable. If you could hurt, your swords are now too massy for your strengths, and will not be uplifted. But remember, for that's my business to you, that you 3 from Milan did supplant good Prospero, exposed unto the sea which hath requited him and his innocent child. For which foul deed the powers, delaying not forgetting, have incensed the seas and shores, yea, all the creatures, against your peace. Thee of thy son Alonso they have bereft, and do pronounce by me lingering perdition, worse than any death can be at once, shall step by step attend you and your ways, whose wraths to guard you from which here in this most desolate isle else falls upon your heads, is nothing but heart sorrow and a clear life ensuing. He vanishes in thunder, then to soft music enter the shapes again and dance with mocks and mows and carry out the table. Prospero, aside. Bravely the figure of this harpy haste thou performed, my Ariel, a grace it had devouring. Of my instruction haste thou nothing bated in what thou hadst to say, so with good life and observation strange my meaner ministers their several kinds have done. My high charms work, and these mine enemies are all knit up in their distractions, they now are in my power, and in these fits I leave them while I visit young Ferdinand, whom they suppose is drowned, and his and mine loved darling. Exit above, Gonzalo. I the name of something holy, sir, why stand you in this strange stare? Alonso. Oh, it is monstrous, monstrous. Methought the billows spoke and told me of it, the winds did sing it to me, and the thunder, that deep and dreadful organ pipe, pronounced the name of Prosper, it did base my trespass. Therefore my son ith ooze is bedded, and I'll seek him deeper than e'er plummet sounded, and with him there lie mudded. Exit, Sebastian, but one fiend at a time I'll fight their legions o'er. Antonio, I'll be thy second. Exeunt Sebastian and Antonio. Gonzalo. All 3 of them are desperate, their great guilt like poison given to work a great time after. Now gins to bite the spirits. I do beseech you that are of suppler joints, follow them swiftly and hinder them from what this ecstasy may now provoke them to. Adrian. Follow, I pray you. Exeunt. Act Roman 4 Scene I, before Prospero's cell. Enter Prospero, Ferdinand and Miranda. Prospero, if I have too austerely punished you, your compensation makes amends. For I have given you here a third of mine own life, or that for which I live, who once again I tender to thy hand. All thy vexations were but my trials of thy love, and thou haste strangely stood the test. Here afore heaven I ratify this my rich gift. O Ferdinand, do not smile at me that I boast her off, for thou shalt find she will outstrip all praise and make it halt behind her. Ferdinand, I do believe it against an oracle. Prospero, then as my gift and thine own acquisition worthily purchased, take my daughter. But if thou dost break her virgin knot before all sanctimonious ceremonies may with full and holy rite be ministered, no sweet aspersion shall the heavens let fall to make this contract grow. But barren hate, sour-eyed disdain and discord shall bestrew the union of your bed with weeds so loathly that you shall hate it both. Therefore take heed, as Hymen's lamps shall light you. Ferdinand, as I hope for quiet days, fair issue and long life with such love as 'tis now, the murkiest den, the most opportune place, the strongest suggestion our worser genius can, shall never melt mine honour into lust to take away the edge of that day's celebration when I shall think or Phoebus' steeds are founded or night kept chained below. Prospero, fairly spoke, sit then and talk with her, she is thine own. What Ariel, my industrious servant Ariel, enter Ariel, Ariel, what would my potent master? Here I am, Prospero, thou and thy meaner fellows your last service did worthily perform, and I must use you in such another trick. Go bring the rabble o'er whom I give thee power, here to this place. Incite them to quick motion, for I must bestow upon the eyes of this young couple some vanity of mine art, it is my promise, and they expect it from me. Ariel, presently, Prospero, I with a twink, Ariel, before you can say come and go and breathe twice and cry so, each one tripping on his toe will be here with mop and mow. Do you love me, master? No, Prospero. Dearly, my delicate Ariel, do not approach till thou dost hear me call. Ariel, well I conceive, exit, Prospero, look thou be true, do not give dalliance too much the rein. The strongest oaths are straw to th fire either blood, be more abstemious or else good night your vow. Ferdinand, I warrant you, sir, the white cold virgin snow upon my heart abates the ardour of my liver. Prospero. Well, now come my Ariel, bring a corollary rather than want a spirit, appear and pertly, no tongue, all eyes, be silent, soft music, a mask, enter Iris, Iris, Ceres, most bounteous lady, thy rich lees of wheat, rye, barley, vetches, oats and peas. Thy turfy mountains where live nibbling sheep and flat meads thatched with stover them to keep. Thy banks with peoned and twilled brims which spongy April at thy hest betrims to make cold nymphs chaste crowns. And thy broom groves whose shadow the dismissed bachelor loves being lass-lawn, thy pole-clipped vineyard. And thy sea-marge, sterile and rocky hard, where thou thyself dost err. The Queen Oth sky, whose watery arch and messenger am I, bids thee leave these, and with her sovereign grace here on this grass-plot in this very place to come and sport. Her peacocks fly amain, approach rich Ceres her to entertain. Enter Ceres. Ceres, hail many-coloured messenger that ne'er dost disobey the wife of Jupiter, who with thy saffron wings upon my flowers diffusest honey drops, refreshing showers, and with each end of thy blue bow dost crown my bosky acres and my unshrubbed down, rich scarf to my proud earth. Why hath thy queen summoned me hither to this short-grassed green? Iris, a contract of true love to celebrate, and some donation freely to estate on the blessed lovers. Ceres, tell me, heavenly bow, if Venus or her son, as thou dost know, do now attend the queen, since they did plot the means that dusky dis my daughter got, her and her blind boy's scandaled company I have forsworn. Iris, of her society be not afraid. I met her deity cutting the clouds towards Paphos, and her son dove drawn with her. Here thought they to have done some wanton charm upon this man and maid, whose vows are that no bed-right shall be paid till Hymen's torch be lighted. But in vain, Mars's hot minion is returned again. Her waspish-headed son has broke his arrows, swears he will shoot no more but play with sparrows and be a boy right out. Ceres, Highest queen of state, great Juno comes, I know her by her gait. Enter Juno. Juno, how does my bounteous sister? Go with me to bless this twain, that they may prosperous be and honoured in their issue. They sing. Juno, honour, riches, marriage blessing, long continuance and increasing hourly joys be still upon you. Juno sings her blessings on you. Ceres, earth's increase, voice and plenty, barns and garners never empty, vines with clustering bunches growing, plants with goodly burden bowing, spring come to you at the farthest in the very end of harvest. Scarcity and want shall shun you, Ceres' blessing so is on you. Ferdinand, this is a most majestic vision and harmonious charmingly. May I be bold to think these spirits, Prospero, spirits which by mine art I have from their confines called to enact my present fancies. Ferdinand, let me live here ever, so rare a wondered father and a wise makes this place paradise. Juno and Ceres whisper and send Iris on employment. Prospero, sweet now silence. Juno and Ceres whisper seriously, there's something else to do. Hush and be mute or else our spell is marred. Iris, you nymphs called naiads of the winding brooks, with your sedged crowns and ever harmless looks, leave your crisp channels and on this green land answer your summons. Juno does command. Come, temperate nymphs, and help to celebrate a contract of true love, be not too late. Enter certain nymphs. You sunburned cyclamen of August weary, come hither from the furrow and be merry, make holiday, your rye straw hats put on, and these fresh nymphs encounter every one in country footing. Enter certain reapers properly habited, they join with the nymphs in a graceful dance, towards the end whereof Prospero starts suddenly and speaks, after which to a strange, hollow and confused noise they heavily vanish. Prospero, aside, I had forgot that foul conspiracy of the beast Caliban and his confederates against my life. The minute of their plot is almost come. To the spirits, well done, avoid no more. Ferdinand, this is strange, your father's in some passion that works him strongly. Miranda, never till this day saw I him touched with anger so distempered. Prospero, you do look, my son, in a moved sort as if you were dismayed. Be cheerful, sir, our revels now are ended. These our actors, as I foretold you, were all spirits and are melted into air, into thin air. And like the baseless fabric of this vision, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples, the great globe itself, yea, all which it inherit, shall dissolve, and like this insubstantial pageant faded, leave not a rack behind. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. Sir, I am vexed, bear with my weakness. My old brain is troubled. Be not disturbed with my infirmity. If you be pleased, retire into my cell and there repose. A turn or two I'll walk to still my beating mind. Ferdinand, Miranda, we wish your peace. Exeunt. Prospero, come with a thought. I thank thee, Ariel. Come, enter, Ariel. Ariel, thy thoughts I cleave to. What's thy pleasure? Prospero, spirit, we must prepare to meet with Caliban. Ariel, I, my commander. When I presented Ceres, I thought to have told thee of it, but I feared lest I might anger thee. Prospero, say again, where didst thou leave these varlets? Ariel, I told you, sir, they were red hot with drinking, so full of valour that they smote the air, for breathing in their faces, beat the ground for kissing of their feet, yet always bending towards their project. Then I beat my tabor, at which, like unbacked colts, they pricked their ears, advanced their eyelids, lifted up their noses as they smelt music. So I charmed their ears that calf-like they my lowing followed through toothed briars, sharp furzes, pricking goss and thorns, which entered their frail shins. At last I left them filthy mantled pool beyond your cell, their dancing up to chins that the foul lake o'erstunk their feet. Prospero, this was well done, my bird. Thy shape invisible retain thou still, the trumpery in my house, go bring it hither for stale to catch these thieves. Ariel, I go, exit. Prospero, a devil, a born devil, on whose nurture can never stick, on whom my pains, humanely taken, all lost, quite lost. And as with age his body uglier grows, so his mind cankers. I will plague them all, even to roaring. Re-enter Ariel, loaden with glistering apparel, and see. Come, hang them on this line. Prospero and Ariel remain invisible. Enter Caliban, Stephano and Trinculo all wet. Caliban, pray you tread softly that the blind mole may not hear a footfall, we now are near his cell. Stephano. Monster, your fairy, which you say is a harmless fairy, has done little better than played the jack with us. Trinculo. Monster, I do smell all horse piss, at which my nose is in great indignation. Stephano, so is mine, do you hear, monster? If I should take a displeasure against you, look you, Trinculo, thou wert but a lost monster. Caliban, good my lord, give me thy favour still, be patient, for the prize I'll bring thee to shall hoodwink this mischance, therefore speak softly. All's hushed as midnight yet. Trinculo, aye, but to lose our bottles in the pool. Stephano. There is not only disgrace and dishonour in that, monster, but an infinite loss. Trinculo, that's more to me than my wetting. Yet this is your harmless fairy, monster. Stephano, I will fetch off my bottle, though I be o'er ears for my labour. Caliban, prithee my king, be quiet. Seest thou here, this is the mouth, O th cell, no noise, and enter. Do that good mischief which may make this island thine own for ever, and I thy Caliban, for I thy foot-licker. Stephano. Give me thy hand, I do begin to have bloody thoughts. Trinculo. O King Stephano, O peer, O worthy Stephano, look what a wardrobe here is for thee. Caliban, let it alone, thou fool, it is but trash. Trinculo, O ho monster, we know what belongs to a frippery. O King Stephano, Stephano, put off that gown. Trinculo, by this hand I'll have that gown. Trinculo, thy grace shall have it. Caliban, the dropsy drown this fool, what do you mean to dote thus on such luggage? Let alone and do the murder first, if he awake. If from toe to crown he'll fill our skins with pinches, make us strange stuff. Stephano, be you quiet, monster, mistress line, is not this my jerkin? Now is the jerkin under the line, now jerkin you are like to lose your hair and prove a bald jerkin. Trinculo, do, we steal by line and level, an't like your grace. Stephano, I thank thee for that jest. Here's a garment for tea, which shall not go unrewarded while I am king of this country. Steal by line and level is an excellent pass of pate. There's another garment for tea. Trinculo. Monster, come, put some lime upon your fingers, and away with the rest. Caliban, I will have none on't. We shall lose our time, and all be turned to barnacles, or to apes with foreheads villainous low. Stephano. Monster, lay to your fingers, help to bear this away where my hogshead of wine is, or I'll turn you out of my kingdom. Go to carry this. Trinculo, and this. Stephano. Aye, and this. A noise of hunters heard. Enter divers spirits in shape of dogs and hounds, and hunt them about, Prospero and Ariel setting them on. Prospero, hey mountain hey, Ariel, silver, there it goes, silver. Prospero, fury, fury, their tyrant there. Hark, hark, Caliban, Stephano and Trinculo are driven out. Go, charge my goblins that they grind their joints with dry convulsions, shorten up their sinews with aged cramps, and more pinch-spotted make them than Pard or Cato Mountain. Ariel. Hark, they roar. Prospero. Let them be hunted soundly. At this hour lies at my mercy all mine enemies. Shortly shall all my labours end, and thou shalt have the air at freedom. For a little follow and do me service. Exeunt, Act V Scene I, before the cell of Prospero. Enter Prospero in his magic robes, and Ariel. Prospero. Now does my project gather to a head, my charms crack not, my spirits obey, and time goes upright with his carriage. How's the day, Ariel? On the 6th hour, at which time, my lord, you said our work should cease. Prospero, I did say so, when first I raised the Tempest. Say, my spirit, how fares the king and followers? Ariel. Confined together in the same fashion as you gave in charge, just as you left them, all prisoners, sir, in the Lion Grove which weather fens your cell, they cannot budge till your release. The king, his brother, and yours abide all three distracted, and the remainder mourning over them, brimful of sorrow and dismay, but chiefly him you termed, sir, the good old Lord Gonzalo. His tears run down his beard like winter's drops from eaves of reeds. Your charm so strongly works them that if you now beheld them your affections would become tender. Prospero. Dost thou think so, spirit? Ariel. Mine would, sir, were I human. Prospero. And mine shall. Haste thou, which art but ere a touch, a feeling of their afflictions, and shall not myself, one of their kind, that relish all as sharply passion as they, be kindlier moved than thou art. Though with their high wrongs I am struck to quick, yet with my nobler reason gainst my fury do I take part. The rarer action is in virtue than in vengeance. they being penitent, the sole drift of my purpose doth extend not a frown further. Go release them, Ariel. My charms I'll break, their senses I'll restore, and they shall be themselves. Ariel, I'll fetch them, sir. Exit, Prospero. Ye elves of hills, brooks, standing lakes and groves, and ye that on the sands with printless foot do chase the ebbing Neptune, and do fly him when he comes back. You demi-puppets that by moonshine do the green sour ringlets make, whereof the not bites. And you whose pastime is to make midnight mushrooms, that rejoice to hear the solemn curfew. By whose aid, weak masters though ye be, I have bedimmed the noontide sun, called forth the mutinous winds, and twixt the green sea and the azured vault set roaring war. To the dread rattling thunder have I given fire, and rifted Jove's stout oak with his own bolt. The strong-bast promontory have I made shake, and by the spurs plucked up the pine and cedar. Graves at my command have whacked their sleepers opt, and let him forth by my so potent art. But this rough magic I here abjure, and when I have required some heavenly music, which even now I do, to work mine end upon their senses that this airy charm is for, I'll break my staff, bury it certain fathoms in the earth, and deeper than did ever plummet sound I'll drown my book. Solemn music. Re-enter Ariel. After him Alonso with a frantic gesture, attended by Gonzalo, Sebastian and Antonio in like manner, attended by Adrian and Francisco. They all enter the circle which Prospero had made, and there stand charmed, which Prospero observing speaks. A solemn air and the best comforter to an unsettled fancy, cure thy brains, now useless, boiled within thy skull. There stand, for you are spell stopped, holy Gonzalo, honourable man, mine eyes, insociable to the show of thine, fall fellowly drops. The charm dissolves apace, and as the morning steals upon the night, melting the darkness, so their rising senses begin to chase the ignorant fumes that mantle their clearer reason. O good Gonzalo, my true preserver and a loyal sir to him thou followest, I will pay thy graces home both in word and deed. Most cruelly didst thou, Alonso, use me and my daughter, thy brother was a furtherer in the act. Thou art pinched for tea now, Sebastian. Flesh and blood, you brother mine that entertained ambition, expelled remorse and nature, who with Sebastian, whose inward pinches therefore are most strong, would here have killed your king. I do forgive thee, unnatural though thou art. Their understanding begins to swell, and the approaching tide will shortly fill the reasonable shores that now lie foul and muddy. Not one of them that yet looks on me, or would know me. Ariel, fetch me the hat and rapier in my cell. Exit Ariel, I will discase me and myself present as I was sometime Milan. Quickly, spirit, thou shalt ere long be free. Ariel re-enters, singing, and helps to attire Prospero. Ariel, where the bee sucks, there suck I, in a cowslip's bell I lie, there I couch when owls do cry. On the bat's back I do fly after summer merrily. Merrily, merrily shall I live now under the blossom that hangs on the bough. Prospero. Why, that's my dainty Ariel, I shall miss thee, but yet thou shalt have freedom, so. To the king's ship, invisible as thou art, there shalt thou find the mariners asleep under the hatches, the master and the boatswain being awake, and force them to this place, and presently I prithee. Ariel, I drink the air before me, and return or ere your pulse twice beat. Exit, Gonzalo. All torment, trouble, wonder, and amazement inhabits here. Some heavenly power guide us out of this fearful country. Prospero. Behold, Sir King, the wronged Duke of Milan, Prospero. For more assurance that a living prince does now speak to thee, I embrace thy body, and to thee and thy company I bid a hearty welcome. Alonso, where thou best he or no, or some enchanted trifle to abuse me, as late I have been I not know, thy pulse beats as of flesh and blood, and since I saw thee, affliction of my mind amends, with which I fear a madness held me. This must crave, and if this be at all a most strange story, thy dukedom I resign and do entreat. Thou pardon me my wrongs, but how should Prospero be living and be here? Prospero. First, noble friend, let me embrace thine age, whose honour cannot be measured or confined. Gonzalo, whether this be or be not, I'll not swear. Prospero, you do yet taste some subtleties o' the isle that will not let you believe things certain. Welcome, my friends all, aside to Sebastian and Antonio. But you, my brace of lords, were I so minded, I here could pluck his highness frown upon you and justify you traitors. At this time I will tell no tales. Sebastian. Aside, the devil speaks in him. Prospero, no, for you most wicked sir, whom to call brother would even infect my mouth, I do forgive thy rankest fault, all of them, and require my dukedom of thee, which perforce I know thou must restore. Alonso, if thou be'st Prospero, give us particulars of thy preservation, how thou hast met us here, whom 3 hours since were racked upon this shore, where I have lost, how sharp the point of this remembrance is. My dear son Ferdinand, Prospero, I am woe for tea, sir. Alonso, irreparable is the loss, and patience says it is past her cure. Prospero, I rather think you have not sought her help, of whose soft grace for the like loss I have her sovereign aid, and rest myself content. Alonso, you the like loss, Prospero, as great to me as late, and supportable to make the dear loss, have I means much weaker than you may call to comfort you, for I have lost my daughter. Alonso, a daughter, O heavens, that they were living both in Naples, the king and queen there, that they were, I wish myself were mudded in that oozy bed where my son lies. When did you lose your daughter, Prospero? In this last tempest. I perceive these lords at this encounter do so much admire that they devour their reason, and scarce think their eyes do offices of truth, their words are natural breath. But howsoever you have been justled from your senses, know for certain that I am Prospero, and that very duke which was thrust forth of Milan, who most strangely upon this shore where you were racked was landed to be the Lord on't. No more yet of this, for 'tis a chronicle of day by day, not a relation for a breakfast, nor befitting this first meeting. Welcome, sir, this cell's my court, here have I few attendants and subjects none abroad, pray you look in. My dukedom since you have given me again, I will requite you with as good a thing, at least bring forth a wonder to content ye as much as me my dukedom. Here Prospero discovers Ferdinand and Miranda playing at chess. Miranda, sweet lord, you play me false. Ferdinand, no, my dearest love, I would not for the world. Miranda, yes, for a score of kingdoms you should wrangle, and I would call it fair play. Alonso, if this prove a vision of the island, one dear son shall I twice lose. Sebastian, a most high miracle. Ferdinand, though the seas threaten, they are merciful. I have cursed them without cause, kneels to Alonso. Alonso, now all the blessings of a glad father compass thee about. Arise and say how thou camp'st here. Miranda, O wonder, how many goodly creatures are there here. How beauteous mankind is. O brave new world that has such people in tea. Prospero, 'tis new to thee. Alonso, what is this maid with whom thou wast at play? Your eldest acquaintance cannot be 3 hours. Is she the goddess that hath severed us and brought us thus together? Ferdinand, sir, she is mortal, but by immortal providence she's mine. I chose her when I could not ask my father for his advice, nor thought I had one. She is daughter to this famous Duke of Milan, of whom so often I have heard renown, but never saw before, of whom I have received a second life, and second father this lady makes him to me. Alonso, I am hers, but oh, how oddly will it sound that I must ask my child forgiveness. Prospero, there, sir, stop, let us not burden our remembrances with a heaviness that's gone. Gonzalo, I have inly wept, or should have spoke ere this. Look down, you gods, and on this couple drop a blessed crown, for it is you that have chalked forth the way which brought us hither. Alonso, I say amen. Gonzalo, Gonzalo, was Milan thrust from Milan, that his issue should become kings of Naples? Oh, rejoice beyond a common joy, and set it down with gold on lasting pillars. In one voyage did Claribel her husband find at Tunis, and Ferdinand her brother found a wife where he himself was lost. Prospero his dukedom in a poor isle, and all of us ourselves when no man was his own. Alonso, to Ferdinand and Miranda, give me your hands, let grief and sorrow still embrace his heart that doth not wish you joy. Gonzalo, be it so. Amen. Re-enter Ariel with the master and boatswain amazedly following. Oh look, sir, here are more of us. I prophesied if a gallows were on land this fellow could not drown. Now blasphemy that swear'st grace o'erboard, not an oath on shore, haste thou no mouth by land. What is the news, boatswain? The best news is that we have safely found our king and company. The next our ship, which but 3 glasses since we gave out split is tight and yare and bravely rigged as when we first put out to sea. Ariel, aside to Prospero, Sir, all this service have I done since I went. Prospero, aside to Ariel, my tricksy spirit. Alonso, these are not natural events, they strengthen from strange to stranger. Say, how came you hither, boatswain? If I did think, sir, I were well awake, I'd strive to tell you. We were dead of sleep, and how we know not, all clapped under hatches where but even now with strange and several noises of roaring, shrieking, howling, jingling chains and mo diversity of sounds, all horrible we were awhacked, straightway at liberty, where we in all her trim freshly beheld our royal, good and gallant ship, our master capering to eye her. On a trice, so please you, even in a dream were we divided from them and were brought moping hither. Ariel, aside to Prospero. Wast well done, Prospero, aside to Ariel. Bravely my diligence, thou shalt be free. Alonso, this is as strange a maze as e'er men trod, and there is in this business more than nature was ever conduct of. Some oracle must rectify our knowledge. Prospero, sir my liege, do not infest your mind with beating on the strangeness of this business. At picked leisure, which shall be shortly, single I'll resolve you, which to you shall seem probable of every these happened accidents, till when be cheerful and think of each thing well. Aside to Ariel, come hither, spirit, set Caliban and his companions free, untie the spell. Exit Ariel, how fares my gracious sir? There are yet missing of your company, some few odd lads that you remember not. Re-enter Ariel driving in Caliban, Stefano and Trinculo in their stolen apparel. Stefano, every man shift for all the rest, and let no man take care for himself, for all is but fortune. Coraggio, bully monster, Coraggio, Trinculo, if these be true spies which I wear in my head, here's a goodly sight. Caliban, O Setebos, these be brave spirits indeed. How fine my master is! I am afraid he will chastise me. Sebastian, ha ha, what things are these, my lord Antonio? Will money buy them, Antonio? Very like, one of them is a plain fish, and no doubt marketable. Prospero, mark but the badges of these men, my lords, then say if they be true. This misshapen knave, his mother was a witch, and one so strong that could control the moon, make flows and ebbs, and deal in her command without her power. These 3 have robbed me, and this demi-devil, if he's a bastard one, had plotted with them to take my life. 2 of these fellows you must know and own, this thing of darkness I acknowledge mine. Caliban, I shall be pinched to death. Alonso, is not this Stefano my drunken butler? Sebastian, he is drunk now, where had he wine? Alonso. And Trinculo is reeling ripe, where should they find this grand liquor that hath gilded M? How camp'st thou in this pickle? Trinculo, I have been in such a pickle since I saw you last that I fear me will never out of my bones. I shall not fear fly blowing. Sebastian. Why, how now, Stefano, Stefano? Oh, touch me not, I am not Stefano but a cramp. Prospero, you'd be king. Oh, the isle, sirrah, Stefano, I should have been a sore one then. Alonso. This is as strange a thing as e'er I looked on, pointing to Caliban. Prospero, he is as disproportioned in his manners as in his shape. Go, sirrah, to my cell, take with you your companions. As you look to have my pardon, trim it handsomely. Caliban, I that I will, and I'll be wise hereafter, and seek for grace. What a thrice double ass was I, to take this drunkard for a god, and worship this dull fool. Prospero, go to away, Alonso, hence, and bestow your luggage where you found it. Sebastian, or stole it rather, exeunt Caliban, Stefano and Trinculo. Prospero, sir, I invite your highness and your train to my poor cell, where you shall take your rest for this one night. Which part of it I'll waste with such discourse as I not doubt shall make it go quick away. The story of my life and the particular accidents gone by since I came to this isle, and in the morn I'll bring you to your ship, and so to Naples, where I have hoped to see the nuptial of these our dear beloved solemnized, and thence retire me to my Milan, where every third thought shall be my grave. Alonso, I long to hear the story of your life, which must take the ear strangely. Prospero, I'll deliver all, and promise you calm seas, auspicious gales, and sail so expeditious that shall catch your royal fleet far off. Aside to Ariel, my Ariel chick that is thy charge, then to the elements be free and fare thou well. Please you draw near, exeunt, epilogue prospero. Now my charms are all o'erthrown, and what strength I have's mine own which is most faint. Now 'tis true I must be here confined by you or sent to Naples. Let me not, since I have my dukedom got, and pardon the deceiver, dwell in this bare island by your spell, but release me from my bands with the help of your good hands. Gentle breath of yours my sails must fill, or else my project fails, which was to please. Now I want spirits to enforce, art to enchant, and my ending is despair unless I be relieved by prayer which pierces so that it assaults mercy itself and frees all faults. As you from crimes would pardon be, let your indulgence set me free. Exit. The life of Timon of Athens, contents, act I scene I. Athens, a hall in Timon's house, scene Roman 2. The same. A room of state in Timon's house, act Roman 2, scene I. Athens, a room in a senator's house, scene Roman 2. The same. A hall in Timon's house, act Roman 3, scene I. Athens, a room in Lucullus' house, scene Roman 2, a public place, scene Roman 3. The same. A room in Sempronius' house, scene Roman 4, a hall in Timon's house, scene V. The same. The Senate house, scene VI. A room of state in Timon's house, act Roman 4, scene I. Without the walls of Athens, scene Roman 2. Athens, a room in Timon's house, scene Roman 3. Woods and caves near the seashore, act V, scene I. The woods, before Timon's cave, scene Roman 3. The same, scene Roman 3, before the walls of Athens, scene Roman 4. The woods, Timon's cave, and a rude tomb, scene V. Before the walls of Athens, dramatis personae Timon, a noble Athenian Flavius, steward to Timon Flaminius, servant to Timon Lucilius, servant to Timon Servilius, servant to Timon Epimantus, a churlish philosopher Alcibiades, an Athenian captain Phrynia, mistress to Alcibiades Timandra, mistress to Alcibiades Lucius, friend of Timon Lucullus, friend of Timon Sempronius, friend of Timon Ventidius, friend of Timon Caphis, servant of Timon's creditors, servant of Isidore, two servants of Varro Titus, servant of Timon's creditors Hortensius, servant of Timon's creditors Lucius, servant of Timon's creditors Philotas, servant of Timon's creditors lords and senators of Athens, three strangers. One called Hostilius, an old Athenian poet, painter, jeweller, merchant, a fool, a page, Cupid, and Amazons in the mask, banditti, officers, soldiers, servants, thieves, messengers, and attendants seen. Athens, and the neighbouring woods, act I seen I. Athens, a hall in Timon's house, enter poet, painter, jeweller, and merchant at several doors. Poet, good day, sir. Painter, I am glad you're well. Poet, I have not seen you long. How goes the world? Painter, it wears, sir, as it grows. Poet, aye, that's well known, but what particular rarity? What strange, which manifold record not matches? See, magic of bounty, all these spirits thy power hath conjured to attend. I know the merchant, painter, I know them both. Others a jeweller. Merchant, oh, 'tis a worthy lord. Jeweller, nay, that's most fixed. Merchant, a most incomparable man, breathed as it were to an untirable and continuate goodness. He passes, jeweller, I have a jewel here. Merchant, oh, pray let's seat. For the Lord Timon, sir. Jeweller, if he will touch the estimate, but for that, poet, when we for recompense have praised the vile, it stains the glory in that happy verse which aptly sings the good. Merchant, looking at the jewel, 'tis a good form. Jeweller and rich, here is a water, look ye. Painter, you are wrapped, sir, in some work, some dedication to the great Lord. Poet, a thing slipped idly from me. Our poesy is as a gum which oozes from whence 'tis nourished. The fire, ith flint, shows not till it be struck. Our gentle flame provokes itself, and like the current, flies each bound it chases. What have you there? Painter, a picture, sir. When comes your book forth? Poet, upon the heels of my presentment, sir. Let's see your piece. Painter, 'tis a good piece. Poet, so 'tis, this comes off well and excellent. Painter, indifferent. Poet, admirable, how this grace speaks his own standing. What a mental power this eye shoots forth. How big imagination moves in this lip. To dumbness of the gesture one might interpret. Painter, it is a pretty mocking of the life. Here is a touch. Is't good? Poet, I'll say of it, it tutors nature. Artificial strife lives in these touches livelier than life. Enter certain senators who pass over the stage. Painter, how this lord is followed. Poet, the senators of Athens, happy men. Painter, look more. Poet, you see this confluence, this great flood of visitors. I have in this rough work shaped out a man whom this beneath world doth embrace and hug with amplest entertainment. My free drift halts not particularly, but moves itself in a wide sea of wax. No levelled malice infects one comma in the course I hold, but flies an eagle flight, bold and forth on, leaving no tract behind. Painter, how shall I understand you? Poet, I will unbolt to you. You see how all conditions, how all minds, as well of glib and slippery creatures as of grave and austere quality, tender down their services to Lord Timon. His large fortune, upon his good and gracious nature hanging, subdues and properties to his love and tendance all sorts of hearts. Yea, from the glass-faced flatterer to Epaminondas, that few things loves better than to abhor himself. Even he drops down the knee before him and returns in peace most rich in Timon's nod. Painter, I saw them speak together. Poet, sir, I have upon a high and pleasant hill feigned fortune to be throned. The base OTH mount is ranked with all deserts, all kind of natures that labour on the bosom of this sphere to propagate their states. Amongst them all whose eyes are on this sovereign lady fixed, one do I personate of Lord Timon's frame, whom fortune with her ivory hand wafts to her, whose present grace to present slaves and servants translates his rivals. Painter, 'tis conceived to scope. This throne, this fortune, and this hill, methinks, with one man beckoned from the rest below, bowing his head against the steepy mount to climb his happiness, would be well expressed in our condition. Poet, nay, sir, but hear me on. All those which were his fellows but of late, some better than his value, on the moment follow his strides. His lobbies fill with tendance, rain sacrificial whisperings in his ear, make sacred even his stirrup, and through him drink the free air. Painter, ay, marry, what of these? Poet, when fortune in her shift and change of mood spurns down her late beloved, all his dependents, which laboured after him to the mountain's top, even on their knees and hands, let him slip down, not one accompanying his declining foot. Painter, 'tis common. 1,000 moral paintings I can show that shall demonstrate these quick blows of fortunes more pregnantly than words. Yet you do well to show Lord Timon that mean eyes have seen the foot above the head. Trumpets sound. Enter Lord Timon, addressing himself courteously to every suitor. He is accompanied by a messenger, Lucilius and other servants follow. Timon, imprisoned is he, say you? Messenger, ay, my good lord. 5 talents is his debt, his means most short, his creditors most strait. Your honourable letter he desires to those have shut him up, which failing periods his comfort. Timon, noble Ventidius. Well, I am not of that feather to shake off my friend when he must need me. I do know him a gentleman that well deserves a help which he shall have. I'll pay the debt and free him. Messenger, your lordship ever binds him. Timon, commend me to him, I will send his ransom, and being enfranchised bid him come to me. 'Tis not enough to help the feeble up, but to support him after. Fare you well, messenger, all happiness to your honour. Exit, enter an old Athenian. Old Athenian, Lord Timon, hear me speak. Timon, freely good father, old Athenian, thou hast a servant named Lucilius. Timon, I have so. What of him, old Athenian? Most noble Timon, call the man before thee. Timon, attends he here or no? Lucilius, Lucilius, here at your lordship's service, old Athenian. This fellow here, Lord Timon, this thy creature, by night frequents my house. I am a man that from my first have been inclined to thrift, and my estate deserves an air more raised than one which holds a trencher. Timon, well, what further, old Athenian? One only daughter have I, no kin else, on whom I may confer what I have got. The maid is fair, OTH youngest for bride, and I have bred her at my dearest cost in qualities of the best. This man of thine attempts her love. I prithee, noble lord, join with me to forbid him her resort, myself have spoke in vain. Timon, the man is honest, old Athenian, therefore he will be Timon. His honesty rewards him in itself, it must not bear my daughter. Timon, does she love him? Old Athenian, she is young and apt. Our own precedent passions do instruct us what levities in youth. Timon, to Lucilius, love you the maid, Lucilius? Ay, my good lord, and she accepts of it. Old Athenian. If in her marriage my consent be missing, I call the gods to witness, I will choose mine heir from forth the beggars of the world and dispossess her all. Timon. How shall she be endowed if she be mated with an equal husband? Old Athenian. 3 talents on the present in future all. Timon. This gentleman of mine hath served me long. To build his fortune I will strain a little, for 'tis a bond in men. Give him thy daughter. What you bestow in him I'll counterpoise and make him weigh with her. Old Athenian, most noble lord, pawn me to this your honour, she is his. Timon, my hand to thee, mine honour on my promise. Lucilius, humbly I thank your lordship. Never may that state or fortune fall into my keeping which is not owed to you. Exeunt Lucilius and old Athenian. Poet, presenting his poem. Vouchsafe my labour, and long live your lordship. Timon, I thank you, you shall hear from me anon. Go not away. What have you there, my friend? Painter. A piece of painting which I do beseech your lordship to accept. Timon, painting is welcome. The painting is almost the natural man, for since dishonour traffics with man's nature, he is but outside. These pencilled figures are even such as they give out. I like your work, you shall find I like it. Wait attendance till you hear further from me. Painter. The gods preserve you. Timon. Well fare you, gentlemen, give me your hand, we must needs dine together. Sir, your jewel hath suffered under praise. Jeweller. What my lord dispraise? Timon. A mere satiety of commendations. If I should pay you for tea as 'tis extolled, it would unclue me quite. Jeweller. My lord, 'tis rated as those which sell would give. But you well know things of like value, differing in the owners, are prized by their masters. Believe it, dear lord, you mend the jewel by the wearing it. Timon, well mocked. Merchant. No, my good lord, he speaks the common tongue which all men speak with him. Enter Epaminondas. Timon. Look who comes here, will you be chid? Jeweller. Will bear with your lordship. Merchant. He'll spare none. Timon. Good morrow to thee, gentle Epaminondas. Epaminondas. Till I be gentle. Stay thou for thy good morrow, when thou art Timon's dog and these knaves honest. Timon. Why dost thou call them knaves? Thou know'st them not. Epaminondas. Are they not Athenians? Timon. Yes, Epaminondas, then I repent not. Jeweller. You know me, Epaminondas. Epaminondas. Thou know'st I do, I called thee by thy name. Timon. Thou art proud, Epaminondas. Epaminondas. Of nothing so much as that I am not like Timon. Timon. Whither art going? Epaminondas. To knock out an honest Athenian's brains. Timon. That's a deed thou'lt die for. Epaminondas. Right, if doing nothing be death by th law. Timon. How lick'st thou this picture? Epaminondas. Epaminondas. The best for the innocents. Timon. Wrought he not well that painted it? Epaminondas. He wrought better that made the painter, and yet he's but a filthy piece of work. Painter. You're a dog. Epaminondas. Thy mother's of my generation. What's she if I be a dog? Timon. Wilt dine with me? Epaminondas. Epaminondas. No, I eat not lords. Timon. And thou thou'dst anger ladies. Epaminondas. Oh, they eat lords, so they come by great bellies. Timon. That's a lascivious apprehension. Epaminondas. So thou apprehendst it, take it for thy labour. Timon. How dost thou like this jewel? Epaminondas. Epaminondas. Not so well as plain dealing, which will not cost a man a doit. Timon. What dost thou think 'tis worth? Epaminondas. Not worth my thinking. How now, poet? Poet. How now, philosopher? Epaminondas. Thou least, poet, art not one. Epaminondas. Yes, poet, then I lie not. Epaminondas. Art not a poet? Poet. Yes, Epaminondas. Then thou least. Look in thy last work where thou hast feigned him a worthy fellow. Poet. That's not feigned, he is so. Epaminondas. Yes, he is worthy of thee and to pay thee for thy labour. He that loves to be flattered is worthy, O th flatterer. Heavens, that I were a lord. Timon. What wouldst do then? Epaminondas. Epaminondas. E'en as Epaminondas does now, hate a lord with my heart. Timon. What thyself? Epaminondas. I. Timon. Wherefore? Epaminondas. That I had no angry wit to be a lord. Art not thou a merchant? Merchant. I. Epaminondas. Epaminondas. Traffic confound thee if the gods will not. Merchant. If traffic do it, the gods do it. Epaminondas. Traffic's thy god, and thy god confound thee. Trumpet sounds, enter a messenger. Timon. What trumpet's that? Messenger. 'Tis Alcibiades and some 20 horse, all of companionship. Timon. Pray entertain them, give them guide to us. Exeunt some attendants, you must needs dine with me. Go not you hence till I have thanked you. When dinner's done, show me this piece, I am joyful of your sights. Enter Alcibiades with his company. Most welcome, sir. They bow to each other. Epimantus, aside. So there, aches contract and starve your supple joints, that there should be small love amongst these sweet knaves, and all this courtesy. The strain of man's bred out into baboon and monkey. Alcibiades, sir, you have saved my longing, and I feed most hungrily on your sight. Timon, right welcome, sir. Ere we depart we'll share a bounteous time in different pleasures. Pray you let us in. Exeunt all but Epimantus. Enter two lords. First Lord, what time o' day is't? Epimantus, Epimantus, time to be honest. First Lord, that time serves still. Epimantus, the more accursed thou that still omitst it. Second Lord, thou art going to Lord Timon's feast. Epimantus, aye, to see meat fill knaves and wine heat fools. Second Lord, fare thee well, fare thee well. Epimantus, thou art a fool to bid me farewell twice. Second Lord, why Epimantus, Epimantus, shouldst have kept one to thyself, for I mean to give thee none. First Lord, hang thyself. Epimantus, no, I will do nothing at thy bidding, make thy requests to thy friend. Second Lord, away, unpeaceable dog, or I'll spurn thee hence. Epimantus, I will fly like a dog the heels o' ass. Exit. First Lord, he's opposite to humanity. Come, shall we in and taste Lord Timon's bounty? He outgoes the very heart of kindness. Second Lord, he pours it out. Plutus, the god of gold, is but his steward. No meed but he repays sevenfold above itself, no gift to him but breeds the giver a return exceeding all use of quittance. First Lord, the noblest mind he carries that ever governed man. Second Lord, long may he live in fortunes. Shall we in? First Lord, I'll keep you company. Exeunt. Scene Roman 2. The same. A room of state in Timon's house, hautboys playing loud music, a great banquet served in, Flavius and others attending. And then enter Lord Timon, the senators, the Athenian lords Alcibiades and Ventidius, which Timon redeemed from prison. Then comes, dropping after all, Epimantus discontentedly like himself. Ventidius, most honoured Timon, it hath pleased the gods to remember my father's age and call him to long peace. He is gone happy and has left me rich. Then, as in grateful virtue I am bound to your free heart, I do return those talents, doubled with thanks and service, from whose help I derived liberty. Timon, oh, by no means, honest Ventidius, you mistake my love. I gave it freely ever, and there's none can truly say he gives if he receives. If our betters play at that game, we must not dare to imitate them. Faults that are rich are fair. Ventidius, a noble spirit. Timon, nay, my lord's ceremony was but devised at first to set a gloss on faint deeds, hollow welcomes, recanting goodness, sorry ere 'tis shown. But where there is true friendship there needs none. Pray sit, more welcome are ye to my fortunes than my fortunes to me. They sit. First Lord, my lord, we always have confessed it. Epimantus, ho ho, confessed it, hanged it have you not? Timon, O Epimantus, you are welcome. Epimantus, no, you shall not make me welcome. I come to have thee thrust me out of doors. Timon, fie, thou'rt a churl, ye have got a humour there does not become a man, 'tis much to blame. They say, my lords, ira fura brevis est, but yond man is ever angry. Go, let him have a table by himself, for he does neither affect company, nor is he fit for it indeed. Epimantus, let me stay at thine apparel. Timon, I come to observe, I give thee warning on't. Timon, I take no heed of thee, thou'rt an Athenian, therefore welcome. I myself would have no power. Prithee, let my meat make thee silent. Epimantus, I scorn thy meat, 'twould choke me, for I should ne'er flatter thee. O you gods, what a number of men eats Timon, and he sees em not. It grieves me to see so many dip their meat in one man's blood, and all the madness is he cheers them up too. I wonder men dare trust themselves with men. Methinks they should invite them without knives. Good for their meat and safer for their lives. There's much example for tea. The fellow that sits next him, now parts bread with him, pledges the breath of him in a divided draught, is the readiest man to kill him. Tea has been proved. If I were a huge man I should fear to drink at meals, lest they should spy my windpipe's dangerous notes. Great men should drink with harness on their throats. Timon, my lord in heart, and let the health go round. Second Lord, Let it flow this way, my good lord, Epaminondas, flow this way, a brave fellow, he keeps his tides well. Those healths will make thee and thy state look ill, Timon. Here's that which is too weak to be a sinner, honest water which ne'er left man either mire. This and my food are equals, there's no odds. Feasts are too proud to give thanks to the gods. Epaminondas, grace immortal gods, I crave no pelf, I pray for no man but myself. Grant I may never prove so fond to trust man on his oath or bond, or a harlot for her weeping, or a dog that seems sleeping, or a keeper with my freedom, or my friends if I should need em. Our men so fall tot. Rich men sin and I eat root, he eats and drinks. Much good ditch thy good heart, Epaminondas. Timon. Captain Alcibiades, your heart's in the field now, Alcibiades. My heart is ever at your service, my lord, Timon. You had rather be at a breakfast of enemies than a dinner of friends. Alcibiades, so they were bleeding new, my lord, there's no meat like em. I could wish my best friend at such a feast. Epaminondas, would all those flatterers were thine enemies then, that then thou mightst kill em and bid me to em. First lord. Might we but have that happiness, my lord, that you would once use our hearts, whereby we might express some part of our zeals, we should think ourselves for ever perfect. De Timon. Oh, no doubt, my good friends, but the gods themselves have provided that I shall have much help from you. How had you been my friends else? Why have you that charitable title from thousands? Did not you chiefly belong to my heart? I have told more of you to myself than you can with modesty speak in your own behalf. And thus far I confirm you. O you gods, think I, what need we have any friends if we should ne'er have need of em? They were the most needless creatures living, should we ne'er have use for em, and would most resemble sweet instruments hung up in cases that keep their sounds to themselves. Why, I have often wished myself poorer that I might come nearer to you. We are born to do benefits, and what better or properer can we call our own than the riches of our friends? Oh, what a precious comfort 'tis to have so many, like brothers, commanding one another's fortunes. O joys e'en made away eret can be borne. Mine eyes cannot hold out water, methinks. To forget their faults I drink to you, Epaminondas. Thou weepst to make them drink, Timon, second lord. Joy had the like conception in our eyes, and at that instant like a babe sprung up. Epaminondas, ho ho, I laugh to think that babe a bastard. Third lord, I promise you, my lord, you moved me much. Epaminondas, much, a tucket sounds. Timon, what means that trump? Enter a servant. How now, servant, please you, my lord. There are certain ladies most desirous of admittance. Timon, ladies, what are their wills? Servant, there comes with them a forerunner, my lord, which bears that office to signify their pleasures. Timon, I pray let them be admitted. Exit servant, enter Cupid. Cupid, hail to thee, worthy Timon, and to all that of his bounty's taste. The 5 best senses acknowledge thee their patron, and come freely to gratulate thy plenteous bosom. Their taste touch all, pleased from thy table rise, they only now come but to feast thine eyes. Timon, their welcome all, let em have kind admittance. Music make their welcome. First lord, you see, my lord, how ample your beloved. Music, enter a mask of ladies as Amazons, with lutes in their hands, dancing and playing. Epaminondas, hoy day, what a sweep of vanity comes this way. They dance, they are madwomen. Like madness is the glory of this life, as this pomp shows to a little oil and root. We make ourselves fools to disport ourselves, and spend our flatteries to drink those men upon whose age we void it up again with poisonous spite and envy. Who lives that's not depraved or depraves? Who dies that bears not one spurn to their graves of their friend's gift? I should fear those that dance before me now would one day stamp upon me. Tea has been done. Men shut their doors against a setting sun. The lords rise from table with much adoring of Timon, and to show their loves each singles out an Amazon, and all dance. Men with women, a lofty strain or two to the hautboys and cease. Timon, you have done our pleasures much grace, fair ladies, set a fair fashion on our entertainment, which was not half so beautiful and kind. You have added worth unto tea and lustre, and entertained me with mine own device. I am to thank you for tea, first lady. My lord, you take us even at the best. Epaminondas. Faith, for the worst is filthy and would not hold taking, I doubt me. Timon. Ladies, there is an idle banquet attends you, please you to dispose yourselves. Are all ladies, most thankfully, my lord. Exeunt Cupid and ladies. Timon, Flavius, Flavius, my lord. Timon, the little casket bring me hither. Flavius, yes, my lord. Aside, more jewels yet, there is no crossing him in humour, else I should tell him well, I faith I should, when all's spent, he'd be cross then, and he could. 'Tis pity bounty had not eyes behind, that man might ne'er be wretched for his mind. Exit. First Lord, where be our men? Servant, here, my lord, in readiness. Second Lord, our horses. Enter Flavius with the casket. Timon, O my friends, I have one word to say to you. Look you, my good lord, I must entreat you honour me so much as to advance this jewel. Accept it and wear it, kind my lord. First Lord, I am so far already in your gifts, all, so are we all. Enter a servant. Servant, my lord, there are certain nobles of the Senate newly alighted and come to visit you. Timon, they are fairly welcome. Exit servant. Flavius, I beseech your honour vouchsafe me a word, it does concern you near. Timon, near, why then another time I'll hear thee, I prithee let's be provided to show them entertainment. Flavius, aside, I scarce know how. Enter another servant. Second servant, may it please your honour, Lord Lucius out of his free love hath presented to you 4 milk-white horses trapped in silver. Timon, I shall accept them fairly, let the presents be worthily entertained. Exit servant. Enter a third servant. How now, what news? Third servant, please you, my lord, that honourable gentleman Lord Lucullus entreats your company tomorrow to hunt with him, and has sent your honour 2 brace of greyhounds. Timon, I'll hunt with him, and let them be received not without fair reward. Exit servant. Flavius, aside, what will this come to? He commands us to provide and give great gifts, and all out of an empty coffer, nor will he know his purse or yield me this, to show him what a beggar his heart is, being of no power to make his wishes good. His promises fly so beyond his state that what he speaks is all in debt, he owes for every word. He is so kind that he now pays interest for tea, his lands put to their books. Well, would I were gently put out of office before I were forced out. Happier is he that has no friend to feed than such that do e'en enemies exceed. I bleed inwardly for my lord. Exit. Timon, you do yourselves much wrong, you bate too much of your own merits. Here, my lord, a trifle of our love. Second Lord, with more than common thanks I will receive it. Third Lord, oh, he's the very soul of bounty. Timon, and now I remember, my lord, you gave good words the other day of a bay courser I rode on. 'Tis yours because you liked it. Third Lord, oh, I beseech you pardon me, my lord, in that. Timon, you may take my word, my lord, I know no man can justly praise but what he does affect. I weigh my friend's affection with mine own. I'll tell you true, I'll call to you. All lords, oh, none so welcome. Timon, I take all and your several visitations so kind to heart, 'tis not enough to give. Methinks I could deal kingdoms to my friends and ne'er be weary. Alcibiades, thou art a soldier, therefore seldom rich. It comes in charity to thee, for all thy living is mongst the dead, and all the lands thou hast lie in a pitched field. Alcibiades, I, defiled land, my lord. First Lord, we are so virtuously bound. Timon, and so am I to you. Second Lord, so infinitely endeared. Timon, all to you. Lights, more lights. First Lord, the best of happiness, honour, and fortunes keep with you, Lord Timon. Timon, ready for his friends. Exeunt all but Epaminondas and Timon. Epaminondas, what a coil's here, serving of becks and jutting out of bums. I doubt whether their legs be worth the sums that are given for friendships full of dregs. Methinks false hearts should never have sound legs. Thus honest fools lay out their wealth on curtsies. Timon, now Epaminondas, if thou wert not sullen I would be good to thee. Epaminondas, no, I'll nothing, for if I should be bribed too, there would be none left to rail upon thee, and then thou wouldst sin the faster. Thou giv'st so long, Timon, I fear me thou wilt give away thyself in paper shortly. What needs these feasts, pomps, and vainglories? Timon, nay, and you begin to rail on society once. I am sworn not to give regard to you. Farewell, and come with better music. Exit. Epaminondas, so, thou wilt not hear me now, thou shalt not then, I'll lock thy heaven from thee. Oh, that men's ears should be to counsel deaf, but not to flattery. Exit. Act Roman 2 Scene I. Athens, a room in a senator's house. Enter a senator with papers. Senator, and late 5,000. To Varro and to Isidore he owes 9,000, besides my former sum, which makes it 25. Still in motion of raging waste, It cannot hold, it will not. If I want gold, steal but a beggar's dog and give it Timon, why, the dog coins gold. If I would sell my horse and buy 20 more better than he, why, give my horse to Timon, ask nothing, give it him, it foals me straight and able horses. No porter at his gate, but rather one that smiles and still invites all that pass by. It cannot hold, no reason can sound his state in safety. Caffis, ho, Caffis, I say, enter Caffis. Caffis, here, sir, what is your pleasure? Senator, get on your cloak and haste you to Lord Timon. Importune him for my moneys. Be not ceased with slight denial, nor then silenced when commend me to your master. And the cap plays in the right hand thus. But tell him my uses cry to me I must serve my turn out of mine own, his days and times are past, and my reliances on his fracted dates have smit my credit. I love and honour him, but must not break my back to heal his finger. Immediate are my needs, and my relief must not be tossed and turned to me in words, but find supply immediate. Get you gone. Put on a most importunate aspect, a visage of demand, for I do fear when every feather sticks in his own wing, Lord Timon will be left a naked gull which flashes now a phoenix. Get you gone. Caffis, I go, sir. Senator, take the bonds along with you and have the dates in. Come. Caffis, I will, sir. Senator, go. Exeunt. Scene Roman 2. The same. A hall in Timon's house. Enter Flavius with many bills in his hand. Flavius, no care, no stop, so senseless of expense that he will neither know how to maintain it nor cease his flow of riot. Takes no account how things go from him, nor resumes no care of what is to continue. Never mind was to be so unwise, to be so kind. What shall be done? He will not hear till feel. I must be round with him now he comes from hunting. Fie, 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 fie. Enter Caffis and the servants of Isidore and Varro. Caffis, good even Varro, what? You come for money. Varro's servant, is't not your business too? Caffis, it is, and yours too, Isidore. Isidore's servant, it is so. Caffis, would we were all discharged. Varro's servant, I fear it. Caffis, here comes the lord. Enter Timon and his train with Alcibiades. Timon, so soon as dinner's done, will forth again, my Alcibiades. With me, what is your will? Caffis, my lord, here is a note of certain Jews. Timon, Jews, whence are you? Caffis, of Athens here, my lord. Timon, go to my steward. Caffis, please it your lordship, he hath put me off to the succession of new days this month. My master is awaked by great occasion to call upon his own, and humbly praise you that with your other noble parts you'll suit in giving him his right. Timon, mine honest friend, I prithee but repair to me next morning. Caffis, nay, good my lord Timon, contain thyself, good friend. Varro's servant. One Varro's servant, my good lord, Isidore's servant. From Isidore he humbly prays your speedy payment. Caffis, if you did know, my lord, my master's wants. Varro's servant. 'Twas due on forfeiture, my lord, 6 weeks and past. Isidore's servant. Your steward puts me off, my lord, and I am sent expressly to your lordship. Timon, give me breath. I do beseech you, good my lords, keep on, I'll wait upon you instantly. Exeunt Alcibiades and Timon's train. To Flavius, come hither. Pray you, how goes the world that I am thus encountered with clamorous demands of debt, broken bonds, and the detention of long since due debts against my honour? Flavius, please you, gentlemen, the time is unagreeable to this business. Your importunacy cease till after dinner, that I may make his lordship understand wherefore you are not paid. Timon, do so, my friends, see them well entertained. Exit. Flavius, pray draw near. Exit. Enter Epaminondas and fool. Caffis, stay, stay, here comes the fool with Epaminondas. Let's ha some sport with em. Varro's servant, hang him, he'll abuse us. Isidore's servant, a plague upon him, dog. Varro's servant, how dost, fool, Epaminondas, dost dialogue with thy shadow? Varro's servant, I speak not to thee, Epaminondas. No, 'tis to thyself, to the fool, come away. Isidore's servant to Varro's servant. There's the fool hangs on your back already. Epaminondas, no, thou stand'st single, thou'rt not on him yet. Caffis, where's the fool now? Epaminondas. He last asked the question. Poor rogues and usurers men, boards between gold and want, all servants. What are we? Epaminondas, Epaminondas, asses, all servants. Why, Epaminondas, that. You ask me what you are and do not know yourselves. Speak to fool, fool, how do you gentlemen, all servants, gramercy's good fool, how does your mistress? Fool, she's e'en setting on water to scold such chickens as you are, would we could see you at Corinth, Epimantus. Good gramercy enter page, fool, look you here comes my mistress page. Page to the fool, why how now captain, what do you in this wise company, how dost thou Epimantus, Epimantus, would I had a rod in my mouth that I might answer thee profitably. Page, prithee Epimantus read me the superscription of these letters, I know not which is which. Epimantus, canst not read, page, no, Epimantus, there will little learning die then that day thou art hanged. This is to Lord Timon, this to Alcibiades. Go, thou wast born a bastard, and thou'lt die aboard, page, thou wast whelped a dog, and thou shalt famish a dog's death. Answer not, I am gone, exit page, Epimantus, e'en so thou outrunst grace. Fool, I will go, with you to Lord Timon's. Fool, will you leave me there, Epimantus, if Timon stay at home? You three serve three usurers, all servants, aye would they served us, Epimantus, so would I, as good a trick as ever hangman served. Thief, fool, are you three usurers men, all servants, I fool, fool, I think no usurer but has a fool to his servant. My mistress is one, and I am her fool. When men come to borrow of your masters, they approach sadly and go away merry, but they enter my mistress's house merrily and go away sadly. The reason of this, Varro's servant, I could render one. Epimantus, do it then that we may account thee a whoremaster and a knave, which notwithstanding thou shalt be no less esteemed. Varro's servant, what is a whoremaster, fool? Fool, a fool in good clothes and something like thee. 'Tis a spirit, sometime he appears like a lord, sometime like a lawyer, sometime like a philosopher, with 2 stones more than's artificial one. He is very often like a knight, and generally in all shapes that man goes up and down in from 80 to 13. This spirit walks in. Varro's servant, thou art not altogether a fool. Fool, nor thou altogether a wise man, as much foolery as I have, so much wit thou lackst. Epimantus, that answer might have become Epimantus. Varro's servant, aside, aside, here comes Lord Timon. Enter Timon and Flavius, Epimantus, come with me fool, come, fool, I do not always follow lover, elder brother and woman, sometime the philosopher. Exeunt Epimantus and fool. Flavius, pray you walk near, I'll speak with you anon. Exeunt servants, Timon, you make me marvel wherefore ere this time had you not fully laid my state before me, that I might so have rated my expense as I had leave of means. Flavius, you would not hear me at many leisures I proposed. Timon, go to, perchance some single vantages you took when my indisposition put you back, and that unaptness made your minister thus to excuse yourself. Flavius, O my good lord, at many times I brought in my accounts, laid them before you. You would throw them off and say you found them in mine honesty. When for some trifling present you have bid me return so much, I have shook my head and wept, yea, 'gainst authority of manners, prayed you to hold your hand more close. I did endure not seldom nor no slight checks, when I have prompted you in the ebb of your estate, and your great flow of debts. My loved lord, though you hear now too late, yet now's a time. The greatest of your having lacks a half to pay your present debts. Timon, let all my land be sold. Flavius, 'tis all engaged, some forfeited and gone, and what remains will hardly stop the mouth of present dues, the future comes apace. What shall defend the interim? And at length how goes our reckoning? Timon, to Lacedaemon did my land extend. Flavius, O my good lord, the world is but a word, were it all yours to give it in a breath, how quickly were it gone. Timon, you tell me true. Flavius, if you suspect my husbandry or falsehood, call me before exactest auditors, and set me on the proof. So the gods bless me when all our offices have been oppressed with riotous feeders, when our vaults have wept with drunken spilth of wine, when every room hath blazed with lights and brayed with minstrelsy, I have retired me to a wasteful cock and set mine eyes at flow. Timon, prithee no more. Flavius, heavens, have I said the bounty of this lord? How many prodigal bits have slaves and peasants this night inglutted? Who is not Timon's? What heart, head, sword, force means but is Lord Timon's? Great Timon, noble, worthy, royal Timon, Ah, when the means are gone that by this praise the breath is gone whereof this praise is made. Feast won, fast lost, one cloud of winter showers these flies are couched. Timon, come, sermon me no further. No villainous bounty yet hath passed my heart, unwisely, not ignobly, have I given. Why dost thou weep? Canst thou the conscience lack to think I shall lack friends? Secure thy heart. If I would broach the vessels of my love and try the argument of hearts by borrowing, men and men's fortunes could I frankly use as I can bid thee speak. Flavius, assurance bless your thoughts, Timon, and in some sort these wants of mine are crowned that I account them blessings. For by these shall I try friends, you shall perceive how you mistake my fortunes. I am wealthy in my friends, within there Flaminius, Servilius. Enter Flaminius, Servilius, and a third servant. Servants, my lord, Timon, I will dispatch you severally, to Servilius, you to Lord Lucius, to Flaminius, to Lord Lucullus you I hunted with his honour today, to the third servant, you to Sempronius. Commend me to their loves, and I am proud say that my occasions have found time to use them toward a supply of money. Let the request be 50 talents. Flaminius, as you have said, my lord, exeunt servants. Flavius, aside, Lord Lucius and Lucullus. Timon, go you, sir, to the senators, of whom even to the state's best health I have deserved this hearing, bid send OTH instant 1,000 talents to me. Flavius, I have been bold, for that I knew it the most general way to them to use your signet and your name, but they do shake their heads, and I am here no richer in return. Timon, is't true? Can't be. Flavius, they answer in a joint and corporate voice that now they are at fall, want treasure, cannot do what they would, are sorry. You are honourable, but yet they could have wished, they know not, something hath been amiss. A noble nature may catch a wrench, would all were well, 'tis pity. And so, intending other serious matters, after distasteful looks and these hard fractions, with certain half-caps and cold-moving nods they froze me into silence. Timon, you gods, reward them. Prithee, man, look cheerly. These old fellows have their ingratitude in them hereditary. Their blood is caked, 'tis cold, it seldom flows. 'Tis lack of kindly warmth, they are not kind. And nature, as it grows again toward earth, is fashioned for the journey dull and heavy. Go to Ventidius. Prithee be not sad, thou art true and honest, ingenuously I speak, no blame belongs to thee. Ventidius lately buried his father, by whose death he stepped into a great estate. When he was poor, imprisoned, and in scarcity of friends, I cleared him with 5 talents. Greet him from me, bid him suppose some good necessity touches his friend, which craves to be remembered with those 5 talents. That had, give at these fellows to whom 'tis instant due. Ne'er speak, or think that Timon's fortunes mong his friends can sink. Exit, Flavius, I would I could not think it, that thought is bounty's foe, being free itself it thinks all others so. Exit, Act Roman 3 Scene I. Athens, a room in Lucullus' house, Flaminius waiting to speak with Lucullus from his master. Enter a servant to him. Servant, I have told my lord of you, he is coming down to you. Flaminius, I thank you, sir, enter Lucullus. Servant, here's my lord. Lucullus, aside, one of Lord Timon's men, a gift, I warrant. Why, this hits right. I dreamt of a silver basin and you are tonight. Flaminius, honest Flaminius, you are very respectively welcome, sir. Fill me some wine. Exit servant. And how does that honourable, complete, free-hearted gentleman of Athens, thy very bountiful good lord and master? If Flaminius, his health is well, sir. Lucullus, I am right glad that his health is well, sir. And what haste thou there under thy cloak, pretty Flaminius? Flaminius, faith, nothing but an empty box, sir, which in my lord's behalf I come to entreat your honour to supply, who, having great and instant occasion to use 50 talents, hath sent to your lordship to furnish him, nothing doubting your present assistance therein. Lucullus, la, nothing doubting, says he. Alas, good lord, a noble gentleman 'tis, if he would not keep so good a house. Many a time and often I ha dined with him and told him on't, and come again to supper to him of purpose to have him spend less, and yet he would embrace no counsel, take no warning by my coming. Every man has his fault, and honesty is his. I ha told him on't, but I could ne'er get him from tea. Enter servant with wine. Servant, please your lordship, here is the wine. Lucullus, Flaminius, I have noted thee always wise. Here's to thee, Flaminius, your lordship speaks your pleasure. Lucullus, I have observed thee always for a towardly prompt spirit. Give thee thy due, and one that knows what belongs to reason, and canst use the time well if the time use thee well. Good parts in thee. To servant, get you gone, sirrah. Exit servant, draw nearer, honest Flaminius. Thy lord's a bountiful gentleman, but thou art wise, and thou know'st well enough, although thou comest to me, that this is no time to lend money, especially upon bare friendship without security. Here's 3 solidaires for thee. Good boy, wink at me and say thou saw'st me not. Fare thee well, Flaminius. Is't possible the world should so much differ, and we alive that lived? Fly, damned baseness, to him that worships thee, throws the money back. Lucullus, ha, now I see thou art a fool and fit for thy master. Exit, Flaminius. May these add to the number that may scold thee. Let molten coin be thy damnation, thou disease of a friend and not himself. Has friendship such a faint and milky heart it turns in less than 2 nights? O you gods, I feel my master's passion. This slave unto his honour has my lord's meat in him. Why should it thrive and turn to nutriment when he is turned to poison? Oh, may diseases only work upon't, and when he's sick to death, let not that part of nature which my lord paid for be of any power to expel sickness, but prolong his hour. Exit, scene Roman 2. A public place, enter Lucius with 3 strangers. Lucius, who the Lord Timon, he is my very good friend and an honourable gentleman. First stranger, we know him for no less, though we are but strangers to him. But I can tell you one thing, my lord, and which I hear from common rumours. Now Lord Timon's happy hours are done and past, and his estate shrinks from him. Lucius, fie, no, do not believe it, he cannot want for money. Second stranger, but believe you this, my lord, that, not long ago, one of his men was with the Lord Lucullus to borrow so many talents, nay, urged extremely fought, and showed what necessity belonged tot, and yet was denied. Lucius, how? Second stranger, I tell you denied, my lord. Lucius, what a strange case was that. Now before the gods I am ashamed on't. Denied that honourable man, there was very little honour showed in't. For my own part I must needs confess I have received some small kindnesses from him, as money, plate, jewels, and such like trifles, nothing comparing to his, yet had he mistook him and sent to me I should ne'er have denied his occasion so many talents. Enter Servilius. Servilius, see by good hap yonder's my lord, I have sweat to see his honour. To Lucius, my honoured lord. Lucius, Servilius, you are kindly met, sir. Fare thee well. Commend me to thy honourable virtuous lord, my very exquisite friend. Servilius, may it please your honour, my lord hath sent. Lucius, ha, what has he sent? I am so much endeared to that lord, he's ever sending. How shall I thank him, thinkest thou, and what has he sent now? Servilius, has only sent his present occasion now, my lord, requesting your lordship to supply his instant use with so many talents. Lucius, I know his lordship is but merry with me. He cannot want 5,500 talents. Servilius, but in the meantime he wants less, my lord. If his occasion were not virtuous, I should not urge it half so faithfully. Lucius, dost thou speak seriously? Servilius, Servilius, upon my soul 'tis true, sir. Lucius, what a wicked beast was I to disfurnish myself against such a good time, when I might ha' shown myself honourable. How unluckily it happened that I should purchase the day before for a little part, and undo a great deal of honour. Servilius, now before the gods I am not able to do, the more beast. I say I was sending to use Lord Timon myself, these gentlemen can witness, but I would not for the wealth of Athens I had done it now. Commend me bountifully to his good lordship, and I hope his honour will conceive the fairest of me because I have no power to be kind. And tell him this from me, I count it one of my greatest afflictions, say that I cannot pleasure such an honourable gentleman. Good Servilius, will you befriend me so far as to use mine own words to him? Servilius, yes sir, I shall. Lucius, I'll look you out a good turn. Servilius, exit Servilius. True as you said, Timon is shrunk indeed, and he that's once denied will hardly speed. Exit. First stranger, do you observe this, Hostilius? Second stranger, I too well. First stranger, why this is the world's soul, and just of the same piece is every flatterer's spirit. Who can call him his friend that dips in the same dish? For in my knowing, Timon has been this lord's father, and kept his credit with his purse, supported his estate, nay, Timon's money has paid his men their wages. He ne'er drinks, but Timon's silver treads upon his lip, and yet, oh, see the monstrousness of man when he looks out in an ungrateful shape. He does deny him in respect of his what charitable men afford to beggars. Third stranger. Religion groans at it. First stranger. For mine own part I never tasted Timon in my life, nor came any of his bounties over me to mark me for his friend. Yet I protest, for his right noble mind, illustrious virtue, and honourable carriage, had his necessity made use of me, I would have put my wealth into donation, and the best half should have returned to him, so much I love his heart. But I perceive men must learn now with pity to dispense, for policy sits above conscience. Exeunt. Scene Roman 3, the same. A room in Sempronius' house. Enter a third servant of Timon's with Sempronius, another of Timon's friends. Sempronius, must he needs trouble me in't? Bove all others. He might have tried Lord Lucius or Lucullus, and now Ventidius is wealthy too, whom he redeemed from prison. All these owe their estates unto him. Servant, my lord, they have all been touched and found base metal, for they have all denied him. Sempronius, how have they denied him? Has Ventidius and Lucullus denied him, and does he send to me? 3. It shows but little love or judgment in him. Must I be his last refuge? His friends, like physicians, thrive, give him over. Must I take cure upon me? Has much disgraced me in't. I'm angry at him, that might have known my place. I see no sense fought, but his occasions might have wooed me first, for in my conscience I was the first man that e'er received gift from him. And does he think so backwardly of me now that I'll requite it last? No, so it may prove an argument of laughter to rest, and I mongst lords be thought a fool. I'd rather than the worth of thrice the sum had sent to me first, but for my mind's sake, I'd such a courage to do him good. But now return, and with their faint reply this answer join, who bates mine honour shall not know my coin. Exit. Servant, excellent, your lordship's a goodly villain. The devil knew not what he did when he made man politic. He crossed himself bite, and I cannot think but in the end the villainies of man will set him clear. How fairly this lord strives to appear foul, takes virtuous copies to be wicked, like those that under hot ardent zeal would set whole realms on fire. Of such a nature is his politic love. This was my lord's best hope, now all are fled save only the gods. Now his friends are dead, doors that were ne'er acquainted with their wards many a bounteous year must be employed now to guard sure their master. And this is all a liberal course allows, who cannot keep his wealth must keep his house. Exit. Scene Roman 4. A hall in Timon's house. Enter 2 of Varro's servants meeting Titus and Hortensius and then Lucius, all servants of Timon's creditors, to wait for his coming out. First Varro's servant. Well met, good morrow, Titus and Hortensius. Titus, the like to you, kind Varro. Hortensius. Lucius, what do we meet together? Lucius. Aye, and I think one business does command us all, for mine is money. Titus, so is theirs and ours. Enter Philotas. Lucius, and Sir Philotas too. Philotas, good day at once. Lucius. Welcome, good brother, what do you think the hour? Philotas, labouring for 9. Lucius, so much. Philotas, is not my lord seen yet? Lucius, not yet. Philotas, I wonder on't he was wont to shine at 7. Lucius. Aye, but the days are waxed shorter with him. You must consider that a prodigal course is like the sun's, but not like his recoverable. I fear 'tis deepest winter in Lord Timon's purse, that is, one may reach deep enough and yet find little. Philotas, I am of your fear for that. Titus, I'll show you how to observe a strange event. Your lord sends now for money. Hortensius, most true he does. Titus, and he wears jewels now of Timon's gift, for which I wait for money. Hortensius, it is against my heart. Lucius, mark how strange it shows, Timon in this should pay more than he owes, and earn as if your lord should wear rich jewels and send for money for Hortensius, I'm weary of this charge, the gods can witness. I know my lord hath spent of Timon's wealth, and now ingratitude makes it worse than stealth. First Varro's servant. Yes, mine's 3,000 crowns. What's yours, Lucius? 5,000 mine. First Varro's servant. 'Tis much deep, and it should seem by some your master's confidence was above mine, else surely his had equalled. Enter Flaminius. Titus, one of Lord Timon's men, Lucius, Flaminius, sir, a word, pray, is my lord ready to come forth? Flaminius. No, indeed he is not. Titus, we attend his lordship, pray signify so much. Flaminius, I need not tell him that, he knows you are too diligent. Exit Flaminius. Enter Flavius in a cloak, muffled. Lucius. Ha, is not that his steward muffled so? He goes away in a cloud, call him, call him. Titus, do you hear, sir? Second Varro's servant, by your leave, sir. Flavius, what do you ask of me, my friend? Titus, we wait for certain money here, sir. Flavius, aye, if money were as certain as your waiting, 'twere sure enough. Why then preferred you not your sums and bills when your false masters eat of my lord's meat? Then they could smile and fawn upon his debts, and take down interest into their gluttonous maws. You do yourselves but wrong to stir me up, let me pass quietly. Believe it, my lord and I have made an end, I have no more to reckon he to spend. Lucius. Aye, but this answer will not serve. Flavius, if 'twill not serve, 'tis not so base as you, for you serve knaves. Exit, first Varro's servant. How, what does his cashiered worship mutter? Second Varro's servant. No matter what, he's poor, and that's revenge enough. Who can speak broader than he that has no house to put his head in? Such may rail against great buildings. Enter Servilius. Titus. Oh, here's Servilius, now we shall know some answer. Servilius. If I might beseech you, gentlemen, to repair some other hour, I should derive much from't. For taked of my soul, my lord leans wondrously to discontent. His comfortable temper has forsook him, he's much out of health, and keeps his chamber. Lucius. Many do keep their chambers, are not sick, and if it be so far beyond his health, methinks he should the sooner pay his debts and make a clear way to the gods. Servilius. Good gods. Titus, we cannot take this for answer, sir. Flaminius. Within. Servilius. Help, my lord, my lord. Enter Timon in a rage. Timon. What, are my doors opposed against my passage? Have I been ever free, and must my house be my retentive enemy, my jail? The place which I have feasted, does it now, like all mankind? You show me an iron heart. Lucius. Put in now, Titus. Titus. My lord, here is my bill. Lucius, here's mine. Hortensius, and mine, my lord, both Varro's servants, and ours, my lord. Philotus, all our bills. Timon, knock me down with them, cleave me to the girdle. Lucius. Alas, my lord. Timon, cut my heart in sums. Titus. Mine 50 talents. Timon, tell out my blood. Lucius. 5,000 crowns, my lord. Timon. 5,000 drops pays that. What yours and yours? First Varro's servant. My lord. Second Varro's servant. My lord. Timon, tear me, take me, and the gods fall upon you. Exit. Hortensius. Faith, I perceive our masters may throw their caps at their money. These debts may well be called desperate ones, for a madman owes em. Exeunt. Enter Timon and Flavius. Timon, they have e'en put my breath from me, the slaves, creditors, devils. Flavius, my dear lord. Timon, what if it should be so? Flavius, my lord. Timon, I'll have it so. My steward. Flavius, here, my lord. Timon, so fitly. Go, bid all my friends again, Lucius, Lucullus, and Sempronius all. I'll once more feast the rascals. Flavius. O my lord, you only speak from your distracted soul, there is not so much left to furnish out a moderate table. Timon, be it not in thy care. Go, I charge thee, invite them all, let in the tide of knaves once more. My cook and I'll provide. Exeunt. Scene V. The same. The Senate house. Enter 3 senators at one door, Alcibiades meeting them with attendants. First Senator. My lord, you have my voice to tea, the fault's bloody. 'Tis necessary he should die, nothing emboldens sin so much as mercy. Second Senator. Most true, the law shall bruise. Alcibiades. Honour, health, and compassion to the Senate. First Senator. Now, Captain Alcibiades, I am a humble suitor to your virtues, for pity is the virtue of the law, and none but tyrants use it cruelly. It pleases time and fortune to lie heavy upon a friend of mine, who in hot blood hath stepped into the law, which is past depth to those that without heed do plunge in tot. He is a man setting his fate aside of comely virtues, nor did he soil the fact with cowardice. An honour in him which buys out his fault, but with a noble fury and fair spirit, seeing his reputation touched to death, he did oppose his foe. And with such sober and unnoted passion he did behave his anger ere 'twas spent, as if he had but proved an argument. First Senator. You undergo too strict a paradox, striving to make an ugly deed look fair. Your words have took such pains as if they laboured to bring manslaughter into form and set quarrelling upon the head of valour, which indeed is valour misbegot and came into the world, when sects and factions were newly born. He's truly valiant that can wisely suffer the worst that man can breathe, and make his wrongs his outsides to wear them like his raiment, carelessly, and ne'er prefer his injuries to his heart, to bring it into danger. If wrongs be evils and enforce us kill, what folly 'tis to hazard life for ill. Alcibiades, my lord first senator, you cannot make gross sins look clear, to revenge is no valour but to bear. Alcibiades, my lords then under favour, pardon me if I speak like a captain. Why do fond men expose themselves to battle and not endure all threats? Sleep upon't and let the foes quietly cut their throats without repugnancy. If there be such valour in the bearing, what make we abroad? Why then women are more valiant that stay at home, if bearing carry it, and the ass more captain than the lion, the felon loaden with irons wiser than the judge, if wisdom be in suffering. O my lords, as you are great, be pitifully good, who cannot condemn rashness in cold blood. To kill, I grant, is sin's extremest gust, but in defence by mercy 'tis most just. To be in anger is impiety, but who is man that is not angry? Weigh but the crime with this. Second Senator, you breathe in vain. Alcibiades in vain. His service done at Lacedaemon and Byzantium were a sufficient briber for his life. First Senator, what's that? Alcibiades, why, I say, my lords, has done fair service and slain in fight many of your enemies. How full of valour did he bear himself in the last conflict and made plenteous wounds. Second Senator, he has made too much plenty with he's a sworn rioter. He has a sin that often drowns him and takes his valour prisoner. If there were no foes, that were enough to overcome him. In that beastly fury he has been known to commit outrages and cherish factions. 'Tis inferred to us his days are foul and his drink dangerous. First Senator, he dies. Alcibiades, hard fate, he might have died in war. My lords, if not for any parts in him, though his right arm might purchase his own time and be in debt to none, yet more to move you, take my deserts to his and join 'em both. And, for I know your reverend ages love security, I'll pawn my victories, all my honour to you upon his good returns. If by this crime he owes the law his life, why, let the war receive it in valiant gore, for law is strict and war is nothing more. First Senator, we are for law, he dies, urge it no more on height of our displeasure. Friend or brother, he forfeits his own blood that spills another. Alcibiades, must it be so? It must not be. My lords, I do beseech you, know me. Second Senator, how? Alcibiades, call me to your remembrances. Third Senator, what? Alcibiades, I cannot think but your age has forgot me, it could not else be I should prove so base to sue and be denied such common grace. My wounds ache at you. First Senator, do you dare our anger? 'Tis in few words but spacious in effect, we banish thee for ever. Alcibiades, banish me, banish your dotage, banish usury that makes the Senate ugly. First Senator, if after 2 days' shine Athens contain thee, attend our weightier judgment, and not to swell our spirit, he shall be executed presently. Exeunt Senators. Alcibiades, now the gods keep you old enough that you may live only in bone, that none may look on you. I'm worse than mad. I have kept back their foes while they have told their money and let out their coin upon large interest, I myself rich only in large hurts. All those for this. Is this the balsam that the usuring senate pours into captains' wounds? Banishment, it comes not ill. I hate not to be banished. It is a cause worthy my spleen and fury that I may strike at Athens. I'll cheer up my discontented troops and lay for hearts. 'Tis honour with most lands to be at odds. Soldiers should brook as little wrongs as gods. Exit, scene VI, a room of state in Timon's house music. Enter divers friends at several doors. First friend, the good time of day to you, sir. Second friend, I also wish it to you. I think this honourable lord did but try us this other day. First friend, upon that were my thoughts tiring when we encountered. I hope it is not so low with him as he made it seem in the trial of his several friends. Second friend, it should not be by the persuasion of his new feasting. First friend, I should think so. He hath sent me an earnest inviting, which many my near occasions did urge me to put off, but he hath conjured me beyond them, and I must needs appear. Second friend. In like manner was I in debt to my importunate business, but he would not hear my excuse. I am sorry when he sent to borrow of me that my provision was out. First friend. I am sick of that grief too, as I understand how all things go. Second friend. Every man hears so. What would he have borrowed you? First friend. 1,000 pieces. Second friend. 1,000 pieces. First friend. What of you? Second friend. He sent to me, sir, here he comes. Enter Timon and attendants. Timon, with all my heart, gentlemen both, and how fare you? First friend. Ever at the best, hearing well of your lordship. Second friend. The swallow follows not summer more willing than we your lordship. Timon. Aside. Nor more willingly leaves winter, such summer birds are men. Gentlemen, our dinner will not recompense this long stay. Feast your ears with the music awhile, if they will fare so harshly, O.th trumpets sound. We shall talk presently. First friend, I hope it remains not unkindly with your lordship that I returned you an empty messenger. Timon, oh sir, let it not trouble you. Second friend, my noble lord Timon. Ah, my good friend, what cheer. Second friend, my most honourable lord, I am e'en sick of shame that when your lordship this other day sent to me I was so unfortunate a beggar. Timon, think not on't, sir. Second friend, if you had sent but 2 hours before, Timon. Let it not cumber your better remembrance, the banquet brought in. Come, bring in all together. Second friend, all covered dishes. First friend, royal cheer, I warrant you. Third friend, doubt not that if money and the season can yield it. First friend, how do you, what's the news? Third friend, Alcibiades is banished, hear you of it? First and second friends, Alcibiades banished. Third friend, 'tis so, be sure of it. First friend, how? Second friend, I pray you upon what? Timon, my worthy friends, will you draw near? Third friend, I'll tell you more anon, here's a noble feast toward. Second friend, this is the old man still. Third friend, wilt hold? Wilt hold? Second friend, it does, but time will, and so. Third friend, I do conceive. Timon, each man to his stool with that spur as he would to the lip of his mistress. Your diet shall be in all places alike. Make not a city feast of it to let the meat cool ere we can agree upon the first place. Sit, sit. The gods require our thanks. You great benefactors, sprinkle our society with thankfulness. For your own gifts make yourselves praised, but reserve still to give, lest your deities be despised. Lend to each man enough that one need not lend to another, for were your godheads to borrow of men, men would forsake the gods. Make the meat be beloved more than the man that gives it. Let no assembly of 20 be without a score of villains. If there sit 12 women at the table, let a dozen of them be as they are. The rest of your foes, O gods, the senators of Athens, together with the common lag of people, what is amiss in them, you gods, make suitable for destruction. For these my present friends, as they are to me nothing, so in nothing bless them, and to nothing are they welcome. Uncover, dogs, and lap. The dishes are uncovered and prove to be full of lukewarm water. Some speak. What does his lordship mean? Some other, I know not. Timon, may you a better feast never behold, you not of mouth friends. Smoke and lukewarm water is your perfection. This is Timon's last, who, stuck and spangled with your flatteries, washes it off and sprinkles in your faces your reeking villainy. Throws water in their faces. Live loathed and long most smiling, smooth, detested parasites, courteous destroyers, affable wolves, meek bears, you fools of fortune, trencher friends, time's flies, cap-and-knee slaves, vapours and minute jacks. Of man and beast the infinite malady crust you quite o'er, they stand. What dost thou go? Soft, take thy physic first, thou too, and thou, stay, I will lend thee money, borrow none. He attacks them and forces them out. What all in motion, henceforth be no feast whereat a villain's not a welcome guest. Burn house, sink Athens. Henceforth hated be of Timon man and all humanity. Exit. Enter Timon's friends the senators with other lords. First friend, how now, my lords? A second friend, know you the quality of Lord Timon's fury? Third friend, push, did you see my cap? Fourth friend, I have lost my gown. First friend, he's but a mad lord and naught but humour sways him. He gave me a jewel th other day and now he has beat it out of my hat. Did you see my jewel, third friend? Did you see my cap, second friend? Here 'tis, fourth friend, here lies my gown. First friend, let's make no stay. Second friend, Lord Timon's mad. Third friend, I feel't upon my bones. Fourth friend, one day he gives us diamonds, next day stones. Exeunt, Act Roman 4 Scene I, without the walls of Athens enter Timon. Timon, let me look back upon thee. O thou wall that girdles in those wolves, dive in the earth and fence not Athens. Matrons turn incontinent, obedience fail in children. Slaves and fools pluck the grave wrinkled senate from the bench and minister in their steads. To general filths convert, O th instant, green virginity dot in your parents' eyes. Bankrupts hold fast, rather than render back, out with your knives and cut your trusters' throats. Bound servants steal, large-handed robbers your grave masters are and pill by law. Maid to thy master's bed, thy mistress is O th brothel. Son of 16, pluck the lined crutch from thy old limping sire, with it beat out his brains. Piety and fear, religion to the gods, peace, justice, truth, domestic awe, night trest and neighbourhood, instruction, manners, mysteries and trades, degrees, observances, customs and laws. Decline to your confounding contraries and let confusion live. Plagues incident to men, your potent and infectious fevers heap on Athens, ripe for stroke. Thou cold sciatica, cripple our senators that their limbs may halt as lamely as their manners. Lust and liberty, creep in the minds and marrows of our youth, that gainst the stream of virtue they may strive and drown themselves in riot. Itches, blains, so all th Athenian bosoms, and their crop be general leprosy. Breath infect breath, that their society as their friendship may be merely poison. Nothing I'll bear from thee but nakedness, thou detestable town. Take thou that too with multiplying bands. Timon will to the woods, where he shall find th unkindest beast more kinder than mankind. The gods confound, hear me, you good gods all. Th Athenians both within and out that wall, and grant, as Timon grows, his hate may grow to the whole race of mankind, high and low. Amen. Exit, Scene Roman 2, Athens. A room in Timon's house, enter Flavius with 2 or 3 servants. First servant, here you master steward, where's our master? Are we undone, cast off, nothing remaining? Flavius. Alack, my fellows, what should I say to you? Let me be recorded by the righteous gods, I am as poor as you. First servant, such a house broke, so noble a master fallen, all gone and not one friend to take his fortune by the arm and go along with him. Second servant, as we do turn our backs from our companion thrown into his grave, so his familiars to his buried fortunes slink all away, leave their false vows with him like empty purses picked, and his poor self, a dedicated beggar to the air with his disease of all-shunned poverty, walks like contempt alone. More of our fellows, enter other servants. Flavius, all broken implements of a ruined house. Third servant, yet do our hearts wear Timon's livery, that see I by our faces. We are fellows still, serving alike in sorrow. Leaked is our bark, and we poor mates stand on the dying deck hearing the surge's threat. We must all part into this sea of air. Flavius, good fellows all, the latest of my wealth I'll share amongst you. Wherever we shall meet, for Timon's sake let's yet be fellows. Let's shake our heads and say, as twere a knell unto our master's fortune, we have seen better days. Let each take some, offering them money, nay, put out all your hands, not one word more. Thus part we rich in sorrow, parting poor. They embrace and part several ways. Oh, the fierce wretchedness that glory brings us! Who would not wish to be from wealth exempt, since riches point to misery and contempt? Who would be so mocked with glory, or to live but in a dream of friendship, to have his pomp and all what state compounds, but only painted like his varnished friends? Poor honest lord, brought low by his own heart, undone by goodness. Strange, unusual blood when man's worst sin is he does too much good, who then dares to be half so kind again, for bounty that makes gods does still mar men. My dearest lord, blessed to be most accursed, rich only to be wretched, thy great fortunes are made thy chief afflictions. Alas, kind lord, he's flung in rage from this ingrateful seat of monstrous friends, nor has he with him to supply his life or that which can command it. I'll follow and inquire him out. I'll ever serve his mind with my best will. Whilst I have gold, I'll be his steward still. Exit, scene Roman 3. Woods and caves near the seashore enter Timon in the woods. Timon, O blessed breeding son, draw from the earth-rotten humidity below thy sister's orb infect the air. Twinned brothers of one womb whose procreation, residence and birth scarce is dividend, touch them with several fortunes, the greater scorns the lesser. Not nature, to whom all sores lay siege, can bear great fortune but by contempt of nature. Raise me this beggar and den it that lord, the senator shall bear contempt hereditary, the beggar native honour. It is the pasture lards the rother's sides, the want that makes him lean. Who dares in purity of manhood stand upright and say, this man's a flatterer, if one be so are they all, for every grease of fortune is smoothed by that below. The learned pate ducks to the golden fool. All's obliquy. There's nothing level in our cursed natures but direct villainy. Therefore be abhorred all feasts, societies, and throngs of men. His semblable yea himself Timon disdains, destruction fang mankind. Earth yield me roots, digs in the earth. Who seeks for better of thee source his palate with thy most operant poison. What is here? Gold, yellow, glittering, precious gold. No gods, I am no idle votarist, roots you clear heavens. Thus much of this will make black white, foul fair, wrong right, base noble, old young, coward valiant. Ha, you gods, why this? What this, you gods? Why this will lug your priests and servants from your sides, pluck stout men's pillows from below their heads. This yellow slave will knit and break religions, bless th accursed, make the whore leprosy adored, place thieves and give them title, knee and approbation with senators on the bench. This is it that makes the wappened widow wed again. She whom the spittle house and ulcerous sores would cast the gorge at. This embalms and spices to th April day again. Come, damned earth, thou common whore of mankind that puts odds among the rout of nations, I will make thee do thy right nature. March afar off. Ha, a drum, thou'rt quick, but yet I'll bury thee. Thou'lt go, strong thief, when gouty keepers of thee cannot stand. Nay, stay thou out for earnest, keeping some gold. Enter Alcibiades with drum and fife in warlike manner, and Phrynia and Timandra. Alcibiades, what art thou there? Speak. Timon, a beast as thou art, the canker nor thy heart for showing me again the eyes of man. Alcibiades, what is thy name? Is man so hateful to thee that art thyself a man? Timon, I am misanthropos and hate mankind. For thy part I do wish thou wert a dog, that I might love thee something. Alcibiades, I know thee well, but in thy fortunes am unlearned and strange. Timon, I know thee too, and more than that I know thee I not desire to know. Follow thy drum, with man's blood paint the ground gules. Religious canons, civil laws are cruel, then what should war be? This fell whore of thine hath in her more destruction than thy sword, for all her cherubin look. Phrynia, thy lips rot off. Timon, I will not kiss thee, then the rot returns to thine own lips again. Alcibiades, how came the noble Timon to this change? Timon, as the moon does by wanting light to give, but then renew I could not like the moon, there were no suns to borrow of. Alcibiades, noble Timon, what friendship may I do thee? Timon, none but to maintain my opinion. Alcibiades, what is it? Timon, Timon, promise me friendship but perform none. If thou wilt not promise, the gods plague thee, for thou art a man. If thou dost perform, confound thee, for thou art a man. Alcibiades, I have heard in some sort of thy miseries. Timon, thou saw'st them when I had prosperity. Alcibiades, I see them now, then was a blessed time. Timon, as thine is now, held with a brace of harlots. Timandra, is this th Athenian minion whom the world voiced so regardfully? Timon, art thou Timandra? Timandra, yes, Timon, be a whore still, they love thee not that use thee, give them diseases, leaving with thee their lust, make use of thy salt hours, season the slaves for tubs and baths, bring down rose-cheeked youth to the tub fast and the diet. Timandra, hang thee monster. Alcibiades, pardon him, sweet Timandra, for his wits are drowned and lost in his calamities. I have but little gold of late, brave Timon, the want whereof doth daily make revolt in my penurious band. I have heard and grieved how cursed Athens, mindless of thy worth, forgetting thy great deeds when neighbour states, but for thy sword and fortune, trod upon them. Timon, I prithee beat thy drum and get thee gone. Alcibiades, I am thy friend and pity thee, dear Timon. Timon, how dost thou pity him whom thou dost trouble? I had rather be alone. Alcibiades, why, fare thee well, here is some gold for thee. Timon, keep it, I cannot eat it. Alcibiades, when I have laid proud Athens on a heap. Timon, warst thou gainst Athens? Alcibiades, I, Timon, and have cause. Timon, the gods confound them all in thy conquest, and thee after when thou hast conquered. Alcibiades, why me? Timon, Timon, that by killing of villains thou wast born to conquer my country. Put up thy gold, go on, here's gold, go on. Be as a planetary plague when Jove will o'er some high vice city hang his poison in the sick air. Let not thy sword skip one. Pity not honoured age for his white beard, he is an usurer. Strike me the counterfeit matron. It is her habit only that is honest, herself's a bawd. Let not the virgin's cheek make soft thy trenchant sword, for those milk paps that through the window bars bore at men's eyes are not within the leaf of pity writ, but set them down horrible traitors. Spare not the babe whose dimpled smiles from fools exhaust their mercy. Think it a bastard whom the oracle hath doubtfully pronounced thy throat shall cut, and mince it sans remorse. Swear against objects, put armour on thine ears and on thine eyes, whose proof nor yells of mothers, maids, nor babes, nor sight of priests in holy vestments bleeding shall pierce a jot. There's gold to pay thy soldiers. Make large confusion, and thy fury spent, confounded be thyself. Speak not, be gone, Alcibiades, haste thou gold yet. I'll take the gold thou giv'st me, not all thy counsel. Timon, dost thou or dost thou not heaven's curse upon thee? Phrynia and Timandra, give us some gold, good Timon, haste thou more. Timon, enough to make a whore forswear her trade, and to make whores aboard. Hold up, you sluts, your aprons mountant. You are not oathable, although I know you'll swear, terribly swear into strong shudders and to heavenly agues, immortal gods that hear you. Spare your oaths, I'll trust to your conditions. Be whores still, and he whose pious breath seeks to convert you be strong in whore, allure him, burn him up. Let your close fire predominate his smoke, and be no turncoats. Yet may your pains 6 months be quite contrary, and thatch your poor thin roofs with burdens of the dead, some that were hanged, no matter, wear them, betray with them. Whore still, paint till a horse may mire upon your face, a pox of wrinkles, Phrynia and Timandra. Well, more gold, what then? Believe it that we'll do anything for gold. Timon, consumption sow in hollow bones of man, strike their sharp shins and mar men's spurring. Crack the lawyer's voice that he may never more false title plead nor sound his quillets shrilly. Whore the flame that scolds against the quality of flesh and not believes himself. Down with the nose, down with it flat, take the bridge quite away of him that, his particular to foresee, smells from the general wheel. Make curled pate ruffians bald, and let the unscarred braggarts of the war derive some pain from you. Plague all that your activity may defeat and quell the source of all erection. There's more gold, do you damn others and let this damn you, and ditches grave you all, Phrynia and Timandra. More counsel with more money, bounteous Timon. Timon, more whore, more mischief first, I have given you earnest. Alcibiades, strike up the drum towards Athens. Farewell, Timon, if I thrive well, I'll visit thee again. Timon, if I hope well, I'll never see thee more. Alcibiades, I never did thee harm. Timon, yes, thou spokest well of me. Alcibiades, call'st thou that harm? Timon, men daily find it, get thee away and take thy beagles with thee. Alcibiades, we but offend him, strike, drum beats. Exeunt all but Timon, Timon, that nature, being sick of man's unkindness, should yet be hungry, he digs. Common mother thou, whose womb unmeasurable and infinite breast teems and feeds all. Whose self-same metal whereof thy proud child, arrogant man, is puffed, engenders the black toad and adder blue, the gilded newt and eyeless venomed worm, with all the abhorred births below crisp heaven whereon Hyperion's quickening fire doth shine. Yield him who all thy human sons doth hate, from forth thy plenteous bosom, one poor root. Ensear thy fertile and conceptious womb, let it no more bring out ingrateful man. Go great with tigers, dragons, wolves, and bears, teem with new monsters whom thy upward face hath to the marbled mansion all above never presented. Oh, a root, dear thanks! Dry up thy marrows, vines, and plough-torn lees, Whereof ingrateful man with liquorish draughts and morsels unctuous greases his pure mind, that from it all consideration slips. Enter Epaminondas. More man, plague, Epaminondas, I was directed hither. Men report thou dost affect my manners and dost use them. Timon, 'tis then because thou dost not keep a dog whom I would imitate. Consumption catch thee, Epaminondas. This is in the nature but infected, a poor unmanly melancholy sprung from change of fortune. Why this spade, this place, this slave-like habit and these looks of care? Thy flatterers yet wear silk, drink wine, lie soft, hug their diseased perfumes, and have forgot that ever Timon was. Shame not these woods by putting on the cunning of a carper. Be thou a flatterer now, and seek to thrive by that which has undone thee. Hinge thy knee, and let his very breath whom thou'lt observe. Blow off thy cap, praise his most vicious strain, and call it excellent. Thou wast told thus, thou gav'st thine ears like tapsters that bade welcome to knaves and all approachers. 'Tis most just that thou turn rascal, hadst thou wealth again rascals should haved, do not assume my likeness. Timon, were I like thee I'd throw away myself. Epaminondas, thou hast cast away thyself, being like thyself a madman so long now a fool. What think'st that the bleak air, thy boisterous chamberlain, will put thy shirt on warm? Will these mossed trees that have outlived the eagle page thy heels and skip when thou point'st out? Will the cold brook, candied with ice, curdle thy morning taste to cure thy all-night surfeit? Call the creatures whose naked natures live in all the spite of wreakful heaven, whose bare unhoused trunks to the conflicting elements exposed answer mere nature, bid them flatter thee. Oh, thou shalt find Timon a fool of thee. Depart, Epaminondas, I love thee better now than ere I did. Timon, I hate thee worse, Epaminondas. Why, Timon, thou flatterest misery. Epaminondas, I flatter not, but say thou art a caitiff. Timon, why dost thou seek me out, Epaminondas, to vex thee? Timon, always a villain's office or a fool's, dost please thyself in't, Epaminondas. I, Timon, what a knave too, Epaminondas. If thou didst put this sour cold habit on to castigate thy pride, 'twere well, but thou dost it enforcedly. Thou'dst courtier be again wert thou not beggar. Willing misery outlives in certain pomp, is crowned before, the one is filling still, never complete the other at high wish. Best state, contentless, hath a distracted and most wretched being, worse than the worst content. Thou shouldst desire to die being miserable. Timon, not by his breath that is more miserable. Thou art a slave whom fortune's tender arm with favour never clasped but bred a dog. Hadst thou, like us from our first swath, proceeded the sweet degrees that this brief world affords to such as may the passive drugs of it freely command, thou wouldst have plunged thyself in general riot, melted down thy youth in different beds of lust, and never learned the icy precepts of respect, but followed the sugared game before thee. But myself, who had the world as my confectionery, the mouths, the tongues, the eyes and hearts of men at duty, more than I could frame employment, that numberless upon me stuck as leaves do on the oak, have with one winter's brush fell from their boughs and left me open, bare for every storm that blows. I to bear this that never knew but better is some burden. Thy nature did commence in sufferance, time hath made thee hard in't. Why shouldst thou hate men? They never flattered thee. What hast thou given? If thou wilt curse thy father, that poor rag must be thy subject, who in spite put stuff to some she-beggar and compounded thee poor rogue hereditary. Hence be gone, if thou hadst not been born the worst of men, thou hadst been a knave and flatterer. Epaminondas, art thou proud yet, Timon? I that I am not thee. Epaminondas, I that I was no prodigal. Timon, I that I am one now. Were all the wealth I have shut up in thee, I'd give thee leave to hang it. Get thee gone, that the whole life of Athens were in this, thus would I eat it. Eats a root, Epaminondas, here I will mend thy feast. Timon, first mend my company, take away thyself. Epaminondas, so I shall mend mine own, by lack of thine. Timon, 'tis not well mended, so it is but botched. If not, I would it were. Epaminondas, what wouldst thou have to Athens? Timon, thee thither in a whirlwind, if thou wilt tell them there I have gold. Look, so I have. Epaminondas, here is no use for gold. Timon, the best and truest, for here it sleeps and does no hired harm. Epaminondas, Where least a nights, Timon, Timon, under that's above me. Where feedst thou a days, Epimantus? Epimantus, where my stomach finds meat, or rather where I eat it. Timon, would poison were obedient and knew my mind. Epimantus, where wouldst thou send it? Timon, to sauce thy dishes. Epimantus, the middle of humanity thou never knewest, but the extremity of both ends. When thou wast in thy guilt and thy perfume, they mocked thee for too much curiosity. In thy rags thou know'st none, but art despised for the contrary. There's a meddler for thee, eat it, Timon. On what I hate I feed not. Epimantus, dost hate a meddler, Timon? Aye, though it look like thee, Epimantus, and thou'dst hated meddlers sooner, thou shouldst have loved thyself better now. What man didst thou ever know unthrift that was beloved after his means? Timon, who without those means thou talk'st of didst thou ever know beloved? Epimantus, myself, Timon, I understand thee, thou hadst some means to keep a dog. Epimantus, what things in the world canst thou nearest compare to thy flatterers? Timon, women nearest, but men are the things themselves. What wouldst thou do with the world, Epimantus, if it lay in thy power? Epimantus, give it the beasts to be rid of the men. Timon, wouldst thou have thyself fall in the confusion of men and remain a beast with the beasts? Epimantus, aye, Timon, Timon. A beastly ambition which the gods grant thee to attain to. If thou wert the lion, the fox would beguile thee. If thou wert the lamb, the fox would eat thee. If thou wert the fox, the lion would suspect thee when peradventure thou wert accused by the ass. If thou wert the ass, thy dullness would torment thee, and still thou livedst but as a breakfast to the wolf. If thou wert the wolf, thy greediness would afflict thee, and oft thou shouldst hazard thy life for thy dinner. Wert thou the unicorn, pride and wrath would confound thee and make thine own self the conquest of thy fury. Wert thou a bear, thou wouldst be killed by the horse. Wert thou a horse, thou wouldst be seized by the leopard. Wert thou a leopard, thou wert germane to the lion, and the spots of thy kindred were jurors on thy life. All thy safety were remotion, and thy defence absence. What beast couldst thou be that were not subject to a beast? And what beast art thou already that seest not thy loss in transformation? Epimantus, if thou couldst please me with speaking to me, thou mightst have hit upon it here. The commonwealth of Athens is become a forest of beasts. Timon, how has the ass broke the wall that thou art out of the city? Epimantus, yonder comes a poet and a painter, the plague of company light upon thee, I will fear to catch it and give way. When I know not what else to do, I'll see thee again. Timon, when there is nothing living but thee, thou shalt be welcome. I had rather be a beggar's dog than Epimantus. Epimantus, thou art the cap of all the fools alive. Timon, would thou wert clean enough to spit upon. Epimantus, a plague on thee, thou art too bad to curse. Timon, all villains that do stand by thee are pure. Epimantus, there is no leprosy but what thou speakst. Timon, if I name thee I'll beat thee, but I should infect my hands. Epimantus, I would my tongue could rot them off. Timon, away thou issue of a mangy dog, choler does kill me that thou art alive, I swoon to see thee. Epimantus, would thou wouldst burst. Timon, away thou tedious rogue, I am sorry I shall lose a stone by thee, throws a stone at him. Epimantus, beast. Timon, slave. Epimantus, toad. Timon, rogue, 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 I am sick of this false world and will love naught but even the mere necessities upon't. Then Timon, presently prepare thy grave. Lie where the light foam of the sea may beat thy gravestone daily. Make thine epitaph that death in me at others' lives may laugh, to the gold. O thou sweet king killer and dear divorce twixt natural son and sire. Thou bright defiler of Hymen's purest bed, thou valiant Mars. Thou ever young, fresh, loved and delicate wooer, whose blush doth thaw the consecrated snow that lies on Dian's lap. Thou visible god that soldest close impossibilities and mak'st them kiss, that speak'st with every tongue to every purpose. O thou touch of hearts, think thy slave man rebels, and by thy virtue set them into confounding odds, that beasts may have the world in empire. Epimantus, would twere so, but not till I am dead, I'll say thoust gold thou wilt be thronged to shortly. Timon, thronged to. Epimantus, I, Timon, thy back I prithee. Epimantus, live and love thy misery. Timon, long live so and so die, I am quit. Epimantus, more things like men. Eat Timon and abhor them. Exit Epimantus. Enter banditti, first bandit. Where should he have this gold? It is some poor fragment, some slender aught of his remainder. The mere want of gold and the falling from of his friends drove him into this melancholy. Second bandit. It is noised he hath a mass of treasure. Third bandit. Let us make the assay upon him. If he care not fort, he will supply us easily. If he covetously reserve it, how shall's get it? Second bandit. True, for he bears it not about him, 'tis hid. First bandit. Is not this he, banditti? Where? Second bandit. 'Tis his description. Third bandit. He, I know him, banditti. Save thee, Timon. Timon, now thieves, banditti. Soldiers, not thieves, Timon, both two and women's sons. Banditti, we are not thieves, but men that much do want. Timon, your greatest want is, you want much of meat. Why should you want? Behold, the earth hath roots, within this mile break forth 100 springs, the oaks bear mast, the briars scarlet hips, the bounteous housewife nature on each bush lays her full mess before you. Want, why want? First bandit. We cannot live on grass, on berries, water, as beasts and birds and fishes. Timon, nor on the beasts themselves, the birds and fishes, you must eat men. Yet thanks I must you con that you are thieves professed, that you work not in holier shapes, for there is boundless theft in limited professions. Rascal thieves, here's gold. Go, suck the subtle blood, O.Th. grape, till the high fever seethe your blood to froth, and so scape hanging. Trust not the physician, his antidotes are poison, and he slays more than you rob. Take wealth and lives together, do villainy, do, since you protest to dot like workmen. I'll example you with thievery. The sun's a thief, and with his great attraction robs the vast sea. The moon's an arrant thief, and her pale fire she snatches from the sun. The sea's a thief, whose liquid surge resolves the moon into salt tears. The earth's a thief, that feeds and breeds by a composture stolen from general excrement. Each thing's a thief. The laws, your curb and whip, in their rough power has unchecked theft. Love not yourselves, away, rob one another. There's more gold, cut throats, all that you meet are thieves. To Athens go, break open shops, nothing can you steal, but thieves do lose it. Steal no less for this I give you, and gold confound you howsoe'er. Amen. Third bandit, has almost charmed me from my profession by persuading me to it. First bandit, 'tis in the malice of mankind that he thus advises us not to have us thrive in our mystery. Second bandit, I'll believe him as an enemy and give over my trade. First bandit, let us first see peace in Athens. There is no time so miserable but a man may be true. Exeunt banditti. Enter Flavius. Flavius, O you gods, is yond despised and ruinous man my lord, full of decay and failing, O monument and wonder of good deeds evilly bestowed. What an alteration of honour has desperate want made! What viler thing upon the earth than friends who can bring noblest minds to basest ends? How rarely does it meet with this time's guise, when man was wished to love his enemies. Grant I may ever love, and rather woo those that would mischief me than those that do. He has caught me in his eye, I will present my honest grief unto him, and as my lord still serve him with my life. My dearest master, Timon, away, what art thou? Flavius, have you forgot me, sir? Timon, why dost ask that? I have forgot all men. Then, if thou grant'st thou at a man, I have forgot thee. Flavius, an honest poor servant of yours. Timon, then I know thee not. I never had honest man about me. All I kept were knaves to serve in meat to villains. Flavius, the gods are witness, ne'er did poor steward wear a truer grief for his undone lord than mine eyes for you. Timon, what dost thou weep? Come nearer then. I love thee because thou art a woman and disclaim'st flinty mankind, whose eyes do never give but thorough lust and laughter, pity's sleeping. Strange times that weep with laughing, not with weeping. Flavius, I beg of you to know me, good my lord. Accept my grief, and whilst this poor wealth lasts to entertain me as your steward still. Timon, had I a steward so true, so just, and now so comfortable, it almost turns my dangerous nature mild. Let me behold thy face. Surely this man was born of woman. Forgive my general and acceptless rashness, you perpetual sober gods. I do proclaim one honest man, mistake me not, but one, no more I pray, and he's a steward. How fain would I have hated all mankind, and thou redeem'st thyself. But all save thee I fell with curses. Methinks thou art more honest now than wise, for by oppressing and betraying me thou mightst have sooner got another service. For many so arrive at second masters upon their first lord's neck. But tell me true, for I must ever doubt, though ne'er so sure, is not thy kindness subtle, covetous, a usuring kindness, and as rich men deal gifts, expecting in return 20 for 1. Flavius. No, my most worthy master, in whose breast doubt and suspect, alas, are placed too late. You should have feared false times when you did feast, suspect still comes where an estate is least. That which I show, heaven knows, is merely love, duty and zeal to your unmatched mind, care of your food and living. And believe it, my most honoured lord, for any benefit that points to me either in hope or present, I'd exchange for this one wish, that you had power and wealth to requite me by making rich yourself. Timon. Look thee, 'tis so. Thou singly honest man, here take. The gods out of my misery have sent thee treasure. Go, live rich and happy, but thus conditioned, thou shalt build. From men hate all, curse all, show charity to none, but let the famished flesh slide from the bone ere thou relieve the beggar. Give to dogs what thou deniest to men. Let prisons swallow debts wither to nothing. Be men like blasted woods, and may diseases lick up their false bloods, and so fare well and thrive. Flavius. Oh, let me stay and comfort you, my master. Timon. If thou hadst curses, stay not. Fly whilst thou'rt blessed and free, ne'er see thou man, and let me ne'er see thee. Exeunt severally. Act V. Scene I. The woods. Before Timon's cave enter poet and painter. Painter. As I took note of the place, it cannot be far where he abides. Poet. What's to be thought of him? Does the rumour hold for true that he is so full of gold? Painter. Certain. Alcibiades reports it. Phrynia and Timandra had gold of him. He likewise enriched poor straggling soldiers with great quantity. 'Tis said he gave unto his steward a mighty sum. Poet. Then this breaking of his has been but a try for his friends. Painter. Nothing else. You shall see him a palm in Athens again, and flourish with the highest. Therefore 'tis not amiss we tender our loves to him in this supposed distress of his. It will show honestly in us, and is very likely to load our purposes with what they travail for, if it be a just and true report that goes of his having. Poet. What have you now to present unto him? Painter. Nothing at this time but my visitation, only I will promise him an excellent piece. Poet. I must serve him so too, tell him of an intent that's coming toward him. Painter. Good as the best. Promising is the very aeroth time, it opens the eyes of expectation. Performance is ever the duller for his act, and but in the plainer and simpler kind of people the deed of saying is quite out of use. To promise is most courtly and fashionable. Performance is a kind of will or testament which argues a great sickness in his judgment that makes it. Enter Timon from his cave. Timon, aside, excellent workman, thou canst not paint a man so bad as is thyself. Poet. I am thinking what I shall say I have provided for him. It must be a personating of himself, a satire against the softness of prosperity, with a discovery of the infinite flatteries that follow youth and opulency. Timon, aside, must thou needs stand for a villain in thine own work? Wilt thou whip thine own faults in other men? Do so, I have gold for thee. Poet. Nay, let's seek him. Then do we sin against our own estate when we may profit meet and come too late? Painter. True. When the day serves before, black-cornered night, find what thou want'st by free and offered light. Come, Timon, aside, I'll meet you at the turn. What a god's gold that he is worshipped in a baser temple than where swine feed. 'Tis thou that rick'st the bark and plough'st the foam, settlest admired reverence in a slave. To thee be worship, and thy saints for aye be crowned with plagues that thee alone obey. Fit I meet them, he comes forward. Poet. Hail, worthy Timon. Painter. Our late noble master, Timon. Have I once lived to see two honest men? Poet. Sir, having often of your open bounty tasted, hearing you were retired, your friends fallen off, whose thankless natures, O abhorred spirits, not all the whips of heaven are large enough. What to you whose star-like nobleness gave life and influence to their whole being? I am rapt and cannot cover the monstrous bulk of this ingratitude with any size of words. Timon, let it go naked. Men may seat the better. You that are honest by being what you are make them best seen and known. Painter, he and myself have travailed in the great shower of your gifts and sweetly felt it. Timon, aye, you are honest men. Painter, we are hither come to offer you our service. Timon, most honest men, why how shall I requite you? Can you eat roots and drink cold water? No, both, what we can do we'll do to do you service. Timon, ye honest men, ye have heard that I have gold, I am sure you have, speak truth, your honest men. Painter, so it is said, my noble lord, but therefore came not my friend nor I. Timon, good honest men, to Painter. Thou drawst a counterfeit best in all Athens. Thou'rt indeed the best, thou counterfeit'st most lively. Painter, so my lord. Timon, e'en so sir as I say to the poet. And for thy fiction why thy verse swells with stuff so fine and smooth that thou art even natural in thine art. But for all this, my honest-natured friends, I must needs say you have a little fault. Marry, 'tis not monstrous in you, neither wish I you take much pains to mend. Both, beseech your honour to make it known to us. Timon, you'll take it ill. Both, most thankfully, my lord. Timon, will you indeed? Both, doubt it not, worthy lord. Timon, there's never a one of you but trusts a knave that mightily deceives you. Both, do we, my lord. Timon, aye, and you hear him cog, see him dissemble, know his gross patchery, love him, feed him, keep in your bosom, yet remain assured that he's a made-up villain. Painter, I know not such, my lord. Poet, nor I. Timon, look you, I love you well. I'll give you gold. Rid me these villains from your companies, hang them or stab them, drown them in a draught, confound them by some course, and come to me, I'll give you gold enough. Both, name them, my lord, let's know them. Timon, you that way and you this, but two in company, each man apart, all single and alone, yet an arch-villain keeps him company. To one, if where thou art two villains shall not be, come not near him. To the other, if thou wouldst not reside but where one villain is, then him abandon. Hence, pack, there's gold, you came for gold. Ye slaves, to one, you have work for me, there's payment. Hence, to the other, you are an alchemist, make gold of that. Out, rascal dogs. Timon drives them out and then retires to his cave. Scene Roman 2. The same enter Flavius and two senators. Flavius, it is vain that you would speak with Timon, for he is set so only to himself that nothing but himself which looks like man is friendly with him. First Senator, bring us to his cave. It is our part and promise to th Athenians to speak with Timon. Second Senator, at all times alike men are not still the same. 'Twas time and griefs that framed him thus. Time with his fairer hand offering the fortunes of his former days, the former man may make him. Bring us to him and chance it as it may. Flavius, here is his cave, peace and content be here. Lord Timon, Timon, look out and speak to friends. The Athenians by two of their most reverend senate greet thee. Speak to them, noble Timon, enter Timon out of his cave. Timon, thou sun that comforts, burn, speak and be hanged, for each true word a blister and each false be as acanthorizing to the root oth tongue, consuming it with speaking. First Senator, worthy Timon, Timon, of none but such as you and you of Timon. First Senator, the senators of Athens greet thee, Timon. Timon, aside, I thank them and would send them back the plague, could I but catch it for them. First Senator, oh, forget what we are sorry for ourselves in thee. The senators with one consent of love entreat thee back to Athens, who have thought on special dignities which vacant lie for thy best use and wearing. Second Senator, they confess toward thee forgetfulness too general gross, which now the public body, which doth seldom play the recanter, feeling in itself a lack of Timon's aid, hath sense withal of its own fall, restraining aid to Timon, and send forth us to make their sorrowed render, together with a recompense more fruitful than their offence can weigh down by the dram, aye, even such heaps and sums of love and wealth, as shall to thee blot out what wrongs were theirs, and write in thee the figures of their love, ever to read them thine. Timon, you witch me in it, surprise me to the very brink of tears. Lend me a fool's heart and a woman's eyes, and I'll beweep these comforts, worthy senators. First Senator, therefore so please thee to return with us, and of our Athens, thine and ours, to take the captainship, thou shalt be met with thanks, allowed with absolute power, and thy good name live with authority. So soon we shall drive back of Alcibiades th approaches wild, who like a boar too savage doth root up his country's peace. Second Senator, and shakes his threatening sword against the walls of Athens. First Senator, therefore Timon, Timon. Well, sir, I will, therefore I will, sir. Thus, if Alcibiades kill my countrymen, let Alcibiades know this of Timon, that Timon cares not. But if he sack fair Athens and take our goodly aged men by beards, giving our holy virgins to the stain of contumelious, beastly, mad-brained war, then let him know. And tell him Timon speaks it, in pity of our aged and our youth. I cannot choose but tell him that I care not, and let him take't at worst, for their knives care not while you have throats to answer. For myself, there's not a whittle in unruly camp, but I do prize it at my love before the reverenced throat in Athens. So I leave you to the protection of the prosperous gods as thieves to keepers. Flavius, stay not, all's in vain. Timon, why, I was writing of my epitaph, it will be seen tomorrow. My long sickness of health and living now begins to mend, and nothing brings me all things. Go, live still, be Alcibiades your plague, you his, and last so long enough. First Senator, we speak in vain, Timon, but yet I love my country and am not one that rejoices in the common rack, as common brute doth put it. First Senator, that's well spoke. Timon, commend me to my loving countrymen. First Senator, these words become your lips as they pass through them. Second Senator, and enter in our ears like great triumphers in their applauding gates. Timon, commend me to them, and tell them that to ease them of their griefs, their fears of hostile strokes, their aches, losses, their pangs of love, with other incident throes that nature's fragile vessel doth sustain in life's uncertain voyage, I will some kindness do them. I'll teach them to prevent wild Alcibiades' wrath. First Senator, aside, I like this well, he will return again. Timon, I have a tree which grows here in my close that mine own use invites me to cut down, and shortly must I fell it. Tell my friends, tell Athens, in the sequence of degree from high to low throughout, that whoso please to stop affliction, let him take his haste, come hither ere my tree hath felt the axe and hang himself. I pray you do my greeting. Flavius, trouble him no further, thus you still shall find him. Timon, come not to me again, but say to Athens Timon hath made his everlasting mansion upon the beached verge of the salt flood, who once a day with his embossed froth the turbulent surge shall cover. Thither come, and let my gravestone be your oracle. Lips, let sour words go by and language end, what is amiss, plague and infection mend. Graves only be men's works and death their gain. Sun, hide thy beams, Timon hath done his reign. Exit Timon into his cave. First Senator, his discontents are unremovably coupled to nature. Second Senator, our hope in him is dead. Let us return and strain what other means is left unto us in our dear peril. First Senator, it requires swift foot. Exeunt. Scene Roman 3. Before the walls of Athens enter two other senators with a messenger. First Senator, thou hast painfully discovered, are his files as full as thy report, messenger. I have spoke the least, besides his expedition promises present approach. Second Senator, we stand much hazard if they bring not Timon. Messenger, I met a courier, one mine ancient friend, whom though in general part we were opposed, yet our old love made a particular force and made us speak like friends. This man was riding from Alcibiades to Timon's cave with letters of entreaty which imported his fellowship ith cause against your city, in part for his sake moved. Enter the other senators from Timon. Third Senator, here come our brothers. First Senator, no talk of Timon, nothing of him expect. The enemy's drum is heard, and fearful scouring doth choke the air with dust. In, and prepare. Ours is the fall, I fear our foes the snare. Exeunt. Scene Roman 4. The woods. Timon's cave, and a rude tomb seen enter a soldier in the woods, seeking Timon. Soldier, by all description this should be the place. Who's here? Speak ho, no answer. What is this? Timon is dead who hath outstretched his span. Some beast read this, there does not live a man. Dead, sure, and this his grave. What's on this tomb I cannot read. The character I'll take with wax. Our captain hath in every figure skill, an aged interpreter, though young in days. Before proud Athens he set down by this, whose full the mark of his ambition is. Exit. Scene V. Before the walls of Athens, trumpets sound. Enter Alcibiades with his powers before Athens. Alcibiades, sound to this coward and lascivious town our terrible approach. A parley sounds, the senators appear upon the walls. Till now you have gone on and filled the time with all licentious measure, making your wills the scope of justice. Till now myself and such as slept within the shadow of your power have wandered with our traversed arms and breathed our sufferance vainly. Now the time is flush when crouching marrow in the bearer strong cries of itself, no more. Now breathless wrong shall sit and pant in your great chairs of ease, and pursy insolence shall break his wind with fear and horrid flight. First Senator, noble and young, when thy first griefs were but a mere conceit, ere thou hadst power or we had cause of fear, we sent to thee to give thy rages balm, to wipe out our ingratitude with loves above their quantity. Second Senator, so did we woo transformed Timon to our city's love by humble message and by promised means. We were not all unkind, nor all deserve the common stroke of war. First Senator, these walls of ours were not erected by their hands from whom you have received your griefs, nor are they such that these great towers, trophies, and schools should fall for private faults in them. Second Senator, nor are they living who were the motives that you first went out. Shame that they wanted cunning, in excess hath broke their hearts. March, noble lord, into our city with thy banners spread. By decimation and a tithed death, if thy revenges hunger for that food which nature loathes, take thou the destined tenth, and by the hazard of the spotted die let die the spotted. First Senator, all have not offended. For those that were, it is not square to take on those that are revenge. Crimes, like lands, are not inherited. Then, dear countryman, bring in thy ranks, but leave without thy rage. Spare thy Athenian cradle and those kin which in the bluster of thy wrath must fall with those that have offended. Like a shepherd approach the fold and cull th infected forth, but kill not altogether. Second Senator, what thou wilt, thou rather shalt enforce it with thy smile than hew to tea with thy sword. First Senator, set but thy foot against our rampired gates, and they shall ope, so thou wilt send thy gentle heart before to say thou'lt enter friendly. Second Senator, throw thy glove or any token of thine honour else, that thou wilt use the wars as thy redress and not as our confusion, all thy powers shall make their harbour in our town till we have sealed thy full desire. Alcibiades, then there's my glove, descend and open your uncharged ports. Those enemies of Timon's and mine own whom you yourselves shall set out for reproof fall, and no more, and to atone your fears with my more noble meaning, not a man shall pass his quarter or offend the stream of regular justice in your city's bounds, but shall be remedied to your public laws at heaviest answer. Both, 'tis most nobly spoken. Alcibiades, descend and keep your words. The senators descend. Enter a soldier, soldier. My noble general Timon is dead, entombed upon the very hem othc, and on his gravestone this in sculpture, which with wax I brought away, whose soft impression interprets for my poor ignorance. Alcibiades reads the epitaph. Here lies a wretched corse of wretched soul bereft. Seek not my name. A plague consume you wicked caitiffs left. Here lie I, Timon, who alive all living men did hate. Pass by and curse thy fill, but pass and stay not here thy gate. These well express in thee thy latter spirits. Though thou abhorredst in us our human griefs, scornedst our brains' flow and those our droplets which from niggard nature fall, yet rich conceit taught thee to make vast Neptune weep for aye on thy low grave, on faults forgiven. Dead is noble Timon, of whose memory hereafter more. Bring me into your city, and I will use the olive with my sword, make war breed peace, make peace stint war, make each prescribe to other as each other's leech. Let our drums strike. Exeunt, the tragedy of Titus Andronicus. Contents, act I. Scene I. Rome, before the Capitol. Act Roman 2. Scene I. Rome, before the palace. Scene Roman 2. A forest near Rome, a lodge seen at a distance. Horns and cry of hounds heard. Scene Roman 3. A lonely part of the forest. Scene Roman 4. Another part of the forest. Act Roman 3. Scene I. Rome, a street. Scene Roman 2. Rome, a room in Titus's house. A banquet set out. Act Roman 4. Scene I. Rome, before Titus's house, scene Roman 2. Rome, a room in the palace, scene Roman 3. Rome, a public place, scene Roman 4. Rome, before the palace, ACTV, scene I. Plains near Rome, scene Roman 2. Rome, before Titus's house, scene Roman 3. Rome, a pavilion in Titus's gardens, with tables and sea. Dramatis personae Saturninus, elder son to the late Emperor of Rome, afterwards Emperor Bassianus, brother to Saturninus Titus Andronicus, a noble Roman, general against the Goths Marcus Andronicus, tribune of the people and brother to Titus Lavinia, daughter to Titus Andronicus Lucius, son to Titus Andronicus Quintus, son to Titus Andronicus Martius, son to Titus Andronicus Mutius, son to Titus Andronicus young Lucius, a boy, son to Lucius Publius, son to Marcus the tribune Sempronius, kinsman to Titus Caius, kinsman to Titus Valentine, kinsman to Titus Emilius, a noble Roman Tamora, queen of the Goths Aaron, a Moor, beloved by Tamora Alarbus, son to Tamora Demetrius, son to Tamora Chiron, son to Tamora captain messenger, a nurse, and a black child clown Goths and Romans tribunes, senators, officers, soldiers, and attendants seen. Rome, and the country near it, I seen I. Rome, before the Capitol enter the tribunes and senators aloft, and then enter Saturninus and his followers at one door, and Bassianus and his followers at the other with drums and trumpets. Saturninus, noble patricians, patrons of my right, defend the justice of my cause with arms, and countrymen, my loving followers, plead my successive title with your swords. I am his firstborn son that was the last that wore the imperial diadem of Rome. Then let my father's honours live in me, nor wrong mine age with this indignity. Bassianus. Romans, friends, followers, favourers of my right, if ever Bassianus, Caesar's son, were gracious in the eyes of royal Rome, keep then this passage to the Capitol, and suffer not dishonour to approach the imperial seat, to virtue consecrate, to justice, continence, and nobility. But let desert in pure election shine, and Romans fight for freedom in your choice. Enter Marcus Andronicus aloft, holding the crown. Marcus, princes that strive by factions and by friends ambitiously for rule and empery, know that the people of Rome, for whom we stand a special party, have by common voice, in election for the Roman empery, chosen Andronicus, surnamed Pius for many good and great deserts to Rome. A nobler man, a braver warrior, lives not this day within the city walls. He by the Senate is kited home from weary wars against the barbarous Goths, that with his sons, a terror to our foes, hath yoked a nation strong, trained up in arms. 10 years are spent since first he undertook this cause of Rome, and chastised with arms our enemies' pride. 5 times he hath returned bleeding to Rome, bearing his valiant sons in coffins from the field. And now at last, laden with honour's spoils, returns the good Andronicus to Rome, renowned Titus flourishing in arms. Let us entreat, by honour of his name, whom worthily you would have now succeed, and in the Capitol and Senate's right, whom you pretend to honour and adore, that you withdraw you and abate your strength, dismiss your followers, and as suitors should, plead your deserts in peace and humbleness. Saturninus, how fair the tribune speaks to calm my thoughts. Bassianus. Marcus Andronicus, so I do afee in thy uprightness and integrity, and so I love and honour thee and thine, thy noble brother Titus and his sons, and her to whom my thoughts are humbled all, gracious Lavinia, Rome's rich ornament, that I will here dismiss my loving friends, and to my fortunes and the people's favour commit my cause in balance to be weighed. Exeunt the followers of Bassianus. Saturninus. Friends, that have been thus forward in my right, I thank you all and here dismiss you all, and to the love and favour of my country commit myself, my person, and the cause. Exeunt the followers of Saturninus. Rome, be as just and gracious unto me as I am confident and kind to thee. Open the gates and let me in. Bassianus, tribunes and me a poor competitor. Flourish, they go up into the Senate house. Enter a captain, Romans make way. The good Andronicus, patron of virtue, Rome's best champion, successful in the battles that he fights, with honour and with fortune is returned from where he circumscribed with his sword and brought to yoke the enemies of Rome. Sound drums and trumpets, and then enter 2 of Titus' sons, and then 2 men bearing a coffin covered with black. Then 2 other sons, then Titus Andronicus, and then Tamora the queen of Goths and her sons Alarbus, Chiron and Demetrius with Aaron the Moor, and others as many as can be, then set down the coffin, and Titus speaks. Titus. Hail Rome, victorious in thy morning weeds. Lo, as the bark that hath discharged her fraught returns with precious lading to the bay from whence at first she weighed her anchorage, cometh Andronicus, bound with laurel boughs, to resolute his country with his tears, tears of true joy for his return to Rome. Thou great defender of this capital, stand gracious to the rights that we intend, Romans of 25 valiant sons, half of the number that King Priam had. Behold the poor remains alive and dead. These that survive let Rome reward with love, these that I bring unto their latest home, with burial amongst their ancestors. Here Goths have given me leave to sheath my sword. Titus, unkind and careless of thine own, why sufferest thou thy sons unburied yet to hover on the dreadful shore of Styx? Make way to lay them by their brethren. They open the tomb. There greet in silence as the dead are wont, and sleep in peace, slain in your country's wars. O sacred receptacle of my joys, sweet cell of virtue and nobility, how many sons hast thou of mine in store that thou wilt never render to me more? Lucius. Give us the proudest prisoner of the Goths, that we may hew his limbs, and on a pile ad manes fratrum sacrifice his flesh before this earthy prison of their bones, that so the shadows be not unappeased, nor we disturbed with prodigies on earth. Titus, I give him you, the noblest that survives, the eldest son of this distressed queen. Tamora, stay, Roman brethren, gracious conqueror, victorious Titus, rue the tears I shed, a mother's tears in passion for her son. And if thy sons were ever dear to thee, oh, think my son to be as dear to me. Sufficeth not that we are brought to Rome, to beautify thy triumphs and return captive to thee and to thy Roman yoke. But must my sons be slaughtered in the streets for valiant doings in their country's cause? Oh, if to fight for king and commonweal were piety in thine, it is in these. Andronicus, stain not thy tomb with blood. Wilt thou draw near the nature of the gods? Draw near them then in being merciful. Sweet mercy is nobility's true badge. Thrice noble Titus, spare my firstborn son. Titus, patient yourself, madam, and pardon me. These are their brethren whom your Goths beheld alive and dead, and for their brethren slain religiously they ask a sacrifice. To this your son is marked, and die he must, to appease their groaning shadows that are gone. Lucius, away with him, and make a fire straight, and with our swords upon a pile of wood let's hew his limbs till they be clean consumed. Exeunt Titus' sons with Alarbus. Tamora, O cruel, irreligious piety. Chiron, was never Scythia half so barbarous. Demetrius, oppose not Scythia to ambitious Rome. Alarbus goes to rest, and we survive to tremble under Titus' threatening look. Then, madam, stand resolved, but hope withal the self-same gods that armed the Queen of Troy with opportunity of sharp revenge upon the Thracian tyrant in his tent may favour Tamora, the Queen of Goths, when Goths were Goths and Tamora was queen, to quit the bloody wrongs upon her foes. Enter the sons of Andronicus again with bloody swords. Lucius, see, lord and father, how we have performed our Roman rites. Alarbus' limbs are lopped, and entrails feed the sacrificing fire, whose smoke like incense doth perfume the sky. Remaineth naught but to inter our brethren, and with loud larums welcome them to Rome. Titus, let it be so, and let Andronicus make this his latest farewell to their souls. Sound trumpets, and lay the coffin in the tomb. In peace and honour rest you here, my sons. Rome's readiest champions, repose you here in rest, secure from worldly chances and mishaps. Here lurks no treason, here no envy swells, here grow no damned drugs, here are no storms, no noise, but silence and eternal sleep. In peace and honour rest you here, my sons. Enter Lavinia. Lavinia. In peace and honour live Lord Titus long, my noble lord and father, live in fame. Lo, at this tomb my tributary tears I render for my brethren's obsequies, and at thy feet I kneel, with tears of joy shed on this earth for thy return to Rome. Oh, bless me here with thy victorious hand, whose fortunes Rome's best citizens applaud. Titus. Kind Rome, that haste thus lovingly reserved the cordial of mine age to glad my heart. Lavinia, live, outlive thy father's days and fame's eternal date for virtue's praise. Enter Marcus Andronicus and tribunes, re-enter Saturninus, Bassianus and others. Marcus. Long live Lord Titus, my beloved brother, gracious triumpher in the eyes of Rome. Titus. Thanks, gentle tribune, noble brother Marcus. Marcus. And welcome, nephews from successful wars, you that survive and you that sleep in fame. Fair lords, your fortunes are alike in all, that in your country's service drew your swords. But safer triumph is this funeral pomp that hath aspired to Solon's happiness and triumphs over chance in honour's bed. Titus Andronicus, the people of Rome, whose friend in justice thou hast ever been, send thee by me their tribune and their trust, this palliament of white and spotless hue, and name thee in election for the empire with these our late deceased emperor's sons. Be candidatus then and put it on, and help to set a head on headless Rome. Titus. A better head her glorious body fits than his that shakes for age and feebleness. What should I don this robe and trouble you? Be chosen with proclamations today, tomorrow yield up rule, resign my life and set abroad new business for you all. Rome, I have been thy soldier 40 years, and led my country's strength successfully, and buried 21 valiant sons, knighted in field, slain manfully in arms, in right and service of their noble country. Give me a staff of honour for mine age, but not a sceptre to control the world. Upright he held it, lords that held it last. Marcus. Titus, thou shalt obtain and ask the empery. Saturninus. Proud and ambitious tribune, canst thou tell, Titus. Patience, Prince Saturninus. Saturninus. Romans, do me right. Patricians, draw your swords and sheath them not till Saturninus be Rome's emperor. Andronicus, would thou were shipped to hell rather than rob me of the people's hearts. Lucius. Proud Saturnine, interrupter of the good that noble-minded Titus means to thee. Titus. Content thee, Prince, I will restore to thee the people's hearts and wean them from themselves. Bassianus. Andronicus, I do not flatter thee, but honour thee, and will do till I die. My faction if thou strengthen with thy friends, I will most thankful be, and thanks to men of noble minds is honourable meed. Titus, people of Rome and people's tribunes here, I ask your voices and your suffrages. Will you bestow them friendly on Andronicus, tribunes? To gratify the good Andronicus and gratulate his safe return to Rome, the people will accept whom he admits. Titus. Tribunes, I thank you, and this suit I make, that you create your emperor's eldest son, Lord Saturnine, whose virtues will, I hope, reflect on Rome as Titans raise on earth, and ripen justice in this commonweal. Then, if you will elect by my advice, crown him and say, Long live our emperor. Marcus. With voices and applause of every sort, patricians and plebeians, we create Lord Saturninus, Rome's great emperor, and say, Long live our emperor Saturnine. A long flourish, Saturninus. Titus Andronicus, for thy favours done to us in our election this day, I give thee thanks in part of thy deserts, and will with deeds requite thy gentleness. And for an onset, Titus, to advance thy name and honourable family, Lavinia will I make my empress, Rome's royal mistress, mistress of my heart, and in the sacred pantheon her espouse. Tell me, Andronicus, doth this motion please thee? Titus. It doth, my worthy lord, and in this match I hold me highly honoured of your grace. And here in sight of Rome, to Saturnine, king and commander of our commonweal, the wide world's emperor, do I consecrate my sword, my chariot, and my prisoners, presents well worthy Rome's imperious lord. Receive them then, the tribute that I owe, mine honour's ensigns humbled at thy feet, Saturninus. Thanks, noble Titus, father of my life. How proud I am of thee and of thy gifts Rome shall record, and when I do forget the least of these unspeakable deserts, Romans, forget your fealty to me. Titus, to Tamora. Now, madam, are you prisoner to an emperor, to him that for your honour and your state will use you nobly and your followers. Saturninus. A goodly lady, trust me, of the hue that I would choose, were I to choose anew. Clear up, fair queen, that cloudy countenance. Though chance of war hath wrought this change of cheer, thou comest not to be made a scorn in Rome. Princely shall be thy usage every way. Rest on my word, and let not discontent daunt all your hopes. Madam, he comforts you can make you greater than the Queen of Goths. Lavinia, you are not displeased with this, Lavinia. Not I, my lord, sith true nobility warrants these words in princely courtesy. Saturninus. Thanks, sweet Lavinia. Romans, let us go. Ransomless here we set our prisoners free. Proclaim our honours, lords, with trump and drum. Flourish, Saturninus and his guards exit with drums and trumpets. Tribunes and senators exit aloft. Bassianus, Lord Titus, by your leave this maid is mine. Titus, how, sir, are you in earnest then, my lord? Bassianus, I, noble Titus, and resolved withal to do myself this reason and this right. Marcus, Suum cuique is our Roman justice. This prince in justice seizeth but his own. Lucius, and that he will and shall if Lucius live. Titus, traitors avaunt, where is the emperor's guard? Enter Saturninus and his guards. Treason, my lord. Lavinia is surprised. Saturninus, surprised, by whom? Bassianus, by him that justly may bear his betrothed from all the world away. Exeunt Bassianus and Marcus with Lavinia. Mutius, brothers, help, to convey her hence away, and with my sword I'll keep this door safe. Exeunt Lucius, Quintus, and Martius. Titus, follow, my lord, and I'll soon bring her back. Exeunt Saturninus, Tamora, Demetrius, Chiron, Aaron, and guards. Mutius, my lord, you pass not here. Titus, what villain boy barst me my way in Rome? Stabbing Mutius. Mutius, help Lucius, help, dies. Re-enter Lucius. Lucius, my lord, you are unjust, and more than so, in wrongful quarrel you have slain your son. Titus, nor thou nor he are any sons of mine. My sons would never so dishonour me. Traitor, restore Lavinia to the emperor. Lucius, dead if you will, but not to be his wife, that is another's lawful promised love. Exit. Enter aloft the emperor Saturninus with Tamora and her 2 sons and Aaron the Moor. Saturninus, no, Titus, no, the emperor needs her not, nor her, nor thee, nor any of thy stock. I'll trust by leisure him that mocks me once, thee never, nor thy traitorous haughty sons, confederates all thus to dishonour me. Was none in Rome to make a stale but Saturnine. Full well, Andronicus, agree these deeds with that proud brag of thine that saidst I begged the empire at thy hands. Titus, O monstrous, what reproachful words are these? Saturninus, but go thy ways, go, give that changing peace to him that flourished for her with his sword. A valiant son-in-law thou shalt enjoy, one fit to bandy with thy lawless sons, to ruffle in the commonwealth of Rome. Titus, these words are razors to my wounded heart. Saturninus, and therefore, lovely Tamora, queen of Goths, that like the stately Phoebe mongst her nymphs dost overshine the gallant dames of Rome. If thou be pleased with this my sudden choice, behold, I choose thee, Tamora, for my bride, and will create thee empress of Rome. Speak, queen of Goths, dost thou applaud my choice? And here I swear by all the Roman gods, sith priest and holy water are so near, and tapers burn so bright, and everything in readiness for Hymenaea stand, I will not resalute the streets of Rome, or climb my palace, till from forth this place I lead espoused my bride along with me. Tamora. And here in sight of heaven to Rome I swear, if Saturnine advance the queen of Goths, she will a handmaid be to his desires, a loving nurse, a mother to his youth. Saturninus. Ascend, fair queen Pantheon, lords, accompany your noble emperor and his lovely bride, sent by the heavens for Prince Saturnine, whose wisdom hath her fortune conquered. There shall we consummate our spousal rites. Exeunt all but Titus. Titus, I am not bid to wait upon this bride. Titus, when wert thou want to walk alone, dishonoured thus and challenged of wrongs? Re-enter Marcus, Lucius, Quintus, and Martius. Marcus, O Titus, see what thou hast done. In a bad quarrel slain a virtuous son. Titus, no, foolish tribune, no, no son of mine, nor thou, nor these, confederates in the deed that hath dishonoured all our family. Unworthy brother and unworthy sons, Lucius, but let us give him burial as becomes, give Mutius burial with our brethren. Titus, traitors, away, he rests not in this tomb. This monument 500 years hath stood, which I have sumptuously re-edified. Here none but soldiers and Rome's servitors repose in fame, none basely slain in brawls. Bury him where you can, he comes not here. Marcus, my lord, this is impiety in you. My nephew Mutius' deeds do plead for him, he must be buried with his brethren, Martius, and shall, or him we will accompany, Titus. And shall, what villain was it spake that word, Quintus, he that would vouch it in any place but here? Titus. What, would you bury him in my despite? Marcus. No, noble Titus, but entreat of thee to pardon Mutius and to bury him. Titus. Marcus, even thou hast struck upon my crest, and with these boys mine honour thou hast wounded. My foes, I do repute you every one, so trouble me no more, but get you gone. Quintus, he is not with himself, let us withdraw. Martius, not I, till Mutius' bones be buried. Marcus and the sons of Titus kneel. Marcus. Brother, for in that name doth nature plead. Quintus. Father, and in that name doth nature speak. Titus. Speak thou no more, if all the rest will speed. Marcus. Renown Titus more than half my soul. Lucius. Dear father, soul and substance of us all. Marcus. Suffer thy brother Marcus to inter his noble nephew here in virtue's nest that died in honour and Lavinia's cause. Thou art a Roman, be not barbarous. The Greeks upon advice did bury Ajax that slew himself, and wise Laertes' son did graciously plead for his funerals. Let not young Mutius then that was thy joy be barred his entrance here. Titus. Rise, Marcus, rise, the dismallest day is this that e'er I saw to be dishonoured by my sons in Rome. Well, bury him and bury me the next. They put Mutius in the tomb. Lucius. There lie thy bones, sweet Mutius, with thy friends, till we with trophies do adorn thy tomb. All, kneeling. No man shed tears for noble Mutius, he lives in fame that died in virtue's cause. Marcus. My lord, to step out of these dreary dumps, how comes it that the subtle queen of Goths is of a sudden thus advanced in Rome? Titus. I know not, Marcus, but I know it is. Whether by device or no, the heavens can tell. Is she not then beholding to the man that brought her for this high good turn so far? Yes, and will nobly him remunerate. Flourish. Enter the Emperor Saturninus, Tamora and her 2 sons with Aaron the Moor. Drums and trumpets at one door, enter at the other door Bassianus and Lavinia with others. Saturninus, so Bassianus you have played your prize. God give you joy, sir, of your gallant bride. Bassianus. And you of yours, my lord, I say no more nor wish no less, and so I take my leave. Saturninus. Traitor, if Rome have law or we have power, thou and thy faction shall repent this rape. Bassianus. Rape call you it, my lord, to seize my own, my true betrothed love, and now my wife. But let the laws of Rome determine all. Meanwhile am I possessed of that is mine. Saturninus. 'Tis good, sir, you are very short with us, but if we live we'll be as sharp with you. Bassianus. My lord, what I have done as best I may answer I must, and shall do with my life. Only thus much I give your grace to know. By all the duties that I owe to Rome, this noble gentleman, Lord Titus here, is in opinion and in honour wronged, that in the rescue of Lavinia with his own hand did slay his youngest son in zeal to you, and highly moved to wrath to be controlled in that he frankly gave. Receive him then to favour, Saturnine, that hath expressed himself in all his deeds a father and a friend to thee and Rome. Titus. Prince Bassianus, leave to plead my deeds. 'Tis thou and those that have dishonoured me. Rome and the righteous heavens be my judge how I have loved and honoured Saturnine. Tamora, my worthy lord, if ever Tamora were gracious in those princely eyes of thine, then hear me speak indifferently for all, and at my suit, sweet, pardon what is past. Saturninus. What madam be dishonoured openly and basely put it up without revenge? Tamora. Not so, my lord, the gods of Rome forfend I should be author to dishonour you. But on mine honour dare I undertake for good Lord Titus innocence in all, whose fury not dissembled speaks his griefs. Then at my suit look graciously on him, lose not so noble a friend on vain suppose, nor with sour looks afflict his gentle heart. Aside, my lord, be ruled by me, be one at last, dissemble all your griefs and discontents. You are but newly planted in your throne, lest then the people and patricians too, upon a just survey take Titus' part, and so supplant you for ingratitude, which Rome reputes to be a heinous sin, yield at entreats, and then let me alone. I'll find a day to massacre them all and raise their faction and their family, the cruel father and his traitorous sons to whom I sued for my dear son's life, and make them know what 'tis to let a queen kneel in the streets and beg for grace in vain. Aloud, come, come, sweet emperor, come, Andronicus, take up this good old man and cheer the heart that dies in tempest of thy angry frown. Saturninus, rise, Titus, rise, my empress hath prevailed. Titus, I thank your majesty and her my lord, these words, these looks infuse new life in me. Tamora, Titus, I am incorporate in Rome, a Roman now adopted happily, and must advise the emperor for his good. This day all quarrels die, Andronicus, and let it be mine honour, good my lord, that I have reconciled your friends and you. For you, Prince Bassianus, I have passed my word and promise to the emperor that you will be more mild and tractable. And fear not, lords, and you, Lavinia. By my advice, all humbled on your knees, you shall ask pardon of his majesty. Lucius, we do and vow to heaven and to his highness that what we did was mildly as we might, tendering our sister's honour and our own. Marcus, that on mine honour here do I protest. Saturninus, away and talk not, trouble us no more. Tamora, nay, nay, sweet emperor, we must all be friends. The tribune and his nephews kneel for grace, I will not be denied. Sweetheart, look back. Saturninus. Marcus, for thy sake and thy brother's here, and at my lovely Tamora's entreats, I do remit these young men's heinous faults. Stand up. Lavinia, though you left me like a churl, I found a friend, and sure as death I swore I would not part a bachelor from the priest. Come, if the emperor's court can feast two brides, you are my guest, Lavinia, and your friends. This day shall be a love day, Tamora. Titus. Tomorrow, an it please your majesty to hunt the panther and the hart with me, with horn and hound will give your grace bonjour. Saturninus, be it so, Titus. And gramercy too, sound trumpets, exeunt all but Aaron. Actrum and 2 scene I. Rome, before the palace Aaron alone. Aaron now climbeth Tamora Olympus' top, safe out of fortune's shot, and sits aloft, secure of thunder's crack or lightning's flash, advanced above pale envy's threatening reach. As when the golden sun salutes the morn, and having gilt the ocean with his beams, gallops the zodiac in his glistening coach, and overlooks the highest peering hills, so Tamora. Upon her wit doth earthly honour wait, and virtue stoops and trembles at her frown. Then, Aaron, arm thy heart and fit thy thoughts to mount aloft with thy imperial mistress, and mount her pitch, whom thou in triumph long haste prisoner held, fettered in amorous chains, and faster bound to Aaron's charming eyes than is Prometheus tied to Caucasus. Away with slavish weeds and servile thoughts. I will be bright, and shine in pearl and gold, to wait upon this new-made empress. To wait, said I, to wanton with this queen, this goddess, this Semiramis, this nymph, this siren that will charm Rome's Saturnine and see his shipwreck and his commonweals. Holla, what storm is this? Enter Chiron and Demetrius braving. Demetrius. Chiron, thy years wants wit, thy wit wants edge and manners to intrude where I am graced, and may for aught thou knowest affected be. Chiron. Demetrius, thou dost overween in all and so in this to bear me down with braves. It is not the difference of a year or two, makes me less gracious or thee more fortunate. I am as able and as fit as thou to serve and to deserve my mistress grace, and that my sword upon thee shall approve and plead my passions for Lavinia's love. Aaron, aside, clubs, clubs, these lovers will not keep the peace. Demetrius. Why, boy, although our mother unadvised gave you a dancing rapier by your side, are you so desperate grown to threat your friends? Go to, have your lath glued within your sheath till you know better how to handle it. Chiron. Meanwhile, sir, with the little skill I have, full well shalt thou perceive how much I dare. Demetrius. Ay, boy, grow ye so brave, they draw. Aaron. Why, how now, lords, so near the emperor's palace dare ye draw and maintain such a quarrel openly? Full well I wot the ground of all this grudge. I would not for 1,000,000 of gold the cause were known to them it most concerns, nor would your noble mother for much more be so dishonoured in the court of Rome. For shame, put up, Demetrius, not I, till I have sheathed my rapier in his bosom, and withal thrust those reproachful speeches down his throat that he hath breathed in my dishonour here. Chiron, For that I am prepared and full resolved, foul-spoken coward, that thunderest with thy tongue, and with thy weapon nothing darst perform. Aaron, away, I say, now by the gods that warlike Goths adore, this pretty brabble will undo us all. Why, lords, and think you not how dangerous it is to jet upon a prince's right? What, is Lavinia then become so loose, or Bassianus so degenerate, that for her love such quarrels may be broached without controlment, justice, or revenge? Young lords, beware, and should the empress know this discord's ground, the music would not please. Chiron, I care not, I knew she and all the world, I love Lavinia more than all the world. Demetrius, youngerling, learn thou to make some meaner choice. Lavina is thine elder brother's hope. Aaron, why are ye mad, or know ye not in Rome how furious and impatient they be, and cannot brook competitors in love? I tell you, lords, you do but plot your deaths by this device. Chiron, Aaron, 1,000 deaths would I propose to achieve her whom I love. Aaron, to achieve her, how? Demetrius, why makest thou it so strange? She is a woman, therefore may be wooed, she is a woman, therefore may be won, she is Lavinia, therefore must be loved. What man, more water glideth by the mill than wot's the miller of, and easy it is of a cut loaf to steal a shive, we know, though Bassianus be the emperor's brother, better than he have worn Vulcan's badge. Aaron, aside, aye, and as good as Saturninus may. Demetrius, then why should he despair that knows to court it with words, fair looks, and liberality? What, haste not thou full often struck a doe, and borne her cleanly by the keeper's nose? Aaron, why then, it seems some certain snatch or so would serve your turns. Chiron, aye, so the turn were served. Demetrius, Aaron, thou hast hit it. Aaron, would you had hit it too, then should not we be tired with this ado? Why, hark ye, and are you such fools to square for this? Would it offend you then that both should speed? Chiron, faith, not me. Demetrius, nor me, so I were one. Aaron, for shame, be friends, and join for that you jar. 'Tis policy and stratagem must do that you affect, and so must you resolve, that what you cannot as you would achieve, you must perforce accomplish as you may. Take this of me, Lucrece was not more chaste than this Lavinia Bassianus love. A speedier course than lingering languishment must we pursue, and I have found the path. My lords, a solemn hunting is in hand, there will the lovely Roman ladies troop. The forest walks are wide and spacious, and many unfrequented plots there are fitted by kind for rape and villainy. Single you thither then this dainty doe, and strike her home by force if not by words. This way or not at all stand you in hope. Come, our empress with her sacred wit to villainy and vengeance consecrate, will we acquaint with all what we intend, and she shall file our engines with advice that will not suffer you to square yourselves, but to your wishes' height advance you both. The emperor's court is like the house of fame, the palace full of tongues, of eyes and ears. The woods are ruthless, dreadful, deaf and dull. There speak and strike, brave boys, and take your turns, there serve your lust, shadowed from heaven's eye, and revel in Lavinia's treasury. Chiron, thy counsel, lad, smells of no cowardice. Demetrius, sit fast out Nephers, till I find the stream to cool this heat, a charm to calm these fits, per Stygia, per mains Veha. Exeunt, scene Roman 2. A forest near Rome, a lodge seen at a distance. Horns and cry of hounds heard enter Titus Andronicus and his 3 sons, and Marcus making a noise with hounds and horns. Titus, the hunt is up, the morn is bright and grey, the fields are fragrant and the woods are green. Uncouple here, and let us make a bay, and wake the emperor and his lovely bride, and rouse the prince, and ring a hunter's peal, that all the court may echo with the noise. Sons, let it be your charge, as it is ours, to attend the emperor's person carefully. I have been troubled in my sleep this night, but dawning day new comfort hath inspired. Hear a cry of hounds, and wind horns in a peal. Then enter Saturninus, Tamora, Bassianus, Lavinia, Chiron, Demetrius, and their attendants. Many good morrows to your majesty, madam, to you as many and as good. I promised your grace a hunter's peal, Saturninus, and you have rung it lustily, my lords, somewhat too early for new-married ladies. Bassianus, Lavinia, how say you? Lavinia, I say no, I have been broad awake 2 hours and more. Saturninus, come on then, horse and chariots let us have, and to our sport, to Tamora. Madam, now shall ye see our Roman hunting. Marcus, I have dogs, my lord will rouse the proudest panther in the chase and climb the highest promontory top, Titus, and I have horse will follow where the game makes way and run like swallows o'er the plain, Demetrius. Chiron, we hunt not, we with horse nor hound, but hope to pluck a dainty doe to ground. Exeunt. Scene Roman 3. A lonely part of the forest, enter Aaron alone, carrying a bag of gold. Aaron, he that had wit would think that I had none, to bury so much gold under a tree, and never after to inherit it. Let him that thinks of me so abjectly know that this gold must coin a stratagem, which, cunningly effected, will beget a very excellent piece of villainy. And so repose, sweet gold, for their unrest that have their arms out of the empress chest. He hides the bag. Enter Tamora alone to the moor. Tamora, my lovely Aaron, wherefore look'st thou sad, when everything doth make a gleeful boast? The birds chant melody on every bush, the snakes lie rolled in the cheerful sun, the green leaves quiver with the cooling wind, and make a checkered shadow on the ground. Under their sweet shade, Aaron, let us sit, and whilst the babbling echo mocks the hounds, replying shrilly to the well-tuned horns, as if a double hunt were heard at once, let us sit down and mark their yelping noise, and after conflict such as was supposed the wandering prince and Dido once enjoyed, when with a happy storm they were surprised, and curtained with a counsel-keeping cave, we may, each wreathed in the other's arms, our pastimes done, possess a golden slumber, whiles hounds and horns and sweet melodious birds be unto us as is a nurse's song of lullaby to bring her babe asleep. Aaron, Madam, though Venus govern your desires, Saturn is dominator over mine. What signifies my deadly standing eye, my silence and my cloudy melancholy, my fleece of woolly hair that now uncurls even as an adder when she doth unroll to do some fatal execution? No, madam, these are no venereal signs. Vengeance is in my heart, death in my hand, blood and revenge are hammering in my head. Hark, Tamora, the empress of my soul, which never hopes more heaven than rests in thee, this is the day of doom for Bassianus. His Philomel must lose her tongue today. Thy sons make pillage of her chastity and wash their hands in Bassianus' blood. Seest thou this letter? Take it up, I pray thee, and give the king this fatal plotted scroll. Now question me no more, we are espied. Here comes a parcel of our hopeful booty which dreads not yet their lives' destruction. Enter Bassianus and Lavinia. Tamora, ah, my sweet Moor, sweeter to me than life. Aaron, no more, great empress, Bassianus comes. Be cross with him, and I'll go fetch thy sons to back thy quarrels, whatsoe'er they be. Exit, Bassianus. Who have we here? Rome's royal empress, unfurnished of her well-beseeming troop. Or is it Diane, habited like her, who hath abandoned her holy groves to see the general hunting in this forest? Tamora, saucy controller of my private steps. Had I the power that some say Diane had, thy temples should be planted presently with horns, as was Actaeon's, and the hounds should drive upon thy new-transformed limbs, unmannerly intruder as thou art. Lavinia, under your patience, gentle empress, 'tis thought you have a goodly gift in horning, and to be doubted that your Moor and you are singled forth to try experiments. Jove shield your husband from his hounds today, 'tis pity they should take him for a stag. Bassianus, believe me, queen, your swarthy Cimmerian doth make your honour of his body's hue, spotted, detested, and abominable. Why are you sequestered from all your train, dismounted from your snow-white goodly steed, and wandered hither to an obscure plot, accompanied but with a barbarous Moor, if foul desire had not conducted you? Lavinia, and being intercepted in your sport, great reason that my noble lord be rated for sauciness. I pray you let us hence, and let her joy her raven-coloured love, this valley fits the purpose passing well. Bassianus, the king my brother shall have notice of this. Lavinia, aye, for these slips have made him noted long. Good king, to be so mightily abused. Tamora, why, I have patience to endure all this. Enter Chiron and Demetrius. Demetrius, how now, dear sovereign and our gracious mother? Why doth your highness look so pale and wan? Tamora, have I not reason, think you, to look pale? These two have ticed me hither to this place, a barren detested vale you see it is. The trees, though summer, yet forlorn and lean, overcome with moss and baleful mistletoe. Here never shines the sun, here nothing breeds, unless the nightly owl or fatal raven. And when they showed me this abhorred pit, they told me here, at dead time of the night, 1,000 fiends, 1,000 hissing snakes, 10,000 swelling toads, as many urchins, would make such fearful and confused cries as any mortal body hearing it should straight fall mad, or else die suddenly. No sooner had they told this hellish tale, but straight they told me they would bind me here unto the body of a dismal ewe, and leave me to this miserable death. And then they called me foul, adulterous, lascivious Goth, and all the bitterest terms that ever ear did hear to such effect. And had you not by wondrous fortune come, this vengeance on me had they executed. Revenge it as you love your mother's life, or be ye not henceforth called my children. Demetrius, this is a witness that I am thy son, stabs Bassianus, Chiron, and this for me struck home to show my strength. Also stabs Bassianus, who dies. Lavinia, I come, Semiramis, nay, barbarous Tamora, for no name fits thy nature but thy own. Tamora, give me thy poniard, you shall know, my boys, your mother's hand shall right your mother's wrong. Demetrius, stay, madam, here is more belongs to her. First thrash the corn, then after burn the straw. This minion stood upon her chastity, upon her nuptial vow, her loyalty, and with that painted hope braves your mightiness, and shall she carry this unto her grave, Chiron? And if she do, as I would I were an eunuch, drag hence her husband to some secret hole, and make his dead trunk pillow to our lust. Tamora, but when ye have the honey ye desire, let not this wasp outlive us both to sting. Chiron, I warrant you, madam, we will make that sure. Come, mistress, now perforce we will enjoy that nice preserved honesty of yours. Lavinia, O Tamora, thou bearest a woman's face, Tamora. I will not hear her speak, away with her. Lavinia, sweet lords, entreat her hear me but a word. Demetrius, listen, fair madam, let it be your glory to see her tears, but be your heart to them as unrelenting flint to drops of rain. Lavinia, when did the tiger's young ones teach the dam? Oh, do not learn her wrath, she taught it thee. The milk thou suck'st from her did turn to marble, even at thy teat thou hadst thy tyranny. Yet every mother breeds not sons alike. To Chiron, do thou entreat her show a woman's pity. Chiron, what, wouldst thou have me prove myself a bastard? Lavinia, 'tis true the raven doth not hatch a lark, yet have I heard, oh, could I find it now. The lion, moved with pity, did endure to have his princely paws pared all away. Some say that ravens foster forlorn children, the whilst their own birds famish in their nests. Oh, be to me, though thy hard heart say no, nothing so kind, but something pitiful. Tamora, I know not what it means, away with her. Lavinia, oh, let me teach thee. For my father's sake that gave thee life when well he might have slain thee. Be not obdurate, open thy deaf ears. Tamora, hadst thou in person ne'er offended me, even for his sake am I pitiless. Remember, boys, I poured forth tears in vain to save your brother from the sacrifice, but fierce Andronicus would not relent. Therefore away with her, and use her as you will, the worse to her the better loved of me. Lavinia, O Tamora, be called a gentle queen, and with thine own hands kill me in this place. For 'tis not life that I have begged so long, poor I was slain when Bassianus died. Tamora, what begg'st thou then, fond woman? Let me go. Lavinia, 'tis present death I beg, and one thing more that womanhood denies my tongue to tell. Oh, keep me from their worse than killing lust, and tumble me into some loathsome pit where never man's eye may behold my body. Do this, and be a charitable murderer. Tamora, so should I rob my sweet sons of their fee, no, let them satisfy their lust on thee. Demetrius, away, for thou hast stayed us here too long. Lavinia, no grace, no womanhood. Ah, beastly creature, the blot and enemy to our general name. Confusion fall, Chiron, nay, then I'll stop your mouth, bring thou her husband. This is the hole where Aaron bid us hide him. They put Bassianus's body in the pit and exit, carrying off Lavinia. Tamora, farewell, my sons, see that you make her sure. Ne'er let my heart know merry cheer indeed till all the Andronici be made away. Now will I hence to seek my lovely moor, and let my spleenful sons this trull deflower. Exit. Enter Aaron with two of Titus' sons, Quintus and Martius. Aaron, come on, my lords, the better foot before. Straight will I bring you to the loathsome pit where I espied the panther fast asleep. Quintus, my sight is very dull, whate'er it bodes. Martius, and mine, I promise you. Were it not for shame, well could I leave our sport to sleep a while. He falls into the pit. Quintus. What art thou fallen? What subtle hole is this whose mouth is covered with rude growing briars, upon whose leaves are drops of new shed blood as fresh as morning dew distilled on flowers? A very fatal place it seems to me. Speak, brother, haste thou hurt thee with the fall? Martius. O brother, with the dismallest object hurt that ever I with sight made heart lament. Aaron. Aside. Now will I fetch the king to find them here, that he thereby may have a likely guess how these were they that made away his brother. Exit. Martius. Why dost not comfort me and help me out from this unhallowed and blood-stained hole? Quintus. I am surprised with an uncouth fear, a chilling sweat o'erruns my trembling joints. My heart suspects more than mine eye can see. Martius. To prove thou hast a true divining heart, Aaron and thou look down into this den and see a fearful sight of blood and death. Quintus. Aaron is gone, and my compassionate heart will not permit mine eyes once to behold the thing whereat it trembles by surmise. Oh, tell me who it is, for ne'er till now was I a child to fear I know not what. Martius. Lord Bassianus lies bewrayed in blood all on a heap like to a slaughtered lamb in this detested dark blood-drinking pit. Quintus. If it be dark, how dost thou know 'tis he? Martius. Upon his bloody finger he doth wear a precious ring that lightens all the whole, which, like a taper in some monument, doth shine upon the dead man's earthy cheeks, and shows the ragged entrails of the pit. So pale did shine the moon on Pyramus when he by night lay bathed in maiden blood. O brother, help me with thy fainting hand, if fear hath made thee faint as me it hath, out of this fell devouring receptacle as hateful as Cocytus' misty mouth. Quintus. Reach me thy hand that I may help thee out, or wanting strength to do thee so much good, I may be plucked into the swallowing womb of this deep pit, poor Bassianus' grave. I have no strength to pluck thee to the brink. Martius. Nor I no strength to climb without thy help. Quintus, thy hand once more. I will not loose again till thou art here aloft or I below. Thou canst not come to me, I come to thee, falls in. Enter the Emperor Saturninus and Aaron the Moor. Saturninus, along with me, I'll see what hole is here and what he is that now is leapt into it. Say, who art thou that lately didst descend into this gaping hollow of the earth? Martius. The unhappy sons of old Andronicus brought hither in a most unlucky hour to find thy brother Bassianus dead. Saturninus. My brother dead, I know thou dost but jest. He and his lady both are at the lodge upon the north side of this pleasant chase. 'Tis not an hour since I left them there. Martius. We know not where you left them all alive, but out, alas, here have we found him dead. Enter Tamora, Titus, Andronicus, and Lucius. Tamora, where is my lord the king? Saturninus. Here, Tamora, though grieved with killing grief. Tamora, where is thy brother Bassianus? Saturninus. Now to the bottom dost thou search my wound. Poor Bassianus here lies murdered. Tamora, then all too late I bring this fatal writ, the complot of this timeless tragedy, and wonder greatly that man's face can fold in pleasing smiles such murderous tyranny. She giveth Saturnine a letter. Saturninus reads. And if we miss to meet him handsomely, sweet huntsman, Bassianus 'tis we mean, do thou so much as dig the grave for him, thou know'st our meaning. Look for thy reward among the nettles at the elder tree which overshades the mouth of that same pit where we decreed to bury Bassianus. Do this and purchase us thy lasting friends. O Tamora, was ever heard the like? This is the pit and this the elder tree. Look, sirs, if you can find the huntsman out that should have murdered Bassianus here. Aaron, my gracious lord, here is the bag of gold, showing it, Saturninus, to Titus. 2 of thy whelps, fell curs of bloody kind, have here bereft my brother of his life. Sirs, drag them from the pit unto the prison. There let them bide until we have devised some never heard of torturing pain for them. Tamora, what are they in this pit? O wondrous thing, how easily murder is discovered. Titus. High Emperor, upon my feeble knee I beg this boon with tears not lightly shed, that this fell fault of my accursed sons, accursed if the fault be proved in them, Saturninus. If it be proved, you see it is apparent. Who found this letter? Tamora, was it you? Tamora, Andronicus himself did take it up. Titus. I did, my lord, yet let me be their bail, for by my father's reverend tomb I vow they shall be ready at your highness will to answer their suspicion with their lives. Saturninus, thou shalt not bail them, see thou follow me. Some bring the murdered body, some the murderers. Let them not speak a word, the guilt is plain, for by my soul were there worse end than death. That end upon them should be executed. Tamora, Andronicus, I will entreat the king, fear not thy sons, they shall do well enough. Titus, come Lucius, come, stay not to talk with them. Exeunt severally. Attendants bearing the body, scene Roman 4. Another part of the forest enter the empress' sons, Demetrius and Chiron, with Lavinia, her hands cut off and her tongue cut out and ravished. Demetrius, so now go tell, and if thy tongue can speak, who 'twas that cut thy tongue and ravished thee. Chiron, write down thy mind, bewray thy meaning so, and if thy stumps will let thee play the scribe. Demetrius, see how with signs and tokens she can scroll. Chiron, go home, call for sweet water, wash thy hands. Demetrius, she hath no tongue to call, nor hands to wash, and so let's leave her to her silent walks. Chiron, and twere my cause, I should go hang myself. Demetrius, if thou hadst hands to help thee knit the cord. Exeunt Chiron and Demetrius. Enter Marcus from hunting. Marcus, who is this, my niece, that flies away so fast? Cousin, a word, where is your husband? If I do dream, would all my wealth would wake me. If I do wake, some planet strike me down, that I may slumber in eternal sleep. Speak, gentle niece, what stern ungentle hands hath lopped and hewed and made thy body bare of her two branches, those sweet ornaments whose circling shadows kings have sought to sleep in, and might not gain so great a happiness as half thy love. Why dost not speak to me? Alas, a crimson river of warm blood, like to a bubbling fountain stirred with wind, doth rise and fall between thy rosed lips, coming and going with thy honey breath. But sure some Tereus hath deflowered thee, and lest thou shouldst detect him, cut thy tongue. Ah, now thou turn'st away thy face for shame, and notwithstanding all this loss of blood, as from a conduit with 3 issuing spouts, yet do thy cheeks look red, as Titan's face blushing to be encountered with a cloud. Shall I speak for thee, shall I say 'tis so? Oh, that I knew thy heart and knew the beast, that I might rail at him to ease my mind. Sorrow concealed, like an oven stopped, doth burn the heart to cinders where it is. Fair Philomela, why she but lost her tongue, and in a tedious sampler sowed her mind. But lovely niece, that mean is cut from thee. A craftier Tereus, cousin, haste thou met, and he hath cut those pretty fingers off that could have better sewed than Philomel. Oh, had the monster seen those lily hands tremble like aspen leaves upon a lute, and make the silken strings delight to kiss them, he would not then have touched them for his life. Or had he heard the heavenly harmony which that sweet tongue hath made, he would have dropped his knife and fell asleep as Cerberus at the Thracian poet's feet. Come, let us go, and make thy father blind, for such a sight will blind a father's eye. 1 hour's storm will drown the fragrant meads, what will whole months of tears thy father's eyes? Do not draw back, for we will mourn with thee. Oh, could our mourning ease thy misery? Exeunt, Act Roman 3 Scene I. Rome. A street enter the judges and senators, with Titus' 2 sons Quintus and Martius bound, passing on the stage to the place of execution, and Titus going before pleading. Titus. Hear me, grave fathers, noble tribunes, stay, for pity of mine age, whose youth was spent in dangerous wars whilst you securely slept. For all my blood in Rome's great quarrel shed, for all the frosty nights that I have watched, and for these bitter tears, which now you see filling the aged wrinkles in my cheeks, be pitiful to my condemned sons, whose souls are not corrupted as 'tis thought. For 22 sons I never wept, because they died in honour's lofty bed. Andronicus lieth down, and the judges pass by him. Exeunt with the prisoners as Titus continues speaking. For these, tribunes, in the dust I write my heart's deep languor and my soul's sad tears. Let my tears staunch the earth's dry appetite. My son's sweet blood will make it shame and blush. O earth, I will befriend thee more with rain that shall distil from these 2 ancient urns, than youthful April shall with all his showers. In summer's drought I'll drop upon thee still. In winter with warm tears I'll melt the snow, and keep eternal springtime on thy face, so thou refuse to drink my dear son's blood. Enter Lucius with his weapon drawn. O reverend tribunes, O gentle aged men, unbind my sons, reverse the doom of death, and let me say that never wept before my tears are now prevailing orators. Lucius, O noble father, you lament in vain, the tribunes hear you not, no man is by, and you recount your sorrows to a stone. Titus, ah, Lucius, for thy brothers let me plead. Grave tribunes, once more I entreat of you, Lucius, my gracious lord, no tribune hears you speak. Titus, why, 'tis no matter, man. If they did hear, they would not mark me, if they did mark, they would not pity me, yet plead I must, and bootless unto them. Therefore I tell my sorrows to the stones, who though they cannot answer my distress, yet in some sort they are better than the tribunes, for that they will not intercept my tale. When I do weep, they humbly at my feet receive my tears, and seem to weep with me. And were they but attired in grave weeds, Rome could afford no tribunes like to these. A stone is soft as wax, tribunes more hard than stones. A stone is silent and offendeth not, and tribunes with their tongues doom men to death. But wherefore standst thou with thy weapon drawn, Lucius? To rescue my two brothers from their death, for which attempt the judges have pronounced my everlasting doom of banishment. Titus, O happy man, they have befriended thee. Why, foolish Lucius, dost thou not perceive that Rome is but a wilderness of tigers? Tigers must prey, and Rome affords no prey but me and mine. How happy art thou then from these devourers to be banished, but who comes with our brother Marcus here? Enter Marcus with Lavinia. Marcus, Titus, prepare thy aged eyes to weep, or if not so, thy noble heart to break. I bring consuming sorrow to thine age. Titus, will it consume me? Let me see it then. Marcus, this was thy daughter. Titus, why Marcus, so she is. Lucius, ay me, this object kills me. Titus, faint-hearted boy, arise and look upon her. Speak, Lavinia, what accursed hand hath made thee handless in thy father's sight? What fool hath added water to the sea, or brought a faggot to bright burning Troy? My grief was at the height before thou cam'st, and now like Nilus it disdaineth bounds. Give me a sword, I'll chop off my hands too, for they have fought for Rome, and all in vain, and they have nursed this woe in feeding life. In bootless prayer have they been held up, and they have served me to effectless use. Now all the service I require of them is that the one will help to cut the other. 'Tis well, Lavinia, that thou haste no hands, for hands to do Rome service is but vain. Lucius, speak, gentle sister, who hath martyred thee? Marcus, oh, that delightful engine of her thoughts that blabbed them with such pleasing eloquence is torn from forth that pretty hollow cage, where like a sweet melodious bird it sung sweet varied notes, enchanting every ear. Lucius, oh, say thou for her who hath done this deed. Marcus, oh, thus I found her straying in the park, seeking to hide herself, as doth the deer that hath received some unrecurring wound. Titus, it was my dear, and he that wounded her hath hurt me more than had he killed me dead. For now I stand as one upon a rock, environed with a wilderness of sea, who marks the waxing tide grow wave by wave, expecting ever when some envious surge will in his brinish bowels swallow him. This way to death my wretched sons are gone. Here stands my other son, a banished man, and here my brother, weeping at my woes. But that which gives my soul the greatest spurn is dear Lavinia, dearer than my soul. Had I but seen thy picture in this plight, it would have madded me. What shall I do now I behold thy lively body so? Thou hast no hands to wipe away thy tears, nor tongue to tell me who hath martyred thee. Thy husband he is dead, and for his death thy brothers are condemned, and dead by this. Look, Marcus, ah, son Lucius, look on her, when I did name her brothers. Then fresh tears stood on her cheeks, as doth the honey dew upon a gathered lily almost withered. Marcus, perchance she weeps because they killed her husband, perchance because she knows them innocent. Titus, if they did kill thy husband, then be joyful, because the law hath ta'en revenge on them. No, no, they would not do so foul a deed. Witness the sorrow that their sister makes. Gentle Lavinia, let me kiss thy lips, or make some sign how I may do thee ease. Shall thy good uncle, and thy brother Lucius, and thou and I, sit round about some fountain, looking all downwards to behold our cheeks how they are stained, like meadows yet not dry, with miry slime left on them by a flood? And in the fountain shall we gaze so long till the fresh taste be taken from that clearness, and made a brine pit with our bitter tears? Or shall we cut away our hands like thine? Or shall we bite our tongues, and in dumb shows pass the remainder of our hateful days? What shall we do? Let us that have our tongues plot some device of further misery to make us wondered at in time to come. Lucius, sweet father, cease your tears, for at your grief see how my wretched sister sobs and weeps. Marcus, patience, dear niece. Good Titus, dry thine eyes. Titus. Ah, Marcus, Marcus. Brother, well I wot thy napkin cannot drink a tear of mine, for thou, poor man, hast drowned it with thine own. Lucius, ah, my Lavinia, I will wipe thy cheeks. Titus. Mark, Marcus, mark, I understand her signs. Had she a tongue to speak, now would she say that to her brother which I said to thee. His napkin with his true tears all bewet can do no service on her sorrowful cheeks. Oh, what a sympathy of woe is this, as far from help as limbo is from bliss. Enter Aaron the Moor alone. Aaron. Titus Andronicus, my lord the emperor sends thee this word, that if thou love thy sons, let Marcus, Lucius, or thyself, old Titus, or any one of you, chop off your hand and send it to the king. He for the same will send thee hither both thy sons alive, and that shall be the ransom for their fault. Titus, O gracious emperor, O gentle Aaron, did ever raven sing so like a lark that gives sweet tidings of the sun's uprise? With all my heart I'll send the emperor my hand. Good Aaron, wilt thou help to chop it off? Lucius. Stay, father, for that noble hand of thine that hath thrown down so many enemies shall not be sent. My hand will serve the turn. My youth can better spare my blood than you, and therefore mine shall save my brothers' lives. Marcus, which of your hands hath not defended Rome and reared aloft the bloody battle-axe, writing destruction on the enemy's castle? Oh, none of both, but are of high desert. My hand hath been but idle, let it serve to ransom my two nephews from their death, then have I kept it to a worthy end. Aaron, nay come, agree whose hand shall go along, for fear they die before their pardon come. Marcus, my hand shall go. Lucius, by heaven it shall not go. Titus, sirs, strive no more. Such withered herbs as these are meet for plucking up, and therefore mine. Lucius, sweet father, if I shall be thought thy son, let me redeem my brothers both from death. Marcus, and for our father's sake and mother's care, now let me show a brother's love to thee. Titus, agree between you, I will spare my hand. Lucius, then I'll go fetch an axe. Marcus, but I will use the axe. Exeunt Lucius and Marcus. Titus, come hither, Aaron, I'll deceive them both. Lend me thy hand, and I will give thee mine. Aaron, aside, if that be called deceit, I will be honest, and never whilst I live deceive men so, but I'll deceive you in another sort, and that you'll say ere half an hour pass. He cuts off Titus's hand. Enter Lucius and Marcus again. Titus, now stay your strife, what shall be is dispatched. Good Aaron, give his majesty my hand. Tell him it was a hand that warded him from 1,000 dangers, bid him bury it. More hath it merited that let it have. As for my sons, say I account of them as jewels purchased at an easy price, and yet dear too, because I bought mine own. Aaron, I go Andronicus, and for thy hand look by and by to have thy sons with thee. Aside, their heads I mean, oh how this villainy doth fat me with the very thoughts of it. Let fools do good and fair men call for grace, Aaron will have his soul black like his face. Exit, Titus. Oh, here I lift this one hand up to heaven, and bow this feeble ruin to the earth. If any power pities wretched tears, to that I call, to Lavinia. What wouldst thou kneel with me? Do then, dear heart, for heaven shall hear our prayers, or with our sighs we'll breathe the welkin dim, and stain the sun with fog, as sometime clouds when they do hug him in their melting bosoms. Marcus, O brother, speak with possibility, and do not break into these deep extremes. Titus, is not my sorrow deep, having no bottom? Then be my passions bottomless with them. Marcus, but yet let reason govern thy lament. Titus, if there were reason for these miseries, then into limits could I bind my woes. When heaven doth weep, doth not the earth o'erflow? If the winds rage, doth not the sea wax mad, threatening the welkin with his big swollen face? And wilt thou have a reason for this coil? I am the sea. Hark how her sighs doth flow. She is the weeping welkin, I the earth. then must my sea be moved with her sighs. Then must my earth with her continual tears become a deluge, overflowed and drowned. For why my bowels cannot hide her woes, but like a drunkard must I vomit them. Then give me leave, for losers will have leave to ease their stomachs with their bitter tongues. Enter a messenger with 2 heads and a hand. Messenger, worthy Andronicus, ill art thou repaid for that good hand thou sent'st the emperor. Here are the heads of thy 2 noble sons, and here's thy hand in scorn to thee sent back. Thy grief their sports, thy resolution mocked. That woe is me to think upon thy woes more than remembrance of my father's death. Exit, Marcus. Now let hot Etna cool in Sicily and be my heart an ever-burning hell. These miseries are more than may be borne. To weep with them that weep doth ease some deal, but sorrow flouted at his double death. Lucius, that this sight should make so deep a wound, and yet detested life not shrink thereat. That ever death should let life bear his name, where life hath no more interest but to breathe. Lavinia kisses Titus. Marcus, alas, poor heart that kisses comfortless as frozen water to a starved snake. Titus, when will this fearful slumber have an end? Marcus. Now farewell, flattery, die, Andronicus, thou dost not slumber. See thy 2 sons' heads, thy warlike hand, thy mangled daughter here, thy other banished son with this dear sight struck pale and bloodless, and thy brother even like a stony image, cold and numb. Now no more will I control thy griefs. Rent off thy silver hair, thy other hand gnawing with thy teeth, and be this dismal sight the closing up of our most wretched eyes. Now is a time to storm, why art thou still, Titus? Ha ha ha, Marcus, why dost thou laugh? It fits not with this hour. Titus. Why, I have not another tear to shed. Besides, this sorrow is an enemy, and would usurp upon my watery eyes, and make them blind with tributary tears. Then which way shall I find revenge's cave? For these 2 heads do seem to speak to me, and threat me I shall never come to bliss till all these mischiefs be returned again even in their throats that have committed them. Come, let me see what task I have to do. You heavy people, circle me about, that I may turn me to each one of you, and swear unto my soul to right your wrongs. The vow is made. Come, brother, take a head, and in this hand the other will I bear. And Lavinia, thou shalt be employed in these arms. Bear thou my hand, sweet wench, between thy teeth. As for thee, boy, go, get thee from my sight. Thou art an exile, and thou must not stay. Hie to the Goths, and raise an army there. And if you love me as I think you do, let's kiss and part, for we have much to do. Exeunt Titus, Marcus and Lavinia. Lucius. Farewell, Andronicus, my noble father, the wofulst man that ever lived in Rome. Farewell, proud Rome, till Lucius come again. He loves his pledges dearer than his life. Farewell, Lavinia, my noble sister. Would thou wert as thou toff or haste been. But now nor Lucius nor Lavinia lives, but in oblivion and hateful griefs. If Lucius live, he will requite your wrongs, and make proud Saturnine and his empress beg at the gates, like Tarquin and his queen. Now will I to the Goths, and raise a power to be revenged on Rome and Saturnine. Exit, Scene Roman 2. Rome, a room in Titus's house. A banquet set out. Enter Titus, Andronicus, Marcus, Lavinia, and the boy young Lucius. Titus. So, now sit, and look you eat no more than will preserve just so much strength in us as will revenge these bitter woes of ours. Marcus, unknit that sorrow wreathen not. Thy niece and I, poor creatures, want our hands and cannot passionate our tenfold grief with folded arms. This poor right hand of mine is left to tyrannize upon my breast, who when my heart, all mad with misery, beats in this hollow prison of my flesh, then thus I thump it down. Thou map of woe that thus dost talk in signs, when thy poor heart beats with outrageous beating, thou canst not strike it thus to make it still. Wound it with sighing, girl, kill it with groans, or get some little knife between thy teeth, and just against thy heart make thou a hole, that all the tears that thy poor eyes let fall may run into that sink, and soaking in, drown the lamenting fool in sea-salt tears. Marcus, fie, brother, fie, teach her not thus to lay such violent hands upon her tender life. Titus, how now, has sorrow made thee dote already? Why, Marcus, no man should be mad but I. What violent hands can she lay on her life? Ah, wherefore dost thou urge the name of hands, to bid Aeneas tell the tale twice, or how Troy was burnt and he made miserable? Oh, handle not the theme to talk of hands, lest we remember still that we have none. Fie, fie, how frantically I square my talk, as if we should forget we had no hands if Marcus did not name the word of hands. Come, let's fall to, and gentle girl, eat this. Here is no drink. Hark, Marcus, what she says, I can interpret all her martyred signs. She says she drinks no other drink but tears, brewed with her sorrow meshed upon her cheeks. Speechless complainer, I will learn thy thought. In thy dumb action will I be as perfect as begging hermits in their holy prayers. Thou shalt not sigh, nor hold thy stumps to heaven, nor wink, nor nod, nor kneel, nor make a sign, but I of these will wrest an alphabet, and by still practice learn to know thy meaning. Young Lucius, good grandsire, leave these bitter deep laments, make my aunt merry with some pleasing tale. Marcus, alas, the tender boy in passion moved doth weep to see his grandsire's heaviness. Titus, peace, tender sapling, thou art made of tears, and tears will quickly melt thy life away. Marcus strikes the dish with a knife. What dost thou? Strike at Marcus with thy knife, Marcus. At that I have killed my lord a fly. Titus, out on thee, murderer, thou kill'st my heart, mine eyes are cloyed with view of tyranny. A deed of death done on the innocent becomes not Titus, brother. Get thee gone, I see thou art not for my company. Marcus, alas, my lord, I have but killed a fly. Titus, but how if that fly had a father and mother? How would he hang his slender gilded wings and buzz lamenting doings in the air? Poor harmless fly, that with his pretty buzzing melody came here to make us merry, and thou haste killed him. Marcus, pardon me, sir, 'twas a black ill-favoured fly, like to the Empress Moore, therefore I killed him. Titus, oh, then pardon me for reprehending thee, for thou hast done a charitable deed. Give me thy knife, I will insult on him, flattering myself as if it were the Moor come hither purposely to poison me. There's for thyself, and that's for Tamora. Ah, sirrah, yet I think we are not brought so low but that between us we can kill a fly that comes in likeness of a coal-black Moor. Marcus, alas, poor man, grief has so wrought on him, he takes false shadows for true substances. Titus, come, take away, Lavinia, go with me. I'll to thy closet and go read with thee sad stories chanced in the times of old. Come, boy, and go with me. Thy sight is young, and thou shalt read when mine begin to dazzle. Exeunt. Act Roman 4 Scene I. Rome. Before Titus's house enter young Lucius and Lavinia running after him, and the boy flies from her with his books under his arm. Enter Titus and Marcus. Young Lucius, help, grandsire, help, my aunt Lavinia follows me everywhere, I know not why. Good uncle Marcus, see how swift she comes. Alas, sweet aunt, I know not what you mean. Marcus, stand by me. Lucius, do not fear thine aunt. Titus, she loves thee, boy, too well to do thee harm. Young Lucius, I, when my father was in Rome, she did. Marcus, what means my niece Lavinia by these signs? Titus, fear her not, Lucius, somewhat doth she mean. See, Lucius, see how much she makes of thee. Somewhither would she have thee go with her. Ah, boy, Cornelia never with more care read to her sons than she hath read to thee sweet poetry and Tully's orator. Marcus, canst thou not guess wherefore she plies thee thus? Young Lucius, my lord, I know not, nor can I guess, unless some fit or frenzy do possess her. For I have heard my grandsire say full oft, extremity of griefs would make men mad. And I have read that Hecuba of Troy ran mad for sorrow. That made me to fear, although my lord, I know my noble aunt loves me as dear as e'er my mother did, and would not, but in fury, fright my youth, which made me down to throw my books and fly, causeless perhaps. But pardon me, sweet aunt. And madam, if my uncle Marcus go, I will most willingly attend your ladyship. Marcus, Lucius, I will. Lavinia turns over with her stumps the books which Lucius has let fall. Titus, how now, Lavinia? Marcus, what means this? Some book there is that she desires to see. Which is it, girl, of these? Open them, boy, but thou art deeper read and better skilled. Come and take choice of all my library, and so beguile thy sorrow, till the heavens reveal the damned contriver of this deed. Why lifts she up her arms in sequence thus? Marcus, I think she means that there were more than one confederate in the fact. Aye, more there was, or else to heaven she heaves them for revenge. Titus. Lucius, what book is that she tosseth so, young Lucius? Grandsire, 'tis Ovid's Metamorphosis, my mother gave it me. Marcus, for love of her that's gone, perhaps she culled it from among the rest. Titus. Soft, so busily she turns the leaves. Help her, what would she find? Lavinia, shall I read? This is the tragic tale of Philomel, and treats of Tereus' treason and his rape. And rape, I fear, was root of thy annoy. Marcus, see, brother, see, note how she quotes the leaves. Titus. Lavinia, wert thou thus surprised, sweet girl, ravished and wronged, as Philomela was, forced in the ruthless, vast and gloomy woods? See, aye, such a place there is where we did hunt. Oh, had we never hunted there. Patterned by that the poet here describes, by nature made for murders and for rapes. Marcus. Oh, why should nature build so foul a den unless the gods delight in tragedies? Titus. Give signs, sweet girl, for here are none but friends, what Roman lord it was durst do the deed. Or slunk not Saturnine as Tarquin erst that left the camp to sin in Lucrece' bed. Marcus. Sit down, sweet niece, brother, sit down by me. Apollo, Pallas, Jove, or Mercury inspire me that I may this treason find. My lord, look here, Lavinia. This sandy plot is plain, guide if thou canst this after me. I have writ my name, he writes his name with his staff, and guides it with feet and mouth, without the help of any hand at all. Cursed be that heart that forced us to this shift. Write thou, good niece, and here display at last what God will have discovered for revenge. Heaven guide thy pen to print thy sorrows plain, that we may know the traitors and the truth. She takes the staff in her mouth, and guides it with her stumps, and writes. Oh, do ye read, my lord, what she hath writ? Titus. Estuprum Chiron Demetrius, Marcus. What, the lustful sons of Tamora performers of this heinous bloody deed? Titus. Magni dominator poli tam lentus audis celera tam lentus vides. Marcus. O calm thee, gentle lord, although I know there is enough written upon this earth to stir a mutiny in the mildest thoughts and arm the minds of infants to exclaims. My lord, kneel down with me. Lavinia, kneel, and kneel, sweet boy, the Roman Hector's hope, and swear with me as, with the woeful fear and father of that chaste dishonoured dame, Lord Junius Brutus swear for Lucrece' rape, that we will prosecute, by good advice, mortal revenge upon these traitorous Goths, and see their blood or die with this reproach. Titus. 'Tis sure enough, and you knew how. But if you hunt these bear whelps, then beware, the dam will wake, and if she wind you once. She's with the lion deeply still in league, and lulls him whilst she playeth on her back, and when he sleeps will she do what she list. You are a young huntsman, Marcus, let alone. And come, I will go get a leaf of brass, and with a gad of steel will write these words and lay it by. The angry northern wind will blow these sands like Sibyl's leaves abroad, and where's our lesson then? Boy, what say you, young Lucius? I say, my lord, that if I were a man, their mother's bedchamber should not be safe for these base bondmen to the yoke of Rome. Marcus. Aye, that's my boy. Thy father hath full oft for his ungrateful country done the like. Young Lucius. And uncle, so will I, and if I live. Titus. Come, go with me into mine armoury. Lucius, I'll fit thee, and withal my boy shall carry from me to the empress' sons presents that I intend to send them both. Come, thou'lt do my message, wilt thou not, young Lucius? I with my dagger in their bosoms, grandsire. Titus. No, boy, not so, I'll teach thee another course. Lavinia, come. Marcus. Look to my houses. Lucius and I'll go brave it at the court. I marry, will we, sir, and will be waited on. Exeunt Titus, Lavinia, and young Lucius. Marcus. O heavens, can you hear a good man groan and not relent or not compassion him? Marcus, attend him in his ecstasy that hath more scars of sorrow in his heart than foemen's marks upon his battered shield, but yet so just that he will not revenge. Revenge, ye heavens, for old Andronicus. Exit, scene Roman 2. Rome. A room in the palace. Enter Aaron, Chiron, and Demetrius at one door, and at the other door young Lucius and another, with a bundle of weapons and verses writ upon them. Chiron. Demetrius, he is the son of Lucius, he hath some message to deliver us. Aaron, aye, some mad message from his mad grandfather, young Lucius. My lords, with all the humbleness I may, I greet your honours from Andronicus, aside. And pray the Roman gods confound you both, Demetrius. Gramercy, lovely Lucius, what's the news? Young Lucius, aside, that you are both deciphered, that's the news for villains marked with rape. Aloud, may it please you, my grandsire, well advised, hath sent by me the goodliest weapons of his armoury to gratify your honourable youth, the hope of Rome. For so he bid me say, and so I do, and with his gifts present your lordships, that whenever you have need you may be armed and appointed well. And so I leave you both aside, like bloody villains. Exeunt young Lucius and attendant. Demetrius, what's here? A scroll, and written round about, let's see, reads. Integer viti celerisque purus non egit moriae aculis nec arcu. Chiron, oh, 'tis a verse in Horace, I know it well, I read it in the grammar long ago. Aaron, I just a verse in Horace, right you have it. Aside, now what a thing it is to be an ass. Here's no sound jest, the old man hath found their guilt, and sends them weapons wrapped about with lines that wound beyond their feeling to the quick. But were our witty empress well afoot, she would applaud Andronicus' conceit, but let her rest in her unrest awhile. And now, young lords, was not a happy star led us to Rome, strangers, and more than so, captives, to be advanced to this height? It did me good before the palace gate to brave the tribune in his brother's hearing. Demetrius, but me more good to see so great a lord basely insinuate and send us gifts. Aaron, had he not reason, Lord Demetrius? Did you not use his daughter very friendly? Demetrius, I would we had 1,000 Roman dames at such a bay by turn to serve our lust. Chiron, a charitable wish and full of love. Aaron, here lacks but your mother for to say amen. Chiron, and that would she for 20,000 more. Demetrius, come let us go and pray to all the gods for our beloved mother in her pains. Aaron, aside, pray to the devils, the gods have given us over. Trumpets sound. Demetrius, why do the emperor's trumpets flourish thus? Chiron, belike for joy the emperor hath a son. Demetrius, soft, who comes here? Enter nurse with a blackamoor child in her arms. Nurse, good morrow, lords, oh tell me, did you see Aaron the Moor? Aaron, well, more or less or ne'er a whit at all, here Aaron is, and what with Aaron now? Nurse, oh gentle Aaron, we are all undone, now help, or woe betide thee evermore. Aaron, why, what a caterwauling dost thou keep? What dost thou wrap and fumble in thy arms? Nurse, oh, that which I would hide from heaven's eye, our empress' shame and stately Rome's disgrace. She is delivered, lords, she is delivered. Aaron, to whom? Nurse, I mean she's brought a bed. Aaron, well, God give her good rest, what hath he sent her? Nurse, a devil. Aaron, why then she is the devil's dam, a joyful issue. Nurse, a joyless, dismal, black and sorrowful issue. Here is the babe, as loathsome as a toad amongst the fair-faced breeders of our clime. The empress sends it thee, thy stamp, thy seal, and bids thee christen it with thy dagger's point. Aaron, zounds, ye whore, is black so base a hue, sweet blows, you are a beauteous blossom sure. Demetrius, villain, what hast thou done? Aaron, that which thou canst not undo. Chiron, thou hast undone our mother. Aaron, villain, I have done thy mother. Demetrius, and therein, hellish dog, thou hast undone her. Woe to her chance, and damned her loathed choice. Accursed the offspring of so foul a fiend. Chiron, it shall not live. Aaron, it shall not die. Nurse, Aaron, it must, the mother wills it so. Aaron, what must it? Nurse, then let no man but I do execution on my flesh and blood. Demetrius, I'll broach the tadpole on my rapier's point. Nurse, give it me, my sword shall soon dispatch it. Aaron, sooner this sword shall plough thy bowels up, taking the baby. Stay, murderous villains, will you kill your brother? Now, by the burning tapers of the sky that shone so brightly when this boy was got, he dies upon my scimitar's sharp point that touches this my firstborn son and heir. I tell you, younglings, not Enceladus with all his threatening band of Typhon's brood, nor great Alcides, nor the god of war, shall seize this prey out of his father's hands. What ye sanguine, shallow-hearted boys? Ye white-limed walls, ye alehouse-painted signs. Coal-black is better than another hue in that it scorns to bear another hue, for all the water in the ocean can never turn the swan's black legs to white, although she lave them hourly in the flood. Tell the empress from me I am of age to keep mine own, excuse it how she can. Demetrius, wilt thou betray thy noble mistress thus? Aaron, my mistress is my mistress, this myself, the vigour and the picture of my youth. This before all the world do I prefer, this maugre all the world will I keep safe, or some of you shall smoke for it in Rome. Demetrius, by this our mother is for ever shamed. Chiron, Rome will despise her for this foul escape. Nurse, the emperor in his rage will doom her death. Chiron, I blush to think upon this ignominy. Aaron, why, there's the privilege your beauty bears. Fie, treacherous hue that will betray with blushing the close enacts and counsels of thy heart. Here's a young lad framed of another Lear. Look how the black slave smiles upon the father, as who should say, Old lad, I am thine own. He is your brother, lords, sensibly fed of that self-blood that first gave life to you, and from your womb where you imprisoned were he is enfranchised and come to light. Nay, he is your brother by the surer side, although my seal be stamped in his face. Nurse, Aaron, what shall I say unto the empress? Demetrius, advise thee, Aaron, what is to be done, and we will all subscribe to thy advice. Save thou the child, so we may all be safe. Aaron, then sit we down and let us all consult. My son and I will have the wind of you. Keep there, now talk at pleasure of your safety. They sit. Demetrius, how many women saw this child of his? Aaron, why so, brave lords? When we join in league I am a lamb, but if you brave the moor, the chafed boar, the mountain lioness. The ocean swells not so as Aaron's storms, but say again, how many saw the child? Nurse, Cornelia the midwife and myself, and no one else but the delivered empress. Aaron, the empress, the midwife, and yourself. Two may keep counsel when the third's away. Go to the empress, tell her this I said, he kills her. Weak, weak, so cries a pig prepared to the spit. Demetrius, what mean'st thou, Aaron? Wherefore didst thou this, Aaron? O lord, sir, 'tis a deed of policy. Shall she live to betray this guilt of ours, a long-tongued babbling gossip? No, lords, no, and now be it known to you my full intent. Not far one Mulitius lives, my countryman. His wife but yesternight was brought to bed. His child is like to her, fair as you are. Go pack with him and give the mother gold, and tell them both the circumstance of all, and how by this their child shall be advanced, and be received for the emperor's heir, and substituted in the place of mine, to calm this tempest whirling in the court, and let the emperor dandle him for his own. Hark ye, lords, ye see I have given her physic, indicating the nurse, and you must needs bestow her funeral. The fields are near, and you are gallant grooms. This done, see that you take no longer days, but send the midwife presently to me. The midwife and the nurse well made away, then let the ladies tattle what they please. Chiron, Aaron, I see thou wilt not trust the air with secrets. Demetrius, for this care of Tamora herself and hers are highly bound to thee. Exeunt Demetrius and Chiron carrying the nurse's body. Aaron, now to the Goths as swift as swallow flies, they're to dispose this treasure in mine arms, and secretly to greet the empress' friends. Come on, you thick-lipped slave, I'll bear you hence, for it is you that puts us to our shifts. I'll make you feed on berries and on roots, and feed on curds and whey, and suck the goat, and cabin in a cave, and bring you up to be a warrior and command a camp. Exit. Scene Roman 3. Rome. A public place enter Titus, old Marcus, his son Publius, young Lucius, and other gentlemen with bows. And Titus bears the arrows with letters on the ends of them. Titus, come Marcus, come. Kinsmen, this is the way, sir boy, let me see your archery. Look ye draw home enough, and 'tis there straight. Terras Astrea reliquit. Be you remembered, Marcus, she's gone, she's fled. Sirs, take you to your tools. You cousins shall go sound the ocean and cast your nets. Happily you may catch her in the sea, yet there's as little justice as at land. No, Publius and Sempronius, you must do it. 'Tis you must dig with mattock and with spade, and pierce the inmost centre of the earth. Then when you come to Pluto's region, I pray you deliver him this petition. Tell him it is for justice and for aid, and that it comes from old Andronicus, shaken with sorrows in ungrateful Rome. Ah, Rome! Well, well, I made thee miserable what time I threw the people's suffrages on him that thus doth tyrannize o'er me. Go, get you gone, and pray be careful all, and leave you not a man of war unsearched. This wicked emperor may have shipped her hence, and kinsmen, then we may go pipe for justice. Marcus, O Publius, is not this a heavy case to see thy noble uncle thus distract? Publius, therefore, my lords, it highly us concerns by day and night to attend him carefully, and feed his humour kindly as we may, till time beget some careful remedy. Marcus. Kinsmen, his sorrows are past remedy, but join with the Goths, and with revengeful war take wreak on Rome for this ingratitude, and vengeance on the traitor Saturnine. Titus, Publius, how now, my masters? What have you met with her? Publius. No, my good lord, but Pluto sends you word, if you will have revenge from hell, you shall. Marry for justice, she is so employed, he thinks, with Jove in heaven or somewhere else, so that perforce you must needs stay a time. Titus. He doth me wrong to feed me with delays. I'll dive into the burning lake below, and pull her out of Acron by the heels. Marcus, we are but shrubs, no cedars we, no big-boned men framed of the Cyclops' size, but metal, Marcus, steel to the very back, yet wrung with wrongs more than our backs can bear. And sith there's no justice in earth nor hell, we will solicit heaven and move the gods to send down justice for to wreak our wrongs. Come to this gear. You are a good archer, Marcus. He gives them the arrows. Ad Jovem, that's for you here, ad Apollinum. Ad Martem, that's for myself here, boy, to Pallas, here to Mercury. To Saturn, Caius, not to Saturnine, you were as good to shoot against the wind. To it, boy, Marcus, loose when I bid. Of my word I have written to effect, there's not a god left unsolicited. Marcus. Kinsmen, shoot all your shafts into the court, we will afflict the emperor in his pride. Titus. Now masters, draw, they shoot. Oh, well said, Lucius. Good boy in Virgo's lap, give it Pallas. Marcus, my lord, I aim a mile beyond the moon. Your letter is with Jupiter by this. Titus. Ha ha, Publius, Publius, what hast thou done? See, thou hast shot off one of Taurus' horns. Marcus. This was the sport, my lord. When Publius shot, the bull being galled gave Ares such a knock that down fell both the ram's horns in the court. And who should find them but the empress villain? She laughed and told the Moor he should not choose but give them to his master for a present. Titus. Why, there it goes, God give his lordship joy. Enter the clown with a basket and 2 pigeons in it. News from heaven. Marcus, the post is come. Sirrah, what tidings? Have you any letters? Shall I have justice? What says Jupiter? Clown, ho, the gibbet maker, he says that he hath taken them down again, for the man must not be hanged till the next week. Titus, but what says Jupiter, I ask thee? Clown, alas, sir, I know not Jupiter, I never drank with him in all my life. Titus. Why, villain, art not thou the carrier? Clown, I of my pigeons, sir, nothing else. Titus. Why, didst thou not come from heaven? Clown. From heaven, alas, sir, I never came there. God forbid I should be so bold to press to heaven in my young days. Why, I am going with my pigeons to the tribunal plebs, to take up a matter of brawl betwixt my uncle and one of the emperor's men. Marcus. Why, sir, that is as fit as can be to serve for your oration, and let him deliver the pigeons to the emperor from you. Titus. Tell me, can you deliver an oration to the emperor with a grace? Clown. Nay, truly, sir, I could never say grace in all my life. Titus. Sirrah, come hither, make no more ado, but give your pigeons to the emperor. By me thou shalt have justice at his hands. Hold, meanwhile here's money for thy charges. Give me pen and ink. Sirrah, can you with a grace deliver up a supplication? Clown. Aye, sir. Titus. Then here is a supplication for you. And when you come to him at the first approach you must kneel, then kiss his foot, then deliver up your pigeons, and then look for your reward. I'll be at hand, sir, see you do it bravely. Clown. I warrant you, sir, let me alone. Titus. Sirrah, hast thou a knife? Come, let me see it. Here, Marcus, fold it in the oration, for thou hast made it like a humble suppliant. And when thou hast given it to the emperor, knock at my door, and tell me what he says. Clown. God be with you, sir, I will exit. Titus. Come, Marcus, let us go. Publius, follow me. Exeunt. Scene Roman 4. Rome. Before the palace enter Emperor Saturninus and Empress Tamora and her 2 sons Chiron and Demetrius with attendants. The emperor brings the arrows in his hand that Titus shot at him. Saturninus. Why, lords, what wrongs are these? Was ever seen an emperor in Rome thus overborne, troubled, confronted thus, and for the extent of legal justice used in such contempt? My lords, you know as know the mightful gods, however these disturbers of our peace buzz in the people's ears, there naught hath passed, but even with law against the wilful sons of old Andronicus. And what an if his sorrows have so overwhelmed his wits? Shall we be thus afflicted in his reeks, his fits, his frenzy, and his bitterness, and now he writes to heaven for his redress? See here's to Jove, and this to Mercury, this to Apollo, this to the god of war. Sweet scrolls to fly about the streets of Rome. What's this but libelling against the Senate and blazoning our injustice everywhere? A goodly humour is it not, my lords? As who would say in Rome no justice were? But if I live, his feigned ecstasies shall be no shelter to these outrages. But he and his shall know that justice lives in Saturninus' health, whom if she sleep he'll so awake as he in fury shall cut off the proudest conspirator that lives. Tamora. My gracious lord, my lovely Saturnine, lord of my life, commander of my thoughts, calm thee and bear the faults of Titus' age, effects of sorrow for his valiant sons, whose loss hath pierced him deep and scarred his heart, and rather comfort his distressed plight than prosecute the meanest or the best for these contempts. Aside, why thus it shall become high-witted Tamora to gloze withal, but Titus, I have touched thee to the quick, thy life-blood out. If Aaron now be wise, then is all safe, the anchor in the port. Enter Clown. How now, good fellow, wouldst thou speak with us? Clown. Yes, forsooth, and your mistressship be imperial. Tamora. Empress I am, but yonder sits the emperor. Clown. 'Tis he. God and Saint Stephen give you good airn. I have brought you a letter and a couple of pigeons here. Saturninus reads the letter. Saturninus, go take him away and hang him presently. Clown. How much money must I have? Tamora. Come, sirrah, you must be hanged. Clown. Hanged by a lady, then I have brought up a neck to a fair end. Exit guarded. Saturninus. Despiteful and intolerable wrongs. Shall I endure this monstrous villainy? I know from whence this same device proceeds. May this be borne as if his traitorous sons, that died by law for murder of our brother, have by my means been butchered wrongfully. Go, drag the villain hither by the hair, nor age nor honour shall shape privilege. For this proud mock I'll be thy slaughterman, sly frantic wretch that holpst to make me great, in hope thyself should govern Rome and me. Enter Emilius. What news with thee, Emilius? Emilius. My lord, Rome never had more cause. The Goths have gathered head, and with a power of high-resolved men bent to the spoil, they hither march amain under conduct of Lucius, son to old Andronicus, who threats in course of this revenge to do as much as ever Coriolanus did. Saturninus. Is warlike Lucius general of the Goths? These tidings nip me, and I hang the head as flowers with frost, or grass beat down with storms. I now begins our sorrows to approach. 'Tis he the common people love so much. Myself hath often overheard them say, when I have walked like a private man, that Lucius' banishment was wrongfully, and they have wished that Lucius were their emperor. Tamora, why should you fear? Is not your city strong? Saturninus. Aye, but the citizens favour Lucius, and will revolt from me to succour him. Tamora. King, be thy thoughts imperious like thy name. Is the sun dimmed that gnats do fly in it? The eagle suffers little birds to sing, and is not careful what they mean thereby, knowing that with the shadow of his wings he can at pleasure stint their melody. Even so mayest thou the giddy men of Rome. Then cheer thy spirit, for know thou, emperor, I will enchant the old Andronicus with words more sweet, and yet more dangerous than baits to fish or honey stalks to sheep. Weenas the one is wounded with the bait, the other rotted with delicious feed. Saturninus, but he will not entreat his son for us. Tamora. If Tamora entreat him, then he will, for I can smooth and fill his aged ears with golden promises, that were his heart almost impregnable, his old ears deaf, yet should both ear and heart obey my tongue. To Emilius go thou before, be our ambassador. Say that the emperor requests a parley of warlike Lucius, and appoint the meeting even at his father's house, the old Andronicus. Saturninus. Emilius, do this message honourably, and if he stand on hostage for his safety, bid him demand what pledge will please him best. Emilius, your bidding shall I do effectually. Exit. Tamora. Now will I to that old Andronicus, and temper him with all the art I have, to pluck proud Lucius from the warlike Goths. And now, sweet emperor, be blithe again, and bury all thy fear in my devices. Saturninus. Then go successantly and plead to him. Exeunt. Act V, Scene I. Plains near Rome enter Lucius with an army of Goths with drums and soldiers. Lucius. Approved warriors and my faithful friends, I have received letters from great Rome which signifies what hate they bear their emperor and how desirous of our sight they are. Therefore, great lords, be as your titles witness, imperious and impatient of your wrongs, and wherein Rome hath done you any scath, let him make treble satisfaction. First Goth. Brave slip, sprung from the great Andronicus, whose name was once our terror, now our comfort, whose high exploits and honourable deeds ingrateful Rome requites with foul contempt, be bold in us. We'll follow where thou leadst, like stinging bees in hottest summer's day led by their master to the flowered fields, and be avenged on cursed Tamora. Goths, and as he saith so say we all with him. Lucius, I humbly thank him and I thank you all, but who comes here led by a lusty Goth? Enter a Goth leading of Aaron with his child in his arms. Second Goth. Renowned Lucius, from our troops I strayed to gaze upon a ruinous monastery, and as I earnestly did fix mine eye upon the wasted building, suddenly I heard a child cry underneath a wall. I made unto the noise, when soon I heard the crying babe controlled with this discourse: Peace, tawny slave, half me and half thy dame. Did not thy hue bewray whose brat thou art? Had nature lent thee but thy mother's look, villain, thou mightst have been an emperor. But where the bull and cow are both milk-white, they never do beget a coal-black calf. Peace, villain, peace. Even thus he rates the babe, for I must bear thee to a trusty Goth, who, when he knows thou art the empress babe, will hold thee dearly for thy mother's sake. With this, my weapon drawn, I rushed upon him, surprised him suddenly, and brought him hither to use as you think needful of the man. Lucius, O worthy Goth, this is the incarnate devil that robbed Andronicus of his good hand. This is the pearl that pleased your empress eye, and here's the base fruit of her burning lust. Say, wall-eyed slave, whither wouldst thou convey this growing image of thy fiend-like face? Why dost not speak? What deaf, not a word? A halter, soldiers, hang him on this tree, and by his side his fruit of bastardy. Aaron, touch not the boy, he is of royal blood. Lucius, too like the sire for ever being good. First hang the child, that he may see it sprawl, a sight to vex the father's soul withal. Get me a ladder is brought, which Aaron is made to ascend. Aaron, Lucius, save the child, and bear it from me to the empress. If thou do this, I'll show thee wondrous things that highly may advantage thee to hear. If thou wilt not, befall what may befall, I'll speak no more, but vengeance rot you all. Lucius, say on, and if it please me which thou speakst, thy child shall live, and I will see it nourished. Aaron, and if it please thee. Why, assure thee, Lucius, 'twill vex thy soul to hear what I shall speak, for I must talk of murders, rapes, and massacres, acts of black night, abominable deeds, complots of mischief, treason, villainies, ruthful to hear, yet piteously performed. And this shall all be buried in my death, unless thou swear to me my child shall live. Lucius, tell on thy mind, I say thy child shall live. Aaron, swear that he shall, and then I will begin. Lucius, who should I swear by? Thou believest no God. That granted, how canst thou believe an oath? Aaron, what if I do not? As indeed I do not. Yet for I know thou art religious, and haste a thing within thee called conscience, with 20 popish tricks and ceremonies which I have seen thee careful to observe, therefore I urge thy oath. For that I know an idiot holds his bauble for a god, and keeps the oath which by that god he swears, to that I'll urge him. Therefore thou shalt vow by that same god, what god soe'er it be that thou adorest, and haste in reverence to save my boy, to nourish and bring him up, or else I will discover naught to thee. Lucius, even by my God I swear to thee I will. Aaron, first know thou I begot him on the empress. Lucius, O most insatiate and luxurious woman. Aaron, tut, Lucius, this was but a deed of charity to that which thou shalt hear of me anon. 'Twas her 2 sons that murdered Bassianus, they cut thy sister's tongue and ravished her, cut her hands and trimmed her as thou saw'st. Lucius, O detestable villain, call'st thou that trimming? Aaron, why she was washed and cut and trimmed, and 'twas trim sport for them which had the doing of it. Lucius, O barbarous beastly villains like thyself. Aaron, indeed I was their tutor to instruct them. That codding spirit had they from their mother, as sure a card as ever won the set, that bloody mind I think they learned of me, as true a dog as ever fought at head. Well, let my deeds be witness of my worth. I trained thy brethren to that guileful hole where the dead corpse of Bassianus lay. I wrote the letter that thy father found, and hid the gold within that letter mentioned, confederate with the queen and her 2 sons. And what not done that thou hast cause to rue, wherein I had no stroke of mischief in't? I played the cheater for thy father's hand, and when I had it, drew myself apart, and almost broke my heart with extreme laughter. I pried me through the crevice of a wall when, for his hand, he had his 2 sons' heads, beheld his tears, and laughed so heartily that both mine eyes were rainy like to his. And when I told the Empress of this sport, she sounded almost at my pleasing tale, and for my tidings gave me 20 kisses. Goth, what canst thou say all this and never blush? Aaron, I like a black dog, as the saying is. Lucius, art thou not sorry for these heinous deeds? Aaron, I, that I had not done 1,000 more. Even now I curse the day, and yet I think few come within the compass of my curse, wherein I did not some notorious ill, as kill a man or else devise his death, ravish a maid or plot the way to do it, accuse some innocent and forswear myself, set deadly enmity between 2 friends, make poor men's cattle break their necks, set fire on barns and haystacks in the night, and bid the owners quench them with their tears. Oft have I digged up dead men from their graves, and set them upright at their dear friend's door, even when their sorrows almost was forgot, and on their skins, as on the bark of trees, have with my knife carved in Roman letters, "Let not your sorrow die, though I am dead." But I have done 1,000 dreadful things as willingly as one would kill a fly, and nothing grieves me heartily indeed but that I cannot do 10,000 more. Lucius, bring down the devil, for he must not die so sweet a death as hanging presently. Aaron, if there be devils, would I were a devil to live and burn in everlasting fire, so I might have your company in hell but to torment you with my bitter tongue. Lucius, sirs, stop his mouth and let him speak no more. Enter Emilius. Goth, my lord, there is a messenger from Rome desires to be admitted to your presence. Lucius, let him come near. Welcome, Emilius, what's the news from Rome? Emilius, Lord Lucius, and you princes of the Goths, the Roman emperor greets you all by me, and for he understands you are in arms, he craves a parley at your father's house, willing you to demand your hostages, and they shall be immediately delivered. First Goth, what says our general? Lucius, Emilius, let the emperor give his pledges unto my father and my uncle Marcus, and we will come, march away. Exeunt, scene Roman 2. Rome, before Titus's house enter Tamora and her 2 sons, disguised. Tamora, thus in this strange and sad habiliment I will encounter with Andronicus, and say I am Revenge, sent from below to join with him and right his heinous wrongs. Knock at his study, where they say he keeps to ruminate strange plots of dire revenge. Tell him Revenge is come to join with him and work confusion on his enemies. They knock. Titus above opens his study door. Titus, who doth molest my contemplation? Is it your trick to make me ope the door, that so my sad decrees may fly away and all my study be to no effect? You are deceived. For what I mean to do see here in bloody lines I have set down, and what is written shall be executed. Tamora, Titus, I am come to talk with thee. Titus, no, not a word, how can I grace my talk, wanting a hand to give it action? Thou hast the odds of me, therefore no more. Tamora, if thou didst know me, thou wouldst talk with me. Titus, I am not mad, I know thee well enough. Witness this wretched stump, witness these crimson lines. Witness these trenches made by grief and care. Witness the tiring day and heavy night. Witness all sorrow that I know thee well for our proud empress, mighty Tamora. Is not thy coming for my other hand, Tamora? Know thou, sad man, I am not Tamora. She is thy enemy, and I thy friend. I am Revenge, sent from th infernal kingdom to ease the gnawing vulture of thy mind by working wreakful vengeance on thy foes. Come down and welcome me to this world's light, confer with me of murder and of death. There's not a hollow cave or lurking place, no vast obscurity or misty vale, where bloody murder or detested rape can couch for fear, but I will find them out, and in their ears tell them my dreadful name, Revenge, which makes the foul offender quake. Titus, art thou Revenge, and art thou sent to me to be a torment to mine enemies? Tamora, I am, therefore come down and welcome me. Titus, do me some service ere I come to thee. Lo, by thy side where rape and murder stands. Now give some surance that thou art revenge. Stab them or tear them on thy chariot wheels, and then I'll come and be thy waggoner and whirl along with thee about the globe. Provide thee 2 proper palfreys, black as jet, to hail thy vengeful waggon swift away, and find out murderers in their guilty caves. And when thy car is loaden with their heads, I will dismount, and by the waggon wheel trot like a servile footman all day long, even from Hyperion's rising in the east until his very downfall in the sea. And day by day I'll do this heavy task, so thou destroy rapine and murder there. Tamora, these are my ministers, and come with me. Titus, are they thy ministers? What are they called? Tamora, rapine and murder, therefore called so cause they take vengeance of such kind of men. Titus, good Lord, how like the Empress' sons they are, and you the Empress. But we worldly men have miserable, mad, mistaking eyes. O sweet revenge, now do I come to thee, and if one arm's embracement will content thee, I will embrace thee in it by and by. He exits above. Tamora, this closing with him fits his lunacy. Whate'er I forged to feed his brain-sick humours do you uphold and maintain in your speeches, for now he firmly takes me for revenge, and being credulous in this mad thought, I'll make him send for Lucius his son, and whilst I at a banquet hold him sure, I'll find some cunning practice out of hand to scatter and disperse the giddy Goths, or at the least make them his enemies. See, here he comes, and I must ply my theme. Enter Titus. Titus, long have I been forlorn and all for thee. Welcome, dread fury, to my woeful house. Rapine and murder, you are welcome too. How like the Empress and her sons you are. Well are you fitted, had you but a Moor. Could not all hell afford you such a devil? For well I wot the Empress never wags, but in her company there is a Moor, and would you represent our queen aright, it were convenient you had such a devil. But welcome as you are. What shall we do, Tamora? What wouldst thou have us do? Andronicus, Demetrius, show me a murderer, I'll deal with him. Chiron, show me a villain that hath done a rape, and I am sent to be revenged on him. Tamora, show me 1,000 that hath done thee wrong, and I will be revenged on them all. Titus, look round about the wicked streets of Rome, and when thou find'st a man that's like thyself, good murder, stab him, he's a murderer. Go thou with him, and when it is thy hap to find another that is like to thee, good rapine, stab him, he is a ravisher. Go thou with them, and in the emperor's court there is a queen attended by a Moor. Well shalt thou know her by thine own proportion, for up and down she doth resemble thee. I pray thee do on them some violent death, they have been violent to me and mine. Tamora, well haste thou lessoned us, this shall we do. But would it please thee, good Andronicus, to send for Lucius, thy thrice valiant son, who leads towards Rome a band of warlike Goths, and bid him come and banquet at thy house? When he is here, even at thy solemn feast, I will bring in the Empress and her sons, the Emperor himself, and all thy foes, and at thy mercy shall they stoop and kneel, and on them shalt thou ease thy angry heart. What says Andronicus to this device? Titus, Marcus, my brother, 'tis sad Titus calls. Enter Marcus. Go, gentle Marcus, to thy nephew Lucius, thou shalt inquire him out among the Goths. Bid him repair to me, and bring with him some of the chiefest princes of the Goths. Bid him encamp his soldiers where they are. Tell him the Emperor and the Empress to feast at my house, and he shall feast with them. This do thou for my love, and so let him, as he regards his aged father's life. Marcus, this will I do, and soon return again. Exit. Tamora, now will I hence about thy business, and take my ministers along with me. Titus, nay, nay, let rape and murder stay with me, or else I'll call my brother back again, and cleave to no revenge but Lucius. Tamora, aside to them, what say you, boys, will you abide with him, whiles I go tell my lord the Emperor how I have governed our determined jest? Yield to his humour, smooth and speak him fair, and tarry with him till I come again. Titus, aside, I knew them all, though they suppose me mad, and will o'erreach them in their own devices, a pair of cursed hellhounds and their dam. Demetrius, Madam, depart at pleasure, leave us here. Tamora, farewell, Andronicus. Revenge now goes to lay a complot to betray thy foes. Titus, I know thou dost, and sweet revenge, farewell. Exit Tamora. Chiron, Tell us, old man, how shall we be employed, Titus? Tut, I have work enough for you to do. Publius, come hither, Caius, and Valentine, enter Publius and others. Publius, what is your will, Titus? Know you these two? Publius, the empress' sons, I take them, Chiron, Demetrius. Titus, fie, Publius, fie, thou art too much deceived. The one is murder and rape is the other's name, and therefore bind them, gentle Publius. Caius and Valentine, lay hands on them. Oft have you heard me wish for such an hour, and now I find it. Therefore bind them sure, and stop their mouths if they begin to cry. Exit Titus. Chiron, villains, forbear, we are the empress' sons, Publius, and therefore do we what we are commanded. Stop close their mouths, let them not speak a word. Is he sure bound? Look that you bind them fast. Enter Titus Andronicus with a knife, and Lavinia with a basin. Titus. Come, come, Lavinia, look, thy foes are bound. Sirs, stop their mouths, let them not speak to me, but let them hear what fearful words I utter. O villains, Chiron and Demetrius! Here stands the spring whom you have stained with mud, this goodly summer with your winter mixed. You killed her husband, and for that vile fault 2 of her brothers were condemned to death. My hand cut off and made a merry jest, both her sweet hands, her tongue, and that more dear than hands or tongue, her spotless chastity in human traitors you constrained and forced. What would you say if I should let you speak? Villains, for shame you could not beg for grace. Hark, wretches, how I mean to martyr you. This one hand yet is left to cut your throats, whiles that Lavinia 'tween her stumps doth hold the basin that receives your guilty blood. You know your mother means to feast with me, and calls herself Revenge, and thinks me mad. Hark, villains, I will grind your bones to dust, and with your blood in it I'll make a paste, and of the paste a coffin I will rear, and make 2 pasties of your shameful heads, and bid that strumpet, your unhallowed dam, like to the earth swallow her own increase. This is the feast that I have bid her to, and this the banquet she shall surfeit on. For worse than Philomel you used my daughter, and worse than Procne I will be revenged. And now prepare your throats. Lavinia, come receive the blood, he cuts their throats. And when that they are dead, let me go grind their bones to powder small, and with this hateful liquor temper it, and in that paste let their vile heads be baked. Come, come, be everyone officious to make this banquet, which I wish may prove more stern and bloody than the centaur's feast. So now bring them in, for I'll play the cook, and see them ready against their mother comes. Exeunt, carrying the dead bodies. Scene Roman 3. Rome, a pavilion in Titus's gardens with tables and sea. Enter Lucius, Marcus, and the Goths, with Aaron prisoner. Lucius, Uncle Marcus, since 'tis my father's mind that I repair to Rome, I am content. First Goth, and ours with thine befall what fortune will. Lucius, good uncle, take you in this barbarous Moor, this ravenous tiger, this accursed devil. Let him receive no sustenance, fetter him, till he be brought unto the empress' face for testimony of her foul proceedings. And see the ambush of our friends be strong, I fear the emperor means no good to us. Aaron, some devil whisper curses in my ear, and prompt me that my tongue may utter forth the venomous malice of my swelling heart. Lucius, away, inhuman dog, unhallowed slave. Sirs, help our uncle to convey him in. Sound trumpets. The trumpets show the emperor is at hand. Exeunt Goths with Aaron. Enter Emperor Saturninus and Empress Tamora with Aemilius, tribunes and others. Saturninus, what hath the firmament more sons than one? Lucius, what boots it thee to call thyself a son? Marcus, Rome's emperor and nephew break the pall, these quarrels must be quietly debated. The feast is ready which the careful Titus hath ordained to an honourable end, for peace, for love, for league and good to Rome. Please you therefore draw nigh and take your places. Saturninus. Marcus, we will, trumpets sounding, enter Titus like a cook, placing the dishes with young Lucius and others, and Lavinia with a veil over her face. Titus. Welcome, my lord, welcome, dread queen, welcome, ye warlike Goths, welcome, Lucius, and welcome all. Although the cheer be poor, 'twill fill your stomachs, please you eat of it. Saturninus. Why art thou thus attired, Andronicus? Titus. Because I would be sure to have all well to entertain your highness and your empress. Tamora. We are beholden to you, good Andronicus. Titus, and if your highness knew my heart, you were. My lord the emperor, resolve me this. Was it well done of rash Virginius to slay his daughter with his own right hand because she was enforced, stained, and deflowered? Saturninus. It was Andronicus, Titus, your reason mighty lord, Saturninus, because the girl should not survive her shame and by her presence still renew his sorrows. Titus. A reason mighty, strong, and effectual, a pattern, precedent, and lively warrant for me, most wretched to perform the like. Die, die, Lavinia, and thy shame with thee, and with thy shame thy father's sorrow die. He kills Lavinia. Saturninus, what hast thou done, unnatural and unkind? Titus, killed her for whom my tears have made me blind. I am as woeful as Virginius was, and have 1,000 times more cause than he to do this outrage, and it now is done. Saturninus, what was she ravished? Tell who did the deed. Titus, wilt please you eat? Wilt please your highness feed? Tamora, why hast thou slain thine only daughter thus? Titus, not I, 'twas Chiron and Demetrius. They ravished her and cut away her tongue, and 'twas they that did her all this wrong. Saturninus, go fetch them hither to us presently. Titus, why there they are both baked in that pie whereof their mother daintily hath fed, eating the flesh that she herself hath bred. 'Tis true, witness my knife's sharp point, he stabs the empress. Saturninus, die, frantic wretch, for this accursed deed, he kills Titus. Lucius, can the son's eye behold his father bleed? He kills Saturninus, there's meed for meed, death for a deadly deed, a great tumult. Lucius, Marcus, and others go aloft to the upper stage. Marcus, you sad-faced men, people and sons of Rome, by uproar severed, as a flight of fowls scattered by winds and high tempestuous gusts. Oh, let me teach you how to knit again this scattered corn into one mutual sheaf, these broken limbs again into one body, lest Rome herself be bane unto herself, and she whom mighty kingdoms curtsy to, like a forlorn and desperate castaway, do shameful execution on herself. But if my frosty signs and chaps of age, grave witnesses of true experience, cannot induce you to attend my words, speak, Rome's dear friend, to Lucius as erst our ancestor, when with his solemn tongue he did discourse to love-sick Dido's sad attending ear, the story of that baleful burning night when subtle Greeks surprised King Priam's Troy. Tell us what Sinon hath bewitched our ears, or who hath brought the fatal engine in that gives our Troy, our Rome, the civil wound. My heart is not compact of flint nor steel, nor can I utter all our bitter grief, but floods of tears will drown my oratory and break my utterance, even in the time when it should move you to attend me most, and force you to commiseration. Here's Rome's young captain, let him tell the tale, while I stand by and weep to hear him speak. Lucius, then, noble auditory, be it known to you that Chiron and the damned Demetrius were they that murdered our emperor's brother, and they it were that ravished our sister. For their fell faults our brothers were beheaded, our father's tears despised, and basely cozened of that true hand that fought Rome's quarrel out and sent her enemies unto the grave. Lastly myself unkindly banished, the gates shut on me and turned weeping out to beg relief among Rome's enemies, who drowned their enmity in my true tears, and oped their arms to embrace me as a friend. I am the turned forth, be it known to you, that have preserved her welfare in my blood, and from her bosom took the enemy's point, sheathing the steel in my adventurous body. Alas, you know I am no vaunter, my scars can witness, dumb although they are, that my report is just and full of truth. But soft, methinks I do digress too much, citing my worthless praise. Oh, pardon me, for when no friends are by, men praise themselves. Marcus, now is my turn to speak, behold the child. Of this was Tamora delivered, the issue of an irreligious Moor, chief architect and plotter of these woes. The villain is alive in Titus' house, and as he is to witness, this is true. Now judge what cause had Titus to revenge these wrongs unspeakable, past patience, or more than any living man could bear. Now have you heard the truth? What say you, Romans, have we done aught amiss? Show us wherein, and from the place where you behold us pleading the poor remainder of Andronis I will, hand in hand, all headlong hurl ourselves, and on the ragged stones beat forth our souls, and make a mutual closure of our house. Speak, Romans, speak, and if you say we shall, lo, hand in hand, Lucius and I will fall. Emilius, Come, come, thou reverend man of Rome, and bring our emperor gently in thy hand, Lucius our emperor, for well I know the common voice do cry it shall be so. Romans, Lucius all hail, Rome's royal emperor. Marcus, go into old Titus' sorrowful house, and hither hail that misbelieving Moor to be adjudged some direful slaughtering death as punishment for his most wicked life. Exeunt attendants. Lucius and Marcus come down from the upper stage. Romans, Lucius all hail, Rome's gracious governor. Lucius, thanks, gentle Romans, may I govern so to heal Rome's harms and wipe away her woe, but gentle people give me aim a while, for nature puts me to a heavy task. Stand all aloof, but uncle, draw you near to shed obsequious tears upon this trunk. He kisses Titus. Oh, take this warm kiss on thy pale cold lips. These sorrowful drops upon thy blood-stained face, the last true duties of thy noble son. Marcus, tear for tear and loving kiss for kiss thy brother Marcus tenders on thy lips. Oh, were the sum of these that I should pay countless and infinite, yet would I pay them. Lucius, come hither, boy, come and learn of us to melt in showers. Thy grandsire loved thee well. Many a time he danced thee on his knee, sung thee asleep, his loving breast thy pillow. Many a story hath he told to thee, and bid thee bear his pretty tales in mind and talk of them when he was dead and gone. Marcus, how many thousand times hath these poor lips, when they were living, warmed themselves on thine. Oh now, sweet boy, give them their latest kiss. Bid him farewell, commit him to the grave, do them that kindness and take leave of them. Young Lucius, O grandsire, e'en with all my heart would I were dead, so you did live again. O Lord, I cannot speak to him for weeping, my tears will choke me if I ope my mouth. Re-enter attendants with Aaron. Emilius, you sad Andronici have done with woes. Give sentence on the execrable wretch that hath been breeder of these dire events. Lucius, set him breast deep in earth and famish him, there let him stand and rave and cry for food. If anyone relieves or pities him, for the offence he dies. This is our doom, some stay to see him fastened in the earth. Aaron, why should wrath be mute and fury dumb? I am no baby, I, that with base prayers I should repent the evils I have done. 10,000 worse than ever yet I did would I perform if I might have my will. If one good deed in all my life I did, I do repent it from my very soul. Lucius, some loving friends convey the emperor hence and give him burial in his father's grave. My father and Lavinia shall forthwith be closed in our household's monument. As for that ravenous tiger, Tamora, no funeral rite, nor man in mournful weed, no mournful bell shall ring her burial, but throw her forth to beasts and birds of prey. Her life was beastly and devoid of pity, and being dead, let birds on her take pity. Exeunt Troilus and Cressida contents, Act I prologue. Scene I, Troy, before Priam's palace. Scene Roman 2, Troy, a street. Scene Roman 3, the Grecian camp before Agamemnon's tent. Act Roman 2, Scene I, the Grecian camp. Scene Roman 2, Troy, Priam's palace. Scene Roman 3, the Grecian camp before the tent of Achilles. Act Roman 3, Scene I, Troy, Priam's palace. Scene Roman 2, Troy, Pandarus orchard. Scene Roman 3, the Greek camp. Act Roman 4, Scene I, Troy, a street. Scene Roman 2, Troy, the court of Pandarus' house. Scene Roman 3, Troy, a street before Pandarus' house. Scene Roman 4, Troy, Pandarus' house. Scene V, the Grecian camp, list set out. Act V, Scene I, the Grecian camp before the tent of Achilles. Scene Roman 2, the Grecian camp before Calchas' tent. Scene Roman 3, Troy before Priam's palace. Scene Roman 4, the plain between Troy and the Grecian camp. Scene V, another part of the plain. Scene VI, another part of the plain. Scene Roman 7, another part of the plain. Scene Roman 8, another part of the plain. Scene Roman 9, another part of the plain. Scene X, another part of the plain. Dramatis personae Priam, king of Troy, his sons. Hector Troilus Paris Deiphobus Helenus Margellon, a bastard son of Priam Trojan commanders. Aeneas Antenor Calchas, a Trojan priest, taking part with the Greeks Pandarus, uncle to Cressida Agamemnon, the Greek general Menelaus, his brother Greek commanders. Achilles Ajax Ulysses Nestor Diomedes Patroclus Thersites, a deformed and scurrilous Greek Alexander, servant to Cressida, servant to Troilus, servant to Paris, servant to Diomedes Helen, wife to Menelaus, Andromache, wife to Hector Cassandra, daughter to Priam, a prophetess Cressida, daughter to Calchas, Trojan and Greek soldiers, and attendants seen. Troy and the Greek camp before it, prologue in Troy, there lies the scene. From isles of Greece the princes Augulus, their high blood chafed, have to the port of Athens sent their ships fraught with the ministers and instruments of cruel war. 69 that wore their crownets regal from the Athenian bay put forth toward Phrygia, and their vow is made to ransack Troy, within whose strong immures the ravished Helen, Menelaus' queen, with wanton Paris sleeps. And that's the quarrel. To Tenedos they come, and the deep-drawing barks do there disgorge their warlike fraughtage. Now on Dardan plains the fresh, and yet unbruised Greeks do pitch their brave pavilions. Priam's six-gated city, Dardan and Timbria, Ilias, Chetas, Troyan and Antinorides, with massy staples and corresponsive and fulfilling bolts, stir up the sons of Troy. Now expectation, tickling skittish spirits on one and other side, Trojan and Greek, sets all on hazard. And hither am I come a prologue armed, but not in confidence of author's pen or actor's voice, but suited in like conditions as our argument to tell you fair beholders, that our play leaps o'er the vaunt and firstlings of those broils, beginning in the middle, starting thence away to what may be digested in a play. Like or find fault, do as your pleasures are, now good or bad, 'tis but the chance of war. Act I seen I, Troy, before Priam's palace, enter Troilus armed and Pandarus. Troilus, call here my varlet, I'll unarm again. Why should I war without the walls of Troy that find such cruel battle here within? Each Trojan that is master of his heart, let him to field. Troilus, alas, hath none. Pandarus, will this gear ne'er be mended? Troilus, the Greeks are strong and skilful to their strength, fierce to their skill and to their fierceness valiant. But I am weaker than a woman's tear, tamer than sleep, fonder than ignorance, less valiant than the virgin in the night, and skillless as unpractised infancy. Pandarus, well, I have told you enough of this, for my part I'll not meddle nor make no farther. He that will have a cake out of the wheat must tarry the grinding. Troilus, have I not tarried? Pandarus, aye the grinding, but you must tarry the bolting. Troilus, have I not tarried? Pandarus, aye the bolting, but you must tarry the leavening. Troilus, still have I tarried. Pandarus, aye to the leavening. But here's yet in the word hereafter the kneading, the making of the cake, the heating of the oven and the baking. Nay, you must stay the cooling too, or you may chance burn your lips. Troilus, Patience herself, what goddess ere she be, doth lesser blench at sufferance than I do. At Priam's royal table do I sit, and when fair Cressid comes into my thoughts, so traitor, when she comes, when she is thence, Pandarus. Well, she looked yesternight fairer than ever I saw her look, or any woman else. Troilus, I was about to tell thee, when my heart as wedged with a sigh would rive in twain, lest Hector or my father should perceive me, I have, as when the sun doth light a storm, buried this sigh in wrinkle of a smile. But sorrow that is couched in seeming gladness is like that mirth fate turns to sudden sadness. Pandarus, an her hair were not somewhat darker than Helen's, well, go to, there were no more comparison between the women. But for my part she is my kinswoman. I would not, as they term it, praise her, but I would somebody had heard her talk yesterday as I did. I will not dispraise your sister Cassandra's wit, but Troilus. O Pandarus, I tell thee, Pandarus, when I do tell thee there my hopes lie drowned, reply not in how many fathoms deep they lie indrenched. I tell thee I am mad in Cressid's love. Thou answerest she is fair, paused in the open ulcer of my heart her eyes, her hair, her cheek, her gait, her voice, handlest in thy discourse. Oh, that her hand, in whose comparison all whites are ink writing their own reproach, to whose soft seizure the signet's down is harsh, and spirit of sense hard as the palm of ploughman. This thou tell'st me as true thou tell'st me when I say I love her, but saying thus instead of oil and balm, thou lay'st in every gash that love hath given me the knife that made it. Pandarus, I speak no more than truth. Troilus, thou dost not speak so much. Pandarus, faith, I'll not meddle in't. Let her be as she is, if she be fair, 'tis the better for her, and she be not, she has the men's in her own hands. Troilus, good Pandarus, how now Pandarus, Pandarus, I have had my labour for my travail, ill thought on of her and ill thought on of you, gone between and between, but small thanks for my labour. Troilus, what, art thou angry Pandarus? What, with me, Pandarus? Because she's kin to me, therefore she's not so fair as Helen. And she were not kin to me, she would be as fair on Friday as Helen is on Sunday. But what care I care not, and she were a blackamoor, 'tis all one to me. Troilus, say I she is not fair, Pandarus, I do not care whether you do or no, she's a fool to stay behind her father. Let her to the Greeks, and so I'll tell her the next time I see her. For my part I'll meddle nor make no more I the matter. Troilus, Pandarus, Pandarus, not I, Troilus, sweet Pandarus, Pandarus, pray you speak no more to me, I will leave all as I found it and there an end. Exit Pandarus and alarum, Troilus, peace you ungracious clamours, peace rude sounds, fools on both sides. Helen must needs be fair when with your blood you daily paint her thus. I cannot fight upon this argument, it is too starved a subject for my sword. But Pandarus, O gods, how do you plague me? I cannot come to Cressid but by Pandar. And he's as tetchy to be wooed to woo, as she is stubborn chaste against all suit. Tell me, Apollo, for thy Daphne's love, what Cressid is, what Pandar, and what we. Her bed is India, there she lies a pearl, between our Ilium and where she resides let it be called the wild and wandering flood, ourself the merchant, and this sailing Pandar our doubtful hope, our convoy and our bark. Alarum, enter Aeneas, Aeneas, how now, Prince Troilus, wherefore not afield? Troilus, because not there. This woman's answer sorts, for womanish it is to be from thence. What news, Aeneas, from the field today? Aeneas, that Paris is returned home and hurt. Troilus, by whom? Aeneas, Aeneas, Troilus, by Menelaus, Troilus. Let Paris bleed, 'tis but a scar to scorn, Paris is gored with Menelaus' horn. Alarum, Aeneas, hark what good sport is out of town today. Troilus, better at home, if would I might were may. But to the sport abroad, are you bound thither? Aeneas, in all swift haste. Troilus, come go we then together. Exeunt, scene Roman 2, Troy, a street, enter Cressida and her man Alexander. Cressida, who were those went by? Alexander, Queen Hecuba and Helen. Cressida, and whither go they? Alexander, up to the eastern tower, whose height commands as subject all the vale to see the battle. Hector, whose patience is as a virtue fixed, today was moved. He chid Andromache, and struck his armourer, and like as there were husbandry in war, before the sun rose he was harnessed light, and to the field goes he, where every flower did as a prophet weep what it foresaw in Hector's wrath. Cressida, what was his cause of anger? Alexander. The noise goes this, there is among the Greeks a lord of Trojan blood, nephew to Hector, they call him Ajax. Cressida, good, and what of him? Alexander. They say he is a very man per se and stands alone. Cressida, so do all men unless they are drunk, sick, or have no legs. Alexander, this man, lady, hath robbed many beasts of their particular additions. He is as valiant as the lion, churlish as the bear, slow as the elephant, a man into whom nature hath so crowded humours that his valour is crushed into folly, his folly sauced with discretion. There is no man hath a virtue that he hath not a glimpse of, nor any man an attaint but he carries some stain of it. He is melancholy without cause and merry against the hair. He hath the joints of everything, but everything so out of joint that he is a gouty. Briareus, many hands and no use, or purblind Argus, all eyes and no sight. Cressida, but how should this man that makes me smile make Hector angry? Alexander, they say he yesterday copped Hector in the battle and struck him down, the disdain and shame whereof hath ever since kept Hector fasting and waking. Enter Pandarus. Cressida, who comes here? Alexander, madam, your uncle Pandarus. Cressida, Hector's a gallant man. Alexander, as may be in the world, lady. Pandarus, what's that, what's that? Cressida, good morrow, uncle Pandarus. Pandarus, good morrow, cousin Cressid, what do you talk of? Good morrow, Alexander. How do you, cousin, when were you at Ilium? Cressida, this morning, uncle Pandarus. What were you talking of when I came? Was Hector armed and gone ere you came to Ilium? Helen was not up, was she? Cressida, Hector was gone, but Helen was not up. Pandarus, and so, Hector was stirring early. Cressida, that were we talking of, and of his anger. Pandarus, was he angry? Cressida, so he says here. Pandarus, true he was so, I know the cause too, he'll lay about him today, I can tell them that, and there's Troilus will not come far behind him, let them take heed of Troilus, I can tell them that too. Cressida, what is he angry to? Pandarus. Who Troilus? Troilus is the better man of the two. Cressida, O Jupiter, there's no comparison. Pandarus, what, not between Troilus and Hector? Do you know a man if you see him? Cressida, I, if I ever saw him before and knew him. Pandarus, well, I say Troilus is Troilus. Cressida, then you say as I say, for I am sure he is not Hector. Pandarus, no, nor Hector is not Troilus in some degrees. Cressida, 'tis just to each of them he is himself. Pandarus, himself, alas, poor Troilus, I would he were. Cressida, so he is. Pandarus, condition, I had gone barefoot to India. Cressida, he is not Hector. Pandarus, himself, no, he's not himself, would he were himself. Well, the gods are above, time must friend or end. Well, Troilus, well, I would my heart were in her body. No, Hector is not a better man than Troilus. Cressida, excuse me. Pandarus, he is elder. Cressida, pardon me, pardon me. Pandarus, th others not come tot, you shall tell me another tale when th others come tot. Hector shall not have his wit this year. Cressida, he shall not need it if he have his own. Andarus, nor his qualities. Cressida, no matter. Pandarus, nor his beauty. Cressida, 'twould not become him, his own's better. Pandarus, you have no judgment, niece. Helen herself swore th other day that Troilus for brown favour, for so 'tis, I must confess, not brown neither. Cressida, no, but brown. Pandarus, faith, to say truth, brown and not brown. Cressida, to say the truth, true and not true. Pandarus, she praised his complexion above Paris. Cressida, why, Paris hath colour enough. Pandarus, so he has. Cressida, then Troilus should have too much. If she praised him above, his complexion is higher than his, he having colour enough and the other higher is too flaming a praise for a good complexion. I had as lief Helen's golden tongue had commended Troilus for a copper nose. Pandarus, I swear to you I think Helen loves him better than Paris. Cressida, then she's a merry Greek indeed. Pandarus, nay, I am sure she does. She came to him th other day into the compassed window, and you know he has not passed 3 or 4 hairs on his chin. Cressida, indeed a tapster's arithmetic may soon bring his particulars therein to a total. Pandarus, why, he is very young, and yet will he within 3 pound lift as much as his brother Hector. Cressida, is he so young a man and so old a lifter? Pandarus, but to prove to you that Helen loves him, she came and puts me her white hand to his cloven chin. Cressida, Juno have mercy, how came it cloven? Pandarus, why, you know 'tis dimpled. I think his smiling becomes him better than any man in all Phrygia. Cressida, oh, he smiles valiantly. Pandarus, does he not? Cressida, oh yes, and 'twere a cloud in autumn. Pandarus, why, go to then, but to prove to you that Helen loves Troilus. Cressida, Troilus will stand to the proof if you'll prove it so. Pandarus, Troilus, why, he esteems her no more than I esteem an addle egg. Cressida, if you love an addle egg as well as you love an idle head, you would eat chicken's ith shell. Pandarus, I cannot choose but laugh to think how she tickled his chin. Indeed, she has a marvel's white hand, I must needs confess. Cressida, without the rack. Pandarus, and she takes upon her to spy a white hair on his chin. Cressida, alas, poor chin, many a wart is richer. Pandarus, but there was such laughing. Queen Hecuba laughed that her eyes ran o'er. Cressida, with millstones. Pandarus and Cassandra laughed. Cressida, but there was a more temperate fire under the pot of her eyes. Did her eyes run o'er too? Pandarus, and Hector laughed. Cressida, at what was all this laughing? Pandarus, marry, at the white hair that Helen spied on Troilus' chin. Cressida, an't had been a green hair I should have laughed too. Pandarus, they laughed not so much at the hair as at his pretty answer. Cressida, what was his answer? Pandarus, quoth she hears but 52 hairs on your chin, and one of them is white. Cressida, this is her question. Pandarus, that's true, make no question of that. 52 hairs, quoth he, and one white, that white hair is my father, and all the rest are his sons. Jupiter, quoth she, which of these hairs is Paris my husband? The forked one, quoth he, plucked out and give it him. But there was such laughing, and Helen so blushed, and Paris so chaffed, and all the rest so laughed that it passed. Cressida, so let it now, for it has been a great while going by. Pandarus. Well, cousin, I told you a thing yesterday, think on't. Cressida, so I do, Pandarus, I'll be sworn 'tis true he will weep you and tweer a man born in April. Cressida, and I'll spring up in his tears and tweer a nettle against May. Sound a retreat, Pandarus, hark, they are coming from the field. Shall we stand up here and see them as they pass toward Ilium? Good niece, do, sweet niece Cressida. Cressida, at your pleasure. Pandarus, here's an excellent place, here we may see most bravely. I'll tell you them all by their names as they pass by, but mark Troilus above the rest. Aeneas passes, Cressida, speak not so loud, Pandarus, that's Aeneas, is not that a brave man? He's one of the flowers of Troy, I can tell you, but mark Troilus, you shall see anon. Antenor passes, Cressida, who's that? Pandarus, that's Antenor. He has a shrewd wit, I can tell you, and he's a man good enough. He's one o' th soundest judgments in Troy whosoever, and a proper man of person. When comes Troilus? I'll show you Troilus anon, if he see me you shall see him nod at me. Cressida, will he give you the nod? Pandarus, you shall see, Cressida, if he do the rich shall have more. Hector passes, Pandarus, that's Hector that look you that, there's a fellow, go thy way Hector, there's a brave man niece, oh brave Hector, look how he looks. There's a countenance. Is't not a brave man, Cressida? Oh, a brave man, Pandarus, is a not, it does a man's heart good. Look you what hacks are on his helmet. Look you yonder, do you see? Look you there, there's no jesting, there's laying on, taked off who will, as they say. There be hacks, Cressida, be those with swords, Pandarus, swords, anything he cares not, and the devil come to him, it's all one. By God's lid it does one's heart good. Yonder comes Paris, Paris passes. Look ye yonder, niece, is't not a gallant man too, is't not? Why, this is brave now. Who said he came hurt home today? He's not hurt. Why, this will do Helen's heart good now. Ha, would I could see Troilus now, you shall see Troilus anon. Helenus passes, Cressida, who's that? Pandarus, that's Helenus, I marvel where Troilus is, that's Helenus, I think he went not forth today, that's Helenus. Cressida, can Helenus fight, uncle? Pandarus, Helenus, no, yes, he'll fight indifferent well. I marvel where Troilus is. Hark, do you not hear the people cry Troilus? Helenus is a priest. Cressida, what sneaking fellow comes yonder? Troilus passes, Pandarus, where, yonder, that's Deiphobus, 'tis Troilus. There's a man, niece, brave Troilus, the prince of chivalry. Cressida, peace, for shame, peace. Pandarus, mark him, note him. O brave Troilus! Look well upon him, niece, look you how his sword is bloodied and his helm more hacked than Hector's, and how he looks and how he goes. O admirable youth, he never saw 23. Go thy way, Troilus, go thy way. Had I a sister were a grace or a daughter a goddess, he should take his choice. O admirable man, Paris is dirt to him, and I warrant Helen to change would give an eye to boot. Cressida, here comes more, common soldiers pass. Pandarus, asses, fools, dolts, chaff and bran, porridge after meat, I could live and die in the eyes of Troilus. Ne'er look, the eagles are gone, crows and daws, I had rather be such a man as Troilus than Agamemnon and all Greece. Cressida, there is amongst the Greeks Achilles, a better man than Troilus. Pandarus, Achilles, a drayman, a porter, a very camel. Cressida, well, Pandarus, well, why have you any discretion? Have you any eyes? Do you know what a man is? Is not birth, beauty, good shape, discourse, manhood, learning, gentleness, virtue, youth, liberality, and such like, the spice and salt that season a man? Cressida, I, a minked man, and then to be backed with no date in the pie, for then the man's date is out. Pandarus, you are such a woman, a man knows not at what ward you lie. Cressida, upon my back to defend my belly, upon my wit to defend my wiles, upon my secrecy to defend mine honesty, my mask to defend my beauty, and you to defend all these, and at all these wards I lie at 1,000 watches. Pandarus, say one of your watches. Cressida, nay, I'll watch you for that, and that's one of the chiefest of them too. If I cannot ward what I would not have hit, I can watch you for telling how I took the blow, unless it's well past hiding, and then it's past watching. Pandarus, you are such another. Enter Troilus, boy. Sir, my lord would instantly speak with you. Pandarus, where? Boy, at your own house, there he unarms him. Pandarus, good boy, tell him I come. Exit boy, I doubt he be hurt. Fare ye well, good niece. Cressida, adieu uncle. Pandarus, I will be with you niece by and by. Cressida to bring uncle Pandarus I a token from Troilus exit Pandarus. Cressida, by the same token you are abhorred, words, vows, gifts, tears and love's full sacrifice he offers in another's enterprise, but more in Troilus thousandfold I see than in the glass of Pandar's praise may be, yet hold I off. Women are angels wooing, things won are done, joy's soul lies in the doing, that she beloved knows naught that knows not this, men prize the thing ungained more than it is. That she was never yet that ever knew love got so sweet as when desire did sue, therefore this maxim out of love I teach. Achievement is command, ungained beseech. Then though my heart's content firm love doth bear, nothing of that shall from mine eyes appear. Exit, scene Roman 3, the Grecian camp before Agamemnon's tent. Senate, enter Agamemnon, Nestor, Ulysses, Diomes, Menelaus and others. Agamemnon, princes, what grief hath set these jaundies o'er your cheeks? The ample proposition that hope makes in all designs begun on earth below fails in the promised largeness. Checks and disasters grow in the veins of actions highest reared, as knots, by the conflux of meeting sap, infects the sound pine and diverts his grain, tortive and errant from his course of growth. Nor, princes, is it matter new to us that we come short of our suppose so far that after 7 years' siege yet Troy walls stand. Sith every action that hath gone before, whereof we have record, trial did draw bias and thwart, not answering the aim, and that unbodied figure of the thought that gave surmised shape. Why then, you princes, do you with cheeks abashed behold our works and call them shames, which are indeed naught else but the protractive trials of great Jove to find persistive constancy in men, the fineness of which metal is not found in fortune's love? For then the bold and coward, the wise and fool, the artist and unread, the hard and soft, seem all affinned and kin. But in the wind and tempest of her frown distinction, with a broad and powerful fan, puffing at all, winnows the light away. And what hath mass or matter by itself lies rich in virtue and unmingled. Nestor, with due observance of thy godlike seat, great Agamemnon, Nestor shall apply thy latest words. In the reproof of chance lies the true proof of men. The sea being smooth, how many shallow bauble boats dare sail upon her patient breast, making their way with those of nobler bulk? But let the ruffian Boreas once enrage the gentle Thetis, and anon behold the strong-ribbed bark through liquid mountains cut, bounding between the two moist elements like Perseus' horse. Where's then the saucy boat, whose weak untimbered sides but even now co-rivalled greatness? Either to harbour fled or made a toast for Neptune. Even so doth valour's show and valour's worth divide in storms of fortune. For in her ray and brightness the herd hath more annoyance by the breeze than by the tiger. But when the splitting wind makes flexible the knees of knotted oaks, and flies fled under shade, why then the thing of courage, as roused with rage doth sympathise, and with an accent tunned in self-same key retorts to chiding fortune. Ulysses, Agamemnon, thou great commander, nerve and bone of Greece, heart of our numbers, soul and only spirit in whom the tempers and the minds of all should be shut up, hear what Ulysses speaks, besides applause and approbation the which, to Agamemnon most mighty, for thy place and sway to Nestor, and thou most reverend for thy stretched out life I give to both your speeches, which were such as Agamemnon and the hand of Greece should hold up high in brass, and such again as venerable Nestor, hatched in silver, should with a bond of air, strong as the axle tree on which heaven rides, knit all the Greekish ears to his experienced tongue. Yet let it please both, thou great and wise, to hear Ulysses speak. Agamemnon, speak, Prince of Ithaca, and bet of less expect that matter needless of importless burden divide thy lips than we are confident. When rank Thersites opes his mastic jaws, we shall hear music, wit, and oracle. Ulysses, Troy yet upon his basis had been down, and the great Hector's sword had lacked a master but for these instances. The specialty of rule hath been neglected, and look how many Grecian tents do stand hollow upon this plain, so many hollow factions. When that the general is not like the hive, to whom the foragers shall all repair, what honey is expected, degree being visited unworthiest shows as fairly in the mask. The heavens themselves, the planets, and this centre. But when the planets in evil mixture to disorder wander, what plagues and what portents, what mutiny, what raging of the sea, shaking of earth, commotion in the winds. Frights, changes, horrors divert and crack, rend and deracinate, the unity and married calm of states quite from their fixture. Oh, when degree is shacked, which is the ladder of all high designs, the enterprise is sick. How could communities, degrees in schools and brotherhoods in cities, peaceful commerce from dividable shores, the primogenity and due of birth, prerogative of age, crowns, sceptres, laurels, but by degree, stand in authentic place? Take but degree away, untune that string, and hark what discord follows. Each thing melts in mere oppugnancy. The bounded waters should lift their bosoms higher than the shores and make a sop of all this solid globe. Strength should be lord of imbecility, and the rude son should strike his father dead. Force should be right, or rather right and wrong, between whose endless jar justice resides, should lose their names, and so should justice too. Observe degree, priority, and place, insisture, course, proportion, season, form, office, and custom, in all line of order. And therefore is the glorious planet Sol in noble eminence enthroned and sphered amidst the other, whose medicinable eye corrects the influence of evil planets, and posts, like the commandment of a king, sans check to good and bad. Then everything includes itself in power, power into will, will into appetite, and appetite an universal wolf, so doubly seconded with will and power, must make perforce an universal prey, and last eat up himself. Great Agamemnon, this chaos, when degree is suffocate, follows the choking. And this negulction of degree it is that by a pace goes backward, with a purpose it hath to climb. The generals disdained by him one step below, he by the next, that next by him beneath. So every step, exampled by the first pace that is sick of his superior, grows to an envious fever of pale and bloodless emulation, and 'tis this fever that keeps Troy on foot, not her own sinews. To end a tale of length, Troy in our weakness stands, not in her strength. Nestor, most wisely hath Ulysses here discovered the fever whereof all our power is sick. Agamemnon, the nature of the sickness found, Ulysses, what is the remedy? Ulysses, the great Achilles, whom opinion crowns the sinew and the forehand of our host, having his ear full of his airy fame, grows dainty of his worth, and in his tent lies mocking our designs. With him Patroclus upon a lazy bed the livelong day breaks scurril jests, and with ridiculous and awkward action, which slanderer he imitation calls, he pageants us. Sometime, great Agamemnon, thy topless deputation he puts on, and like a strutting player whose conceit lies in his hamstring, and doth think it rich to hear the wooden dialogue and sound twixt his stretched footing and the scaffoldage, such to be pitied and o'erested seeming he acts thy greatness in. And when he speaks 'tis like a chime amending, with terms unsquared, which from the tongue of roaring Typhon dropped would seem hyperboles. At this fusty stuff the large Achilles, on his pressed bed lolling, from his deep chest laughs out a loud applause, cries excellent, 'tis Agamemnon right, now play me Nestor, hem and stroke thy beard as he being dressed to some oration. That's done as near as the extremest ends of parallels, as like as Vulcan and his wife. Yet God Achilles still cries excellent, 'tis Nestor right. Now play him me Patroclus arming to answer in a night alarm. And then forsooth the faint defects of age must be the scene of mirth, to cough and spit and with a palsy fumbling on his gorget, shake in and out the rivet. And at this sport Sir Valour dies, cries oh enough Patroclus, or give me ribs of steel, I shall split all in pleasure of my spleen. And in this fashion all our abilities, gifts, natures, shapes, severals and generals of grace exact, achievements, plots, orders, preventions, excitements to the field or speech for truce, success or loss, what is or is not, serves as stuff for these two to make paradoxes. Nestor. And in the imitation of these twain, who, as Ulysses says, opinion crowns with an imperial voice, many are infect. Ajax is grown self-willed and bears his head in such arraign, in full as proud a place as broad Achilles, keeps his tent like him, makes factious feasts, rails on our state of war bold as an oracle and sets their sights, a slave whose gall coins slanders like a mint to match us in comparisons with dirt, to weaken and discredit our exposure, how rank soever rounded in with danger. Ulysses. They tax our policy and call it cowardice, count wisdom as no member of the war, forestall prescience, and esteem no act but that of hand, the still and mental parts that do contrive how many hands shall strike when fitness calls them on, and know by measure of their observant toil the enemy's weight. Why, this hath not a finger's dignity, they call this bed work mapry closet war, so that the ram that batters down the wall for the great swinge and rudeness of his poise, they place before his hand that made the engine, or those that with the fineness of their souls by reason guide his execution. Nestor. Let this be granted, and Achilles' horse makes many Thetis' sons. Tucket, Agamemnon, what trumpet? Look, Menelaus from Troy, enter Aeneas. Agamemnon, what would you for our tent? Aeneas, is this great Agamemnon's tent, I pray you? Agamemnon, even this, Aeneas. May one that is a herald and a prince do a fair message to his kingly eyes. Agamemnon. With surety stronger than Achilles' arm for all the Greekish heads which with one voice call Agamemnon head and general. Aeneas. Fair leave and large security. How may a stranger to those most imperial looks know them from eyes of other mortals? Agamemnon, how? Aeneas, I ask that I might waken reverence and bid the cheek be ready with a blush modest as morning when she coldly eyes the youthful Phoebus. Which is that god in office guiding men, which is the high and mighty Agamemnon, Agamemnon. This Trojan scorns us, or the men of Troy are ceremonious courtiers. Aeneas. Courtiers as free, as debonair unarmed as bending angels, that's their fame in peace. But when they would seem soldiers they have galls, good arms, strong joints, true swords, and Jove's accord nothing so full of heart. But peace, Aeneas, peace, Trojan, lay thy finger on thy lips. The worthiness of praise disdains his worth if that the praised himself bring the praise forth, but what the repining enemy commends that breath fame blows, that praise soul pure transcends. Agamemnon. Sir, you of Troy, call you yourself Aeneas? Aeneas, I, Greek, that is my name. Agamemnon, what's your affairs, I pray you? Aeneas, sir, pardon, 'tis for Agamemnon's ears. Agamemnon, he hears naught privately that comes from Troy. Aeneas, nor I from Troy come not to whisper with him, I bring a trumpet to awake his ear, to set his sense on the attentive bent, and then to speak. Agamemnon. Speak frankly as the wind, it is not Agamemnon's sleeping hour, that thou shalt know, Trojan, he is awake, he tells thee so himself. Aeneas, trumpet, blow loud, send thy brass voice through all these lazy tents, and every Greek of metal, let him know what Troy means fairly shall be spoke aloud. Sound trumpet. We have great Agamemnon here in Troy, a prince called Hector, Priam is his father, who in this dull and long-continued truce is resty grown. He bade me take a trumpet and to this purpose speak. Kings, princes, lords, if there be one among the fairest of Greece that holds his honour higher than his ease, that feeds his praise more than he fears his peril, that knows his valour and knows not his fear, that loves his mistress more than in confession with truant vows to her own lips he loves, and dare avow her beauty and her worth in other arms than hers, to him this challenge. Hector, in view of Trojans and of Greeks, shall make it good or do his best to do it. He hath a lady wiser, fairer, truer than ever Greek did couple in his arms, and will tomorrow with his trumpet call midway between your tents and walls of Troy to rouse a Grecian that is true in love. If any come, Hector shall honour him. If none, he'll say in Troy when he retires the Grecian dames are sunburnt and not worth the splinter of a lance, even so much. Agamemnon, this shall be told our lovers, Lord Aeneas. If none of them have soul in such a kind, we left them all at home. But we are soldiers, and may that soldier a mere recreant prove that means not, hath not, or is not in love. If then one is, or hath, or means to be, that one meets Hector, if none else. I am he, Nestor. Tell him of Nestor, one that was a man when Hector's grandsire sucked. He is old now, but if there be not in our Grecian host a noble man that hath one spark of fire to answer for his love, tell him from me I'll hide my silver beard in a gold beaver, and in my vambrace put this withered bronze, and meeting him will tell him that my lady was fairer than his grandam, and as chaste as may be in the world. his youth in flood. I'll prove this troth with my 3 drops of blood. Aeneas, now heavens forfend such scarcity of youth. Ulysses, amen. Agamemnon, fair Lord Aeneas, let me touch your hand, to our pavilion shall I lead you, sir. Achilles shall have word of this intent, so shall each lord of Greece from tent to tent. Yourself shall feast with us before you go, and find the welcome of a noble foe. Exeunt all but Ulysses and Nestor. Ulysses, Nestor, Nestor, what says Ulysses? Ulysses, I have a young conception in my brain. Be you my time to bring it to some shape? Nestor, what is't? Ulysses, this 'tis, blunt wedges rive hard knots. The seeded pride that hath to this maturity blown up in rank Achilles must or now be cropped or shedding, breed a nursery of like evil to overbulk us all. Nestor, well, and how? Ulysses, this challenge that the gallant Hector sends, however it is spread in general name, relates in purpose only to Achilles. Nestor, true, the purpose is perspicuous even as substance whose grossness little characters sum up, and in the publication make no strain but that Achilles, were his brain as barren as banks of Libya, though Apollo knows 'tis dry enough, will with great speed of judgment, aye with celerity, find Hector's purpose pointing on him. Ulysses, and wake him to the answer, think you? Nestor, why, 'tis most meet. Who may you else oppose that can from Hector bring those honours off, if not Achilles? Though T be a sportful combat, yet in this trial much opinion dwells, for here the Trojans taste our dearest repute with their finced palate. And trust to me, Ulysses, our imputation shall be oddly poir'd in this vile action. For the success, although particular, shall give a scantling of good or bad unto the general. And in such indexes, although small pricks to their subsequent volumes, there is seen the baby figure of the giant mass of things to come at large. It is supposed he that meets Hector issues from our choice, and choice, being mutual act of all our souls, makes merit her election, and doth boil as 'twere from forth us all a man distilled out of our virtues, who miscarrying what heart receives from hence a conquering part, to steal a strong opinion to themselves. Which entertained, limbs are his instruments in no less working than are swords and bows directive by the limbs. Ulysses, give pardon to my speech, therefore 'tis meet Achilles meet not Hector. Let us like merchants first show foul wares and think perchance they'll sell, if not the lustre of the better shall exceed by showing the worse first. Do not consent that ever Hector and Achilles meet, for both our honour and our shame in this are dogged with 2 strange followers. Nestor, I see them not with my old eyes. What are they? Ulysses, what glory our Achilles shares from Hector, were he not proud we all should share with him, but he already is too insolent, and it were better parch in Afric's sun than in the pride and salt scorn of his eyes should he scape Hector fair. If he were foiled, why then we do our main opinion crush in taint of our best man. No, make a lottery, and by device let blockish Ajax draw the sort to fight with Hector. Among ourselves give him allowance for the better man, for that will physic the great Myrmidon who broils in loud applause and make him fall his crest that prouder than blue iris bends. If the dull, brainless Ajax come safe off, we'll dress him up in voices. If he fail, yet go we under our opinion still that we have better men. But hit or miss our project's life this shape of sense assumes. Ajax employed plucks down Achilles' plumes. Nestor, now, Ulysses, I begin to relish thy advice, and I will give a taste thereof forthwith to Agamemnon. Go we to him straight, 2 curs shall tame each other, pride alone must tar the mastiffs on as 'twere their bone. Exeunt, Act Roman 2 Scene I, the Grecian camp, enter Ajax and the sights, Ajax the sights, Agamemnon, how if he had boils full all over generally, Ajax the sights, and those boils did run, say so. Did not the general run then, were not that a botchy core, Ajax, dog the sights. Then there would come some matter from him, I see none now, Ajax. Thou bitch wolf's son, canst thou not hear? Feel then strikes him the sights, the plague of Greece upon thee, thou mongrel beef-witted lord. Ajax, speak then, thou unsalted leaven, speak, I will beat thee into handsomeness, the sights. I shall sooner rail thee into wit and holiness, but I think thy horse will sooner con an oration than thou learn a prayer without book. Thou canst strike, canst thou, a red murrain o' thy jade's tricks, Ajax, toadstool, learn me the proclamation. Thersites, dost thou think I have no sense, thou strikest me thus? Ajax, the proclamation. Thersites, thou art proclaimed fool, I think. Ajax, do not, porpentine, do not, my fingers itch. Thersites, I would thou didst itch from head to foot, and I had the scratching of thee, I would make thee the loathsomest scab in Greece. When thou art forth in the incursions, thou strikest as slow as another. Ajax, I say the proclamation. Thersites, thou grumblest and railest every hour on Achilles, and thou art as full of envy at his greatness as Cerberus is at Proserpina's beauty, ay, that thou bark'st at him. Ajax, mistress. Thersites, thou shouldst strike him. Ajax, cobloaf. Thersites, he would pun thee into shivers with his fist as a sailor breaks a biscuit. Ajax, you whoreson cur, strikes him. Thersites, do. Ajax, thou stool for a witch. Thersites, I do, thou sodden-witted lord. Thou hast no more brain than I have in mine elbows, and a cynico may tutor thee. You scurvy valiant ass, thou art here but to thrash Trojans, and thou art bought and sold among those of any wit like a barbarian slave. If thou used to beat me, I will begin at thy heel and tell what thou art by inches. Thou thing of no bowels, thou. Ajax, you dog. Thersites, you scurvy lord. Ajax, you cur, strikes him. Thersites, Mars his idiot. Do rudeness, do camel, do. Enter Achilles and Patroclus. Achilles, why, how now? Ajax, wherefore do ye thus? How now? Thersites, what's the matter, man? Thersites, you see him there, do you? Achilles, aye, what's the matter? Thersites, nay, look upon him. Achilles, so I do. What's the matter? Thersites, nay, but regard him well. Achilles, well, why, so I do. Thersites, but yet you look not well upon him, for whosomever you take him to be, he is Ajax. Achilles, I know that fool. Thersites, aye, but that fool knows not himself. Ajax, therefore I beat thee. Thersites, lo, what modicums of wit he utters. His evasions have ears thus long. I have bobbed his brain more than he has beat my bones. I will buy 9 sparrows for a penny, and his peer mater is not worth the 9th part of a sparrow. This lord Achilles, Ajax, who wears his wit in his belly and his guts in his head, I'll tell you what I say of him. Achilles, what? Thersites, I say this Ajax offers to strike him. Achilles, nay, good Ajax. Thersites, has not so much wit. Achilles, nay, I must hold you. Thersites, as will stop the eye of Helen's needle for whom he comes to fight. Achilles, peace. Fool. Thersites, I would have peace and quietness, but the fool will not. He there, that he, look you there. Ajax, O thou damned cur, I shall. Achilles, will you set your wit to a fool's? Thersites, no, I warrant you the fools will shame it. Patroclus, good words. Thersites, Achilles, what's the quarrel? Ajax, I bade the vile owl go learn me the tenor of the proclamation, and he rails upon me. Thersites, I serve thee not. Ajax, well, go to. Thersites, I serve here voluntary. Achilles, your last service was sufferance, 'twas not voluntary. No man is beaten voluntary. Ajax was here the voluntary, and you as under an impress. Thersites, and so a great deal of your wit too lies in your sinews, or else there be liars. Hector shall have a great catch and knock out either of your brains, or were as good crack a fusty nut with no kernel. Achilles, what with me too? Thersites, there's Ulysses and old Nestor, whose wit was mouldy ere your grandsires had nails on their toes, yoke you like draft oxen, and make you plough up the wars. Achilles, what? Thersites, yes, good sooth, to Achilles, to Ajax. I shall cut out your tongue. Thersites, 'tis no matter, I shall speak as much as thou afterwards. Patroclus, no more words. Thersites, peace. Thersites, I will hold my peace when Achilles' brack bids me, shall I? Achilles, there's for you. Patroclus, Thersites, I will see you hanged like clotpools ere I come any more to your tents. I will keep where there is wit stirring, and leave the faction of fools. Exit. Patroclus, a good riddance. Achilles, marry, this, sir, is proclaimed through all our host, that Hector by the 5th hour of the sun will with a trumpet twixt our tents and Troy tomorrow morning call some knight to arms that hath a stomach, and such a one that dare maintain I know not what. 'Tis trash. Farewell, Ajax, farewell. Who shall answer him? Achilles, I know not, 'tis put to lottery, otherwise he knew his man. Ajax, oh, meaning you, I will go learn more of it. Exeunt. Scene Roman 2. Troy, Priam's palace. Enter Priam, Hector, Troilus, Paris, and Helenus. Priam. After so many hours, lives, speeches spent, thus once again says Nestor from the Greeks. Deliver Helen and all damage else. As honour, loss of time, travail, expense, wounds, friends, and what else dear that is consumed in hot digestion of this cormorant war, shall be struck off. Hector, what say you tot? Hector. Though no man lesser fears the Greeks than I, as far as toucheth my particular, yet, dread Priam, there is no lady of more softer bowels, more spongy to suck in the sense of fear, more ready to cry out who knows what follows, than Hector is. The wound of peace is surety, surety secure, but modest doubt is called the beacon of the wise, the tent that searches to bottom of the worst. Let Helen go. Since the first sword was drawn about this question, every tithe soul mongst many thousand dismays hath been as dear as Helen, I mean of ours. If we have lost so many tenths of hours to guard a thing not ours, nor worth to us had it our name, the value of 1/10, what merits in that reason which denies the yielding of her up? Troilus. Fie, fie, my brother, weigh you the worth and honour of a king, so great as our dread fathers, in a scale of common ounces? Will you with counters sum the past proportion of his infinite, and buckle in a waist most fathomless with spans and inches so diminutive as fears and reasons? Fie, if a godly shame, Helenus, no marvel though you bite so sharp of reasons, you are so empty of them. Should not our father bear the great sway of his affairs with reason, because your speech hath none that tells him so? Troilus. You are for dreams and slumbers, brother priest, you fur your gloves with reason. Here are your reasons, you know an enemy intends you harm, you know a sword employed is perilous, and reason flies the object of all harm. Who marvels then when Helenus beholds a Grecian and his sword, if he do set the very wings of reason to his heels and fly like chidden Mercury from Jove, or like a star disorbed? Nay, if we talk of reason, let's shut our gates and sleep. Manhood and honour should have hare hearts, would they but fat their thoughts with this crammed reason. Reason and respect make livers pale and lustihood deject. Hector, brother, she is not worth what she doth cost the keeping. Troilus, what's aught but as 'tis valued? Hector, but value dwells not in particular will, it holds his estimate and dignity as well wherein 'tis precious of itself as in the prizer. 'Tis mad idolatry to make the service greater than the god, and the will dotes that is attributive to what infectiously itself affects, without some image of affected merit. Troilus, I take today a wife, and my election is led on in the conduct of my will. My will enkindled by mine eyes and ears, two traded pilots twixt the dangerous shores of will and judgment. How may I avoid, although my will distaste what it elected, the wife I chose? There can be no evasion to blench from this, and to stand firm by honour. We turn not back the silks upon the merchant when we have soiled them, nor the remainder viands we do not throw in unrespective sieve, because we now are full. It was thought meet Paris should do some vengeance on the Greeks. Your breath with full consent bellied his sails, the seas and winds, old wranglers, took a truce and did him service. He touched the ports desired, and for an old ant whom the Greeks held captive he brought a Grecian queen, whose youth and freshness wrinkles Apollo's and makes stale the morning. Why keep we her? The Grecians keep our ant. Is she worth keeping? Why, she is a pearl whose price hath launched above 1,000 ships and turned crowned kings to merchants. If you'll avouch 'twas wisdom Paris went, as you must needs, for you all cried go, go, if you'll confess he brought home worthy prize, as you must needs, for you all clapped your hands and cried inestimable. Why do you now the issue of your proper wisdom's rate, and do a deed that never fortune did, beggar the estimation which you prised richer than sea and land? O theft most base, that we have stolen what we do fear to keep, but thieves unworthy of a thing so stol'n that in their country did them that disgrace we fear to warrant in our native place. Cassandra. Within. Cry, Trojans, cry, Priam, what noise, what shriek is this? Troilus, 'tis our mad sister, I do know her voice. Cassandra. Within. Cry, Trojans, Hector, it is Cassandra. Enter Cassandra, raving Cassandra. Cry, Trojans, cry, lend me 10,000 eyes, and I will fill them with prophetic tears. Hector, peace, sister, peace, Cassandra. Virgins and boys, mid-age and wrinkled eld, soft infancy that nothing canst but cry, add to my clamours, let us pay betimes a moiety of that mass of moan to come. Cry, Trojans, cry, practise your eyes with tears, Troy must not be nor goodly Ilion stand, our firebrand brother Paris burns us all. Cry, Trojans, cry, a Helen and a woe. Cry, cry, Troy burns, or else let Helen go. Exit, Hector. Now, youthful Troilus, do not these high strains of divination in our sister work some touches of remorse, or is your blood so madly hot that no discourse of reason, nor fear of bad success in a bad cause can qualify the same? Troilus. Why, brother Hector, we may not think the justness of each act such and no other than event doth form it, nor once deject the courage of our minds because Cassandra's mad. Her brain-sick raptures cannot distaste the goodness of a quarrel which hath our several honours all engagged to make it gracious. For my private part, I am no more touched than all Priam's sons, and Jove forbid there should be done amongst us such things as might offend the weakest spleen to fight for and maintain. Paris. Else might the world convince of levity as well my undertakings as your counsels. But I attest the gods, your full consent gave wings to my propension, and cut off all fears attending on so dire a project. For what, alas, can these my single arms? What propignation is in one man's valour to stand the push and enmity of those this quarrel would excite? Yet I protest, were I alone to pass the difficulties, and had as ample power as I have will, Paris should ne'er retract what he hath done, nor faint in the pursuit. Priam. Paris, you speak like one besotted on your sweet delights. You have the honey still, but these the gall, so to be valiant is no praise at all. Paris, sir, I propose not merely to myself the pleasures such a beauty brings with it, but I would have the soil of her fair rape whipped off in honourable keeping her. What treason were it to the ransacked queen, disgrace to your great worths, and shame to me, now to deliver her possession up on terms of base compulsion? Can it be that so degenerate a strain as this should once set footing in your generous bosoms? There's not the meanest spirit on our party without a heart to dare or sword to draw when Helen is defended, nor none so noble whose life were ill bestowed or death unfamed, where Helen is the subject. Then, I say, well may we fight for her whom we know well the world's large spaces cannot parallel. Hector. Paris and Troilus, you have both said well, and on the cause and question now in hand have glozed but superficially, not much unlike young men, whom Aristotle thought unfit to hear moral philosophy. The reasons you allege do more conduce to the hot passion of distempered blood than to make up a free determination twixt right and wrong. For pleasure and revenge have ears more deaf than adders to the voice of any true decision. Nature craves all dues be rendered to their owners. Now, what nearer debt in all humanity than wife is to the husband? If this law of nature be corrupted through affection, and that great minds of partial indulgence to their benumbed wills resist the same, there is a law in each well-ordered nation to curb those raging appetites that are most disobedient and refractory. If Helen, then, be wife to Sparta's king, as it is known she is, these moral laws of nature and of nations speak aloud to have her back returned. Thus to persist in doing wrong extenuates not wrong, but makes it much more heavy. Hector's opinion is this, in way of truth. Yet ne'ertheless, my sprightly brethren, I propend to you in resolution to keep Helen still, for 'tis a cause that hath no mean dependence upon our joint and several dignities. Troilus. Why, there you touch the life of our design. Were it not glory that we more affected than the performance of our heaving spleens, I would not wish a drop of Trojan blood spent more in her defence. But worthy Hector, she is a theme of honour and renown, a spur to valiant and magnanimous deeds, whose present courage may beat down our foes and fame in time to come canonize us. For I presume brave Hector would not lose so rich advantage of a promised glory as smiles upon the forehead of this action for the wide world's revenue. Hector. I am yours, you valiant offspring of great Priamus. I have a roisting challenge sent amongst the dull and factious nobles of the Greeks will strike amazement to their drowsy spirits. I was advertised their great general slept, whilst emulation in the army crept. This, I presume, will wake him. Exeunt. Scene Roman 3, the Grecian camp, before the tent of Achilles. Enter the sights, Solus, the sights, how now the sights? What lost in the labyrinth of thy fury? Shall the elephant Ajax carry it thus? He beats me, and I rail at him. O worthy satisfaction! Would it were otherwise, that I could beat him whilst he railed at me. Foot, I'll learn to conjure and raise devils, but I'll see some issue of my spiteful execrations. Then there's Achilles, a rare engineer. If Troy be not taken till these two undermine it, the walls will stand till they fall of themselves. O thou great thunder-darter of Olympus, forget that thou art Jove, the king of gods, and Mercury. Lose all the serpentine craft of thy caduceus, if ye take not that little less than little wit from them that they have, which short-armed ignorance itself knows is so abundant scarce, it will not in circumvention deliver a fly from a spider without drawing their massy irons and cutting the web. After this, the vengeance on the whole camp, or rather the Neapolitan boneache, for that, methinks, is the curse depending on those that war for a placket. I have said my prayers, and devil envy say Amen. What ho, my lord Achilles, enter Patroclus, Patroclus, who's there, the sights? Good the sights, come in and rail, the sights. If I could have remembered a guilt counterfeit, thou wouldst not have slipped out of my contemplation, but it is no matter, thyself upon thyself. The common curse of mankind, folly and ignorance, be thine in great revenue. Heaven bless thee from a tutor, and discipline come not near thee. Let thy blood be thy direction till thy death. Then if she that lays thee out says thou art a fair course, I'll be sworn and sworn upon't she never shrouded any but Lazars. Amen. Where's Achilles, Patroclus? What art thou devout? Wast thou in prayer, the sights? Aye, the heavens hear me, Patroclus, amen. Enter Achilles, Achilles, who's there, Patroclus, the sights, my lord, Achilles, where, oh where art thou come? Why, my cheese, my digestion, why hast thou not served thyself into my table so many meals? Come, what's Agamemnon, the sights? Thy commander Achilles. Then tell me, Patroclus, what's Achilles? Patroclus, thy lord, the sights. Then tell me, I pray thee, what's the sights? The sights. Thy knower Patroclus. Then tell me, Patroclus, what art thou? Patroclus, thou must tell that knowest. Achilles, oh tell the sights, I'll decline the whole question. Agamemnon commands Achilles. Achilles is my lord, I am Patroclus knower, and Patroclus is a fool. Patroclus, you rascal, the sights. Peace, fool, I have not done. Achilles, he is a privileged man. Proceed, the sights, the sights. Agamemnon is a fool, Achilles is a fool, the sights is a fool, and as aforesaid Patroclus is a fool. Achilles, derive this, come, the sights. Agamemnon is a fool to offer to command Achilles. Achilles is a fool to be commanded of Agamemnon, the sights is a fool to serve such a fool, and this Patroclus is a fool positive. Patroclus. Why am I a fool, the sights? Make that demand of the Creator, it suffices me thou art. Look you who comes here. Enter Agamemnon, Ulysses, Nestor, Diomedes, Ajax and Calchas. Achilles, come Patroclus, I'll speak with nobody. Come in with me, the sights, exit, the sights. Here is such patchery, such juggling and such knavery. All the argument is a whore and a cuckold, a good quarrel to draw emulous factions and bleed to death upon. Now the dry serpigo on the subject, and war and lechery confound all. Exit. Agamemnon, where is Achilles, Patroclus? Within his tent, but ill disposed, my lord. Agamemnon, let it be known to him that we are here. He sent our messengers, and we lay by our appertainings visiting of him. Let him be told so, lest perchance he think we dare not move the question of our place, or know not what we are. Patroclus, I shall say so to him. Exit. Ulysses, we saw him at the opening of his tent, he is not sick. Ajax, yes, lion sick, sick of proud heart. You may call it melancholy if you will favour the man, but by my head 'tis pride. But why? Let him show us a cause. A word, my lord, takes Agamemnon aside. Nestor, what moves Ajax thus to bay at him? Ulysses, Achilles hath inveigled his fool from him. Nestor, who? The sights, Ulysses, he, Nestor. Then will Ajax lack matter if he have lost his argument. Ulysses, no, you see he is his argument that has his argument, Achilles. Nestor, all the better, their fraction is more our wish than their faction. But it was a strong composure a fool could disunite. Ulysses, the amity that wisdom knits not, folly may easily untie. Re-enter Patroclus, here comes Patroclus. Nestor, no Achilles with him. Ulysses, the elephant hath joints but none for courtesy, his legs are legs for necessity, not for flexure. Patroclus, Achilles bids me say he is much sorry if anything more than your sport and pleasure did move your greatness and this noble state to call upon him. He hopes it is no other but for your health and your digestion's sake, and after dinner's breath. Agamemnon, hear you, Patroclus, we are too well acquainted with these answers, but his evasion, winged thus swift with scorn, cannot outfly our apprehensions. Much attribute he hath, and much the reason why we ascribe it to him. Yet all his virtues, not virtuously on his own part beheld, do in our eyes begin to lose their gloss. Yea, like fair fruit in an unwholesome dish, are like to rot untasted. Go and tell him we come to speak with him. And you shall not sin if you do say we think him over-proud and under-honest, in self-assumption greater than in the note of judgment. And worthier than himself here tend the savage strangeness he puts on, disguise the holy strength of their command, and underwrite in an observing kind his humorous predominance. Yea, watch his course and time, his ebbs and flows, as if the passage and whole stream of this commencement rode on his tide. Go tell him this, and add that if he overhold his price so much will none of him, but let him, like an engine, not portable, lie under this report, bring action hither, this cannot go to war. A stirring dwarf we do allowance give before a sleeping giant, tell him so. Patroclus, I shall, and bring his answer presently. Exit. Agamemnon, in second voice will not be satisfied, we come to speak with him. Ulysses, enter you. Exit Ulysses. Ajax, what is he more than another? Agamemnon, no more than what he thinks he is. Ajax, is he so much? Do you not think he thinks himself a better man than I am? Agamemnon, no question. Ajax, will you subscribe his thought and say he is? Agamemnon, no, noble Ajax, you are as strong, as valiant, as wise, no less noble, much more gentle, and altogether more tractable. Ajax, why should a man be proud? How doth pride grow? I know not what pride is. Agamemnon, your mind is the clearer, Ajax, and your virtues the fairer. He that is proud eats up himself. Pride is his own glass, his own trumpet, his own chronicle, and whatever praises itself but in the deed devours the deed in the praise. Re-enter Ulysses. Ajax, I do hate a proud man as I do hate the engendering of toads. Nestor, aside, and yet he loves himself, is't not strange? Ulysses, Achilles will not to the field tomorrow. Agamemnon, what's his excuse? Ulysses, he doth rely on none, but carries on the stream of his dispose, without observance or respect of any, in will peculiar and in self-admission. Agamemnon, why will he not, upon our fair request, untent his person and share with us? Ulysses, things small as nothing, for request's sake only, he makes important. Possessed he is with greatness, and speaks not to himself, but with a pride that quarrels at self-breath. Imagined worth holds in his blood such swoln and hot discourse, that twixt his mental and his active parts kingdomed Achilles in commotion rages, and batters down himself. What should I say? He is so plague-eye proud that the death tokens of it cry no recovery. Agamemnon, let Ajax go to him. Dear lord, go you and greet him in his tent. 'Tis said he holds you well, and will be led at your request a little from himself. Ulysses, O Agamemnon, let it not be so. Will consecrate the steps that Ajax makes when they go from Achilles. Shall the proud lord that bastes his arrogance with his own seam and never suffers matter of the world enter his thoughts, save such as doth revolve and ruminate himself, shall he be worshipped of that we hold an idol more than he? No, this thrice worthy and right valiant lord shall not so stale his palm, nobly acquired, nor by my will subjugate his merit, as amply titled as Achilles is, by going to Achilles. That were to enlard his fat already pride, and add more coals to cancer when he burns with entertaining great Hyperion. This lord go to him, Jupiter forbid, and say in thunder Achilles go to him. Nestor, aside, oh this is well, he rubs the vein of him. Diomedes, aside, and how his silence drinks up this applause. Ajax, if I go to him with my armed fist I'll pash him o'er the face. Agamemnon, oh no, you shall not go. Ajax, and be proud with me I'll feeze his pride. Let me go to him. Ulysses, not for the worth that hangs upon our quarrel. Ajax, a paltry insolent fellow. Nestor, aside, how he describes himself. Ajax, can he not be sociable? Ulysses, aside, the raven chides blackness. Ajax, I'll let his humours blood. Agamemnon, aside, he will be the physician that should be the patient. Ajax, and all men were o' my mind. Ulysses, aside, wit would be out of fashion. Ajax, I should not bear it so, I should eat's words first. Shall pride carry it? Nestor, aside, and 'twould you'd carry half. Ulysses, aside, I would have 10 shares. Ajax, I will knead him, I'll make him supple. Nestor, aside, he's not yet through warm. Force him with praises, pour in, his ambition is dry. Ulysses, to Agamemnon, my lord, you feed too much on this dislike. Nestor, our noble general, do not do so. Diomedes, you must prepare to fight without Achilles. Ulysses, why 'tis this naming of him does him harm. Here is a man, but 'tis before his face I will be silent. Nestor, wherefore should you so? He is not emulous as Achilles is. Ulysses, know the whole world he is as valiant. Ajax, a whoreson dog that shall palter with us thus, would he were a Trojan. Nestor, what a vice were it in Ajax now. Ulysses, if he were proud. Diomedes, or covetous of praise. Ulysses, I, or surly born. Diomedes, or strange or self-affected. Ulysses, thank the heavens, Lord, thou art of sweet composure. Praise him that gat thee, she that gave thee suck. Famed be thy tutor, and thy parts of nature thrice famed beyond all erudition. But he that disciplined thine arms to fight, let Mars divide eternity in twain and give him half, and for thy vigour, bull-bearing Milo his addition yield to sinewy Ajax. I will not praise thy wisdom, which like a bourne apale ashore confines thy spacious and dilated parts. Here's Nestor, instructed by the antiquary times, he cannot but be wise. But pardon, Father Nestor, were your days as green as Ajax, and your brain so tempered, you should not have the eminence of him, but be as Ajax. Ajax, shall I call you father? Nestor, I, my good son. Diomedes, be rolled by him, Lord Ajax. Ulysses, there is no tarrying here, the heart Achilles keeps thicket. Please it our great general to call together all his state of war, fresh kings are come to Troy. Tomorrow we must with all our main of power stand fast, and here's a lord, come knights from east to west and cull their flower. Ajax shall cope the best. Agamemnon, go we to council, let Achilles sleep. Light boats sail swift, though greater hulks draw deep. Exeunt. Act Roman 3 Scene I. Troy, Priam's palace, music sounds within. Enter Pandarus and a servant. Pandarus, friend, you pray you a word, do you not follow the young Lord Paris? Servant, I, sir, when he goes before me. Pandarus, you depend upon him, I mean. Servant, sir, I do depend upon the Lord. Pandarus, you depend upon a notable gentleman, I must needs praise him. Servant, the Lord be praised. Pandarus, you know me, do you not? Servant, faith, sir, superficially. Pandarus, friend, know me better, I am the Lord Pandarus. Servant, I hope I shall know your honour better. Pandarus, I do desire it. Servant, you are in the state of grace. Pandarus, grace not so, friend, honour and lordship are my titles. What music is this? Servant, I do but partly know, sir, it is music in parts. Pandarus, know you the musicians? Servant, wholly, sir. Pandarus, who play they to? Servant, to the hearers, sir. Pandarus, at whose pleasure, friend? Servant, at mine, sir, and theirs that love music. Pandarus, command, I mean, friend. Servant, who shall I command, sir? Pandarus, friend, we understand not one another, I am too courtly and thou art too cunning. At whose request do these men play? Servant, that's tot indeed, sir. Marry, sir, at the request of Paris my lord, who is there in person, with him the mortal Venus, the heart-blood of beauty, love's invisible soul. Pandarus, who my cousin Cressida? Servant, no, sir. Helen, could not you find out that by her attributes? Pandarus, it should seem, fellow, that thou hast not seen the lady Cressida. I come to speak with Paris from the Prince Troilus. I will make a complimental assault upon him for my business seethes. Servant, sodden business, there's a stewed phrase indeed. Enter Paris and Helen attended. Pandarus, fair be to you, my lord, and to all this fair company. Fair desires in all fair measure fairly guide them. especially to you, fair queen. Fair thoughts be your fair pillow. Helen, dear lord, you are full of fair words. Pandarus, you speak your fair pleasure, sweet queen. Fair prince, here is good broken music. Paris, you have broke it, cousin, and by my life you shall make it whole again, you shall piece it out with a piece of your performance. Helen, he is full of harmony. Pandarus, truly, lady, no. Helen, O sir Pandarus, rude in sooth, in good sooth, very rude. Paris, well said, my lord, well you say so in fits. Pandarus, I have business to my lord, dear queen. My lord, will you vouchsafe me a word? Helen, nay, this shall not hedge us out, we'll hear you sing, certainly. Pandarus, well, sweet queen, you are pleasant with me. But marry thus, my lord, my dear lord and most esteemed friend, your brother Troilus. Helen, my lord Pandarus, honey sweet lord Pandarus. Go to, sweet queen, go to, commends himself most affectionately to you. Helen, you shall not bob us out of our melody. If you do, our melancholy upon your head. Pandarus, a sweet queen, that's a sweet queen, I faith. Helen, and to make a sweet lady sad is a sour offence. Pandarus, nay, that shall not serve your turn, that shall it not, in truth, nay, I care not for such words, no, no. And my lord, he desires you that if the king call for him at supper, you will make his excuse. Helen, my lord Pandarus, Pandarus, what says my sweet queen, my very, very sweet queen? Paris, what exploits in hand, where sups he tonight? Helen, nay, but my lord Pandarus, what says my sweet queen? My cousin will fall out with you. Helen, you must not know where he sups. Paris, I'll lay my life with my disposer Cressida. Pandarus, no, no, no such matter, you are wide. Come, your disposer is sick. Paris, well, I'll make's excuse. Pandarus, I, good my lord, why should you say Cressida? No, your poor disposer's sick. Paris, I spy. Pandarus, you spy, what do you spy? Come, give me an instrument. Now, sweet queen. Helen, why? This is kindly done. Pandarus, my niece is horribly in love with a thing you have, sweet queen. Helen, she shall have it, my lord, if it be not my lord Paris. Pandarus, he, no, she'll none of him, they two are twain. Helen, falling in after falling out may make them three. Pandarus, come, come, I'll hear no more of this, I'll sing you a song now. Helen, I prithee now, by my troth, sweet lord, thou hast a fine forehead. Pandarus, you may, Helen, let thy song be love, this love will undo us all. O Cupid, 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 Pandarus, love, that it shall, I faith. Paris, good now, love, love, nothing but love. Pandarus, in good troth it begins so. Sings, love, love, nothing but love, still more. For love's bow shoots buck and doe, the shaft confounds not that it wounds, but tickles still the sore. These lovers cry, oh ho, they die, yet that which seems the wound to kill doth turn, oh ho. To ha, ha, he so dying love lives still. Oh ho, a while, but ha, 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 oh ho, groans out for ha, 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 hey ho, Helen, in love, faith, to the very tip of the nose. Paris, he eats nothing but doves, love, and that breeds hot blood, and hot blood begets hot thoughts, and hot thoughts beget hot deeds, and hot deeds is love. Pandarus, is this the generation of love, hot blood, hot thoughts, and hot deeds? Why, they are vipers. Is love a generation of vipers? Sweet lord, who's afield today? Paris, Hector, Deiphobus, Helenus, Antenor, and all the gallantry of Troy. I would fain have armed today, but my Nell would not have it so. How chance my brother Troilus went not? Helen, he hangs the lip at something, you know all, lord Pandarus. Pandarus, not I, honey sweet queen, I long to hear how they spend today, you'll remember your brother's excuse. Paris, to a hair. Pandarus, farewell, sweet queen. Helen, commend me to your niece. Pandarus, I will, sweet queen. Exit, sound a retreat. Paris, they're come from the field, let us to Priam's hall to greet the warriors. Sweet Helen, I must woo you to help unarm our Hector. His stubborn buckles, with these your white enchanting fingers touched, shall more obey than to the edge of steel or force of Greekish sinews. You shall do more than all the island kings, disarm great Hector. Helen, 'twill make us proud to be his servant. Paris, what he shall receive of us in duty, gives us more palm in beauty than we have, overshines ourself. Paris, sweet above thought, I love thee. Exeunt, scene Roman 2, Troy, Pandarus' orchard. Enter Pandarus and Troilus. Boy, meeting Pandarus, how now, where's thy master? At my cousin Cressida's. Boy, no sir, he stays for you to conduct him thither. Enter Troilus. Pandarus, oh here he comes, how now, Troilus, Sirrah, walk off, exit boy, Pandarus, have you seen my cousin, Troilus? No, Pandarus, I stalk about her door like a strange soul upon the Stygian bank staying for waftage. Oh, be thou my Charon, and give me swift transportance to these fields where I may wallow in the lily beds proposed for the deserver. O gentle Pandar, from Cupid's shoulder pluck his painted wings and fly with me to Cressid. Pandarus, walk here ith orchard, I'll bring her straight. Exit, Troilus. I am giddy, expectation whirls me round. Imaginary relish is so sweet that it enchants my sense. What will it be when that the watery palate tastes indeed love's thrice repured nectar? Death, I fear me, sounding destruction, or some joy too fine, too subtle potent, tunned too sharp in sweetness for the capacity of my ruder powers. I fear it much, and I do fear besides that I shall lose distinction in my joys, as doth a battle when they charge on heaps the enemy flying. Re-enter Pandarus. Pandarus, she's making her ready, she'll come straight, you must be witty now. She does so blush and fetches her wind so short, as if she were frayed with a sprite. I'll fetch her. It is the prettiest villain, she fetches her breath as short as a Newtown sparrow. Exit, Troilus. Even such a passion doth embrace my bosom. My heart beats thicker than a feverous pulse, and all my powers do their bestowing lose, like vassalage at unawares encountering the eye of majesty. Re-enter Pandarus with Cressida. Pandarus, come, come, what need you blush? Shame's a baby. Here she is now, swear the oaths now to her that you have sworn to me. What, are you gone again? You must be watched ere you be made tame, must you? Come your ways, and you draw backward, we'll put you ith fills. Why do you not speak to her? Come, draw this curtain, and let's see your picture. Alas the day, how loath you are to offend daylight, and 'twere dark you'd close sooner. So, rub on and kiss the mistress. How now, a kiss in fee farm? Build there, carpenter, the air is sweet, nay you shall fight your hearts out ere I part you. The falcon as the tercel for all the ducks ith river. Go to, Troilus, you have bereft me of all words, lady. Pandarus, words pay no debts, give her deeds, but she'll bury if you owe deeds too if she call your activity in question. What billing again? Here's in witness whereof the parties interchangeably. Come in, I'll go get a fire. Exit, Cressida, will you walk in, my lord? Troilus, O Cressid, how often have I wished me thus? Cressida, wished, my lord, the gods grant, O my lord. Troilus, what should they grant? What makes this pretty abruption? What too curious dreg espies my sweet lady in the fountain of our love? Cressida, more dregs than water if my fears have eyes. Troilus, fears make devils of cherubins, they never see truly. Cressida, blind fear that seeing reason leads, finds safer footing than blind reason stumbling without fear. To fear the worst oft cures the worse. Troilus, oh, let my lady apprehend no fear. In all Cupid's pageant there is presented no monster. Cressida, nor nothing monstrous neither. Troilus, nothing but our undertakings when we vow to weep seas, live in fire, eat rocks, tame tigers, thinking it harder for our mistress to devise imposition enough than for us to undergo any difficulty imposed. This is the monstruosity in love, lady, that the will is infinite, and the execution confined, that the desire is boundless and the act a slave to limit. Cressida, they say all lovers swear more performance than they are able, and yet reserve an ability that they never perform, vowing more than the perfection of 10 and discharging less than the 10th part of 1. They that have the voice of lions and the act of hares, are they not monsters? Troilus, are there such? Such are not we. Praise us as we are tasted, allow us as we prove. Our head shall go bare till merit crown it. No perfection in reversion shall have a praise in present. We will not name desert before his birth, and being born his addition shall be humble. Few words to fair faith, Troilus shall be such to Cressid as what envy can say worst shall be a mock for his truth, and what truth can speak truest not truer than Troilus. Cressida, will you walk in, my lord? Re-enter Pandarus. Pandarus, what, blushing still? Have you not done talking yet? Cressida, well, uncle, what folly I commit I dedicate to you. Pandarus, I thank you for that. If my lord get a boy of you, you'll give him me. Be true to my lord, if he flinch, chide me for it. Troilus, you know now your hostages, your uncle's word and my firm faith. Pandarus. Nay, I'll give my word for her too. Our kindred, though they be long ere they are wooed, they are constant being one. They are burrs, I can tell you, they'll stick where they are thrown. Cressida. Boldness comes to me now and brings me heart. Prince Troilus, I have loved you night and day for many weary months. Troilus. Why was my Cressid then so hard to win? Cressida. Hard to seem one, but I was won, my lord, with the first glance that ever, pardon me. If I confess much, you will play the tyrant. I love you now, but till now not so much but I might master it. In faith, I lie, my thoughts were like unbridled children, grown too headstrong for their mother. See we fools, why have I blabbed? Who shall be true to us when we are so unsecret to ourselves? But though I loved you well, I wooed you not, and yet, good faith, I wished myself a man, or that we women had men's privilege of speaking first. Sweet, bid me hold my tongue, for in this rapture I shall surely speak the thing I shall repent. See, your silence, cunning in dumbness, from my weakness draws my very soul of counsel. Stop my mouth. Troilus, and shall, albeit sweet music issues thence. Pandarus, pretty I faith. Cressida, my lord, I do beseech you pardon me, 'twas not my purpose thus to beg a kiss. I am ashamed, O heavens, what have I done? For this time will I take my leave, my lord. Troilus, your leave, sweet Cressid. Pandarus, leave, and you take leave till tomorrow morning. Cressida, pray you content you. Troilus, what offends you, lady? Cressida, sir, mine own company. Troilus, you cannot shun yourself. Cressida, let me go and try. I have a kind of self resides with you, but an unkind self that itself will leave to be another's fool. I would be gone, where is my wit? I know not what I speak. Troilus, well know they what they speak that speak so wisely. Cressida, perchance, my lord, I show more craft than love, and fell so roundly to a large confession to angle for your thoughts, but you are wise, or else you love not. For to be wise and love exceeds man's might, that dwells with gods above. Troilus, oh that I thought it could be in a woman! As if it can, I will presume in you, to feed for aye her lamp and flames of love. To keep her constancy in plight and youth, outliving beauty's outward, with a mind that doth renew swifter than blood decays. Or that persuasion could but thus convince me that my integrity and truth to you might be affronted with the match and weight of such a winnowed purity in love. How were I then uplifted? But alas, I am as true as truth's simplicity, and simpler than the infancy of truth. Cressida, in that I'll war with you. Troilus, O virtuous fight, when right with right wars, who shall be most right? True swains in love shall in the world to come approve their truth by Troilus, when their rhymes, full of protest, of oath, and big compare, want similes, truth turred with iteration. As true as steel, as plantage to the moon, as sun to day, as turtle to her mate, as iron to adamant, as earth to center. Yet, after all comparisons of truth, as truth's authentic author to be cited, as true as Troilus shall crown up the verse and sanctify the numbers. Cressida, prophet may you be. If I be false, or swerve a hair from truth, when time is old and hath forgot itself, when water drops have worn the stones of Troy, and blind oblivion swallowed cities up, and mighty states characterless are grated to dusty nothing. Yet let memory from false to false, among false maids in love, upbraid my falsehood when have said as false as air, as water, wind, or sandy earth, as fox to lamb, or wolf to heifer's calf, pard to the hind, or stepdame to her son. Yea, let them say to stick the heart of falsehood as false as Cressid. Pandarus, go to a bargain made, seal it, I'll be the witness. Here I hold your hand, here my cousin's. If ever you prove false one to another, since I have taken such pains to bring you together, let all pitiful goers between be called to the world's end after my name. Call them all Pandars, let all constant men be Troiluses, all false women Cressids, and all brokers between Pandars. Say Amen. Troilus, Amen. Cressida, Amen. Pandarus, Amen. Whereupon I will show you a chamber and a bed, which bed, because it shall not speak of your pretty encounters, press it to death. Away, exeunt Troilus and Cressida, and Cupid grant all tongue-tied maidens here bed, chamber, pander to provide this gear. Exit, scene Roman 3, the Greek camp, flourish. Enter Agamemnon, Ulysses, Diomedes, Nestor, Ajax, Menelaus, and Calchas. Calchas. Now, princes, for the service I have done, advantage of the time prompts me aloud to call for recompense. Appear it to your mind that, through the sight I bear in things to come, I have abandoned Troy, left my possession, incurred a traitor's name, exposed myself from certain and possessed conveniences to doubtful fortunes, sequestering from me all that time, acquaintance, custom, and condition, made tame and most familiar to my nature. And here to do you service and become as new into the world, strange, unacquainted. I do beseech you, as in way of taste, to give me now a little benefit out of those many registered in promise, which you say live to come in my behalf. Agamemnon, what wouldst thou of us, Trojan? Make demand. Calchas, you have a Trojan prisoner called Antenor yesterday took. Troy holds him very dear. Often have you thanks therefore, desired my Cressid in right great exchange, whom Troy hath still denied. But this Antenor I know is such a rest in their affairs that their negotiations all must slack wanting his manage, and they will almost give us a prince of blood, a son of Priam, in change of him. Let him be sent, great princes, and he shall buy my daughter, and her presence shall quite strike off all service I have done in most accepted pain. Agamemnon, let Diomedes bear him and bring us Cressid hither. Calchas shall have what he requests of us. Good Diomed, furnish you fairly for this interchange, withal bring word if Hector will tomorrow be answered in his challenge. Ajax is ready. Diomedes, this shall I undertake, and 'tis a burden which I am proud to bear. Exeunt Diomedes and Calchas. Achilles and Patroclus stand in their tent. Ulysses, Achilles stands entrance of his tent. Please it our general pass strangely by him, as if he were forgot, and princes all lay negligent and loose regard upon him. I will come last. 'Tis like he'll question me, why such unplausive eyes are bent, why turned on him. If so, I have derision medcinable to use between your strangeness and his pride, which his own will shall have desire to drink. It may do good. Pride hath no other glass to show itself but pride, for supple knees feed arrogance and are the proud man's fees. Agamemnon, will execute your purpose and put on a form of strangeness as we pass along. So do each lord, and either greet him not or else disdainfully, which shall shake him more than if not looked on. I will lead the way. Achilles, what comes the general to speak with me? You know my mind, I'll fight no more gainst Troy. Agamemnon, what says Achilles? Would he aught with us? Nestor, would you, my lord, aught with the general? Achilles, no, Nestor, nothing, my lord. Agamemnon the better. Exeunt Agamemnon and Nestor. Achilles, good day, Menelaus, how do you? Exit. Achilles, what does the cuckold scorn me? Ajax, how now, Patroclus? Achilles, good morrow, Ajax, ha, Achilles, good morrow, Ajax, aye, and good next day too. Exit. Achilles, what mean these fellows? Know they not Achilles? Patroclus, they pass by strangely. They were us to bend to send their smiles before them to Achilles, to come as humbly as they us to creep to holy altars. Achilles, what am I poor of late? 'Tis certain greatness, once fallen out with fortune, must fall out with men too. What the declined is, he shall as soon read in the eyes of others as feel in his own fall. For men, like butterflies, show not their mealy wings but to the summer. And not a man for being simply man hath any honour, but honour for those honours that are without him, as place, riches, and favour, prizes of accident as oft as merit, which when they fall as being slippery standers, the love that leaned on them as slippery too, doth one pluck down another, and together die in the fall. But 'tis not so with me. Fortune and I are friends. I do enjoy at ample point all that I did possess save these men's looks, who do methinks find out something not worth in me such rich beholding as they have often given. Here is Ulysses, I'll interrupt his reading. How now, Ulysses, now, great Thetis' son, Achilles, what are you reading, Ulysses? A strange fellow here writes me that man, how dearly ever parted, how much in having, or without or in, cannot make boast to have that which he hath, nor feels not what he owes but by reflection, as when his virtues shining upon others heat them, and they retort that heat again to the first giver. Achilles, This is not strange, Ulysses. The beauty that is born here in the face the bearer knows not, but commends itself to others' eyes. Nor doth the eye itself, that most pure spirit of sense, behold itself not going from itself, but eye to eye opposed salutes each other with each other's form, for speculation turns not to itself till it hath travelled and is mirrored there where it may see itself. This is not strange at all. Ulysses, I do not strain at the position, it is familiar, but at the author's drift, who, in his circumstance, expressly proves that no man is the lord of anything, though in and of him there be much consisting, till he communicate his parts to others. Nor doth he of himself know them for aught till he behold them formed in the applause, where are extended, who like an arch reverberate the voice again, or like a gate of steel fronting the sun receives and renders back his figure and his heat. I was much rapt in this, and apprehended here immediately unknown Ajax. Heavens, what a man is there, a very horse that as he knows not what. Nature, what things there are most abject in regard and dear in use. What things again most dear in the esteem and poor in worth. Now shall we see tomorrow, an act that very chance doth throw upon him Ajax renowned. O heavens, what some men do while some men leave to do. How some men creep in skittish Fortune's hall whiles others play the idiots in her eyes. How one man eats into another's pride while pride is fasting in his wantonness. To see these Grecian lords. Why, even already they clap the lubber Ajax on the shoulder, as if his foot were on brave Hector's breast, and great Troy shrieking, O Achilles, I do believe it, for they passed by me as misers do by beggars, neither gave to me good word nor look. What are my deeds forgot, Ulysses? Time hath my lord a wallet at his back wherein he puts alms for oblivion, a great sized monster of ingratitudes. Those scraps are good deeds past, which are devoured as fast as they are made, forgot as soon as done. Perseverance, dear my lord, keeps honour bright. To have done is to hang quite out of fashion, like a rusty mail in monumental mockery. Take the instant way, for honour travels in a strait so narrow where one but goes abreast. Keep then the path, for emulation hath 1,000 sons that one by one pursue. If you give way, or hedge aside from the direct forthright, like to an entered tide they all rush by and leave you hindmost. Or, like a gallant horse fallen in first rank, lie there for pavement to the abject rear, or run and trampled on. Then what they do in present, though less than yours in past, must o'ertop yours. For time is like a fashionable host that slightly shakes his parting guest by hand, and with his arms outstretched as he would fly grasps in the comer. The welcome ever smiles and farewell goes out sighing. Oh, let not virtue seek remuneration for the thing it was. For beauty, wit, high birth, vigour of bone, desert in service, love, friendship, charity, are subjects all to envious and calumniating time. One touch of nature makes the whole world kin, that all with one consent praise newborn gauds, though they are made and moulded of things past, and give to dust that is a little guilt more lord than guilt or dusted. The present eye praises the present object. Then marvel not, thou great and complete man, that all the Greeks begin to worship Ajax, since things in motion sooner catch the eye than what stirs not. The cry went once on thee, and still it might, and yet it may again if thou wouldst not entomb thyself alive and case thy reputation in thy tent, whose glorious deeds but in these fields of late made emulous missions mongst the gods themselves and drave great Mars to faction. Achilles, of this my privacy I have strong reasons. Ulysses, but gainst your privacy the reasons are more potent and heroical. 'Tis known, Achilles, that you are in love with one of Priam's daughters. Achilles, known. Ulysses, is that a wonder? The Providence that's in a watchful state knows almost every grain of Plutus gold, finds bottom in uncomprehensive deeps, keeps place with thought, and almost like the gods, do thoughts unveil in their dumb cradles. There is a mystery, with whom relation durst never meddle, in the soul of state, which hath an operation more divine than breath or pen can give expressure to. All the commerce that you have had with Troy as perfectly is ours as yours, my lord, and better would it fit Achilles much to throw down Hector than Polyxena. But it must grieve young Pyrrhus now at home, when fame shall in our island sound her trump, and all the Greekish girls shall tripping sing great Hector's sister did Achilles win, but our great Ajax bravely beat down him. Farewell, my lord, I as your lover speak, the fool slides o'er the ice that you should break. Exit, Patroclus. To this effect, Achilles, have I moved you. A woman impudent and mannish grown is not more loath than an effeminate man in time of action. I stand condemned for this, they think my little stomach to the war and your great love to me restrains you thus. Sweet, rouse yourself, and the weak wanton Cupid shall from your neck unloose his amorous fold, and like a dewdrop from the lion's mane be shook to air. Achilles, shall Ajax fight with Hector, Patroclus? Ay, and perhaps receive much honour by him. Achilles, I see my reputation is at stake, my fame is shrewdly gored. Patroclus, oh then, beware those wounds heal ill that men do give themselves. Omission to do what is necessary seals a commission to a blank of danger. And danger, like an ague, subtly taints even then when they sit idly in the sun. Achilles, go call the sights hither, sweet Patroclus. I'll send the fool to Ajax, and desire him to invite the Trojan lords after the combat, to see us here unarmed. I have a woman's longing and appetite that I am sick withal to see great Hector in his weeds of peace, to talk with him and to behold his visage even to my full of view. Enter the sights, a labour salved, the sights a wonder. Achilles, what the sights? Ajax goes up and down the field asking for himself. Achilles, how so, the sights? He must fight singly tomorrow with Hector, and is so prophetically proud of an heroical cudgelling that he raves in saying nothing. Achilles, how can that be, the sights? Why, stalks up and down like a peacock, astride and a stand, ruminates like an hostess that hath no arithmetic but her brain to set down her reckoning, bites his lip with a politic regard, as who should say there were wit in this head and 'twould out, and so there is, but it lies as coldly in him as fire in a flint, which will not show without knocking. The man's undone for ever, for if Hector break not his neck ith combat, he'll break himself in vainglory, he knows not me. I said good morrow, Ajax, and he replies thanks, Agamemnon. What think you of this man that takes me for the general? He's grown a very land fish, languageless, a monster, a plague of opinion, a man may wear it on both sides like leather jerkin. Achilles, thou must be my ambassador to him, their sights. Who I, why he'll answer nobody, he professes not answering. Speaking is for beggars, he wears his tongue in's arms, I will put on his presence. Let Patroclus make his demands to me, you shall see the pageant of Ajax. Achilles, to him Patroclus, tell him I humbly desire the valiant Ajax to invite the most valorous Hector to come unarmed to my tent, and to procure safe conduct for his person of the magnanimous and most illustrious 6 or 7 times honoured Captain General of the Grecian army, Agamemnon. Do this, Patroclus. Jove bless great Ajax. The sights, Patroclus, I come from the worthy Achilles, the sights. Ha, Patroclus, who most humbly desires you to invite Hector to his tent, the sights. Patroclus, and to procure safe conduct from Agamemnon. The sights, Agamemnon, Patroclus, I, my lord, the sights. Ha, Patroclus, what you say tot, the sights. God buy you with all my heart, Patroclus, your answer, sir, the sights. If tomorrow be a fair day, by 11 of the clock it will go one way or other. Howsoever he shall pay for me ere he has me, Patroclus, your answer, sir, the sights. Fare ye well with all my heart. Achilles, why, but he is not in this tune, is he, the sights? No, but out of tune thus. What music will be in him when Hector has knocked out his brains, I know not, but I am sure none, unless the fiddler Apollo get his sinews to make catlings on. Achilles, come, thou shalt bear a letter to him straight, the sights. Let me bear another to his horse, for that's the more capable creature. Achilles, my mind is troubled like a fountain stirred, and I myself see not the bottom of it. Exeunt Achilles and Patroclus, the sights. Would the fountain of your mind were clear again, that I might water an ass at it, I had rather be a tick in a sheep than such a valiant ignorance. Exit, Act Roman 4 Scene I, Troy, a street. Enter at one side Aeneas and servant with a torch, at another Paris, Deiphobus, Antenor, Diomes the Grecian, and others with torches. Paris, see ho, who is that there, Deiphobus? It is the Lord Aeneas. Aeneas, is the prince there in person? Had I so good occasion to lie long as you, Prince Paris, nothing but heavenly business should rob my bedmate of my company. Diomes, that's my mind too. Good morrow, Lord Aeneas. Paris, a valiant Greek. Aeneas, take his hand, witness the process of your speech, wherein you told how Diomed a whole week by days did haunt you in the field. Aeneas, health to you, valiant sir, during all question of the gentle truce, but when I meet you armed as black defiance as heart can think or courage execute. Diomes, the one and other Diomed embraces. Our bloods are now in calm and so long health, but when contention and occasion meet, by Jove, I'll play the hunter for thy life with all my force, pursuit and policy. Aeneas, and thou shalt hunt a lion that will fly with his face backward. In humane gentleness welcome to Troy, now by Anchises' life welcome indeed. By Venus' hand I swear no man alive can love in such a sort the thing he means to kill more excellently. Diomes, we sympathize. Jove let Aeneas live, if to my sword his fate be not the glory 1,000 complete courses of the sun. But in mine emulous honour let him die with every joint a wound, and that tomorrow. Aeneas, we know each other well. Diomes, we do, and long to know each other worse. Paris, this is the most despiteful gentle greeting, the noblest hateful love that e'er I heard of. What business, Lord, so early? Aeneas, I was sent for to the king, but why I know not. Paris, his purpose meets you. 'Twas to bring this Greek to Calchas' house, and there to render him for the enfreed Antenor the fair Cressid. Let's have your company, or if you please haste there before us. I constantly believe, or rather call my thought a certain knowledge, my brother Troilus lodges there tonight. Rouse him and give him note of our approach, with the whole quality wherefore, I fear we shall be much unwelcome. Aeneas, that I assure you, Troilus had rather Troy were born to Greece than Cressid born from Troy. Paris, there is no help, the bitter disposition of the time will have it so. On, Lord, we'll follow you. Aeneas, good morrow all, exit with servant. Paris, and tell me, noble Diomed, faith, tell me true, even in the soul of sound good fellowship, who in your thoughts deserves fair Helen best, myself or Menelaus? Diomes, both alike, he merits well to have her that doth seek her, not making any scruple of her soilure, with such a hell of pain and world of charge. And you as well to keep her that defend her, not palating the taste of her dishonour, with such a costly loss of wealth and friends. He like a puling cuckold would drink up the lees and dregs of a flat-tamed peace. You like a lecher out of whorish loins are pleased to breed out your inheritors. Both merits poired, each weighs nor less nor more, but he as he the heavier for a whore. Paris, you are too bitter to your country woman. Diomes, she's bitter to her country. Hear me, Paris, for every false drop in her bawdy veins a Grecian's life hath sunk, for every scruple of her contaminated carrion weight a Trojan hath been slain. Since she could speak, she hath not given so many good words breath as for her Greeks and Trojans suffered death. Paris, fair Diomed, you do as chapmen do, dispraise the thing that you desire to buy, but we in silence hold this virtue well, will not commend what we intend to sell. Here lies our way. Exeunt, scene Roman 2, Troy, the court of Pandarus' house, enter Troilus and Cressida. Troilus, dear, trouble not yourself, the morn is cold. Cressida, then, sweet my lord, I'll call mine uncle down, he shall unbolt the gates. Troilus, trouble him not, to bed, sleep kill those pretty eyes, and give as soft attachment to thy senses as infants empty of all thought. Cressida, good morrow then, Troilus, I prithee now to bed. Cressida, are you weary of me? Troilus, O Cressida, but that the busy day whacked by the lark hath roused the ribald crows, and dreaming night will hide our joys no longer, I would not from thee. Cressida, night hath been too brief. Troilus, beshrew the witch. With venomous wights she stays as tediously as hell, but flies the grasps of love, with wings more momentary swift than thought. You will catch cold and curse me. Cressida, prithee tarry, you men will never tarry. O foolish Cressid, I might have still held off, and then you would have tarried. Hark, there's one up, Pandarus. Within, what's all the doors open here? Troilus, it is your uncle, enter Pandarus. Cressida, a pestilence on him, now will he be mocking, I shall have such a life. Pandarus, how now, how go maidenheads? Here, you maid, where's my cousin Cressid? Cressida, go hang yourself. You naughty mocking uncle, you bring me to do, and then you flout me too. Pandarus, to do what, to do what? Let her say what. What have I brought you to do? Cressida, come, come, beshrew your heart, you'll ne'er be good nor suffer others. Pandarus, ha ha, alas, poor wretch, ah, poor Capocchia, haste not slept tonight, would he not, a naughty man, let it sleep, a bugbear take him. Cressida, did not I tell you, would he were knocked, ith head, one knocks, who's that at door? Good uncle, go and see, my lord, come you again into my chamber. You smile and mock me as if I meant naughtily. Troilus, ha ha, Cressida, come, you are deceived, I think of no such thing. Knock, how earnestly they knock, pray you come in, I would not for half Troy have you seen here. Exeunt Troilus and Cressida. Pandarus, who's there, what's the matter, will you beat down the door, how now, what's the matter, enter Aeneas. Aeneas, good morrow, lord, good morrow. Pandarus, who's there, my lord Aeneas, by my troth I knew you not, what news with you so early? Aeneas, is not Prince Troilus here? Pandarus, here, what should he do here? Aeneas, come, he is here, my lord, do not deny him. It doth import him much to speak with me. Pandarus, is he here, say you? It's more than I know, I'll be sworn. For my own part I came in late, what should he do here? Aeneas, who nay then, come, come, you'll do him wrong ere you are ware, you'll be so true to him to be false to him. Do not you know of him, but yet go fetch him hither, go, re-enter Troilus. Troilus, how now, what's the matter? Aeneas, my lord, I scarce have leisure to salute you, my matter is so rash. There is at hand Paris your brother, and Deiphobus, the Grecian Diomed and our Antenor delivered to us, and for him forthwith ere the first sacrifice within this hour we must give up to Diomed's hand the lady Cressida. Troilus, is it so concluded? Aeneas, by Priam and the general state of Troy, they are at hand and ready to effect it. Troilus, how my achievements mock me, I will go meet them, and my lord Aeneas, we met by chance, you did not find me here. Aeneas, good, good, my lord, the secrets of neighbour Pandar have not more gift in taciturnity. Exeunt Troilus and Aeneas. Pandarus, is't possible, no sooner got but lost, the devil take Antenor, the young prince will go mad, a plague upon Antenor, I would they had broke's neck. Re-enter Cressida. Cressida, how now, what's the matter, who is here? Pandarus, Cressida, why sigh you so profoundly, where's my lord? Gone, tell me, sweet uncle, what's the matter? Pandarus, would I were as deep under the earth as I am above. Cressida, O the gods, what's the matter? Pandarus, pray thee get thee in, would thou hadst ne'er been born, I knew thou wouldst be his death, O poor gentleman, a plague upon Antenor. Cressida, good uncle, I beseech you, on my knees I beseech you, what's the matter? Pandarus, thou must be gone, wench, thou must be gone, thou art changed for Antenor, thou must to thy father and be gone from Troilus. 'Twill be his death, 'twill be his bane, he cannot bear it. Cressida, O you immortal gods, I will not go. Pandarus, thou must. Cressida, I will not, uncle, I have forgot my father, I know no touch of consanguinity, no kin, no love, no blood, no soul so near me as the sweet Troilus. O you gods divine, make Cressida's name the very crown of falsehood if ever she leave Troilus. Time, force, and death do to this body what extremes you can, but the strong base and building of my love is as the very centre of the earth, drawing all things to it. I'll go in and weep. Pandarus, do, Cressida, tear my bright hair and scratch my praised cheeks, crack my clear voice with sobs and break my heart with sounding Troilus. I will not go from Troy. Exeunt, scene Roman 3. Troy, a street before Pandarus' house. Enter Paris, Troilus, Aeneas, Deiphobus, Antenor and Diomedes. Paris, it is great morning, and the hour prefixed for her delivery to this valiant Greek comes fast upon. Good my brother Troilus, tell you the lady what she is to do and haste her to the purpose. Troilus, walk into her house. I'll bring her to the Grecian presently, and to his hand when I deliver her think it an altar and thy brother Troilus a priest, their offering to it his own heart. Exit. Paris, I know what 'tis to love and would as I shall pity I could help. Please you walk in, my lords. Exeunt. Scene Roman 4. Troy, Pandarus' house. Enter Pandarus and Cressida. Pandarus, be moderate, be moderate. Cressida, why tell you me of moderation? The grief is fine, full, perfect, that I taste, and violenteth in a sense as strong as that which causeth it. How can I moderate it? If I could temporize with my affections, or brew it to a weak and colder palate, the like allayment could I give my grief. My love admits no qualifying dross, no more my grief in such a precious loss. Enter Troilus. Pandarus, here he comes. Ah, sweet ducks, Cressida, embracing him. O Troilus, Troilus, Pandarus, what a pair of spectacles is here, let me embrace too. O heart, as the goodly saying is, O heart, heavy heart, why sighst thou without breaking? Where he answers again, because thou canst not ease thy smart by friendship nor by speaking, there was never a truer rhyme. Let us cast away nothing, for we may live to have need of such a verse. We see it, how now, lambs, Troilus. Cressid, I love thee in so strained a purity that the blessed gods, as angry with my fancy, more bright in zeal than the devotion which cold lips blow to their deities, take thee from me. Cressida, have the gods envy? Pandarus, I, 'tis too plain a case. Cressida, and is it true that I must go from Troy, Troilus, a hateful truth? Cressida, what, and from Troilus too? Troilus, from Troy and Troilus. Cressida, is't possible, Troilus, and suddenly, where injury of chance puts back leave-taking, jostles roughly by all time of pause, rudely beguiles our lips of all rejoinder, forcibly prevents our locked embrasures, strangles our dear vows even in the birth of our own labouring breath. We two, that with so many thousand sighs did by each other, must poorly sell ourselves with the rude brevity and discharge of one. Injurious time now with a robber's haste crams his rich thievery up, he knows not how. As many farewells as be stars in heaven, with distinct breath and consigned kisses to them, he fumbles up into a loose adieu and scants us with a single famished kiss, distasted with the salt of broken tears. Aeneas, within, my lord, is the lady ready? Troilus, hark, you are called. Some say the genius cries so to him that instantly must die. Bid them have patience, she shall come anon. Pandarus, where are my tears? Rain to lay this wind, or my heart will be blown up by my throat. Exit, Cressida, I must then to the Grecians. Troilus, no remedy, Cressida, a woeful Cressid mongst the merry Greeks. When shall we see again? Troilus, hear me, my love, be thou but true of heart. Cressida, I true, how now, what wicked deem is this? Troilus, nay, we must use expostulation kindly, for it is parting from us. I speak not be thou true as fearing thee, for I will throw my glove to death himself that there's no maculation in thy heart. But be thou true, say I to fashion in my sequent protestation. Be thou true, and I will see thee. Cressida, oh, you shall be exposed, my lord, to dangers as infinite as imminent, but I'll be true, Troilus, and I'll grow friend with danger. Wear this sleeve, Cressida, and you this glove. When shall I see you, Troilus? I will corrupt the Grecian sentinels to give thee nightly visitation. But yet be true, Cressida, O heavens, be true again, Troilus. Hear why I speak it, love. The Grecian youths are full of quality, they are loving, well composed, with gifts of nature, flowing and swelling o'er with arts and exercise. How novelty may move and parts with person, alas, a kind of godly jealousy, which I beseech you call a virtuous sin, makes me afeard. Cressida, O heavens, you love me not, Troilus, die I a villain then. In this I do not call your faith in question so mainly as my merit. I cannot sing, nor heal the high lavalt, nor sweeten talk, nor play at subtle games, fair virtues all to which the Grecians are most prompt and pregnant, but I can tell that in each grace of these there lurks a still and dumb discoursive devil that tempts most cunningly, but be not tempted. Cressida, do you think I will? Troilus, no, but something may be done that we will not, and sometimes we are devils to ourselves when we will tempt the frailty of our powers, presuming on their changeful potency. Aeneas, within, nay, good my lord, Troilus, come kiss and let us part. Paris, within, brother Troilus, Troilus. Good brother, come you hither, and bring Aeneas and the Grecian with you. Cressida, my lord, will you be true? Troilus, who I, alas, it is my vice, my fault. Whiles others fish with craft for great opinion, I with great truth catch mere simplicity, whilst some with cunning gild their copper crowns, with truth and plainness I do wear mine bare. Fear not my truth, the moral of my wit is plain and true, there's all the reach of it. Enter Aeneas, Paris, Antenor, Deiphobus, and Diomedes. Welcome, Sir Diomed. Here is the lady which for Antenor we deliver you. At the port, lord, I'll give her to thy hand, and by the way possess thee what she is. Entreat her fair, and by my soul, fair Greek, if e'er thou stand at mercy of my sword, name Cressid, and thy life shall be as safe as Priam is in Ilion. Diomedes, fair lady Cressid, so please you, save the thanks this prince expects. The lustre in your eye, heaven in your cheek, pleads your fair usage, and to Diomed you shall be mistress, and command him wholly. Troilus, Grecian, thou dost not use me courteously to shame the zeal of my petition to thee in praising her. I tell thee, Lord of Greece, she is as far high-soaring o'er thy praises as thou unworthy to be called her servant. I charge thee use her well, even for my charge, for by the dreadful Pluto, if thou dost not, though the great bulk Achilles be thy guard, I'll cut thy throat. Diomedes, O be not moved, Prince Troilus. Let me be privileged by my place and message, to be a speaker free. When I am hence I'll answer to my lust, and know you, Lord, I'll nothing do on charge, to her own worth she shall be prised. But that you say bet so, I speak it in my spirit and honour no. Troilus, come to the port, I'll tell thee, Diomed, this brave shall oft make thee to hide thy head. Lady, give me your hand, and as we walk to our own selves bend we our needful talk. Exeunt Troilus, Cressida and Diomedes. Sound trumpet. Paris, hark, Hector's trumpet. Aeneas, how have we spent this morning? The prince must think me tardy and remiss that swore to ride before him to the field. Paris, 'tis Troilus' fault. Come to field with him, Deiphobus, let us make ready straight. Aeneas, yea, with a bridegroom's fresh alacrity let us address to tend on Hector's heels. The glory of our Troy doth this day lie on his fair worth and single chivalry. Exeunt, Scene V, the Grecian camp, list set out. Enter Ajax, armed, Agamemnon, Achilles, Patroclus, Menelaus, Ulysses, Nestor, and others. Agamemnon, here art thou in appointment fresh and fair, anticipating time with starting courage. Give with thy trumpet a loud note to Troy, thou dreadful Ajax, that the appalled air may pierce the head of the great combatant and hail him hither. Ajax, thou trumpet, there's my purse. Now crack thy lungs and split thy brazen pipe, blow, villain, till thy spurred bias cheek outswell the colic of puffed Aquilon. Come, stretch thy chest and let thy eyes spout blood, thou blowest for Hector. Trumpet sounds, Ulysses, no trumpet answers. Achilles, 'tis but early days. Agamemnon, is not yond Diomed with Calchas' daughter? Ulysses, 'tis he, I ken the manner of his gait, he rises on the toe, that spirit of his in aspiration lifts him from the earth. Enter Diomedes and Cressida. Agamemnon, is this the lady Cressid? Diomedes, even she. Agamemnon, most dearly welcome to the Greeks, sweet lady. Nestor, our general doth salute you with a kiss. Ulysses, yet is the kindness but particular, 'twere better she were kissed in general. Nestor, and very courtly counsel, I'll begin, so much for Nestor. Achilles, I'll take that winter from your lips, fair lady. Achilles bids you welcome. Menelaus, I had good argument for kissing once. Patroclus, but that's no argument for kissing now, for thus popped Paris in his hardiment, and parted thus you and your argument. Ulysses, O deadly gall and theme of all our scorns, for which we lose our heads to gild his horns. Patroclus, the first was Menelaus' kiss, this mine. Patroclus kisses you. Menelaus, oh this is trim. Patroclus, Paris and I kiss evermore for him. Menelaus, I'll have my kiss, sir. Lady, by your leave. Cressida, in kissing do you render or receive? Patroclus, both take and give. Cressida, I'll make my match to live, the kiss you take is better than you give, therefore no kiss. Menelaus, I'll give you boot, I'll give you 3 for 1. Cressida, you are an odd man, give even or give none. Menelaus, an odd man, lady, every man is odd. Cressida, no, Paris is not, for you know 'tis true that you are odd, and he is even with you. Menelaus, you fillip me O.T.H. head. Cressida, no, I'll be sworn. Ulysses, it were no match, your nail against his horn. May I, sweet lady, beg a kiss of you? Cressida, you may. Ulysses, I do desire it. Cressida, why beg then? Ulysses, why then, for Venus' sake, give me a kiss when Helen is a maid again, and his. Cressida, I am your debtor, claim it when 'tis due. Ulysses, never's my day, and then a kiss of you. Diomedes, lady, a word, I'll bring you to your father. Exit with Cressida. Nestor, a woman of quick sense. Ulysses, fie upon her. There's language in her eye, her cheek, her lip, nay, her foot speaks. Her wanton spirits look out at every joint and motive of her body. Oh, these encounterers so glib of tongue that give a coasting welcome ere it comes, and wide unclasp the tables of their thoughts to every tickling reader. Set them down for sluttish spoils of opportunity and daughters of the game. Trumpet within, all, the Trojans trumpet. Agamemnon, yonder comes the troop. Enter Hector, armed, Aeneas, Troilus, Paris, Deiphobus, and other Trojans with attendants. Aeneas, hail all you state of Greece. What shall be done to him that victory commands, or do you purpose a victor shall be known? Will you the knights shall to the edge of all extremity pursue each other, or shall be divided by any voice or order of the field? Hector bade ask. Agamemnon, which way would Hector have it? Aeneas, he cares not, he'll obey conditions. Agamemnon, 'tis done like Hector. Achilles, but securely done, a little proudly and great deal misprising the knight opposed. Aeneas, if not Achilles, sir, what is your name? Achilles, if not Achilles, nothing. Aeneas, therefore Achilles. But whate'er know this, in the extremity of great and little valour and pride excel themselves in Hector, the one almost as infinite as all, the other blank as nothing. Weigh him well, and that which looks like pride is courtesy. This Ajax is half made of Hector's blood, in love whereof half Hector stays at home. Half heart, half hand, half Hector comes to seek this blended knight, half Trojan and half Greek. Achilles, a maiden battle then, oh, I perceive you, re-enter Diomedes. Agamemnon, here is Sir Diomed. Go, gentle knight, stand by our Ajax. As you and Lord Aeneas consent upon the order of their fight, so be it, either to the uttermost or else a breath. The combatants being kin half stints their strife before their strokes begin. Ajax and Hector enter the lists. Ulysses, they are opposed already. Agamemnon, what Trojan is that same that looks so heavy? Ulysses, the youngest son of Priam, a true knight, not yet mature, yet matchless, firm of word, speaking in deeds and deedless in his tongue, not soon provoked, nor being provoked soon calmed. His heart and hand both open and both free. For what he has he gives, what thinks he shows, yet gives he not till judgment guide his bounty, nor dignifies an impure thought with breath. Manly as Hector, but more dangerous, for Hector in his blaze of wrath subscribes to tender objects, but he in heat of action is more vindicative than jealous love. They call him Troilus, and on him erect a second hope as fairly built as Hector. Thus says Aeneas, one that knows the youth even to his inches, and with private soul did in great Ilion thus translate him to me. Alarum, Hector and Ajax fight. Agamemnon, they are in action. Nestor, now Ajax hold thine own. Troilus, Hector, thou sleepst, awake thee. Agamemnon, his blows are well disposed. There Ajax, trumpets cease. Diomedes, you must know more. Aeneas, princes, enough, so please you. Ajax, I am not warm yet, let us fight again. Diomedes, as Hector pleases. Hector, why then will I no more? Thou art, great lord, my father's sister's son, a cousin german to great Priam's seed. The obligation of our blood forbids a gory emulation twixt us twain. Were thy commixtion Greek and Trojan, so that thou couldst say this hand is Grecian all, and this is Trojan, the sinews of this leg all Greek, and this all Troy, my mother's blood runs on the dexter cheek, and this sinister bounds in my father's. By Jove multipotent, thou shouldst not bear from me a Greekish member wherein my sword had not impressure made of our rank feud. But the just gods gainsay that any drop thou borrowedst from thy mother, my sacred aunt, should by my mortal sword be drained. Let me embrace thee, Ajax. By him that thunders, thou hast lusty arms, Hector would have them fall upon him thus. Cousin, all honour to thee, Ajax. I thank thee, Hector, thou art too gentle and too free a man. I came to kill thee, cousin, and bear hence a great addition earned in thy death. Hector, not Neoptolemus so mirable, on whose bright crest fame with her loudest oys cries this is he, could promise to himself a thought of added honour torn from Hector. Aeneas, there is expectance here from both the sides what further you will do. Hector, will answer it, the issue is embracement. Ajax, farewell, Ajax. If I might in entreaties find success, as seld I have the chance, I would desire my famous cousin to our Grecian tents. Diomedes, 'tis Agamemnon's wish, and great Achilles doth long to see unarmed the valiant Hector. Hector, Aeneas, call my brother Troilus to me, and signify this loving interview to the expectors of our Trojan part, desire them home. Give me thy hand, my cousin, I will go eat with thee and see your knights. Agamemnon and the rest of the Greeks come forward. Ajax, great Agamemnon comes to meet us here. Hector, the worthiest of them tell me name by name. But for Achilles my own searching eyes shall find him by his large and portly size. Agamemnon, worthy all arms, as welcome as to one that would be rid of such an enemy. But that's no welcome. Understand more clear what's past and what's to come is strewed with husks and formless ruin of oblivion. But in this extant moment, faith and troth, strained purely from all hollow bias drawing, bids thee with most divine integrity, from heart of very heart, great Hector, welcome. Hector, I thank thee, most imperious Agamemnon. Agamemnon to Troilus, my well-famed lord of Troy, no less to you. Menelaus, let me confirm my princely brother's greeting. You brace of warlike brothers, welcome hither. Hector, who must we answer? Aeneas, the noble Menelaus. Hector, O you my lord, by Mars his gauntlet thanks. Mock not that I affect the untraded oath, your quondam wife swears still by Venus' glove. She's well, but bade me not commend her to you. Menelaus, name her not now, sir, she's a deadly theme. Hector, O pardon I offend, Nestor. I have thou gallant Trojan seen thee oft, labouring for destiny, make cruel way through ranks of Greekish youth. And I have seen thee, as hot as Perseus, spur thy Phrygian steed, despising many forfeits and subduements, when thou hast hung thy advanced sword ith share, not letting it decline on the declined. That I have said to some my standers by, lo, Jupiter is yonder, dealing life, and I have seen thee pause and take thy breath, when that a ring of Greeks have shrapped thee in like an Olympian wrestling. This have I seen, but this thy countenance still locked in steel I never saw till now. I knew thy grandsire and once fought with him. He was a soldier good, but by great Mars the captain of us all, never like thee. Oh, let an old man embrace thee, and worthy warrior, welcome to our tents. Aeneas, 'tis the old Nestor. Hector, let me embrace thee, good old chronicle that hast so long walked hand in hand with time. Most reverend Nestor, I am glad to clasp thee. Nestor, I would my arms could match thee in contention as they contend with thee in courtesy. Hector, I would they could, Nestor, ha, by this white beard I'd fight with thee tomorrow. Well, welcome, welcome. I have seen the time, Ulysses. I wonder now how yonder city stands when we have here her base and pillar by us. Hector, I know your favour, Lord Ulysses, well. Ah, sir, there's many a Greek and Trojan dead, since first I saw yourself and Diomed in Ilion on your Greekish embassy. Ulysses, sir, I foretold you then what would ensue. My prophecy is but half his journey yet, for yonder walls that pertly front your town, yon towers whose wanton tops do bust the clouds, must kiss their own feet. Hector, I must not believe you, there they stand yet, and modestly I think the fall of every Phrygian stone will cost a drop of Grecian blood. The end crowns all, and that old common arbitrator, time, will one day end it. Ulysses, so to him we leave it, most gentle and most valiant Hector, welcome. After the general, I beseech you next to feast with me and see me at my tent. Achilles, I shall forestall thee, Lord Ulysses, thou. Now, Hector, I have fed mine eyes on thee, I have with exact view perused thee. Hector, and quoted joint by joint. Hector, is this Achilles? Achilles, I am Achilles. Hector, stand fair, I pray thee, let me look on thee. Achilles, behold thy fill. Hector, nay, I have done already. Achilles, thou art too brief. I will the second time, as I would by thee, view thee limb by limb. Hector, oh, like a book of sport thou'lt read me o'er, but there's more in me than thou understand'st. Why dost thou so oppress me with thine eye? Achilles, tell me, you heavens, in which part of his body shall I destroy him? Whether there, or there, or there, that I may give the local wound a name, and make distinct the very breach whereout Hector's great spirit flew. Answer me, heavens, Hector. It would discredit the blessed gods, proud man, to answer such a question. Stand again. Think'st thou to catch my life so pleasantly as to prenominate in nice conjecture where thou wilt hit me dead? Achilles, I tell thee yea. Hector, wert thou an oracle to tell me so, I'd not believe thee. Henceforth guard thee well, for I'll not kill thee there, nor there, nor there. But by the forge that stithied Mars his helm, I'll kill thee everywhere, yea, o'er and o'er. You wisest Grecians, pardon me this brag. His insolence draws folly from my lips, but I'll endeavour deeds to match these words, or may I never, Ajax. Do not chafe thee, cousin, and you, Achilles, let these threats alone till accident or purpose bring you tot. You may have every day enough of Hector if you have stomach. The general state, I fear, can scarce entreat you to be odd with him. Hector, I pray you let us see you in the field, we have had pelting wars since you refuzzed the Grecians' cause. Achilles, dost thou entreat me, Hector? Tomorrow do I meet thee, fell as death, tonight all friends. Hector, thy hand upon that match. Agamemnon. First all you peers of Greece go to my tent, there in the full convive we. Afterwards, as Hector's leisure and your bounties shall concur together, severally entreat him. Beat loud the tambourines, let the trumpets blow, that this great soldier may his welcome know. Exeunt all but Troilus and Ulysses. Troilus, my lord Ulysses, tell me, I beseech you, in what place of the field doth Calchas keep? Ulysses, at Menelaus' tent, most princely Troilus. There Diom doth feast with him tonight, who neither looks upon the heaven nor earth, but gives all gaze and bent of amorous view on the fair Cressid. Troilus, shall I, sweet lord, be bound to you so much, after we part from Agamemnon's tent, to bring me thither? Ulysses, you shall command me, sir. As gentle tell me of what honour was this Cressida in Troy, had she no lover there that wails her absence? Troilus, O sir, to such as boasting show their scars a mock is due. Will you walk on, my lord? She was beloved, she loved, she is and doth, but still sweet love is food for fortune's tooth. Exeunt. Act V, Scene I, the Grecian camp, before the tent of Achilles. Enter Achilles and Patroclus. Achilles, I'll heat his blood with Greekish wine tonight, which with my scimitar I'll cool tomorrow. Patroclus, let us feast him to the height. Patroclus, here comes the sights, enter the sights. Achilles, how now, thou core of envy, thou crusty batch of nature, what's the news, the sights? Why, thou picture of what thou seemest, and idol of idiot worshippers, here's a letter for thee. Achilles, from whence, fragment, the sights? Why, thou full dish of fool, from Troy. Patroclus, who keeps the tent now? The sights, the surgeon's box or the patient's wound? Patroclus, well said adversity, and what needs these tricks? The sights. Prithee be silent, boy, I profit not by thy talk, thou art said to be Achilles' male varlet. Patroclus, male varlet, you rogue, what's that? The sights. Why, his masculine whore. Now the rotten diseases of the south, the gut-griping ruptures, catarrhs, loads o' gravel in the back, lethargies, cold palsies, raw eyes, dirt-rotten livers, wheezing lungs, bladders full of impostume, sciaticas, lime kilns, ith palm, incurable bone-ache, and the rivelled fee simple of the tetter, take and take again such preposterous discoveries. Patroclus, why, thou damnable box of envy, thou, what meanest thou to curse thus? The sights. Do I curse thee, Patroclus? Why, no, you ruinous butt, you whoreson indistinguishable cur, no, the sights. No, why art thou then exasperate, thou idle immaterial skein of sleeve silk, thou green sarcenet flap for a sore eye, thou tassel of a prodigal's purse, thou? Ah, how the poor world is pestered with such waterflies, diminutives of nature. Patroclus. Outgall the sights. Finch egg, Achilles, my sweet Patroclus, I am thwarted quite from my great purpose in tomorrow's battle. Here is a letter from Queen Hecuba, a token from her daughter, my fair love, both taxing me and gaging me to keep an oath that I have sworn. I will not break it. Fall Greeks, fail fame, honour, or go or stay. My major vow lies here, this I'll obey. Come, come, the sights, help to trim my tent, this night in banqueting must all be spent. Away, Patroclus, exit with Patroclus, the sights. With too much blood and too little brain these two may run mad. But if with too much brain and too little blood they do, I'll be a curer of madmen. Here's Agamemnon, an honest fellow enough, and one that loves quails, but he has not so much brain as ear wax. And the goodly transformation of Jupiter there, his brother the bull, the primitive statue and a bleak memorial of cuckolds, a thrifty shoeing horn in a chain at his brother's leg. To what form but that he is, should wit larded with malice, and malice forced with wit turn him to? To an ass were nothing, he is both ass and ox. To an ox were nothing, he is both ox and ass. To be a dog, a mule, a cat, a fitchook, a toad, a lizard, an owl, a puttock, or a herring without a roe, I would not care. But to be Menelaus I would conspire against destiny. Ask me not what I would be if I were not the sights, for I care not to be the louse of a lazar, so I were not Menelaus. Heyday, sprites and fires, enter Hector, Troilus, Ajax, Agamemnon, Ulysses, Nestor, Menelaus and Diomes with lights. Agamemnon, we go wrong, we go wrong. Ajax, no, yonder 'tis there where we see the lights. Hector, I trouble you. Ajax, no, not a whit. Ulysses, here comes himself to guide you. Re-enter Achilles. Achilles, welcome. Brave Hector, welcome, princes all. Agamemnon, so now, fair Prince of Troy, I bid good night. Ajax commands the guard to tend on you. Hector, thanks and good night to the Greeks' general. Menelaus, good night my lord. Hector, good night sweet lord Menelaus. The sights, sweet draught, sweet quath, sweet sink, sweet sewer. Achilles, good night and welcome both at once to those that go or tarry. Agamemnon, good night. Exeunt Agamemnon and Menelaus. Achilles, old Nestor tarries, and you too, Diomed, keep Hector company an hour or two. Diomedes, I cannot, lord, I have important business, the tide whereof is now. Good night, great Hector. Hector, give me your hand. Ulysses, aside to Troilus. Follow his torch, he goes to Calchas' tent, I'll keep you company. Troilus, sweet sir, you honour me. Hector, and so good night. Exit Diomedes, Ulysses and Troilus following. Achilles, come, come, enter my tent. Exeunt all but the sights, their sights. That same Diomedes a false-hearted rogue, a most unjust knave. I will no more trust him when he leers than I will a serpent when he hisses. He will spend his mouth and promise like Brabler the hound, but when he performs, astronomers foretell it. It is prodigious, there will come some change. The sun borrows of the moon when Diomed keeps his word. I will rather leave to see Hector than not to dog him. They say he keeps a Trojan drab and uses the traitor Calchas' tent. I'll after, nothing but lechery, all incontinent varlets. Exit. Scene Roman 2, the Grecian camp before Calchas' tent. Enter Diomedes. Diomedes, what are you up here, ho, speak. Calchas, within, who calls? Diomedes, Diomed, Calchas, I think, where's your daughter? Calchas, within, she comes to you. Enter Troilus and Ulysses at a distance, after them the sights. Ulysses, stand where the torch may not discover us. Enter Cressida, Troilus. Cressid comes forth to him. Diomedes, how now my charge? Cressida, now my sweet guardian, hark, a word with you. Whispers Troilus, yea, so familiar. Ulysses, she will sing any man at first sight. The sights, and any man may sing her if he can take her cliff, she's noted. Diomedes, will you remember? Cressida, remember, yes. Diomedes, nay, but do then, and let your mind be coupled with your words. Troilus, what should she remember? Ulysses, list. Cressida, sweet honey Greek, tempt me no more to folly. The sights. Roguery. Diomedes, nay then. Cressida, I'll tell you what. Diomedes, foe, come tell a pin you are a forsworn. Cressida, in faith I cannot, what would you have me do? The sights, a juggling trick to be secretly open. Diomedes, what did you swear you would bestow on me? Cressida, I prithee do not hold me to mine oath, bid me do anything but that, sweet Greek. Diomedes, good night. Troilus, hold patience. Ulysses, how now Trojan? Cressida, Diomedes, no, good night, I'll be your fool no more. Troilus, thy better must. Cressida, hark, a word in your ear. Troilus, O plague and madness. Ulysses, you are moved, prince, let us depart, I pray, lest your displeasure should enlarge itself to wrathful terms. This place is dangerous, the time right deadly, I beseech you go. Troilus, behold, I pray you. Ulysses, nay, good my lord, go off, you flow to great distraction. Come, my lord. Troilus, I pray thee stay. Ulysses, you have not patience. Come. Troilus, I pray you stay, by hell and all hell's torments. I will not speak a word. Diomedes, and so good night. Cressida, nay, but you part in anger. Troilus, doth that grieve thee? O withered truth. Ulysses, how now my lord? Troilus, by Jove I will be patient. Cressida, guardian, why Greek? Diomedes, foe, adieu, you palter. Cressida, in faith I do not. Come hither once again. Ulysses, you shake my lord at something. Will you go? You will break out. Troilus, she strokes his cheek. Ulysses, come. Troilus, nay, stay. By Jove, I will not speak a word. There is between my will and all offences a guard of patience. Stay a little while. The sights, how the devil luxury with his fat rump and potato finger tickles these together. Fry, lechery, fry. Diomedes, but will you then? Cressida, in faith I will, never trust me else. Diomedes, give me some token for the surety of it. Cressida, I'll fetch you one. Exit. Ulysses, you have sworn patience. Troilus, fear me not, my lord, I will not be myself, nor have cognition of what I feel, I am all patience. Re-enter Cressida. The sights, now the pledge, now. Cressida, here, Diomede, keep this sleeve. Troilus, O beauty, where is thy faith? Ulysses, my lord. Troilus, I will be patient, outwardly I will. Cressida, you look upon that sleeve, behold it well. He loved me, O false wench. Give it me again, Diomedes, whose wast. Cressida, it is no matter, now I haved again, I will not meet with you tomorrow night. I prithee, Diomede, visit me no more. The sights, now she sharpens. Well said. Whetstone, Diomedes, I shall have it. Cressida, what this? Diomedes, I that. Cressida, O all you gods, O pretty, pretty pledge. Thy master now lies thinking on his bed of thee and me, and sighs, and takes my glove, and gives memorial dainty kisses to it, as I kiss thee. Nay, do not snatch it from me, he that takes that doth take my heart withal. Diomedes, I had your heart before, this follows it. Troilus, I did swear patience. Cressida, you shall not have it. Diomed, faith, you shall not, I'll give you something else. Diomedes, I will have this. Whose was it? Cressida, it is no matter. Diomedes, come tell me whose it was. Cressida, 'twas one's that loved me better than you will, but now you have it, take it. Diomedes, whose was it? Cressida, by all Diana's waiting women yond, and by herself, I will not tell you whose. Diomedes, tomorrow will I wear it on my helm, and grieve his spirit that dares not challenge it. Troilus, wert thou the devil, and werst it on thy horn, it should be challenged. Cressida, well, 'tis done, 'tis past, and yet it is not, I will not keep my word. Diomedes, why then farewell, thou never shalt mock Diomede again. Cressida, you shall not go, one cannot speak a word but it straight starts you. Diomedes, I do not like this fooling, the sights, nor I, by Pluto, but that likes not you pleases me best. Diomedes, what shall I come? The hour. Cressida, I come, O Jove, do come, I shall be plagued. Diomedes, farewell till then. Cressida, good night, I prithee come. Exit Diomedes. Troilus, farewell, one eye yet looks on thee, but with my heart the other eye doth see. Ah, poor our sex, this fault in us I find, the error of our eye directs our mind. What error leads must err, oh then conclude, minds swayed by eyes are full of turpitude. Exit, the sights. A proof of strength she could not publish more, unless she said my mind is now turned whore. Ulysses, all's done, my lord. Troilus, it is. Ulysses, why stay we then? Troilus, to make a recordation to my soul of every syllable that here was spoke. But if I tell how these two did co-act, shall I not lie in publishing a truth? Sith yet there is a credence in my heart, an esperance so obstinately strong, that doth invert chattest of eyes and ears, as if those organs had deceptious functions created only to calumniate. Was Cressida here? Ulysses, I cannot conjure. Trojan, Troilus, she was not sure. Ulysses, most sure she was. Troilus, why my negation hath no taste of madness. Ulysses, nor mine, my lord. Cressida was here but now. Troilus, let it not be believed for womanhood. Think we had mothers, do not give advantage to stubborn critics, apt without a theme for depravation to square the general sex by Cressida's rule. Rather think this not Cressida. Ulysses, what hath she done, prince, that can soil our mothers? Troilus, nothing at all unless that this were she. The sights, will he swagger himself out on's own eyes? Troilus, this she. No, this is Diomede's Cressida. If beauty have a soul, this is not she. If souls guide vows, if vows be sanctimonies, if sanctimony be the gods' delight, if there be rule in unity itself, this was not she. O madness of discourse, that cause sets up with and against itself. Bifold authority, where reason can revolt without perdition, and loss assume all reason without revolt. This is and is not Cressida. Within my soul there doth conduce a fight of this strange nature, that a thing inseparate divides more wider than the sky and earth, and yet the spacious breadth of this division admits no orifice for a point as subtle as Ariadne's broken woof to enter. Instance, O instance, strong as Pluto's gates, Cressida is mine, tied with the bonds of heaven. Instance, O instance, strong as heaven itself, the bonds of heaven are slipped, dissolved, and loosed, and with another knot, 5-finger tied, the fractions of her faith, aughts of her love, the fragments, scraps, the bits, and greasy relics of her o'er-eaten faith are given to Diomede. Ulysses, may worthy Troilus be half attached with that which here his passion doth express. Troilus, Ay, Greek, and that shall be divulged well in characters as red as Mars his heart inflammed with Venus. Never did young man fancy with so eternal and so fixed a soul. Hark, Greek, as much as I do cressid love, so much by weight hate I her Diomede. That sleeve is mine that he'll bear on his helm. Were it a casque composed by Vulcan's skill, my sword should bite it. Not the dreadful spout which shipmen do the hurricano call, constringed in mass by the almighty sun, shall dizzy with more clamour Neptune's ear in his descent than shall my prompted sword falling on Diomede. The sights, he'll tickle it for his concupy. Troilus, O cressid, O false cressid, false, 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 let all untruth stand by thy stained name and they'll seem glorious. Ulysses, O contain yourself, your passion draws ears hither. Enter Aeneas, Aeneas, I have been seeking you this hour, my lord. Hector by this is arming him in Troy, Ajax your guard stays to conduct you home. Troilus, have with you prince, my courteous lord adieu. Farewell, revolted fair, and Diomede, stand fast and wear a castle on thy head. Ulysses, I'll bring you to the gates. Troilus, accept distracted thanks. Exeunt Troilus, Aeneas and Ulysses, the sights. Would I could meet that rogue Diomede. I would croak like a raven, I would bode. Patroclus will give me anything for the intelligence of this whore. The parrot will not do more for an almond than he for a commodious drab. Lechery, lechery, still wars and lechery, nothing else holds fashion. A burning devil take them. Exit, scene Roman 3, Troy before Priam's palace. Enter Hector and Andromache. Andromache, when was my lord so much ungently tempered to stop his ears against admonishment? Unarm, unarm, and do not fight today. Hector, you train me to offend you, get you in. By all the everlasting gods I'll go. Andromache, my dreams will sure prove ominous to the day. Hector, no more I say, enter Cassandra, Cassandra, where is my brother Hector? Andromache. Here, sister, armed and bloody in intent, consort with me in loud and dear petition, pursue we him on knees. For I have dreamt of bloody turbulence, and this whole night hath nothing been but shapes and forms of slaughter. Cassandra. Oh, 'tis true, Hector, ho, bid my trumpet sound. Cassandra, no notes of Sally for the heavens, sweet brother. Hector, begone, I say, the gods have heard me swear. Cassandra. The gods are deaf to hot and peevish vows, they are polluted offerings, more abhorred than spotted livers in the sacrifice. Andromache, oh, be persuaded. Do not count it wholly to hurt by being just. It is as lawful, for we would give much, to use violent thefts and rob in the behalf of charity. Cassandra. It is the purpose that makes strong the vow, but vows to every purpose must not hold. Unarm, sweet Hector. Hector, hold you still, I say. Mine honour keeps the weather of my fate. Life every man holds dear, but the dear man holds honour far more precious dear than life. Enter Troilus. How now, young man, mean'st thou to fight today? Andromache. Cassandra, call my father to persuade. Exit Cassandra. Hector. No faith, young Troilus, doff thy harness, youth. I am today ith vain of chivalry. Let grow thy sinews till their knots be strong, and tempt not yet the brushes of the war. Unarm thee, go, and doubt thou not, brave boy, I'll stand today for thee and me and Troy. Troilus. Brother, you have a vice of mercy in you, which better fits a lion than a man. Hector, what vice is that? Good Troilus, chide me for it. Troilus. When many times the captive Grecian falls, even in the fan and wind of your fair sword you bid them rise and live. Hector, oh, 'tis fair play. Troilus, fool's play by heaven. Hector. Hector, how now, Troilus. For love of all the gods, let's leave the hermit pity with our mother, and when we have our armours buckled on, the venomed vengeance ride upon our swords, spur them to ruthful work, rein them from ruth. Hector, fie, savage, fie. Troilus. Hector, then 'tis wars. Hector. Troilus, I would not have you fight today. Troilus, who should withhold me? Not fate, obedience, nor the hand of Mars beckoning with fiery truncheon my retire, not Priamus and Hecuba on knees, their eyes all-galled with recourse of tears. Nor you, my brother, with your true sword drawn oppos to hinder me, should stop my way, but by my ruin. Re-enter Cassandra with Priam. Cassandra. Lay hold upon him, Priam, hold him fast, he is thy crutch. Now if thou lose thy stay, thou on him leaning, and all Troy on thee fall all together. Priam, come Hector, come go back, thy wife hath dreamt, thy mother hath had visions, Cassandra doth foresee, and I myself am like a prophet suddenly enwrapped to tell thee that this day is ominous. Therefore come back, Hector, Aeneas is a field, and I do stand engagged to many Greeks even in the faith of valour to appear this morning to them. Priam, I, but thou shalt not go, Hector, I must not break my faith. You know me dutiful, therefore, dear sir, let me not shame respect, but give me leave to take that course by your consent and voice which you do here forbid me. Royal Priam. Cassandra, O Priam, yield not to him. Andromache, do not, dear father. Hector. Andromache, I am offended with you. Upon the love you bear me, get you in. Exit Andromache. Troilus. This foolish, dreaming, superstitious girl makes all these bodements. Cassandra. Oh, farewell, dear Hector, look how thou deest. Look how thy eye turns pale. Look how thy wounds do bleed at many vents. Hark how Troy roars, how Hecuba cries out, how poor Andromache shrills her dolours forth. Behold distraction, frenzy, and amazement like witless antics one another meet, and all cry, Hector, Hector's dead. O Hector, Troilus, away, away, Cassandra. Farewell, yet soft, Hector, I take my leave. Thou dost thyself and all our Troy deceive. Exit. Hector, you are amazed, my liege, at her exclaim. Go in and cheer the town, we'll forth and fight, do deeds worth praise and tell you them at night. Priam, farewell, the gods with safety stand about thee. Exeunt severally Priam and Hector. Alarums, Troilus, they are at it, hark, proud Diomed, believe I come to lose my arm or win my sleeve. Enter Pandarus. Pandarus, do you hear, my lord, do you hear? Troilus, what now? Pandarus. Here's a letter come from yond poor girl. Troilus, let me read. Pandarus. A whoreson Tisic, a whoreson rascally Tisic, so troubles me and the foolish fortune of this girl, and what one thing, what another, that I shall leave you one o' these days. And I have a rheum in mine eyes too, and such an ache in my bones, that unless a man were cursed I cannot tell what to think on't. What says she there? Troilus. Words, words, mere words, no matter from the heart, th effect doth operate another way. Tearing the letter. Go, wind, to wind, their turn and change together. My love with words and errors still she feeds, but edifies another with her deeds. Exeunt severally. Scene Roman 4. The plain between Troy and the Grecian camp. Alarums, excursions, enter the sights, the sights. Now they are clapper-clawing one another, I'll go look on. That dissembling abominable varlet, Diomed, has got that same scurvy doting foolish young knave's sleeve of Troy there in his helm. I would fain see them meet, that same young Trojan ass that loves the whore there, might send that Greekish whoremasterly villain with the sleeve back to the dissembling luxurious drab of a sleeveless errand. Oh, the other side, the policy of those crafty swearing rascals, that stale old mouse-eaten dry cheese Nestor, and that same dog-fox Ulysses is not proved worth a blackberry. They set me up in policy, that mongrel cur, Ajax, against that dog of as bad a kind, Achilles. And now is the cur, Ajax, prouder than the cur Achilles, and will not arm today. Whereupon the Grecians begin to proclaim barbarism, and policy grows into an ill opinion. Enter Diomes, Troilus following. Soft, here comes sleeve and t'other, Troilus. Fly not, for shouldst thou take the river Styx, I would swim after. Diomes, thou dost miscall retire. I do not fly, but advantageous care withdrew me from the odds of multitude. Have at thee, the sights. Hold thy whore Grecian, now for thy whore Trojan. Now the sleeve, now the sleeve. Exeunt Troilus and Diomes fighting. Enter Hector. Hector. What art thou, Greek? Art thou for Hector's match? Art thou of blood and honour? The sights. No, no, I am a rascal, a scurvy railing knave, a very filthy rogue. Hector, I do believe thee. Live, exit, the sights. God a mercy that thou wilt believe me, but a plague break thy neck for frighting me. What's become of the wenching rogues? I think they have swallowed one another. I would laugh at that miracle. Yet in a sort lechery eats itself. I'll seek them. Exit, scene V, another part of the plain. Enter Diomes and a servant. Diomes, go, go, my servant, take thou Troilus' horse, present the fair steed to my lady Cressid. Fellow, commend my service to her beauty, tell her I have chastised the amorous Trojan, and am her knight by proof. Servant, I go, my lord. Exit, enter Agamemnon. Agamemnon, renew, renew, the fierce Polydamas hath beat down Menon. Bastard Margellin hath Dorius prisoner and stands Colossus-wise, waving his beam upon the pashed corses of the kings Epistrophus and Cedius. Polixenes is slain, Amphimachus and Thoas deadly hurt, Patroclus ta'en or slain, and Palaeum sore hurt and bruised. The dreadful Sagittary appalls our numbers. Haste we Diomed to reinforcement, or we perish all. Enter Nestor. Nestor. Go, bear Patroclus' body to Achilles, and bid the snail-packed Ajax arm for shame. There is 1,000 Hectors in the field, now here he fights on Galath his horse, and there lacks work. Anon he's there afoot, and there they fly or die like scaled skulls before the belching whale. Then is he yonder, and there the strawy Greeks, ripe for his edge, fall down before him like the mower's swath. Here, there, and everywhere he leaves and takes, dexterity so obeying appetite that what he will he does, and does so much that proof is called impossibility. Enter Ulysses. Ulysses. Oh, courage, 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 princes! Great Achilles is arming, weeping, cursing, vowing vengeance. Patroclus' wounds have roused his drowsy blood together with his mangled. Myrmidons that noseless, handless, hacked and chipped come to him, crying on Hector. Ajax hath lost a friend and foams at mouth, and he is armed and at it, roaring for Troilus, who hath done today mad and fantastic execution, engaging and redeeming of himself with such a careless force and forceless care as if that lust in very spite of cunning bade him win all. Enter Ajax. Ajax. Troilus, thou coward Troilus, exit. Diomes, I there, Nestor, so we draw together, exit. Enter Achilles. Achilles, where is this Hector? Come, thou boy queller, show thy face, know what it is to meet Achilles angry. Hector, where's Hector? I will none but Hector. Exeunt, scene vi. Another part of the plain. Enter Ajax. Ajax. Troilus, thou coward Troilus, show thy head. Enter Diomes. Diomes. Troilus, I say, where's Troilus? Ajax. What wouldst thou? Diomes, I would correct him. Ajax, were I the general, thou shouldst have my office ere that correction. Troilus, I say, what Troilus? Enter Troilus. Troilus, O traitor Diomed, turn thy false face, thou traitor, and pay thy life thou owest me for my horse. Diomes, ha, art thou there, Ajax? I'll fight with him alone. Stand, Diomed, Diomes, he is my prize, I will not look upon. Troilus. Come both, you cogging Greeks, have at you both, exeunt fighting. Enter Hector. Hector. Yea, Troilus, O well fought, my youngest brother. Enter Achilles. Achilles, now do I see thee. Ha, have at thee Hector. Hector, pause if thou wilt. Achilles, I do disdain thy courtesy, proud Trojan. Be happy that my arms are out of use, my rest and negligence befriend thee now, but thou anon shalt hear of me again, till when go seek thy fortune. Exit. Hector, fare thee well. I would have been much more a fresher man had I expected thee. Re-enter Troilus. How now, my brother, Troilus? Ajax hath ta'en Aeneas. Shall it be? No, by the flame of yonder glorious heaven he shall not carry him, I'll be ta'en too, or bring him off. Fate, hear me what I say, I reck not though thou end my life today. Exit. Enter one in armour. Hector. Stand, thou Greek, thou art a goodly mark. No, wilt thou not? I like thy armour well, I'll frush it and unlock the rivets all, but I'll be master of it. Wilt thou not, beast, abide? Why then fly on, I'll hunt thee for thy hide. Exeunt, scene Roman 7, another part of the plain. Enter Achilles with Myrmidons. Achilles, come here about me, you my Myrmidons, mark what I say. Attend me where I wheel, strike not a stroke, but keep yourselves in breath, and when I have the bloody Hector found, impale him with your weapons round about, in fairest manner execute your arms. Follow me, sirs, and my proceedings I, it is decreed Hector the great must die. Exeunt. Enter Menelaus and Paris fighting, then the sights. The cuckold and the cuckold maker are at it. Now bull, now dog, Lou Paris, Lou, now my double-hen Spartan, Lou Paris, Lou, the bull has the game. Where horns ho, exeunt Paris and Menelaus, enter Margellin. Margellin, turn, slave, and fight, the sights. What art thou, Margellin, a bastard son of Priam's, the sights? I am a bastard too, I love bastards. I am a bastard begot, bastard instructed, bastard in mind, bastard in valour, in everything illegitimate. One bear will not bite another, and wherefore should one bastard? Take heed, the quarrel's most ominous to us, if the son of a whore fight for a whore he tempts judgment. Farewell, bastard, exit, Magellan, the devil take thee, coward, exit. Scene Roman 8. Another part of the plain, enter Hector. Hector, most putrefied corse, so fair without, thy goodly armour thus hath cost thy life. Now is my day's work done, I'll take my breath, rest sword, thou haste thy fill of blood and death. Disarms, enter Achilles and Myrmidons. Achilles, look Hector, how the sun begins to set, how ugly night comes breathing at his heels, even with the veil and darkening of the sun to close the day up Hector's life is done. Hector, I am unarmed, forego this vantage, Greek. Achilles, strike, fellows, strike, this is the man I seek. Hector falls, so Ilion fall thou next. Now, Troy, sink down, here lies thy heart, thy sinews and thy bone. On, Myrmidons, and cry you all amain, Achilles hath the mighty Hector slain. A retreat sounded. Hark, a retire upon our Grecian part, Myrmidon. The Trojan trumpets sound the like, my lord, Achilles. The dragon wing of night o'erspreads the earth, and stickler-like the armies separates. My half-supped sword that frankly would have fed, pleased with this dainty bait, thus goes to bed. Sheathes his sword. Come, tie his body to my horse's tail, along the field I will the Trojan trail. Exeunt, scene Roman 9. Another part of the plain, sound retreat, shout. Enter Agamemnon, Ajax, Menelaus, Nestor, Diomedes and the rest, marching. Agamemnon, hark, hark, what shout is this? Nestor, peace, drums, soldiers, within. Achilles, Achilles, Hector's slain. Achilles, Diomedes, the brute is Hector's slain, and by Achilles. Ajax, if it be so, yet bragless let it be. Great Hector was as good a man as he. Agamemnon, march patiently along. Let one be sent to pray Achilles see us at our tent. If in his death the gods have us befriended, great Troy is ours and our sharp wars are ended. Exeunt, scene X, another part of the plain. Enter Aeneas, Paris, Antenor and Deiphobus. Aeneas, stand ho, yet are we masters of the field, never go home, here starve we out the night. Enter Troilus, Troilus, Hector is slain, all, Hector, the gods forbid, Troilus, he's dead and at the murderer's horse's tail in beastly sort, dragged through the shameful field. Frown on, you heavens, effect your rage with speed. Sit, gods, upon your thrones and smile at Troy. I say at once let your brief plagues be mercy, and linger not our sure destructions on. Aeneas, my lord, you do discomfort all the host. Troilus, you understand me not that tell me so. I do not speak of flight, of fear of death, but dare all imminence that gods and men address their dangers in. Hector is gone. Who shall tell Priam so, or Hecuba? Let him that will a screech-owl eye be called go into Troy, and say there Hector's dead. There is a word will Priam turn to stone, make wells and Neobes of the maids and wives, cold statues of the youth, and in a word scare Troy out of itself. But march away, Hector is dead, there is no more to say. Stay yet, you vile abominable tents, thus proudly pite upon our Phrygian plains, let Titan rise as early as he dare, I'll through and through you. And thou great-sized coward, no space of earth shall sunder our two hates, I'll haunt thee like a wicked conscience still, that mouldeth goblins swift as frenzy's thoughts. Strike a free march to Troy, with comfort go, hope of revenge shall hide our inward woe. Enter Pandarus, Pandarus, but hear you, Troilus, hence, broker lackey, ignominy and shame pursue thy life, and live I with thy name. Exeunt all but Pandarus. Pandarus, a goodly medicine for my aching bones. O world, world, thus is the poor agent despised. O traitors and bawds, how earnestly are you set a work, and how ill requited. Why should our endeavour be so loved, and the performance so loathed? What verse for it, what instance for it? Let me see, full merrily the humble bee doth sing, till he hath lost his honey and his sting, and being once subdued in armed trail, sweet honey and sweet notes together fail. Good traders in the flesh, set this in your painted cloths. As many as be here of Pandar's hall, your eyes half out, weep out at Pandar's fall, or if you cannot weep, yet give some groans, though not for me, yet for your aching bones. Brethren and sisters of the hold-door trade, some 2 months hence my will shall here be made. It should be now, but that my fear is this, some galled goose of Winchester would hiss. Till then I'll sweat and seek about for eases, and at that time bequeath you my diseases. Exit, 12th night, or what you will contents act I seen I, an apartment in the Duke's palace. Scene Roman 2, the sea coast, scene Roman 3, a room in Olivia's house, scene Roman 4, a room in the Duke's palace, scene V, a room in Olivia's house, act Roman 2, scene I, the sea coast, scene Roman 2, a street, scene Roman 3, a room in Olivia's house, scene Roman 4, a room in the Duke's palace, scene V, Olivia's garden. Act Roman 3, scene I, Olivia's garden, scene Roman 2, a room in Olivia's house, scene Roman 3, a street, scene Roman 4, Olivia's garden, act Roman 4, scene I, the street before Olivia's house, scene Roman 2, a room in Olivia's house, scene Roman 3, Olivia's garden, act V, scene I, the street before Olivia's house, dramatis personae Orsino, Duke of Illyria. Valentine, gentleman attending on the Duke Curio, gentleman attending on the Duke Viola, in love with the Duke. Sebastian, a young gentleman, twin brother to Viola, a sea captain, friend to Viola. Antonio, a sea captain, friend to Sebastian. Olivia, a rich countess. Maria, Olivia's woman. Sir Toby Belch, uncle of Olivia. Sir Andrew Aguecheek. Malvolio, steward to Olivia. Fabian, servant to Olivia. Clown, servant to Olivia. Priest, lords, sailors, officers, musicians, and other attendants. Scene, a city in Illyria and the sea-coast near it. Act I, scene I, an apartment in the Duke's palace. Enter Orsino, Duke of Illyria, Curio, and other lords, musicians attending. Duke, if music be the food of love, play on, give me excess of it, that surfeiting. The appetite may sicken and so die. That strain again, it had a dying fall. Oh, it came o'er my ear like the sweet sound that breathes upon a bank of violets, stealing and giving odour. Enough, no more, 'tis not so sweet now as it was before. O spirit of love, how quick and fresh art thou, that notwithstanding thy capacity receiveth as the sea naught enters there, of what validity and pitch soever, but falls into abatement and low price even in a minute. So full of shapes is fancy, that it alone is high fantastical. Curio, will you go hunt? My lord Duke, what curio? Curio, the heart. Duke, why so I do, the noblest that I have. Oh, when mine eyes did see Olivia first, methought she purged the air of pestilence, that instant was I turned into a hart, and my desires like fell and cruel hounds ere since pursue me. How now, what news from her? Enter Valentine. Valentine, so please my lord, I might not be admitted, but from her handmaid do return this answer. The element itself, till 7 years' heat, shall not behold her face at ample view, but like a cloistress she will veiled walk, and water once a day her chamber round with eye-offending brine. All this to season a brother's dead love, which she would keep fresh and lasting in her sad remembrance. Duke. Oh, she that hath a heart of that fine frame to pay this debt of love but to a brother, how will she love when the rich golden shaft hath killed the flock of all affections else that live in her? When liver, brain, and heart, these sovereign thrones, are all supplied and filled her sweet perfections with oneself king. Away before me to sweet beds of flowers, love thoughts lie rich when canopied with bowers. Exeunt, scene Roman 2, the sea coast. Enter Viola, a captain and sailors. Viola, what country, friends, is this? Captain, this is Illyria, lady. Viola, and what should I do in Illyria? My brother he is in Elysium. Perchance he is not drowned. What think you, sailors? Captain, it is perchance that you yourself were salved. Viola, oh my poor brother, and so perchance may he be. Captain, true madam, and to comfort you with chance, assure yourself after our ship did split, when you and those poor number salved with you hung on our driving boat, I saw your brother, most provident in peril, bind himself, courage and hope both teaching him the practice, to a strong mast that lived upon the sea, where, like Arion on the dolphin's back, I saw him hold acquaintance with the waves so long as I could see. Viola, for saying so there's gold. Mine own escape unfoldeth to my hope, whereto thy speech serves for authority the like of him. Know'st thou this country, Captain? Ay, madam, well, for I was bred and born not 3 hours' travel from this very place. Viola, who governs here? Captain, a noble duke in nature as in name. Viola, what is his name? Captain Orsino. Viola, Orsino, I have heard my father name him. He was a bachelor then, captain, and so is now, or was so very late. For but a month ago I went from hence, and then 'twas fresh in murmur, as you know what great ones do, the less will prattle of, that he did seek the love of fair Olivia. Viola, what's she? Captain, a virtuous maid, the daughter of a count that died some 12 a month since, then leaving her in the protection of his son, her brother, who shortly also died, for whose dear love, they say, she hath abjured the company and sight of men. Viola, oh, that I served that lady, and might not be delivered to the world, till I had made mine own occasion mellow what my estate is. Captain, that were hard to compass, because she will admit no kind of suit, no, not the Duke's. Viola, there is a fair behaviour in thee, Captain, and though that nature with a beauteous wall doth oft close in pollution, yet of thee I will believe thou hast a mind that suits with this thy fair and outward character. I pray thee, and I'll pay thee bounteously, conceal me what I am, and be my aid for such disguise as haply shall become the form of my intent. I'll serve this Duke, thou shalt present me as an eunuch to him. It may be worth thy pains, for I can sing and speak to him in many sorts of music that will allow me very worth his service. What else may hap to time I will commit, only shape thou thy silence to my wit. Captain, be you his eunuch, and your mute I'll be. When my tongue blabs, then let mine eyes not see. Viola, I thank thee, lead me on. Exeunt, Scene Roman 3, a room in Olivia's house. Enter Sir Toby and Maria. Sir Toby, what a plague means my niece to take the death of her brother thus? I am sure cares an enemy to life. Maria, by my troth, Sir Toby, you must come in earlier o' nights. Your cousin, my lady, takes great exceptions to your ill hours. Sir Toby, why, let her accept before accepted. Maria, ay, but you must confine yourself within the modest limits of order. Sir Toby, confine. I'll confine myself no finer than I am. These clothes are good enough to drink in, and so be these boots too, and they be not, let them hang themselves in their own straps. Maria, that quaffing and drinking will undo you. I heard my lady talk of it yesterday, and of a foolish knight that you brought in one night here to be her wooer. Sir Toby, who, Sir Andrew Aguecheek? Maria, ay, he, Sir Toby, he's as tall a man as any's in Illyria. Maria, what's that to th purpose? Sir Toby, why, he has 3,000 ducats a year. Maria, ay, but he'll have but a year in all these ducats. He's a very fool and a prodigal. Sir Toby, fie that you'll say so. He plays o' the viol de gamboys, and speaks 3 or 4 languages word for word without book, and hath all the good gifts of nature. Maria, he hath indeed almost natural, for besides that he's a fool, he's a great quarreller, and but that he hath the gift of a coward to allay the gust he hath in quarrelling, 'tis thought among the prudent he would quickly have the gift of a grave. Sir Toby, by this hand, they are scoundrels and substractors that say so of him. Who are they? Maria, they that add, moreover, he's drunk nightly in your company. Sir Toby, with drinking healths to my niece, I'll drink to her as long as there is a passage in my throat, and drink in Illyria. He's a coward and a coistrel that will not drink to my niece till his brains turn o' the toe like a parish top. What wench, Castiliano vulgo, for here comes Sir Andrew Agueface. Enter Sir Andrew Aguecheek. Sir Toby Belch, how now, Sir Toby Belch? Sir Toby, sweet Sir Andrew, bless you fair shrew. Maria, and you too, sir. Sir Toby, accost, Sir Andrew, accost. Sir Andrew, what's that? Sir Toby, my niece's chambermaid. Sir Andrew, good mistress, accost, I desire better acquaintance. Maria, my name is Mary, sir. Sir Andrew, good mistress Mary, accost. Sir Toby, you mistake, knight. Accost is front her, board her, woo her, assail her. Sir Andrew, by my troth, I would not undertake her in this company. Is that the meaning of accost? Maria, fare you well, gentlemen. Sir Toby, and thou let part so. Sir Andrew, would thou mightst never draw sword again. Sir Andrew, and you part so, mistress, I would I might never draw sword again. Fair lady, do you think you have fools in hand? Maria, sir, I have not you by the hand. Sir Andrew, marry, but you shall have, and here's my hand. Maria, now, sir, thought is free, I pray you bring your hand to th buttery bar and let it drink. Sir Andrew, wherefore, sweetheart, what's your metaphor? Maria, it's dry, sir. Sir Andrew, why, I think so, I am not such an ass, but I can keep my hand dry. But what's your jest? Maria, a dry jest, sir. Sir Andrew, are you full of them? Maria, ay, sir, I have them at my fingers' ends. Marry, now I let go your hand, I am barren. Exit Maria. Sir Toby, O knight, thou lack'st a cup of canary. When did I see thee so put down? Sir Andrew, never in your life, I think, unless you see canary, put me down. Methinks sometimes I have no more wit than a Christian or an ordinary man has, but I am a great eater of beef, and I believe that does harm to my wit. Sir Toby, no question, Sir Andrew, and I thought that I'd forswear it. I'll ride home tomorrow, Sir Toby, Sir Toby. Porkwoy, my dear knight, Sir Andrew. What is porkwoy, do or not do? I would I had bestowed that time in the tongues that I have in fencing, dancing, and bear baiting. Oh, had I but followed the arts, Sir Toby! Then hadst thou had an excellent head of hair, Sir Andrew. Why would that have mended my hair, Sir Toby? Past question, for thou seest it will not curl by nature, Sir Andrew, but it becomes me well enough, dost not, Sir Toby? Excellent, it hangs like flax on a distaff, and I hope to see a huswife take thee between her legs and spin it off. Sir Andrew, faith, I'll home tomorrow, Sir Toby. Your niece will not be seen, or if she be, it's 4-1 she'll none of me. The Count himself here hard by woos her. Sir Toby, she'll none o' the Count, she'll not match above her degree, neither in estate, years, nor wit. I have heard her swear't. Tut, there's life in't, man, Sir Andrew, I'll stay a month longer. I am a fellow o' the strangest mind i' the world. I delight in masques and revels sometimes altogether. Sir Toby, art thou good at these kickshawses, knight, Sir Andrew, as any man in Illyria whatsoever he be under the degree of my betters, and yet I will not compare with an old man. Sir Toby, what is thy excellence in a galliard, knight, Sir Andrew? Faith, I can cut a caper, Sir Toby, and I can cut the mutton tot, Sir Andrew, and I think I have the back trick simply as strong as any man in Illyria. Sir Toby, wherefore are these things hid? Wherefore have these gifts a curtain before em? Are they like to take dust like Mistress Mal's picture? Why dost thou not go to church in a galliard and come home in a coranto? My very walk should be a jig. I would not so much as make water but in a sinker pace. What dost thou mean? Is it a world to hide virtues in? I did think by the excellent constitution of thy leg it was formed under the star of a galliard. Sir Andrew, aye, 'tis strong, and it does indifferent well in a damned coloured stock. Shall we set about some revels, Sir Toby? What shall we do else? Were we not born under Taurus, Sir Andrew? Taurus, that's sides and heart, Sir Toby. No, sir, it is legs and thighs. Let me see thee caper. Ha, higher, ha, ha, excellent, exeunt. Scene Roman 4, a room in the Duke's palace. Enter Valentine and Viola in man's attire. Valentine, if the Duke continue these favours towards you, Cesario, you are like to be much advanced. He hath known you but 3 days, and already you are no stranger. Viola, you either fear his humour or my negligence that you call in question the continuance of his love. Is he inconstant, sir, in his favours? Valentine, no, believe me. Enter Duke, Curio, and attendants. Viola, I thank you. Here comes the Count. Duke, who saw Cesario, ho, Viola. On your attendance, my lord here. Duke, stand you a while aloof. Cesario, thou know'st no less but all. I have unclasped to thee the book even of my secret soul. Therefore, good youth, address thy gate unto her, be not denied access, stand at her doors, and tell them there thy fixed foot shall grow till thou have audience. Viola, sure, my noble lord, if she be so abandoned to her sorrow as it is spoke, she never will admit me. Duke, be clamorous and leap all civil bounds rather than make unprofited return. Viola, say I do speak with her, my lord, what then? Duke, oh then unfold the passion of my love, surprise her with discourse of my dear faith, it shall become thee well to act my woes. She will attend it better in thy youth than in enuncios of more grave aspect. Viola, I think not so, my lord. Duke, dear lad, believe it, for they shall yet belie thy happy years that say thou art a man. Diana's lip is not more smooth and rubious. Thy small pipe is as the maiden's organ, shrill and sound, and all is semblative a woman's part. I know thy constellation is right apt for this affair. Some 4 or 5 attend him, all if you will, for I myself am best when least in company. Prosper well in this, and thou shalt live as freely as thy lord to call his fortunes thine. Viola, I'll do my best to woo your lady. Aside, yet a barful strife, woe I woo myself would be his wife. Exeunt. Scene V, a room in Olivia's house. Enter Maria and Clown. Maria, nay, either tell me where thou hast been, or I will not open my lips so wide as a bristle may enter in way of thy excuse. My lady will hang thee for thy absence. Clown, let her hang me. He that is well hanged in this world needs to fear no colours. Maria, make that good. Clown, he shall see none to fear. Maria, a good Lenten answer. I can tell thee where that saying was born of I fear no colours. Clown, where, good Mistress Mary. Maria, in the wars, and that may you be bold to say in your foolery. Clown, well, God give them wisdom that have it, and those that are fools let them use their talents. Maria, yet you will be hanged for being so long absent, or to be turned away is not that as good as a hanging to you. Clown, many a good hanging prevents a bad marriage, and for turning away let summer bear it out. Maria, you are resolute then. Clown, not so neither, but I am resolved on 2 points. Maria, that if one break the other will hold, or if both break your Gaskins fall. Clown, apt in good faith, very apt. Well, go thy way. If Sir Toby would leave drinking, thou wert as witty a piece of Eve's flesh as any in Illyria. Maria, peace, you rogue, no more o' that. Here comes my lady, make your excuse wisely, you were best. Exit, enter Olivia with Malvolio. Clown, wit, an't be thy will, put me into good fooling. Those wits that think they have thee do very oft prove fools, and I that am sure I lack thee may pass for a wise man. For what says Quinepalus, better a witty fool than a foolish wit. God bless thee, lady. Olivia, take the fool away. Clown, do you not hear, fellows? Take away the lady. Olivia, go to, ye're a dry fool, I'll no more of you. Besides, you grow dishonest. Clown, 2 faults, Madonna, that drink and good counsel will amend. Forgive the dry fool drink, then is the fool not dry. Bid the dishonest man mend himself, if he mend, he is no longer dishonest. If he cannot, let the botcher mend him. Anything that's mended is but patched. Virtue that transgresses is but patched with sin, and sin that amends is but patched with virtue. If that this simple syllogism will serve, so, if it will not, what remedy? As there is no true cuckold but calamity, so beauty's a flower. The lady bade take away the fool, therefore I say again, take her away. Olivia, sir, I bade them take away you. Clown, misprision in the highest degree. Lady, cuculus non facit monachum, that's as much to say I wear not motley in my brain. Good Madonna, give me leave to prove you a fool. Olivia, can you do it? Clown, dexterously. Good Madonna. Olivia, make your proof. Clown, I must catechize you for it. Madonna, good my mouse of virtue, answer me. Olivia, well, sir, for want of other idleness I'll bide your proof. Clown, good Madonna, why mourn'st thou? Olivia, good fool, for my brother's death. Clown, I think his soul is in hell. Madonna. Olivia, I know his soul is in heaven. Fool. Clown, the more fool you, Madonna, to mourn for your brother's soul being in heaven. Take away the fool. Gentlemen, Olivia, what think you of this fool Malvolio? Doth he not mend? Malvolio, yes, and shall do till the pangs of death shake him. Infirmity that decays the wise doth ever make the better fool. Clown, God send you, sir, a speedy infirmity for the better increasing your folly. Sir Toby will be sworn that I am no fox, but he will not pass his word for 2p that you are no fool. Olivia, how say you to that, Malvolio? Malvolio, I marvel your ladyship takes delight in such a barren rascal. I saw him put down the other day with an ordinary fool that has no more brain than a stone. Look you now, he's out of his guard already. Unless you laugh and minister occasion to him, he is gagged. I protest I take these wise men that crow so at these set kind of fools no better than the fools zanies. Olivia, oh, you are sick of self-love, Malvolio, and taste with a distempered appetite. To be generous, guiltless, and of free disposition, is to take those things for bird bolts that you deem cannon bullets. There is no slander in an allowed fool, though he do nothing but rail, nor no railing in a known discreet man, though he do nothing but reprove. Clown, now Mercury endue thee with leasing, for thou speak'st well of fools. Enter Maria. Maria, Madam, there is at the gate a young gentleman much desires to speak with you. Olivia, from the Count Orsino is it? Maria, I know not, madam, 'tis a fair young man and well attended. Olivia, who of my people hold him in delay? Maria, Sir Toby, madam, your kinsman. Olivia, fetch him off, I pray you, he speaks nothing but madman. Fie on him. Exit Maria. Go you, Malvolio, if it be a suit from the Count, I am sick or not at home, what you will to dismiss it. Exit Malvolio. Now you see, sir, how your fooling grows old and people dislike it. Clown, thou hast spoke for us, Madonna, as if thy eldest son should be a fool. whose skull Jove cram with brains, for here he comes, one of thy kin has a most weak peer mater. Enter Sir Toby. Olivia, by mine honour half drunk. What is he at the gate, cousin? Sir Toby, a gentleman. Olivia, a gentleman. What gentleman? Sir Toby, 'tis a gentleman here, a plague o' these pickle herrings. How now, sot, clown, good Sir Toby. Olivia, cousin, how have you come so early by this lethargy? Sir Toby, lechery, I defy lechery. There's one at the gate. Olivia, I marry, what is he? Sir Toby, let him be the devil and he will. I care not, give me faith, say I. Well, it's all one. Exit. Olivia, what's a drunken man like fool, clown? Like a drowned man, a fool and a madman. One draught above heat makes him a fool, the second mads him, and a third drowns him. Olivia, go thou and seek the coroner, and let him sit o' my cause, for he's in the third degree of drink, he's drowned. Go, look after him. Clown, he is but mad yet Madonna, and the fool shall look to the madman. Exit clown, enter Malvolio. Malvolio, madam, yond young fellow swears he will speak with you. I told him you were sick. He takes on him to understand so much, and therefore comes to speak with you. I told him you were asleep. He seems to have a foreknowledge of that too, and therefore comes to speak with you. What is to be said to him, lady? He's fortified against any denial. Olivia, tell him he shall not speak with me. Malvolio has been told so, and he says he'll stand at your door like a sheriff's post and be the supporter of a bench, but he'll speak with you. Olivia, what kind o' man is he? Malvolio, why of mankind. Olivia, what manner of man's Malvolio? Of very ill manner, he'll speak with you, will you or no? Olivia, of what personage and years is he? Malvolio, not yet old enough for a man, nor young enough for a boy, as a squash is before 'tis a peascod, or a codling when 'tis almost an apple. 'Tis with him in standing water between boy and man. He is very well favoured, and he speaks very shrewishly. One would think his mother's milk was scarce out of him. Olivia, let him approach, call in my gentlewoman. Malvolio, gentlewoman my lady calls. Exit, enter Maria. Olivia, give me my veil, come, throw it o'er my face, we'll once more hear Orsino's embassy. Enter Viola. Viola, the honourable lady of the house, which is she? Olivia, speak to me, I shall answer for her. Your will, Viola, most radiant, exquisite, and unmatchable beauty, I pray you tell me if this be the lady of the house, for I never saw her. I would be loath to cast away my speech, for besides that it is excellently well penned, I have taken great pains to con it. Good beauties, let me sustain no scorn, I am very comptable even to the least sinister usage. Olivia, whence came you, sir? Viola, I can say little more than I have studied, and that question's out of my part. Good gentle one, give me modest assurance, if you be the lady of the house, that I may proceed in my speech. Olivia, are you a comedian? Viola, no, my profound heart, and yet by the very fangs of malice I swear I am not that I play. Are you the lady of the house? Olivia, if I do not usurp myself, I am. Viola, most certain if you are she you do usurp yourself, for what is yours to bestow is not yours to reserve, but this is from my commission. I will on with my speech in your praise, and then show you the heart of my message. Olivia, come to what is important in't, I forgive you the praise. Viola, alas, I took great pains to study it, and 'tis poetical. Olivia, it is the more like to be feigned, I pray you keep it in. I heard you were saucy at my gates, and allowed your approach, rather to wonder at you than to hear you. If you be mad, be gone, if you have reason, be brief, 'tis not that time of moon with me to make one in so skipping a dialogue. Maria, will you hoist sail, sir? Here lies your way. Viola, no, good swabber, I am to hull here a little longer. Some mollification for your giant, sweet lady. Tell me your mind, I am a messenger. Olivia, sure you have some hideous matter to deliver when the courtesy of it is so fearful. Speak your office. Viola, it alone concerns your ear. I bring no overture of war, no taxation of homage. I hold the olive in my hand, my words are as full of peace as matter. Olivia, yet you began rudely. What are you, what would you? Viola, the rudeness that hath appeared in me have I learned from my entertainment. What I am and what I would are as secret as maidenhead to your ears, divinity to any other's profanation. Olivia, give us the place alone, we will hear this divinity. Exit Maria. Now, sir, what is your text? Viola, most sweet lady. Olivia, a comfortable doctrine, and much may be said of it. where lies your text, Viola, in Orsino's bosom, Olivia in his bosom, in what chapter of his bosom, Viola, to answer by the method in the first of his heart. Olivia, oh, I have read it, it is heresy, have you no more to say, Viola? Good madam, let me see your face. Olivia, have you any commission from your lord to negotiate with my face? You are now out of your text, but we will draw the curtain and show you the picture. Unveiling, look you, sir, such a one I was this present, is't not well done, Viola? Excellently done, if God did all. Olivia, 'tis in grain, sir, 'twill endure wind and weather, Viola. 'Tis beauty truly blent, whose red and white nature's own sweet and cunning hand laid on. Lady, you are the cruelst she alive if you will lead these graces to the grave and leave the world no copy. Olivia, oh, sir, I will not be so hard-hearted, I will give out divers schedules of my beauty. It shall be inventoried and every particle and utensil labelled to my will, as item 2 lips indifferent red, item 2 grey eyes with lids to them, item 1 neck, 1 chin, and so forth. Were you sent hither to praise me, Viola? I see you what you are. You are too proud, but if you were the devil, you are fair. My lord and master loves you. Oh, such love could be but recompense though you were crowned the non-peril of beauty. Olivia, how does he love me, Viola? With adorations, fertile tears, with groans that thunder love, with sighs of fire. Olivia, your lord does know my mind, I cannot love him, yet I suppose him virtuous, know him noble, of great estate, of fresh and stainless youth, in voices well divulged, free, learned, and valiant, and in dimension and the shape of nature, a gracious person, but yet I cannot love him. He might have took his answer long ago, Viola. If I did love you in my master's flame, with such a suffering, such a deadly life, in your denial I would find no sense, I would not understand it. Olivia, why, what would you, Viola? Make me a willow cabin at your gate, and call upon my soul within the house, write loyal cantons of contemned love, and sing them loud even in the dead of night. Hallow your name to the reverberate hills, and make the babbling gossip of the air cry out Olivia. Oh, you should not rest between the elements of air and earth, but you should pity me. Olivia, you might do much. What is your parentage, Viola? Above my fortunes, yet my state is well, I am a gentleman. Olivia, get you to your lord, I cannot love him, let him send no more unless perchance you come to me again to tell me how he takes it. Fare you well, I thank you for your pains, spend this for me. Viola, I am no feed post, lady, keep your purse, my master, not myself, lacks recompense. Love make his heart a flint that you shall love, and let your fervour like my master's be placked in contempt. Farewell, fair cruelty. Exit. Olivia, what is your parentage? Above my fortunes, yet my state is well, I am a gentleman. I'll be sworn thou art, thy tongue, thy face, thy limbs, actions, and spirit do give thee fivefold blazon. Not too fast, soft, soft, unless the master were the man. How now, even so quickly may one catch the plague? Methinks I feel this youth's perfections with an invisible and subtle stealth to creep in at mine eyes. Well, let it be. What ho, Malvolio, enter Malvolio, Malvolio, here, madam, at your service. Olivia. Run after that same peevish messenger, the county's man, he left this ring behind him, would I or not, tell him I'll none of it. Desire him not to flatter with his lord, nor hold him up with hopes, I am not for him, if that the youth will come this way tomorrow, I'll give him reasons for't. Hie thee, Malvolio, Malvolio, madam, I will, exit. Olivia, I do I know not what, and fear to find mine eye too great a flatterer for my mind. Fate, show thy force, ourselves we do not owe, what is decreed must be, and be this so. Exit. Act Roman 2, Scene I, the sea coast. Enter Antonio and Sebastian. Antonio, will you stay no longer, nor will you not that I go with you? Sebastian, by your patience no, my stars shine darkly over me, the malignancy of my fate might perhaps distemper yours, therefore I shall crave of you your leave that I may bear my evils alone. It were a bad recompense for your love to lay any of them on you. Antonio, let me know of you whither you are bound. Sebastian, no, sooth, sir, my determinate voyage is mere extravagancy. But I perceive in you so excellent a touch of modesty, that you will not extort from me what I am willing to keep in. Therefore it charges me in manners the rather to express myself. You must know of me then, Antonio, my name is Sebastian, which I called Rodrigo. My father was that Sebastian of Messaline whom I know you have heard of. He left behind him myself and a sister, both born in an hour. If the heavens had been pleased, would we had so ended. But you, sir, altered that, for some hour before you took me from the breach of the sea was my sister drowned. Antonio. Alas the day, Sebastian. A lady, sir, though it was said she much resembled me, was yet of many accounted beautiful. But though I could not with such estimable wonder over far believe that, yet thus far I will boldly publish her, she bore a mind that envy could not but call fair. She is drowned already, sir, with salt water, though I seem to drown her remembrance again with more. Antonio. Pardon me, sir, your bad entertainment. Sebastian. O good Antonio, forgive me your trouble. Antonio. If you will not murder me for my love, let me be your servant. Sebastian. If you will not undo what you have done, that is, kill him whom you have recovered, desire it not. Fare ye well at once. My bosom is full of kindness, and I am yet so near the manners of my mother that upon the least occasion more mine eyes will tell tales of me. I am bound to the Count Orsino's court, farewell. Exit, Antonio. The gentleness of all the gods go with thee. I have many enemies in Orsino's court, else would I very shortly see thee there, but come what may, I do adore thee so that danger shall seem sport, and I will go. Exit, Scene Roman 2, a street, enter Viola, Malvolio at several doors. Malvolio, were you not even now with the Countess Olivia? Viola. Even now, sir, on a moderate pace I have since arrived, but hither. Malvolio. She returns this ring to you, sir. You might have saved me my pains to have taken it away yourself. She adds, moreover, that you should put your lord into a desperate assurance she will none of him. And one thing more, that you be never so hardy to come again in his affairs, unless it be to report your lord's taking of this. Receive it so. Viola. She took the ring of me, I'll none of it. Malvolio. Come, sir, you peevishly threw it to her, and her will is it should be so returned. If it be worth stooping for, there it lies in your eye, if not, be it his that finds it. Exit, Viola. I left no ring with her. What means this lady? Fortune forbid my outside have not charmed her. She made good view of me indeed so much that methought her eyes had lost her tongue, for she did speak in starts distractedly. She loves me sure, the cunning of her passion invites me in this churlish messenger. None of my lord's ring. Why, he sent her none. I am the man, if it be so as 'tis, poor lady, she were better love a dream. Disguise. I see thou art a wickedness wherein the pregnant enemy does much. How easy is it for the proper false in women's waxen hearts to set their forms. Alas, our frailty is the cause, not we, for such as we are made of, such we be. How will this fadge? My master loves her dearly, and I, poor monster, fond as much on him, and she mistaken seems to dote on me. What will become of this? As I am man, my state is desperate for my master's love, as I am woman, now alas the day. What thriftless sighs shall poor Olivia breathe? O time, thou must untangle this, not I, it is too hard a knot for me untie. Exit, Scene Roman 3, a room in Olivia's house. Enter Sir Toby and Sir Andrew. Sir Toby. Approach, Sir Andrew, not to be abed after midnight is to be up betimes, and diloculo surger thou knowst. Sir Andrew. Nay, by my troth I know not, but I know to be up late is to be up late. Sir Toby. A false conclusion, I hate it as an unfilled can. To be up after midnight and to go to bed then is early, so that to go to bed after midnight is to go to bed betimes. Does not our lives consist of the 4 elements, Sir Andrew? Faith, so they say, but I think it rather consists of eating and drinking. Sir Toby. Th. art a scholar, let us therefore eat and drink. Marian, I say, a stoup of wine. Enter Clown. Sir Andrew. Here comes the fool, I faith. Clown. How now, my hearts, did you never see the picture of we 3? Sir Toby. Welcome, ass, now let's have a catch. Sir Andrew. By my troth, the fool has an excellent breast. I had rather than 40 shillings I had such a leg and so sweet a breath to sing as the fool has. In sooth, thou wast in very gracious fooling last night when thou spokest of Pigrogrometus, of the Vapians passing the equinoctial of Cubus. 'Twas very good, I faith. I sent thee 6pence for thy lemon. Hadst it, clown? I did in petticoes thy gratility, for Malvolio's nose is no whipstock. My lady has a white hand, and the Myrmidons are no bottle ale houses. Sir Andrew, excellent, why this is the best fooling when all is done. Now a song, Sir Toby, come on, there is sixpence for you, let's have a song, Sir Andrew. There's a testrel of me too, if one night give a clown. Would you have a love song or a song of good life, Sir Toby? A love song, Sir Andrew. I care not for good life. Clown sings, O mistress mine, where are you roaming? O stay and hear your true love's coming, that can sing both high and low. Trip no further, pretty sweeting. Journeys end in lovers meeting, every wise man's son doth know. Sir Andrew. Excellent, good, I faith, Sir Toby. Good, clown, what is love? 'Tis not hereafter, present mirth hath present laughter. What's to come is still unsure. In delay there lies no plenty, then come kiss me, a sweet and 20. Youth's a stuff will not endure, Sir Andrew. A mellifluous voice, as I am true knight. Sir Toby, a contagious breath, Sir Andrew, very sweet and contagious, I faith, Sir Toby. To hear by the nose it is dulcet in contagion, but shall we make the welkin dance indeed? Shall we rouse the night owl in a catch that will draw 3 souls out of 1 weaver? Shall we do that, Sir Andrew? And you love me, let's dot, I am dog at a catch. Clown. Buy a lady, sir, and some dogs will catch well. Sir Andrew, most certain. Let our catch be, thou knave. Clown. Hold thy peace, thou knave knight. I shall be constrained in't to call thee knave knight. Sir Andrew, 'tis not the first time I have constrained one to call me knave. Begin, fool, it begins, hold thy peace. Clown, I shall never begin if I hold my peace, Sir Andrew. Good, I faith, come begin, catch sung, enter Maria. Maria, what a caterwauling do you keep here? If my lady have not called up her steward Malvolio, and bid him turn you out of doors, never trust me. Sir Toby, my lady's a Cataean, we are politicians, Malvolio's a Pegaramsey, and sings. 3 merry men be we, am not I consanguineous, am I not of her blood, Tilly Valley? Lady, there dwelt a man in Babylon, lady, clown, beshrew me the knights in admirable fooling, Sir Andrew. Ay, he does well enough if he be disposed, and so do I too, he does it with a better grace, but I do it more natural. Sir Toby, sings, O the 12th day of December, Maria, for the love, O God, peace. Enter Malvolio. Malvolio, my masters, are you mad, or what are you? Have you no wit, manners, nor honesty, but to gabble like tinkers at this time of night? Do ye make an ale-house of my lady's house, that ye squeak out your cosier's catches without any mitigation or remorse of voice? Is there no respect of place, persons, nor time in you, Sir Toby? We did keep time, sir, in our catches. Sneck up, Malvolio, Sir Toby, I must be round with you. My lady bade me tell you that, though she harbours you as her kinsman, she's nothing allied to your disorders. If you can separate yourself and your misdemeanours, you are welcome to the house. If not, and it would please you to take leave of her, she is very willing to bid you farewell. Sir Toby sings, farewell, dear heart, since I must needs be gone, Maria. Nay, good Sir Toby, clown, sings, his eyes do show his days are almost done. Malvolio, is't even so, Sir Toby sings, but I will never die. Clown sings, Sir Toby, there you lie. Malvolio, this is much credit to you. Sir Toby sings, shall I bid him go? Clown sings, what and if you do? Sir Toby sings, shall I bid him go and spare not? Clown sings, oh no, you dare not. Sir Toby, out o' tune, sir, ye lie, art any more than a steward. Dost thou think because thou art virtuous there shall be no more cakes and ale? Clown, yes, by Saint Anne, and ginger shall be hot i' the mouth too. Sir Toby, art i' the right. Go, sir, rub your chain with crumbs. A stoup of wine, Maria. Malvolio, Mistress Mary, if you prized my lady's favour at anything more than contempt, you would not give means for this uncivil rule. She shall know of it by this hand. Exit, Maria. Go shake your ears, Sir Andrew. 'Twere as good a deed as to drink when a man's hungry, to challenge him the field, and then to break promise with him and make a fool of him. Sir Toby, night, I'll write thee a challenge, or I'll deliver thy indignation to him by word of mouth. Maria, sweet Sir Toby, be patient for tonight. Since the youth of the Count's was today with my lady, she is much out of quiet. For Monsieur Malvolio, let me alone with him. If I do not gull him into a nay word and make him a common recreation, do not think I have wit enough to lie straight in my bed. I know I can do it. Sir Toby, possess us, tell us something of him. Maria, marry, sir, sometimes he is a kind of Puritan. Sir Andrew, oh, if I thought that, I'd beat him like a dog. Sir Toby, what for being a Puritan? thy exquisite reason, dear knight, Sir Andrew. I have no exquisite reason fought, but I have reason good enough. Maria, the devil a Puritan that he is, or anything constantly but a time-pleaser, an affectioned ass that cons state without book and utters it by great swarths. The best persuaded of himself, so crammed, as he thinks, with excellencies that it is his grounds of faith that all that look on him love him. And on that vice in him will my revenge find notable cause to work. Sir Toby, what wilt thou do, Maria? I will drop in his way some obscure epistles of love, wherein by the colour of his beard, the shape of his leg, the manner of his gait, the expression of his eye, forehead, and complexion, he shall find himself most feelingly personated. I can write very like my lady your niece. On a forgotten matter we can hardly make distinction of our hands. Sir Toby, excellent, I smell a device, Sir Andrew, I haved in my nose too, Sir Toby. He shall think by the letters that thou wilt drop that they come from my niece and that she is in love with him. Maria, my purpose is indeed a horse of that colour, Sir Andrew, and your horse now would make him an ass. Maria. Ass I doubt not, Sir Andrew, oh 'twill be admirable, Maria, sport royal I warrant you, I know my physic will work with him. I will plant you too, and let the fool make a third where he shall find the letter. Observe his construction of it. For this night to bed and dream on the event. Farewell. Exit, Sir Toby. Good night, Penthesilea, Sir Andrew, before me she's a good wench, Sir Toby, she's a beagle true bred and one that adores me. What oh that, Sir Andrew, I was adored once too, Sir Toby, let's to bed night. Thou hadst need send for more money, Sir Andrew, if I cannot recover your niece. I am a foul way out, Sir Toby. Send for money night, if thou haste her not ith end call me cut. Sir Andrew, if I do not, never trust me, take it how you will. Sir Toby. Come, come, I'll go burn some sack, 'tis too late to go to bed now. Come night, exeunt, scene Roman 4, a room in the Duke's palace. Enter Duke, Viola, Curio and others. Duke, give me some music. Now good morrow, friends, now good Cesario, but that piece of song, that old and antique song we heard last night, methought it did relieve my passion much, more than light airs and recollected terms of these most brisk and giddy-paced times. Come but one verse, Curio, he is not here, so please your lordship, that should sing it. Duke, who was it, Curio? Fest the jester, my lord, a fool that the Lady Olivia's father took much delight in, he is about the house. Duke, seek him out and play the tune the while. Exit Curio, music plays. Come hither, boy, if ever thou shalt love, in the sweet pangs of it remember me. For such as I am, all true lovers are unstayed and skittish in all motions else, save in the constant image of the creature that is beloved. How dost thou like this tune, Viola? It gives a very echo to the seat where love is throned. Duke, thou dost speak masterly. My life upon't, young though thou art, then I hath stayed upon some favour that it loves. Hath it not, boy, Viola? A little by your favour. Duke, what kind of woman is't, Viola, of your complexion? Duke, she is not worth thee then. What years, I faith, Viola? About your years, my lord. Duke, too old by heaven. Let still the woman take an elder than herself, so wears she to him, so sways she level in her husband's heart. For boy, however we do praise ourselves, our fancies are more giddy and unfirm, more longing, wavering, sooner lost and worn than women's are. Viola. I think it well, my lord. Duke, then let thy love be younger than thyself, or thy affection cannot hold the bent. For women are as roses, whose fair flower being once displayed doth fall that very hour. Viola. And so they are, alas that they are so, to die even when they to perfection grow. Enter Curio and clown. Duke, O fellow, come, the song we had last night. Mark it, Cesario, it is old and plain, the spinsters and the knitters in the sun and the free maids, that weave their thread with bones do use to chant it. It is silly sooth, and dallies with the innocence of love like the old age. Clown, are you ready, sir? Duke, I prithee sing, music, the clown's song, come away, death, and in sad cypress let me be laid. Fly away, breath, I am slain by a fair cruel maid. My shroud of white, stuck all with you, oh prepare it. My part of death no one so true did share it. Not a flower sweet, on my black coffin let there be strown. Not a friend greet my poor corpse where my bones shall be thrown. 1,000,000 sighs to save, lay me, oh, where sad true lover never find my grave, to weep there. Duke, there's for thy pains. Clown, no pains, sir, I take pleasure in singing, sir. Duke, I'll pay thy pleasure then. Clown, truly, sir, and pleasure will be paid one time or another. Duke, give me now leave to leave thee. Clown, now the melancholy God protect thee, and the tailor make thy doublet of changeable taffeta, for thy mind is a very opal. I would have men of such constancy put to sea, that their business might be everything, and their intent everywhere, for that's it that always makes a good voyage of nothing. Farewell. Exit Clown. Duke, let all the rest give place. Exeunt Curio and attendants. Once more, Cesario, get thee to yond same sovereign cruelty. Tell her my love, more noble than the world, prizes not quantity of dirty lands, the parts that fortune hath bestowed upon her. Tell her I hold as giddily as fortune, but 'tis that miracle and queen of gems that nature pranks her in attracts my soul. Viola, but if she cannot love you, sir. Duke, I cannot be so answered. Viola, sooth, but you must. Say that some lady, as perhaps there is, hath for your love as great a pang of heart as you have for Olivia. You cannot love her, you tell her so. Must she not then be answered? Duke, there is no woman's sides can bide the beating of so strong a passion as love doth give my heart. No woman's heart so big to hold so much, they lack retention. Alas, their love may be called appetite, no motion of the liver, but the palate that suffer surfeit, cloyment, and revolt. But mine is all as hungry as the sea, and can digest as much. Make no compare between that love a woman can bear me, and that I owe Olivia. Viola. Ay, but I know, Duke. What dost thou know, Viola? Too well what love women to men may owe. In faith they are as true of heart as we. My father had a daughter loved a man, as it might be perhaps, were I a woman I should your lordship. Duke, and what's her history? Viola, a blank, my lord. She never told her love, but let concealment, like a worm-ith bud, feed on her damask cheek. She pined in thought, and with a green and yellow melancholy she sat like Patience on a monument, smiling at grief. Was not this love indeed? We men may say more, swear more, but indeed our shows are more than will, for still we prove much in our vows, but little in our love. Duke, but died thy sister of her love, my boy, Viola? I am all the daughters of my father's house, and all the brothers too, and yet I know not. Sir, shall I to this lady? Duke, ay, that's the theme, to her in haste. Give her this jewel, say my love can give no place, bide no dene. Exeunt. Scene V. Olivia's garden. Enter Sir Toby, Sir Andrew, and Fabian. Sir Toby, come thy ways, Signia Fabian. Fabian, nay, I'll come. If I lose a scruple of this sport, let me be boiled to death with melancholy. Sir Toby, wouldst thou not be glad to have the niggardly, rascally sheep-biter come by some notable shame? Fabian, I would exult, man, you know he brought me out o' favour with my lady about a bear baiting here. Sir Toby, to anger him we'll have the bear again, and we will fool him black and blue, shall we not, Sir Andrew, and we do not, it is pity of our lives. Enter Maria. Sir Toby, here comes the little villain. How now, my metal of India, Maria? Get ye all three into the box-tree. Malvolio's coming down this walk, he has been yonder the sun practising behaviour to his own shadow this half-hour. Observe him for the love of mockery, for I know this letter will make a contemplative idiot of him. Close in the name of jesting, the men hide themselves. Lie thou there, throws down a letter, for here comes the trout that must be caught with tickling. Exit Maria. Enter Malvolio. Malvolio, 'tis but fortune, all is fortune. Maria once told me she did affect me, and I have heard herself come thus near, that should she fancy it should be one of my complexion. Besides, she uses me with a more exalted respect than anyone else that follows her. What should I think on't, Sir Toby? Here's an overweening rogue. Fabian, oh peace, contemplation makes a rare turkey-cock of him, how he jets under his advanced plumes. Sir Andrew, slight I could so beat the rogue. Sir Toby, peace, I say. Malvolio, to be Count Malvolio. Sir Toby, ah, rogue. Sir Andrew, pistol him, Sir Toby, peace, peace. Malvolio, there is example fought. The lady of the Strachey married the yeoman of the wardrobe. Sir Andrew, fie on him, Jezebel. Fabian, oh peace, now he's deeply in, look how imagination blows him. Malvolio, having been 3 months married to her, sitting in my state. Sir Toby, Oh, for a stone bow to hit him in the eye, Malvolio, calling my officers about me in my branched velvet gown, having come from a day bed where I have left Olivia sleeping. Sir Toby, fire and brimstone, Fabian, oh, peace, peace, Malvolio, and then to have the humour of state, and after a demure travel of regard, telling them I know my place as I would they should do theirs, to ask for my kinsman Toby. Sir Toby, bolts and shackles, Fabian, oh, peace, 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 now, Malvolio, 7 of my people, with an obedient start make out for him. I frown the while and perchance wind up my watch or play with some rich jewel. Toby approaches, curtsies there to me, Sir Toby. Shall this fellow live, Fabian, though our silence be drawn from us with cars, yet peace, Malvolio. I extend my hand to him thus, quenching my familiar smile with an austere regard of control, Sir Toby. And does not Toby take you a blow o' the lips then, Malvolio? Saying, cousin Toby, my fortunes having cast me on your niece, give me this prerogative of speech. Sir Toby, what, Malvolio, you must amend your drunkenness. Sir Toby, out, scab, Fabian, nay, patience, or we break the sinews of our plot. Malvolio, besides, you waste the treasure of your time with a foolish knight, Sir Andrew, that's me, I warrant you. Malvolio, one Sir Andrew, I knew 'twas I, for many do call me fool. Malvolio, taking up the letter, what employment have we here? Fabian, now is the woodcock near the gin. Sir Toby, oh, peace, and the spirit of humour's intimate reading aloud to him. Malvolio, by my life, this is my lady's hand. These be her very Ceticess, her ewes, and her Teticess, and thus makes she her great Peticess. It is in contempt of question her hand, Sir Andrew, her seas, her ewes, and her Teticess. Why that, Malvolio? Reads, to the unknown beloved this and my good wishes, her very phrases, by your leave wax, soft, and the impressure her lucrece with which she uses to seal, 'tis my lady. To whom should this be, Fabian? This wins him, liver and all, Malvolio, reads, Jove knows I love, but who? Lips do not move, no man must know, no man must know. What follows, the numbers altered, no man must know. If this should be thee, Malvolio, Sir Toby, marry, hang thee Brock, Malvolio, I may command where I adore, but silence, like a Lucrece knife, with bloodless stroke my heart doth gore, Moai doth sway my life. Fabian, a fustian riddle, Sir Toby. Excellent wench, say I, Malvolio, Moai doth sway my life. Nay, but first let me see, Fabian, what dish o' poison has she dressed him? Sir Toby, and with what wing the staniel checks at it, Malvolio, I may command where I adore. Why, she may command me, I serve her, she is my lady. Why, this is evident to any formal capacity, there is no obstruction in this, and the end, what should that alphabetical position portend, if I could make that resemble something in me? Softly, Moai, Sir Toby, oh, I make up that, he is now at a cold scent. Fabian, Sota will cry upon't for all this, though it be as rank as a fox. Malvolio, Malvolio, why that begins my name, Fabian, did not I say he would work it out, the cur is excellent at faults, Malvolio, but then there is no consonancy in the sequel that suffers under probation as should follow but O does. Fabian, and O shall end, I hope, Sir Toby, or I'll cudgel him and make him cry O, Malvolio, and then I comes behind, Fabian, and you had any eye behind you, you might see more detraction at your heels than fortunes before you. Malvolio, Moai, this simulation is not as the former, and yet to crush this a little it would bow to me, for every one of these letters are in my name. Soft, here follows prose. Reads, if this fall into thy hand, revolve. In my stars I am above thee, but be not afraid of greatness. Some are born great, some achieve greatness, and some have greatness thrust upon them. Thy fates open their hands, let thy blood and spirit embrace them. And to inure thyself to what thou art like to be, cast thy humble slough and appear fresh. Be opposite with a kinsman, surly with servants. Let thy tongue tang arguments of state, put thyself into the trick of singularity. She thus advises thee that sighs for thee. Remember who commended thy yellow stockings and wished to see thee ever cross-gartered. I say remember, go to, thou art made, if thou desirest to be so. If not, let me see thee a steward still, the fellow of servants, and not worthy to touch fortune's fingers. Farewell. She that would alter services with thee, the fortunate unhappy, daylight and champion discovers not more. This is open. I will be proud, I will read politic authors, I will baffle Sir Toby, I will wash off gross acquaintance, I will be point device the very man. I do not now fool myself to let imagination jade me, for every reason excites to this that my lady loves me. She did commend my yellow stockings of late, she did praise my leg being cross-gartered, and in this she manifests herself to my love, and with a kind of injunction drives me to these habits of her liking. I thank my stars I am happy. I will be strange, stout, in yellow stockings and cross-gartered, even with the swiftness of putting on. Jove and my stars be praised. Here is yet a postscript, reads, Thou canst not choose but know who I am. If thou entertainst my love, let it appear in thy smiling, thy smiles become thee well. Therefore in my presence still smile, dear my sweet, I prithee. Jove, I thank thee, I will smile, I will do everything that thou wilt have me. Exit, Fabian, I will not give my part of this sport for a pension of thousands to be paid from the Sophy. Sir Toby, I could marry this wench for this device. Sir Andrew, so could I too, Sir Toby, and ask no other dowry with her but such another jest. Enter Maria, Sir Andrew, nor I neither. Fabian, here comes my noble gull-catcher, Sir Toby. Wilt thou set thy foot o' my neck, Sir Andrew, or o' mine either, Sir Toby? Shall I play my freedom at trait-trip, and become thy bond-slave, Sir Andrew, I faith, or I either, Sir Toby? Why, thou hast put him in such a dream that when the image of it leaves him he must run mad. Maria. Nay, but say true, does it work upon him, Sir Toby, like aquavity with a midwife, Maria? If you will then see the fruits of the sport, mark his first approach before my lady. He will come to her in yellow stockings, and 'tis a colour she abhors, and cross-gartered, a fashion she detests. And he will smile upon her, which will now be so unsuitable to her disposition, being addicted to a melancholy as she is, that it cannot but turn him into a notable contempt. If you will see it, follow me. Sir Toby. To the gates of Tartar, thou most excellent devil of wit. Sir Andrew, I'll make one too. Exeunt, Act Roman 3, Scene I. Olivia's garden, enter Viola and clown with a tabor. Viola, save thee friend and thy music, dost thou live by thy tabor? Clown, no sir, I live by the church. Viola, art thou a churchman? Clown, no such matter, sir. I do live by the church, for I do live at my house, and my house doth stand by the church. Viola, so thou mayst say the king lies by a beggar, if a beggar dwell near him, or the church stands by thy tabor, if thy tabor stand by the church. Clown, you have said, sir, to see this age, a sentence is but a cheverel glove to a good wit. How quickly the wrong side may be turned outward. Viola. Nay, that's certain, they that dally nicely with words may quickly make them wanton. Clown, I would therefore my sister had had no name, sir. Viola, why, man, clown, why, sir, her name's a word, and to dally with that word might make my sister wanton. But indeed words are very rascals, since bonds disgraced them. Viola, thy reason, man. Clown, troth, sir, I can yield you none without words, and words are grown so false I am loath to prove reason with them. Viola, I warrant thou art a merry fellow, and cast for nothing. Clown, not so, sir, I do care for something. But in my conscience, sir, I do not care for you. If that be to care for nothing, sir, I would it would make you invisible. Viola, art not thou the Lady Olivia's fool? Clown, no indeed, sir, the Lady Olivia has no folly. She will keep no fool, sir, till she be married, and fools are as like husbands as pilchards are to herrings, the husband's the bigger. I am indeed not her fool, but her corrupter of words. Viola, I saw thee late at the Count Orsino's. Clown, foolery, sir, does walk about the orb like the sun, it shines everywhere. I would be sorry, sir, but the fool should be as oft with your master as with my mistress. I think I saw your wisdom there, Viola. Nay, and thou pass upon me, I'll no more with thee. Hold, there's expenses for thee. Clown, now Jove in his next commodity of hair send thee a beard. Viola, by my troth I'll tell thee I am almost sick for one, though I would not have it grow on my chin. Is thy lady within? Clown, would not a pair of these have bred, sir? Viola, yes, being kept together and put to use. Clown, I would play Lord Pandarus of Phrygia, sir, to bring a Cressida to this Troilus. Viola, I understand you, sir, 'tis well begged. Clown, the matter, I hope, is not great, sir, begging but a beggar. Cressida was a beggar. My lady is within, sir, I will conster to them whence you come, who you are and what you would are out of my welkin. I might say element, but the word is overworn. Exit, Viola. This fellow is wise enough to play the fool, and to do that well craves a kind of wit. He must observe their mood on whom he jests, the quality of persons and the time, and like the haggard, check at every feather that comes before his eye. This is a practice as full of labour as a wise man's art, for folly that he wisely shows is fit, but wise men folly fall'n quite taint their wit. Enter Sir Toby and Sir Andrew. Sir Toby. Save you gentlemen, Viola, and you, sir, Sir Andrew. Dieu vous garde, Monsieur Viola, et vous aussi votre serviteur, Sir Andrew. I hope, sir, you are and I am yours, Sir Toby. Will you encounter the house? My niece is desirous you should enter if your trade be to her. Viola. I am bound to your niece, sir, I mean she is the list of my voyage. Sir Toby. Taste your legs, sir, put them to motion. Viola. My legs do better understand me, sir, than I understand what you mean by bidding me taste my legs. Sir Toby, I mean to go, sir, to enter. Viola, I will answer you with gate and entrance, but we are prevented. Enter Olivia and Maria. Most excellent accomplished lady, the heavens rain odours on you. Sir Andrew, that youth's a rare courtier. Rain odours, well, Viola, my matter hath no voice, lady, but to your own most pregnant and vouchsafed ear. Sir Andrew, odours, pregnant and vouchsafed. I'll get him all three ready. Olivia, let the garden door be shut, and leave me to my hearing. Exeunt Sir Toby, Sir Andrew and Maria. Give me your hand, sir. Viola, my duty, madam, and most humble service. Olivia, what is your name? Viola. Cesario is your servant's name, fair princess. Olivia, my servant, sir. 'Twas never merry world since lowly feigning was called compliment. Yea, servant to the Count Orsino youth, Viola, and he is yours, and his must needs be yours. Your servant's servant is your servant, madam. Olivia, for him I think not on him, for his thoughts would they were blanks rather than filled with me. Viola, madam, I come to wet your gentle thoughts on his behalf. Olivia, oh, by your leave, I pray you, I bade you never speak again of him, but would you undertake another suit, I had rather hear you to solicit that than music from the spheres. Viola, dear lady. Olivia, give me leave, beseech you. I did send, after the last enchantment you did hear, a ring in chase of you. So did I abuse myself, my servant, and I fear me you, under your hard construction must I sit, to force that on you in a shameful cunning which you knew none of yours. What might you think? Have you not set mine honour at the stake, and baited it with all unmuzzled thoughts that tyrannous heart can think? To one of your receiving enough is shown. A cypress, not a bosom, hides my heart, so let me hear you speak. Viola, I pity you. Olivia, that's a degree to love. Viola, no, not a grise, for 'tis a vulgar proof that very oft we pity enemies. Olivia, why then methinks 'tis time to smile again. O world, how apt the poor are to be proud. If one should be a prey, how much the better to fall before the lion than the wolf. Clock strikes. The clock upbraids me with the waste of time. Be not afraid, good youth, I will not have you. And yet, when wit and youth is come to harvest, your wife is like to reap a proper man. There lies your way due west. Viola, then westward ho. Grace and good disposition attend your ladyship. You'll nothing, madam, to my lord by me. Olivia, stay, I prithee tell me what thou thinkst of me. Viola, that you do think you are not what you are. Olivia, if I think so, I think the same of you. Viola, then think you right, I am not what I am. Olivia, I would you were as I would have you be. Viola, would it be better, madam, than I am? I wish it might, for now I am your fool. Olivia, oh, what a deal of scorn looks beautiful in the contempt and anger of his lip. A murderous guilt shows not itself more soon than love that would seem hid. Love's night is noon. Cesario, by the roses of the spring, by maidhood, honour, truth, and everything, I love thee so, that maugre all thy pride, nor wit nor reason can my passion hide. Do not extort thy reasons from this clause, for that I woo, thou therefore haste no cause, but rather reason thus with reason fetter. Love sought is good, but given unsought is better. Viola, by innocence I swear, and by my youth I have one heart, one bosom, and one truth, and that no woman has, nor never none shall mistress be of it save I alone. And so adieu, good madam, never more will I my master's tears to you deplore. Olivia, Yet come again, for thou perhaps mayst move that heart which now abhors to like his love. Exeunt, scene Roman 2. A room in Olivia's house. Enter Sir Toby, Sir Andrew and Fabian. Sir Andrew. No, faith, I'll not stay a jot longer. Sir Toby. Thy reason, dear Venom, give thy reason. Fabian, you must needs yield your reason. Sir Andrew. Sir Andrew. Marry, I saw your niece do more favours to the Count's servingman than ever she bestowed upon me. I sought I.Th. Orchard. Sir Toby. Did she see thee the while, old boy? Tell me that. Sir Andrew, as plain as I see you now. Fabian, this was a great argument of love in her toward you. Sir Andrew. Slight will you make an ass o' me. Fabian. I will prove it legitimate, sir, upon the oaths of judgment and reason. Sir Toby. And they have been grand jurymen since before Noah was a sailor. Fabian. She did show favour to the youth in your sight only to exasperate you, to awake your dormouse valour, to put fire in your heart and brimstone in your liver. You should then have accosted her, and with some excellent jests, fire you from the mint, you should have banged the youth into dumbness. This was looked for at your hand, and this was balked. The double guilt of this opportunity you let time wash off, and you are now sailed into the north of my lady's opinion, where you will hang like an icicle on Dutchman's beard unless you do redeem it by some laudable attempt, either of valour or policy. Sir Andrew. And be any way it must be with valour, for policy I hate. I had as lief be a brownist as a politician. Sir Toby. Why then build me thy fortunes upon the basis of valour? Challenge me the Count's youth to fight with him, hurt him in 11 places. My niece shall take note of it, and assure thyself there is no love-broker in the world can more prevail in man's commendation with woman than report of valour. Fabian. There is no way but this, Sir Andrew. Sir Andrew. Will either of you bear me a challenge to him? Sir Toby. Go, write it in a martial hand, be cursed and brief. It is no matter how witty, so it be eloquent and full of invention. Taunt him with the licence of ink. If thou thoust him some thrice, it shall not be amiss, and as many lies as will lie in thy sheet of paper, although the sheet were big enough for the bed of ware in England, set him down, go about it. Let there be gall enough in thy ink, though thou write with a goose pen, no matter. About it, Sir Andrew. Where shall I find you? Sir Toby. Will call thee at the cubiculo. Go, exit Sir Andrew. Fabian. This is a dear mannikin to you, Sir Toby. Sir Toby. I have been dear to him, lad, some 2,000 strong or so. Fabian. We shall have a rare letter from him, but you'll not deliver it. Sir Toby. Never trust me then, and by all means stir on the youth to an answer. I think oxen and wain ropes cannot hale them together. For Andrew, if he were opened and you find so much blood in his liver as will clog the foot of a flea, I'll eat the rest of th anatomy. Fabian. And his opposite, the youth, bears in his visage no great presage of cruelty. Enter Maria. Sir Toby. Look where the youngest wren of 9 comes. Maria. If you desire the spleen and will laugh yourselves into stitches, follow me. Yond gull Malvolio is turned heathen, a very renegado, for there is no Christian that means to be saved by believing rightly can ever believe such impossible passages of grossness. He's in yellow stockings. Sir Toby, and cross-gartered. Maria, most villainously, like a pedant that keeps a school ith church. I have dogged him like his murderer. He does obey every point of the letter that I drop to betray him. He does smile his face into more lines than is in the new map with the augmentation of the Indies. You have not seen such a thing as 'tis. I can hardly forbear hurling things at him. I know my lady will strike him. If she do, he'll smile and take't for a great favour. Sir Toby. Come, bring us where he is. Exeunt, scene Roman 3, a street, enter Sebastian and Antonio. Sebastian. I would not by my will have troubled you, but since you make your pleasure of your pains, I will no further chide you. Antonio. I could not stay behind you. My desire, more sharp than filed steel, did spur me forth, and not all love to see you, though so much as might have drawn one to a longer voyage, but jealousy what might befall your travel, being skillless in these parts, which to a stranger, unguided and unfriended, often prove rough and unhospitable. My willing love, the rather by these arguments of fear, set forth in your pursuit. Sebastian. My kind Antonio, I can no other answer make but thanks and ever thanks, and oft good turns are shuffled off with such uncurrent pay. But were my worth as is my conscience firm, you should find better dealing. What's to do? Shall we go see the relics of this town, Antonio? Tomorrow, sir, best first go see your lodging. Sebastian, I am not weary, and 'tis long tonight, I pray you. Let us satisfy our eyes with the memorials and the things of fame that do renown this city. Antonio, would you'd pardon me, I do not without danger walk these streets. Once in a sea fight, 'gainst the Count his galleys, I did some service of such note indeed that were I ta'en here it would scarce be answered. Sebastian, belike you slew great number of his people. Antonio, offence is not of such a bloody nature, albeit the quality of the time and quarrel might well have given us bloody argument. It might have since been answered in repaying what we took from them, which for traffic's sake most of our city did. Only myself stood out, for which if I be lapsed in this place I shall pay dear. Sebastian, do not then walk too open. Antonio, it doth not fit me. Hold, sir, here's my purse. In the south suburbs at the Elephant is best to lodge. I will bespeak our diet whiles you beguile the time and feed your knowledge with viewing of the town. There shall you have me. Sebastian, why I your purse? Antonio, haply your eye shall light upon some toy you have desire to purchase. And your store, I think, is not for idle markets, sir. Sebastian, I'll be your purse-bearer and leave you for an hour. Antonio, to Elephant. Sebastian, I do remember, exeunt, scene Roman 4, Olivia's garden, enter Olivia and Maria. Olivia, I have sent after him. He says he'll come, how shall I feast him, what bestow of him? For youth is bought more oft than begged or borrowed. I speak too loud. Where's Malvolio? He is sad and civil, and suits well for a servant with my fortunes. Where is Malvolio? Maria, he's coming, madam, but in very strange manner. He is sure possessed, madam. Olivia, why, what's the matter? Does he rave? Maria, no, madam, he does nothing but smile. Your ladyship were best to have some guard about you if he come, for sure the man is tainted in wits. Olivia, go call him hither. I'm as mad as he. If sad and merry madness equal be. Enter Malvolio. How now, Malvolio, Malvolio, sweet lady, ho, ho. Olivia, smilst thou? I sent for thee upon a sad occasion. Malvolio, sad lady, I could be sad. This does make some obstruction in the blood, this cross-gartering. But what of that? If it please the eye of one, it is with me as the very true sonnet is, please one and please all. Olivia, why, how dost thou, man? What is the matter with thee? Malvolio, not black in my mind, though yellow in my legs. It did come to his hands, and commands shall be executed. I think we do know the sweet Roman hand. Olivia, wilt thou go to bed, Malvolio? Malvolio, to bed. Ay, sweetheart, and I'll come to thee. Olivia, God comfort thee. Why dost thou smile so, and kiss thy hand so oft? Maria, how do you, Malvolio? Malvolio, at your request. Yes, nightingales answer doors. Maria, why appear you with this ridiculous boldness before my lady? Malvolio, be not afraid of greatness. 'Twas well writ. Olivia, what mean'st thou by that? Malvolio, Malvolio, some are born great. Olivia, ha, Malvolio, some achieve greatness. Olivia, what say'st thou? Malvolio, and some have greatness thrust upon them. Olivia, heaven restore thee. Malvolio, remember who commended thy yellow stockings. Olivia, thy yellow stockings, Malvolio, and wish to see thee cross-gartered. Olivia, cross-gartered. Malvolio, go to, thou art made if thou desirest to be so. Olivia, am I made? Malvolio, if not, let me see thee a servant still. Olivia, why, this is very midsummer madness. Enter servant. Servant, madam, the young gentleman of the Count Orsino's is returned. I could hardly entreat him back. He attends your ladyship's pleasure. Olivia, I'll come to him. Exit servant. Good Maria, let this fellow be looked to. Where's my cousin Toby? Let some of my people have a special care of him. I would not have him miscarry for the half of my dowry. Exeunt Olivia and Maria. Malvolio, oh ho, do you come near me now? No worse man than Sir Toby to look to me. This concurs directly with the letter. She sends him on purpose that I may appear stubborn to him, for she incites me to that in the letter. Cast thy humble slough, says she. Be opposite with a kinsman, surly with servants, let thy tongue tang with arguments of state, put thyself into the trick of singularity, and consequently sets down the manner how. As a sad face, a reverend carriage, a slow tongue, in the habit of some sir of note, and so forth. I have limed her, but it is Jove's doing, and Jove make me thankful. And when she went away now, let this fellow be looked to, fellow, not Malvolio, nor after my degree, but fellow. Why, everything adheres together, that no dram of a scruple, no scruple of a scruple, no obstacle, no incredulous or unsafe circumstance. What can be said? Nothing that can come between me and the full prospect of my hopes. Well, Jove, not I, is the doer of this, and he is to be thanked. Enter Sir Toby, Fabian, and Maria. Sir Toby, which way is he in the name of sanctity? If all the devils of hell be drawn in little, and Legion himself possessed him, yet I'll speak to him. Fabian, here he is, here he is. How is't with you, sir? How is't with you, man? Malvolio, go off, I discard you. Let me enjoy my private, go off. Maria. Lo, how hollow the fiend speaks within him. Did not I tell you, Sir Toby? My lady prays you to have a care of him. Malvolio, aha, does she so, Sir Toby? Go to, peace, peace, we must deal gently with him. Let me alone. How do you, Malvolio, how is't with you? What man defy the devil? Consider he's an enemy to mankind. Malvolio, do you know what you say, Maria? La you and you speak ill of the devil, how he takes it at heart. Pray God he be not bewitched. Fabian, carry his water to th wise woman. Maria, marry, and it shall be done tomorrow morning if I live. My lady would not lose him for more than I'll say. Malvolio, how now, mistress? Maria, O Lord, Sir Toby, prithee hold thy peace, this is not the way. Do you not see you move him? Let me alone with him. Fabian, no way but gentleness, gently, gently. The fiend is rough and will not be roughly used. Sir Toby, why how now, my boarcock, how dost thou chuck? Malvolio, Sir Toby, I biddy, come with me. What man 'tis not for gravity to play at cherry pit with Satan? Hang him, foul collier. Maria, get him to say his prayers, good Sir Toby. Get him to pray. Malvolio, my prayers minx. Maria, no, I warrant you he will not hear of godliness. Malvolio, go, hang yourselves all, you are idle shallow things. I am not of your element, you shall know more hereafter. Exit. Sir Toby, is't possible? Fabian, if this were played upon a stage now, I could condemn it as an improbable fiction. Sir Toby, his very genius hath taken the infection of the device, man. Maria, nay, pursue him now, lest the device take air and taint. Fabian, why, we shall make him mad indeed. Maria, the house will be the quieter. Sir Toby, come, we'll have him in a dark room and bound. My niece is already in the belief that he's mad. We may carry it thus for our pleasure, and his penance, till our very pastime, tired out of breath, prompt us to have mercy on him, at which time we will bring the device to the bar, and crown thee for a finder of madmen. But see, enter Sir Andrew. Fabian, more matter for a May morning. Sir Andrew, here's the challenge, read it. I warrant there's vinegar and pepper in't. Fabian, is so saucy, Sir Andrew? I is't, I warrant him, do but read. Sir Toby, give me. Reads, youth, whatsoever thou art but a scurvy fellow. Fabian, good and valiant. Sir Toby, wonder not nor admire not in thy mind why I do call thee so, for I will show thee no reason for't. Fabian, a good note that keeps you from the blow of the law. Sir Toby, thou comest to the Lady Olivia, and in my sight she uses thee kindly, but thou least in thy throat. That is not the matter I challenge thee for. Fabian, very brief and to exceeding good sense. Less, Sir Toby, I will waylay thee going home, where if it be thy chance to kill me. Fabian, good Sir Toby, thou kill'st me like a rogue and a villain. Fabian, still you keep oth windy side of the law. Good Sir Toby, fare thee well, and God have mercy upon one of our souls. He may have mercy upon mine, but my hope is better, and so look to thyself. Thy friend as thou usest him, and thy sworn enemy, Andrew Aguecheek. If this letter move him not, his legs cannot. I'll give at him. Maria, you may have very fit occasion for't. He is now in some commerce with my lady, and will by and by depart. Sir Toby, go, Sir Andrew, scout me for him at the corner of the orchard like a bum bailey. So soon as ever thou seest him draw, and as thou drawst, swear horrible, for it comes to pass oft that a terrible oath, with a swaggering accent sharply twanged off, gives manhood more approbation than ever proof itself would have earned him. Away, Sir Andrew, nay, let me alone for swearing. Exit, Sir Toby, now will not I deliver his letter. For the behaviour of the young gentleman gives him out to be of good capacity and breeding. His employment between his lord and my niece confirms no less. Therefore this letter, being so excellently ignorant, will breed no terror in the youth. He will find it comes from a clodpole. But, sir, I will deliver his challenge by word of mouth, set upon ache-cheek notable report of valour, and drive the gentleman, as I know his youth will aptly receive it, into a most hideous opinion of his rage, skill, fury, and impetuosity. This will so fright them both that they will kill one another by the look like cockatrices. Enter Olivia and Viola. Fabian, here he comes with your niece, give them way till he take leave, and presently after him. Sir Toby, I will meditate the while upon some horrid message for a challenge. Exeunt Sir Toby, Fabian, and Maria. O Olivia, I have said too much unto a heart of stone, and laid mine on a too unchary on't. There's something in me that reproves my fault, but such a headstrong potent fault it is that it but mocks reproof. Viola, with the same haviour that your passion bears goes on my master's griefs. Olivia, here wear this jewel for me, 'tis my picture. Refuse it not, it hath no tongue to vex you, and I beseech you come again tomorrow. What shall you ask of me that I'll deny, that honour salved may upon asking give? Viola, nothing but this, your true love for my master. Olivia, how with mine honour may I give him that which I have given to you? Viola, I will acquit you. Olivia, well, come again tomorrow, fare thee well, a fiend like thee might bear my soul to hell. Exit, enter Sir Toby and Fabian. Sir Toby, gentleman, God save thee. Viola, and you, sir. Sir Toby, that defence thou hast betake thee tot. Of what nature the wrongs thou hast done him, I know not, but thy interceptor, full of despite, bloody as the hunter, attends thee at the orchard end. Dismount thy tuck, be yare in thy preparation, for thy assailant is quick, skilful, and deadly. Viola, you mistake, sir, I am sure no man hath any quarrel to me. My remembrance is very free and clear from any image of offence done to any man. Sir Toby, you'll find it otherwise, I assure you. Therefore, if you hold your life at any price, betake you to your guard, for your opposite hath in him what youth, strength, skill, and wrath can furnish man withal. Viola, I pray you, sir, what is he? Sir Toby, he is knight, dubbed with unhatched rapier and on carpet consideration, but he is a devil in private brawl. Souls and bodies hath he divorced 3, and his incensement at this moment is so implacable that satisfaction can be none but by pangs of death and sepulchre. Hob, nob is his word, give it or take't. Viola, I will return again into the house and desire some conduct of the lady. I am no fighter. I have heard of some kind of men that put quarrels purposely on others to taste their valour, belike this is a man of that quirk. Sir Toby, sir, no, his indignation derives itself out of a very competent injury, therefore get you on and give him his desire. Back you shall not to the house, unless you undertake that with me which with as much safety you might answer him. Therefore on, or strip your sword stark naked, for meddle you must, that's certain, or forswear to wear iron about you. Viola, this is as uncivil as strange. I beseech you do me this courteous office as to know of the knight what my offence to him is. It is something of my negligence, nothing of my purpose. Sir Toby, I will do so. Signia Fabian, stay you by this gentleman till my return. Exit Sir Toby. Viola, pray you, sir, do you know of this matter? Fabian, I know the knight is incensed against you even to a mortal arbitrament, but nothing of the circumstance more. Viola, I beseech you, what manner of man is he? Fabian, nothing of that wonderful promise to read him by his form, as you are like to find him in the proof of his valour. He is indeed, sir, the most skilful, bloody, and fatal opposite that you could possibly have found in any part of Illyria. Will you walk towards him? I will make your peace with him if I can. Viola, I shall be much bound to you for't. I am one that had rather go with Sir Priest than Sir Knight. I care not who knows so much of my mettle. Exeunt, enter Sir Toby and Sir Andrew. Sir Toby, why man, he's a very devil, I have not seen such a farrago. I had a pass with him, rapier, scabbard and all, and he gives me the stuck-in with such a mortal motion that it is inevitable, and on the answer he pays you as surely as your feet hits the ground they step on. They say he has been fencer to the Sophy. Sir Andrew, pox on't, I'll not meddle with him. Sir Toby, Ay, but he will not now be pacified, Fabian can scarce hold him yonder. Sir Andrew, plague on't, and I thought he had been valiant, and so cunning in fence I'd have seen him damned ere I'd have challenged him. Let him let the matter slip, and I'll give him my horse grey Capilet. Sir Toby, I'll make the motion, stand here, make a good show on't, this shall end without the perdition of souls. Aside, marry, I'll ride your horse as well as I ride you. Enter Fabian and Viola. To Fabian, I have his horse to take up the quarrel, I have persuaded him the youth's a devil. Fabian, he is as horribly conceited of him, and pants and looks pale as if a bear were at his heels. Sir Toby, there's no remedy, sir, he will fight with you for's oath's sake. Marry, he hath better bethought him of his quarrel, and he finds that now scarce to be worth talking of. Therefore draw for the supportance of his vow, he protests he will not hurt you. Viola, aside, pray God defend me. A little thing would make me tell them how much I lack of a man. Fabian, give ground if you see him furious. Sir Toby, come, Sir Andrew, there's no remedy, the gentleman will for his honour's sake have one bout. With you he cannot by the duello avoid it, but he has promised me as he is a gentleman and a soldier he will not hurt you. Come on, Tot. Sir Andrew draws, pray God he keep his oath. Enter Antonio. Viola draws, I do assure you 'tis against my will. Antonio, put up your sword. If this young gentleman have done offence, I take the fault on me. If you offend him, I for him defy you. Sir Toby, you, sir, why what are you? Antonio draws, one, sir, that for his love dares yet do more than you have heard him brag to you he will. Sir Toby draws, nay, if you be an undertaker, I am for you. Enter officers. Fabian, O good Sir Toby, hold, here come the officers. Sir Toby, to Antonio, I'll be with you anon. Viola, to Sir Andrew, pray, sir, put your sword up if you please. Sir Andrew, marry will I, sir, and for that I promised you I'll be as good as my word. He will bear you easily and reigns well. First officer, this is the man, do thy office. Second officer, Antonio, I arrest thee at the suit of Count Orsino. Antonio, you do mistake me, sir. First officer, no, sir, no jot, I know your favour well, though now you have no sea cap on your head. Take him away, he knows I know him well. Antonio, I must obey, this comes with seeking you, but there's no remedy, I shall answer it. What will you do? Now my necessity makes me to ask you for my purse. It grieves me much more for what I cannot do for you than what befalls myself. You stand amazed, but be of comfort. Second officer, come, sir, away. Antonio, I must entreat of you some of that money. Viola, what money, sir? For the fair kindness you have showed me here, and part being prompted by your present trouble. Out of my lean and low ability, I'll lend you something. My having is not much, I'll make division of my present with you. Hold, there's half my coffer. Antonio, will you deny me now? Is't possible that my deserts to you can lack persuasion? Do not tempt my misery, lest that it make me so unsound a man as to upbraid you with those kindnesses that I have done for you. Viola, I know of none, nor know I you by voice or any feature. I hate ingratitude more in a man than lying, vainness, babbling, drunkenness, or any taint of vice whose strong corruption inhabits our frail blood. Antonio, O heavens themselves. Second officer, come, sir, I pray you go. Antonio, let me speak a little. This youth that you see here I snatched one half out of the jaws of death, relieved him with such sanctity of love, and to his image, which methought did promise most venerable worth, did I devotion. First officer, what's that to us? The time goes by. Away, Antonio. But oh, how vile and idle proves this God. Thou hayest, Sebastian, done good feature shame. In nature there's no blemish but the mind, none can be called deformed but the unkind. Virtue is beauty, but the beauteous evil are empty trunks, all flourished by the devil. First officer, the man grows mad, away with him. Come, come, sir. Antonio, lead me on. Exeunt officers with Antonio. Viola, methinks his words do from such passion fly that he believes himself, so do not I. Prove true, imagination, O prove true that I, dear brother, be now ta'en for you. Sir Toby, come hither, knight, come hither. Fabian, will whisper o'er a couplet or two of most sage saws. Viola, he named Sebastian. I my brother know yet living in my glass, even such and so in favour was my brother, and he went still in this fashion, colour, ornament for him I imitate. Oh, if it prove tempests are kind and salt waves fresh in love. Exit. Sir Toby, A very dishonest paltry boy, and more a coward than a hare. His dishonesty appears in leaving his friend here in necessity and denying him, and for his cowardship ask Fabian. Fabian, a coward, a most devout coward, religious in it. Sir Andrew, slid, I'll after him again and beat him. Sir Toby, do cuff him soundly, but never draw thy sword. Sir Andrew, and I do not exit. Fabian, come, let's see the event. Sir Toby, I dare lay any money 'twill be nothing yet. Exeunt. Act Roman 4, Scene I. The street before Olivia's house. Enter Sebastian and Clown. Clown, will you make me believe that I am not sent for you? Sebastian, go to, thou art a foolish fellow, let me be clear of thee. Clown, well held out I faith, no, I do not know you, nor I am not sent to you by my lady to bid you come speak with her, nor your name is not Master Cesario, nor this is not my nose neither, nothing that is so is so. Sebastian, I prithee vent thy folly somewhere else, thou know'st not me. Clown, vent my folly, he has heard that word of some great man, and now applies it to a fool. Vent my folly, I am afraid this great lubber the world will prove a cockney. I prithee now ungird thy strangeness and tell me what I shall vent to my lady. Shall I vent to her that thou art coming, Sebastian? I prithee, foolish Greek, depart from me. There's money for thee, if you tarry longer I shall give worse payment. Clown, by my troth thou hast an open hand. These wise men that give fools money get themselves a good report, after 14 years' purchase. Enter Sir Andrew, Sir Toby and Fabian. Sir Andrew, now sir have I met you again. There's for you, striking Sebastian. Sebastian, why there's for thee, and there are all the people mad, beating Sir Andrew. Sir Toby, hold sir, or I'll throw your dagger o'er the house. Clown, this will I tell my lady straight, I would not be in some of your coats for 2d. Exit Clown. Sir Toby, come on sir, hold. Sir Andrew, nay, let him alone, I'll go another way to work with him. I'll have an action of battery against him, if there be any law in Illyria. Though I struck him first, yet it's no matter for that. Sebastian, let go thy hand. Sir Toby, come sir, I will not let you go. Come my young soldier, put up your iron, you are well fleshed, come on. Sebastian, I will be free from thee, what wouldst thou now, if thou darst tempt me further, draw thy sword. Draws. Sir Toby, what, nay then I must have an ounce or two of this malapert blood from you. Draws. Enter Olivia. Olivia, hold Toby, on thy life I charge thee, hold. Sir Toby, Madam, Olivia, will it be ever thus, ungracious wretch, fit for the mountains and the barbarous caves where manners ne'er were preached, out of my sight, be not offended, dear Cesario, rudesby, be gone. Exeunt Sir Toby, Sir Andrew and Fabian. I prithee, gentle friend, let thy fair wisdom, not thy passion, sway in this uncivil and unjust extent against thy peace. Go with me to my house, and hear thou there how many fruitless pranks this ruffian hath botched up, that thou thereby mayst smile at this, thou shalt not choose but go. Do not deny, beshrew his soul for me, he started one poor heart of mine in thee. Sebastian, what relish is in this, how runs the stream, or I am mad, or else this is a dream. Let fancy still my sense in leath steep, if it be thus to dream, still let me sleep. Olivia, nay come, I prithee, would thou'dst be ruled by me? Sebastian, Madam, I will. Olivia, oh say so and so be. Exeunt. Scene Roman 2, a room in Olivia's house. Enter Maria and Clown. Maria, nay, I prithee, put on this gown and this beard, make him believe thou art Sir Topers the curate, do it quickly. I'll call Sir Toby the whilst. Exit Maria. Clown, well, I'll put it on, and I will dissemble myself in't, and I would I were the first that ever dissembled in such a gown. I am not tall enough to become the function well, nor lean enough to be thought a good student, but to be said, an honest man and a good housekeeper goes as fairly as to say, a careful man and a great scholar. The competitors. Enter Sir Toby and Maria. Sir Toby, Jove bless thee, Master Parson. Clown, Bonos dies, Sir Toby, for as the old hermit of Prague that never saw pen and ink, very wittily said to a niece of King Gorboduc that is, so I, being Master Parson and Master Parson, for what is that but that, and is but is, Sir Toby, to him Sir Topers. Clown, what ho I say, peace in this prison. Sir Toby, the knave counterfeits well, a good knave, Malvolio within, Malvolio who calls there. Clown, Sir Topers the curate who comes to visit Malvolio the lunatic. Malvolio, Sir Topers, good Sir Topers, go to my lady. Clown. Out, hyperbolical fiend, how vexest thou this man? Talkest thou nothing but of ladies, Sir Toby? Well said, Master Parson. Malvolio, Sir Topers, never was man thus wronged. Good Sir Topers, do not think I am mad, they have laid me here in hideous darkness. Clown. Fie, thou dishonest Satan, I call thee by the most modest terms, for I am one of those gentle ones that will use the devil himself with courtesy. Say'st thou that house is dark, Malvolio? As hell. Sir Topers. Clown. Why, it hath bay windows transparent as barricadoes, and the clerestories toward the south-north are as lustrous as ebony, and yet complainest thou of obstruction, Malvolio? I am not mad, Sir Topers, I say to you this house is dark. Clown. Madman, thou errest. I say there is no darkness but ignorance, in which thou art more puzzled than the Egyptians in their fog. Malvolio. I say this house is as dark as ignorance, though ignorance were as dark as hell, and I say there was never man thus abused. I am no more mad than you are. Make the trial of it in any constant question. Clown. What is the opinion of Pythagoras concerning wildfowl? Malvolio, that the soul of our grandam might haply inhabit a bird. Clown. What thinkst thou of his opinion, Malvolio? I think nobly of the soul, and no way approve his opinion. Clown. Fare thee well, remain thou still in darkness. Thou shalt hold the opinion of Pythagoras ere I will allow of thy wits, and fear to kill a woodcock, lest thou dispossess the soul of thy grandam. Fare thee well. Malvolio, Sir Topers, Sir Toby, my most exquisite Sir Topers. Clown. Nay, I am for all waters, Maria, thou mightst have done this without thy beard and gown. He sees thee not, Sir Toby. To him in thine own voice, and bring me word how thou find'st him. I would we were well rid of this knavery. If he may be conveniently delivered, I would he were, for I am now so far in offence with my niece that I cannot pursue with any safety this sport to the upshot. Come by and by to my chamber, exeunt Sir Toby and Maria. Clown. Singing. Hey Robin, jolly Robin, tell me how thy lady does. Malvolio. Fool. Clown. My lady is unkind, Purdy. Malvolio. Fool. Clown. Alas, why is she so? Malvolio. Fool, I say. Clown. She loves another who calls her Malvolio. Good fool, as ever thou wilt deserve well at my hand, help me to a candle and pen, ink and paper. As I am a gentleman, I will live to be thankful to thee for't. Clown. Master Malvolio. Malvolio. I, good fool. Clown. Alas, sir, how fell you besides your 5 wits? Malvolio. Fool, there was never man so notoriously abused. I am as well in my wits, fool, as thou art. Clown. But as well, then you are mad indeed, if you be no better in your wits than a fool. Malvolio. They have here propertied me, keep me in darkness, send ministers to me asses, and do all they can to face me out of my wits. Clown. Advise you what you say, the minister is here. As Sir Topers. Malvolio. Malvolio, thy wits the heavens restore, endeavour thyself to sleep, and leave thy vain bibble babble. Malvolio. Sir Topers. Clown. As Sir Topers, maintain no words with him, good fellow. As himself who? I, sir, not I, sir, God buy you, good Sir Topers. As Sir Topers, marry, amen. As himself, I will, sir, I will. Malvolio. Fool, 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 I say. Clown. Alas, sir, be patient. What say you, sir? I am shent for speaking to you. Malvolio. Good fool, help me to some light and some paper. I tell thee I am as well in my wits as any man in Illyria. Clown. Well a day that you were, sir. Malvolio. By this hand I am. Good fool, some ink, paper and light, and convey what I will set down to my lady. It shall advantage thee more than ever the bearing of letter did. Clown. I will help you tot, but tell me true, are you not mad indeed, or do you but counterfeit? Malvolio. Believe me, I am not, I tell thee true. Clown. Nay, I'll ne'er believe a madman till I see his brains. I will fetch you light and paper and ink. Malvolio. Fool, I'll requite it in the highest degree, I prithee be gone. Clown. Singing. I am gone, sir, and anon, sir, I'll be with you again in a trice, like to the old vice your need to sustain, who with dagger of lath in his rage and his wrath cries ah ha to the devil, like a mad lad, pare thy nails, dad. Adieu, goodman devil. Exit, scene Roman 3. Olivia's garden. Enter Sebastian. Sebastian. This is the air, that is the glorious sun, this pearl she gave me I do feel't and see't, and though 'tis wonder that enwraps me thus, yet 'tis not madness. Where's Antonio then? I could not find him at the Elephant, yet there he was, and there I found this credit, that he did range the town to seek me out. His counsel now might do me golden service. For though my soul disputes well with my sense that this may be some error, but no madness, yet doth this accident and flood of fortune so far exceed all instance, all discourse, that I am ready to distrust mine eyes and wrangle with my reason that persuades me to any other trust, but that I am mad, or else the lady's mad. Yet if 'twere so, she could not sway her house, command her followers, take and give back affairs and their dispatch, with such a smooth, discreet, and stable bearing as I perceive she does. There's something in't that is deceivable. But here the lady comes. Enter Olivia and a priest. Olivia, blame not this haste of mine. If you mean well, now go with me and with this holy man into the chantry by. There before him and underneath that consecrated roof, plight me the full assurance of your faith, that my most jealous and too doubtful soul may live at peace. He shall conceal it whiles you are willing it shall come to note, what time we will our celebration keep according to my birth. What do you say, Sebastian? I'll follow this good man and go with you, and having sworn truth ever will be true. Olivia, then lead the way, good father, and heaven so shine that they may fairly note this act of mine. Exeunt. Act V, Scene I, the street before Olivia's house. Enter Clown and Fabian. Fabian, now as thou lovest me, let me see his letter. Clown, good master Fabian, grant me another request. Fabian, anything. Clown, do not desire to see this letter. Fabian, this is to give a dog, and in recompense desire my dog again. Enter Duke, Viola, Curio, and lords. Duke, belong you to the Lady Olivia, friends? Clown, aye, sir, we are some of her trappings. Duke, I know thee well, how dost thou, my good fellow? Clown, truly, sir, the better for my foes, and the worse for my friends. Duke, just the contrary, the better for thy friends. Clown, no, sir, the worse. Duke, how can that be? Clown, marry, sir, they praise me and make an ass of me. Now my foes tell me plainly I am an ass. So that by my foes, sir, I profit in the knowledge of myself, and by my friends I am abused. So that conclusions to be as kisses, if your 4 negatives make your 2 affirmatives, why then the worse for my friends and the better for my foes. Duke, why this is excellent. Clown, by my troth, sir, no, though it please you to be one of my friends. Duke, thou shalt not be the worse for me, there's gold. Clown, but that it would be double dealing, sir, I would you could make it another. Duke, oh, you give me ill counsel. Clown, put your grace in your pocket, sir, for this once, and let your flesh and blood obey it. Duke, well, I will be so much a sinner to be a double dealer, there's another. Clown, primo secundo tertio is a good play, and the old saying is the third pays for all. The triplex, sir, is a good tripping measure, or the bells of St. Bennet, sir, may put you in mind. 1, 2, 3. Duke, you can fool no more money out of me at this throw. If you will let your lady know I am here to speak with her and bring her along with you, it may awake my bounty further. Clowns, marry, sir, lullaby to your bounty till I come again. I go, sir, but I would not have you to think that my desire of having is the sin of covetousness. But as you say, sir, let your bounty take a nap, I will awake it anon. Exit Clown. Enter Antonio and officers. Viola. Here comes the man, sir, that did rescue me. Duke, that face of his I do remember well. Yet when I saw it last it was besmeared as black as Vulcan in the smoke of war. A bawbling vessel was he captain of, for shallow draught and bulk unprizable, with which such scathful grapple did he make with the most noble bottom of our fleet, that very envy and the tongue of loss cried fame and honour on him. What's the matter, first officer? Orsino, this is that Antonio that took the Phoenix and her fraught from Candy, and this is he that did the tiger board when your young nephew Titus lost his leg. Here in the streets, desperate of shame and state, in private brabble did we apprehend him. Violas, he did me kindness, sir, drew on my side, but in conclusion put strange speech upon me. I know not what 'twas, but distraction. Duke, notable pirate, thou salt-water thief, what foolish boldness brought thee to their mercies, whom thou, in terms so bloody and so dear, hast made thine enemies? Antonio. Orsino, noble sir, be pleased that I shake off these names you give me. Antonio never yet was thief or pirate, though I confess on base and ground enough Orsino's enemy. A witchcraft drew me hither, That most ingrateful boy there by your side from the rude sea's enraged and foamy mouth did I redeem. A wreck past hope he was. His life I gave him, and did thereto add my love without retention or restraint, all his in dedication. For his sake did I expose myself, pure for his love, into the danger of this adverse town, drew to defend him when he was beset, where being apprehended, his false cunning, not meaning to partake with me in danger, taught him to face me out of his acquaintance, and grew a 20 years removed thing while one would wink. Denied me mine own purse, which I had recommended to his use not half an hour before. Viola, how can this be, Duke? When came he to this town, Antonio? Today, my lord, and for 3 months before, no in trim, not a minute's vacancy, both day and night did we keep company. Enter Olivia and attendants. Duke, here comes the Countess, now heaven walks on earth. But for thee, fellow, thy words are madness. 3 months this youth hath tended upon me, but more of that anon. Take him aside. Olivia, what would my lord but that he may not have, wherein Olivia may seem serviceable? Cesario, you do not keep promise. With me, Viola, madam, Duke, gracious Olivia, what do you say, Cesario, good my lord? Viola, my lord would speak, my duty hushes me. Olivia, if it be aught to the old tune, my lord, it is as fat and fulsome, to mine ear as howling after music. Duke, still so cruel. Olivia, still so constant. Lord Duke, what to perverseness, you uncivil lady, to whose ingrate and unauspicious altars my soul the faithfulst offerings hath breathed out that ere devotion tendered. What shall I do, Olivia? Even what it please my lord that shall become him. Duke, why should I not, had I the heart to do it, like to the Egyptian thief at point of death, kill what I love? A savage jealousy that sometimes savours nobly. But hear me this, since you to non-regardance cast my faith, and that I partly know the instrument that screws me from my true place in your favour, live you the marble-breasted tyrant still. But this your minion, whom I know you love, and whom, by heaven I swear, I tender dearly, him will I tear out of that cruel eye where he sits crowned in his master's spite. Come, boy, with me, my thoughts are ripe in mischief. I'll sacrifice the lamb that I do love, to spite a raven's heart within a dove. Viola, and I most jocund, apt, and willingly to do you rest, 1,000 deaths would die. Olivia, where goes Cesario? Viola, after him I love more than I love these eyes, more than my life, more by all mores than e'er I shall love wife. If I do feign, you witnesses above punish my life for tainting of my love. Olivia, army detested, how am I beguiled? Viola, who does beguile you, who does do you wrong? Olivia, haste thou forgot thyself. Is it so long? Call forth the Holy Father, exit an attendant. Duke, to Viola come away. Olivia, whither my lord? Cesario, husband, stay. Duke, husband. Olivia, I husband, can he that deny? Duke, her husband, sirrah. Viola, no, my lord, not I. Olivia, alas, it is the baseness of thy fear that makes thee strangle thy propriety. Fear not, Cesario, take thy fortunes up. Be that thou know'st thou art, and then thou art as great as that thou fear'st. Enter priest. O welcome, father. Father, I charge thee by thy reverence here to unfold, though lately we intended to keep in darkness what occasion now reveals before 'tis ripe. What thou dost know hath newly passed between this youth and me. Priest, a contract of eternal bond of love, confirmed by mutual joinder of your hands, attested by the holy close of lips, strengthened by interchangement of your rings, and all the ceremony of this compact sealed in my function, by my testimony, since when my watch hath told me toward my grave I have travelled but 2 hours. Duke, O thou dissembling cub, what wilt thou be when time hath sowed a grizzle on thy case? Or will not else thy craft so quickly grow that thine own trip shall be thine overthrow? Farewell, and take her, but direct thy feet where thou and I henceforth may never meet. Viola, my lord, I do protest. Olivia, oh, do not swear, hold little faith, though thou hast too much fear. Enter Sir Andrew. Sir Andrew, for the love of God, a surgeon, send one presently to Sir Toby. Olivia, what's the matter? Sir Andrew has broke my head across and has given Sir Toby a bloody coxcomb too. For the love of God, your help, I had rather than £40 I were at home. Olivia, who has done this, Sir Andrew, Sir Andrew, the Count's gentleman one Cesario, we took him for a coward, but he's the very devil incarnate. Duke, my gentleman Cesario, Sir Andrew, odds lifelings, here he is, you broke my head for nothing, and that I did, I was set on to dot by Sir Toby. Viola, why do you speak to me? I never hurt you, you drew your sword upon me without cause, but I bespake you fair and hurt you not. Enter Sir Toby, drunk, led by the clown. Sir Andrew, if a bloody coxcomb be a hurt, you have hurt me. I think you set nothing by a bloody coxcomb. Here comes Sir Toby halting. You shall hear more, but if he had not been in drink, he would have tickled you other gates than he did. Duke, how now, gentlemen, how is't with you? Sir Toby, that's all one has hurt me, and there's th end on't. Sot, didst see Dick surgeon, Sot? Clown, oh he's drunk. Sir Toby, an hour agone, his eyes were set at 8 morning. Sir Toby, then he's a rogue and a passy measures pavin. I hate a drunken rogue. Olivia, away with him, who hath made this havoc with them. Sir Andrew, I'll help you, Sir Toby, because we'll be dressed together. Sir Toby, will you help? An ass head and a coxcomb and a knave, a thin-faced knave, a gull. Olivia, get him to bed and let his hurt be looked to. Exeunt Clown, Fabian, Sir Toby and Sir Andrew. Enter Sebastian. Sebastian, I am sorry, madam, I have hurt your kinsman, but had it been the brother of my blood, I must have done no less with wit and safety. You throw a strange regard upon me, and by that I do perceive it hath offended you. Pardon me, sweet one, even for the vows we made each other but so late ago. Duke, one face, one voice, one habit, and two persons. A natural perspective that is and is not. Sebastian, Antonio, oh my dear Antonio, how have the hours racked and tortured me since I have lost thee. Antonio, Sebastian are you? Sebastian, fear'st thou that? Antonio, Antonio, how have you made division of yourself? An apple cleft in two is not more twin than these two creatures. Which is Sebastian? Olivia, most wonderful, Sebastian. Do I stand there? I never had a brother, nor can there be that deity in my nature of here and everywhere. I had a sister whom the blind waves and surges have devoured. Of charity, what kin are you to me? What countryman, what name, what parentage? Viola of Messaline, Sebastian was my father, such a Sebastian was my brother too, so went he suited to his watery tomb. If spirits can assume both form and suit, you come to fright us. Sebastian, a spirit I am indeed, but am in that dimension grossly clad, which from the womb I did participate. Were you a woman as the rest goes even, I should my tears let fall upon your cheek, and say, thrice welcome, drowned Viola. Viola, my father had a mole upon his brow, Sebastian, and so had mine, Viola. And died that day when Viola from her birth had numbered 13 years, Sebastian. Oh, that record is lively in my soul. He finished indeed his mortal act that day that made my sister 13 years. Viola, if nothing lets to make us happy both but this my masculine usurped attire, do not embrace me till each circumstance of place, time, fortune do cohere and jump that I am Viola, which to confirm I'll bring you to a captain in this town where lie my maiden weeds, by whose gentle help I was preserved to serve this noble count. All the occurrence of my fortune since hath been between this lady and this lord. Sebastian, to Olivia. So comes it, lady, you have been mistook, but nature to her bias drew in that. You would have been contracted to a maid, nor are you therein by my life deceived. You are betrothed both to a maid and man. Duke, be not amazed, right noble is his blood. If this be so, as yet the glass seems true, I shall have share in this most happy wreck. To Viola, boy, thou hast said to me 1,000 times thou never shouldst love woman like to me. Viola, and all those sayings will I overswear, and all those swearings keep as true in soul as doth that orbed continent the fire that severs day from night. Duke, give me thy hand, and let me see thee in thy woman's weeds. Viola, the captain that did bring me first on shore hath my maid's garments. He upon some action is now in durance at Malvolio's suit, a gentleman and follower of my lady's. Olivia, he shall enlarge him. Fetch Malvolio hither. And yet, alas, now I remember me, they say, poor gentleman, he's much distract. Enter Clown with a letter and Fabian, a most extracting frenzy of mine own from my remembrance clearly banished his. How does he, sirrah? Clown, Truly, madam, he holds Beelzebub at the stave's end as well as a man in his case may do. Has here writ a letter to you. I should have given it you today morning, but as a madman's epistles are no gospels, so it skills not much when they are delivered. Olivia. Open tea and read it, clown. Look then to be well edified when the fool delivers the madman. By the Lord, madam. Olivia, how now art thou mad? Clown. No, madam, I do but read madness, and your ladyship will have it as it ought to be. You must allow vox. Olivia. Prithee, read I thy right wits. Clown. So I do, Madonna, but to read his right wits is to read thus. Therefore perpend, my princess, and give ear. Olivia. To Fabian. Read it you, sirrah. Fabian reads, By the Lord, madam, you wrong me, and the world shall know it. Though you have put me into darkness and given your drunken cousin rule over me, yet have I the benefit of my senses as well as your ladyship. I have your own letter that induced me to the semblance I put on, with the which I doubt not but to do myself much right or you much shame. Think of me as you please. I leave my duty a little unthought of and speak out of my injury. The madly used Malvolio. Olivia, did he write this? Clown. Ay, madam. Duke, this savours not much of distraction. Olivia, see him delivered. Fabian, bring him hither. Exit Fabian. My lord, so please you these things further thought on, to think me as well a sister as a wife, one day shall crown alliance on't, so please you here at my house and at my proper cost. Duke. Madam, I am most apt to embrace your offer. To Viola. Your master quits you, and for your service done him so much against the mettle of your sex, so far beneath your soft and tender breeding, and since you called me master for so long, here is my hand, you shall from this time be your master's mistress. Olivia, a sister, you are she. Enter Fabian and Malvolio. Duke, is this the madman? Olivia, ay, my lord, this same. How now, Malvolio? Malvolio. Madam, you have done me wrong, notorious wrong. Olivia, have I, Malvolio? No, Malvolio, lady, you have. Pray you peruse that letter. You must not now deny it is your hand. Write from it, if you can, in hand or phrase, or say 'tis not your seal, not your invention. You can say none of this. Well, grant it then, and tell me in the modesty of honour why you have given me such clear lights of favour, bade me come smiling and cross-gartered to you, to put on yellow stockings, and to frown upon Sir Toby and the lighter people. And acting this in an obedient hope, why have you suffered me to be imprisoned, kept in a dark house, visited by the priest, and made the most notorious geck and gull that e'er invention played on? Tell me why. Olivia. Alas, Malvolio, this is not my writing, though I confess much like the character, but out of question 'tis Maria's hand. And now I do bethink me it was she first told me thou wast mad, then cam'st in smiling and in such forms which here were presupposed upon thee in the letter. Prithee be content, this practice hath most shrewdly passed upon thee, but when we know the grounds and authors of it, thou shalt be both the plaintiff and the judge of thine own cause. Fabian. Good madam, hear me speak, and let no quarrel, nor no brawl to come, taint the condition of this present hour, which I have wondered at. In hope it shall not, most freely I confess, myself and Toby set this device against Malvolio here, upon some stubborn and uncourteous parts we had conceived against him. Maria writ the letter, at Sir Toby's great importance, in recompense whereof he hath married her. How with a sportful malice it was followed may rather pluck on laughter than revenge, if that the injuries be justly weighed that have on both sides passed. Olivia. Alas, poor fool, how have they baffled thee? Clown. Why, some are born great, some achieve greatness, and some have greatness thrown upon them. I was one, sir, in this interlude, one Sir Topaz, sir, but that's all one. By the Lord, fool, I am not mad. But do you remember, madam, why laugh you at such a barren rascal, and you smile not, he's gagged, and thus the whirligig of time brings in his revenges. Malvolio, I'll be revenged on the whole pack of you. Exit. Olivia. He hath been most notoriously abuzzed. Duke. Pursue him and entreat him to a peace. He hath not told us of the captain yet. When that is known and golden time convents, a solemn combination shall be made of our dear souls. Meantime, sweet sister, we will not part from hence. Cesario, come, for so you shall be while you are a man, but when in other habits you are seen Orsino's mistress and his fancy's queen. Exeunt. Clown sings. When that I was and a little tiny boy, with hey ho the wind and the rain, A foolish thing was but a toy, for the rain it raineth every day. But when I came to man's estate, with hey-ho, the wind and the rain, 'gainst knaves and thieves men shut their gate, for the rain it raineth every day. But when I came, alas, to wive, with hey-ho, the wind and the rain, by swaggering could I never thrive, for the rain it raineth every day. But when I came unto my beds, with hey-ho, the wind and the rain, with tosspots still had drunken heads, for the rain it raineth every day. A great while ago the world begun, with hey-ho, the wind and the rain, but that's all one, our play is done, and we'll strive to please you every day. Exit. The Two Gentlemen of Verona. Contents: Act I. Scene I. Verona, an open place. Scene Roman II. The same. The garden of Julia's house. Scene Roman III. The same. A room in Antonio's house. Act Roman II. Scene I. Milan, a room in the Duke's palace. Scene Roman II. Verona, a room in Julia's house. Scene Roman III. The same. A street. Scene Roman IV. Milan, a room in the Duke's palace. Scene V. The same. A street. Scene VI. The same. The Duke's palace. Scene Roman VII. Verona, a room in Julia's house. Act Roman III. Scene I. Milan, an anteroom in the Duke's palace. Scene Roman II. The same. A room in the Duke's palace. Act Roman IV. Scene I. A forest between Milan and Verona. Scene Roman II. Milan, the court of the Duke's palace. Scene Roman III. The same. Scene Roman IV. The same. Act v. Scene I. Milan, an abbey. Scene Roman II. The same. A room in the Duke's palace. Scene Roman III. Frontiers of Mantua, the forest. Scene Roman IV. Another part of the forest. Dramatis Personae, Duke of Milan. Father to Silvia Valentine, one of the two gentlemen. Proteus, one of the two gentlemen. Antonio, father to Proteus. Thurio, a foolish rival to Valentine. Eglamour, agent for Silvia in her escape. Speed, a clownish servant to Valentine. Lance, the like to Proteus. Pantino, servant to Antonio. Host, where Julia lodges in Milan. Outlaws, with Valentine. Julia, a lady of Verona, beloved of Proteus. Silvia, beloved of Valentine. Lucetta, waiting woman to Julia. Servants, musicians. Scene Verona, Milan, the frontiers of Mantua. Act I. Scene I. Verona, an open place. Enter Valentine and Proteus. Valentine, cease to persuade my loving Proteus. Home-keeping youth have ever homely wits. Were't not affection chains thy tender days to the sweet glances of thy honoured love, I rather would entreat thy company to see the wonders of the world abroad than, living dully sluggardized at home, wear out thy youth with shapeless idleness. But since thou lov'st, love still and thrive therein, even as I would when I to love begin. Proteus, wilt thou be gone, sweet Valentine? Adieu. Think on thy Proteus when thou haply seest some rare noteworthy object in thy travel. Wish me partaker in thy happiness when thou dost meet good hap, and in thy danger, if ever danger do environ thee, commend thy grievance to my holy prayers, for I will be thy headsman. Valentine. Valentine, and on a love book pray for my success. Proteus, upon some book I love I'll pray for thee. Valentine, that's on some shallow story of deep love, how young Leander crossed the Hellespont. Proteus, that's a deep story of a deeper love, for he was more than over shoes in love. Valentine, 'tis true, for you are over boots in love, and yet you never swam the Hellespont. Proteus, over the boots, nay, give me not the boots. Valentine, no, I will not, for it boots thee not. Proteus, what, Valentine? To be in love where scorn is bought with groans, coy looks with heart-sore sighs, one fading moment's mirth with 20 watchful, weary, tedious nights. If haply won, perhaps a hapless gain; if lost, why then a grievous labour won, however but a folly bought with wit, or else a wit by folly vanquished. Proteus, so by your circumstance you call me fool. Valentine, so by your circumstance I fear you'll prove. Proteus, 'tis love you cavil at, I am not love. Valentine, love is your master, for he masters you, and he that is so yoked by a fool methinks should not be chronicled for wise. Proteus, yet writers say as in the sweetest bud the eating canker dwells, so eating love inhabits in the finest wits of all. Valentine, and writers say as the most forward bud is eaten by the canker ere it blow, even so by love the young and tender wit is turned to folly, blasting in the bud, losing his verdure even in the prime, and all the fair effects of future hopes. But wherefore waste I time to counsel thee that art a votary to fond desire? Once more adieu. My father at the road expects my coming there to see me shipped, Proteus, and thither will I bring thee Valentine, Valentine, sweet Proteus, no, now let us take our leave. To Milan let me hear from thee by letters of thy success in love, and what news else betideth here in absence of thy friend, and I likewise will visit thee with mine. Proteus, all happiness betchance to thee in Milan. Valentine, as much to you at home, and so farewell. Exit, Proteus, he after honour hunts, I after love. He leaves his friends to dignify them more, I leave myself, my friends, and all for love. Thou, Julia, thou hast metamorphosed me, made me neglect my studies, lose my time, war with good counsel, set the world at naught, made wit with musing weak, heart sick with thought. Enter Speed, Speed, Sir Proteus, save you. Saw you my master, Proteus? But now he parted hence to embark for Milan. Speed, 20-1 then he is shipped already, and I have played the sheep in losing him. Proteus, indeed a sheep doth very often stray, and if the shepherd be a while away. Speed, you conclude that my master is a shepherd then, and I a sheep. Proteus, I do. Speed, why then my horns are his horns, whether I wake or sleep. Proteus, a silly answer, and fitting well a sheep. Speed, this proves me still a sheep. Proteus, true, and thy master a shepherd. Speed, nay, that I can deny by a circumstance. Proteus, it shall go hard, but I'll prove it by another. Speed, the shepherd seeks the sheep, and not the sheep the shepherd, but I seek my master, and my master seeks not me, therefore I am no sheep. Proteus, the sheep for fodder follow the shepherd for food follows not the sheep. Thou for wages followest thy master for wages follows not thee, therefore thou art a sheep. Speed, such another proof will make me cry bah. Proteus, but dost thou hear? Gav'st thou my letter to Julia? Speed, I, sir, I a lost mutton gave your letter to her a laced mutton, and she a laced mutton gave me a lost mutton, nothing for my labour. Proteus, he is too small a pasture for such store of muttons. Speed, if the ground be overcharged, you were best stick her. Proteus, nay, in that you are astray, twere best pound you. Speed, nay, sir, less than a pound shall serve me for carrying your letter. Proteus, you mistake, I mean the pound a pinfold. Speed, from a pound to a pin, fold it over and over, 'tis threefold too little for carrying a letter to your lover. Proteus, but what said she? Speed nods his head. I, Proteus, nod, I, why that's noddy. Speed, you mistook, sir, I say she did nod, and you ask me if she did nod, and I say I. Proteus, and that set together is noddy. Speed, now you have taken the pains to set it together, take it for your pains. Proteus, no, no, you shall have it for bearing the letter. Speed, well, I perceive I must be fain to bear with you. Proteus, why, sir, how do you bear with me? Speed, marry, sir, the letter very orderly, having nothing but the word noddy for my pains. Proteus, beshrew me, but you have a quick wit. Speed, and yet it cannot overtake your slow purse. Proteus, come, come, open the matter, in brief what said she? Speed, open your purse that the money and the matter may be both at once delivered. Proteus, giving him a coin. Well, sir, here is for your pains. What said she? Speed, truly, sir, I think you'll hardly win her. Proteus, why, couldst thou perceive so much from her? Speed, sir, I could perceive nothing at all from her, no, not so much as a ducat for delivering your letter. And being so hard to me that brought your mind, I fear she'll prove as hard to you in telling your mind. Give her no token but stones, for she's as hard as steel. Proteus, what said she? Nothing. Speed, no, not so much as take this for thy pains. To testify your bounty, I thank you, you have tested me, in requital whereof henceforth carry your letters yourself. And so, sir, I'll commend you to my master. Proteus, go, go, begone, to save your ship from wrack, which cannot perish, having thee aboard, being destined to a drier death on shore. Exit. Speed, I must go send some better messenger. I fear my Julia would not deign my lines, receiving them from such a worthless post. Exit. Scene Roman 2. The same. The garden of Julia's house. Enter Julia and Lucetta. Julia, but say, Lucetta, now we are alone, wouldst thou then counsel me to fall in love? Lucetta, ay, madam, so you stumble not unheedfully. Julia, Of all the fair resort of gentlemen that every day with Pal encounter me, in thy opinion which is worthiest love, Lucetta, please you repeat their names, I'll show my mind according to my shallow simple skill. Julia, what think'st thou of the fair Sir Eglamour? Lucetta, as of a knight well spoken, neat and fine, but were I you he never should be mine. Julia, what think'st thou of the rich Mercatio? Lucetta, well of his wealth, but of himself so. Julia, what think'st thou of the gentle Proteus? Lucetta, Lord, to see what folly reigns in us. Julia, how now, what means this passion at his name? Lucetta, pardon, dear madam, 'tis a passing shame that I, unworthy body as I am, should censure thus on lovely gentlemen. Julia, why not on Proteus as of all the rest? Lucetta, then thus of many good I think him best. Julia, your reason? Lucetta, I have no other but a woman's reason, I think him so because I think him so. Julia, and wouldst thou have me cast my love on him? Lucetta, ay, if you thought your love not cast away. Julia, why, he of all the rest hath never moved me. Lucetta, yet he of all the rest I think best loves ye. Julia, his little speaking shows his love but small. Lucetta, fire that's closest kept burns most of all. Julia, they do not love that do not show their love. Lucetta, oh, they love least that let men know their love. Julia, I would I knew his mind. Lucetta, peruse this paper, madam, gives her a letter. Julia, to Julia say from whom? Lucetta, that the contents will show. Julia, say who gave it thee? Lucetta, Sir Valentine's page, and sent, I think, from Proteus. He would have given it you, but I, being in the way, did in your name receive it. Pardon the fault, I pray. Julia, now by my modesty a goodly broker, dare you presume to harbour wanton lines, to whisper and conspire against my youth? Now trust me, 'tis an office of great worth, and you an officer fit for the place. There, take the paper, see it be returned, or else return no more into my sight. Lucetta, to plead for love deserves more fee than hate. Julia, will ye be gone, Lucetta, that you may ruminate? Exit. Julia, and yet I would I had all looked the letter. It were a shame to call her back again and pray her to a fault for which I chid her. What fool is she, that knows I am a maid and would not force the letter to my view, since maids in modesty say no to that which they would have the proffer construe aye. Fie, how wayward is this foolish love that like a testy babe will scratch the nurse and presently, all humbled, kiss the rod. How churlishly I chid Lucetta hence, when willingly I would have had her here. How angrily I taught my brow to frown, when inward joy enforced my heart to smile. My penance is to call Lucetta back and ask remission for my folly past. What ho, Lucetta, enter Lucetta. Lucetta, what would your ladyship? Julia, is tea near dinner time? Lucetta, I would it were that you might kill your stomach on your meat and not upon your maid. Drops and picks up the letter. Julia, what is't that you took up so gingerly? Lucetta, nothing. Julia, why didst thou stoop? Then, Lucetta, to take a paper up that I let fall. Julia, and is that paper nothing? Lucetta, nothing concerning me. Julia, then let it lie for those that it concerns. Lucetta, madam, it will not lie where it concerns unless it have a false interpreter. Julia, some love of yours hath writ to you in rhyme. Lucetta, that I might sing it, madam, to a tune. Give me a note. Your ladyship can set. Julia, as little by such toys as may be possible. Best sing it to the tune of Light O Love. Lucetta, it is too heavy for so light a tune. Julia, heavy, belike it hath some burden then. Lucetta, aye, and melodious were it, would you sing it? Julia, and why not you? Lucetta, I cannot reach so high. Julia, let's see your song, taking the letter. How now, minion? Lucetta, keep tune there still, so you will sing it out. And yet methinks I do not like this tune. Julia, you do not? Lucetta, no, madam, it is too sharp. Julia, you minion are too saucy. Lucetta, nay, now you are too flat and mar the concord with too harsh a descant. There wanteth but a mean to fill your song. Julia, the mean is drowned with your unruly bass. Lucetta, indeed I bid the bass for Proteus. Julia, this babble shall not henceforth trouble me. Here is a coil with protestation, tears the letter. Go, get you gone, and let the papers lie, you would be fingering them to anger me. Lucetta, she makes it strange, but she would be best pleased to be so angered with another letter. Exit. Julia, nay, would I were so angered with the same. O hateful hands, to tear such loving words. Injurious wasps, to feed on such sweet honey and kill the bees that yield it with your stings. I'll kiss each several paper for amends. Look, here is writ, kind Julia, unkind Julia. As in revenge of thy ingratitude I throw thy name against the bruising stones, trampling contemptuously on thy disdain. And here is writ, love-wounded Proteus. Poor wounded name, my bosom as a bed shall lodge thee till thy wound be throughly healed, and thus I search it with a sovereign kiss. But twice or thrice was Proteus written down. Be calm, good wind, blow not a word away till I have found each letter in the letter except mine own name, that some whirlwind bear unto a ragged, fearful, hanging rock, and throw it thence into the raging sea. Lo, here in one line is his name twice writ, poor forlorn Proteus, passionate Proteus to the sweet Julia, that I'll tear away, and yet I will not, sith so prettily he couples it to his complaining names. Thus will I fold them one upon another. Now kiss, embrace, contend, do what you will. Enter Lucetta. Lucetta, madam, dinner is ready and your father stays. Julia, well, let us go. Lucetta, what shall these papers lie like telltales here? Julia, if you respect them, best to take them up. Lucetta, nay, I was taken up for laying them down, yet here they shall not lie. For catching cold, picks up pieces of the letter. Julia, I see you have a month's mind to them. Lucetta, ay, madam, you may say what sights you see. I see things too, although you judge I wink. Julia, come, come, wilt please you go? Exeunt. Scene Roman 3, the same. A room in Antonio's house. Enter Antonio and Pantino. Antonio, tell me, Pantino, what sad talk was that wherewith my brother held you in the cloister? Pantino, 'twas of his nephew Proteus. Your son, Antonio, why, what of him? Pantino, he wondered that your lordship would suffer him to spend his youth at home, while other men of slender reputation put forth their sons to seek preferment out. Some to the wars to try their fortune there, some to discover islands far away, some to the studious universities. For any or for all these exercises, he said that Proteus your son was meet, and did request me to importune you to let him spend his time no more at home, which would be great impeachment to his age in having known no travel in his youth. Antonio, nor needst thou much importune me to that whereon this month I have been hammering. I have considered well his loss of time, and how he cannot be a perfect man, not being tried and tutored in the world. Experience is by industry achieved and perfected by the swift course of time. Then tell me whither were I best to send him? Pantino, I think your lordship is not ignorant how his companion, youthful Valentine, attends the emperor in his royal court. Antonio, I know it well. Pantino, 'twere good, I think, your lordship sent him thither. There shall he practise tilts and tournaments, hear sweet discourse, converse with noblemen, and be an eye of every exercise worthy his youth and nobleness of birth. Antonio, I like thy counsel, well hast thou advised, and that thou mayst perceive how well I like it. The execution of it shall make known. Even with the speediest expedition I will dispatch him to the emperor's court. Pantino, tomorrow, may it please you, Don Alfonso with other gentlemen of good esteem are journeying to salute the emperor and to commend their service to his will. Antonio, good company, with them shall Proteus go. Enter Proteus reading a letter, and in good time now will we break with him. Proteus, sweet love, sweet lines, sweet life, here is her hand, the agent of her heart, here is her oath for love, her honour's pawn. Oh, that our fathers would applaud our loves to seal our happiness with their consents. O heavenly Julia, Antonio, how now, what letter are you reading there? Proteus, may it please your lordship, 'tis a word or two of commendations sent from Valentine, delivered by a friend that came from him. Antonio, lend me the letter, let me see what news. Proteus, there is no news, my lord, but that he writes how happily he lives, how well beloved and daily graced by the emperor, wishing me with him, partner of his fortune. Antonio, and how stand you affected to his wish? Proteus, as one relying on your lordship's will and not depending on his friendly wish. Antonio, my will is something sorted with his wish. Muse not that I thus suddenly proceed, for what I will, and there an end. I am resolved that thou shalt spend some time with Valentinus in the emperor's court. What maintenance he from his friends receives, like exhibition thou shalt have from me. Tomorrow be in readiness to go. Excuse it not, for I am peremptory. Proteus, My lord, I cannot be so soon provided, please you deliberate a day or two. Antonio, look, what thou want'st shall be sent after thee, no more of stay, tomorrow thou must go. Come on, Pantino, you shall be employed to hasten on his expedition. Exeunt Antonio and Pantino. Proteus, thus have I shunned the fire for fear of burning, and drenched me in the sea where I am drowned. I feared to show my father Julia's letter lest he should take exceptions to my love, and with the vantage of mine own excuse hath he accepted most against my love. Oh, how this spring of love resembleth the uncertain glory of an April day, which now shows all the beauty of the sun, and by a cloud takes all away. Enter Pantino. Pantino, Sir Proteus, your father calls for you. He is in haste, therefore I pray you go. Proteus, why this it is, my heart accords thereto, and yet 1,000 times it answers no. Exeunt. Act Roman 2 Scene I. Milan. A room in the Duke's palace. Enter Valentine and Speed. Speed, so your glove, Valentine, not mine, my gloves are on. Speed, why then this may be yours, for this is but one. Valentine, ha, let me see, I give it me, it's mine, sweet ornament that decks a thing divine. Ah, Sylvia, Sylvia, Speed, calling, Madam Sylvia, Valentine, how now, sirrah, Speed, she is not within hearing, sir. Valentine, why, sir, who bade you call her? Speed, your worship, sir, or else I mistook. Valentine, well, you'll still be too forward. Speed, and yet I was last chidden for being too slow. Valentine, go to, sir, tell me, do you know Madam Sylvia? Speed, she that your worship loves. Valentine, why, how know you that I am in love? Speed, marry, by these special marks. First, you have learned, like Sir Proteus, to wreathe your arms like a malcontent, to relish a love song like a robin redbreast, to walk alone like one that had the pestilence, to sigh like a schoolboy that had lost his ABC, to weep like a young wench that had buried her grandam, to fast like one that takes diet, to watch like one that fears robbing, to speak puling like a beggar at Halloumers. You were wont, when you laughed, to crow like a cock, when you walked, to walk like one of the lions. When you fasted, it was presently after dinner, when you looked sadly, it was for want of money. And now you are metamorphosed with a mistress that, when I look on you, I can hardly think you my master. Valentine, are all these things perceived in me? Speed, they are all perceived without ye. Valentine, without me they cannot. Speed, without you. Nay, that's certain, for without you are so simple, none else would. But you are so without these follies, that these follies are within you, and shine through you like the water in an urinal, that not an eye that sees you but is a physician to comment on your malady. Valentine, but tell me, dost thou know my lady Sylvia? Speed, she that you gaze on so as she sits at supper. Valentine, hast thou observed that, even she I mean? Speed, why, sir, I know her not. Valentine, dost thou know her by my gazing on her, and yet know'st her not? Speed, is she not hard-favoured, sir? Valentine, not so fair, boy, as well-favoured. Speed, sir, I know that well enough. Valentine, what dost thou know? Speed, that she is not so fair as of you well-favoured. Valentine, I mean that her beauty is exquisite, but her favour infinite. Speed, that's because the one is painted and the other out of all count. Valentine, how painted and how out of count? Speed, marry, sir, so painted to make her fair, that no man counts of her beauty. Valentine, how esteem'st thou me? I account of her beauty. Speed, you never saw her since she was deformed. Valentine, how long hath she been deformed? Speed, ever since you loved her. Valentine, I have loved her ever since I saw her, and still I see her beautiful. Speed, if you love her you cannot see her. Valentine, why? Speed, because love is blind. Oh, that you had mine eyes, or your own eyes had the lights they were wont to have when you chid at Sir Proteus for going ungartered. Valentine, what should I see then? Speed, your own present folly and her passing deformity, for he, being in love, could not see to garter his hose, and you, being in love, cannot see to put on your hose. Valentine, belike, boy, then you are in love, for last morning you could not see to wipe my shoes. Speed, true, sir, I was in love with my bed. I thank you, you swinged me for my love, which makes me the bolder to chide you for yours. Valentine, in conclusion, I stand affected to her. Speed, I would you were set, so your affection would cease. Valentine, last night she enjoined me to write some lines to one she loves. Speed, and have you? Valentine, I have. Speed, are they not lamely writ? Valentine, no boy, but as well as I can do them. Peace, here she comes, enter Sylvia, speed, aside, oh excellent motion, oh exceeding puppet, now will he interpret to her. Valentine, madam and mistress, 1,000 good morrows, speed, aside, oh give ye good airn, here's 1,000,000 of manners, Sylvia, Sir Valentine and servant, to you 2,000, speed, aside, he should give her interest, and she gives it him. Valentine, as you enjoined me, I have writ your letter unto the secret nameless friend of yours, which I was much unwilling to proceed in but for my duty to your ladyship. Gives her a letter. Sylvia, I thank you, gentle servant, 'tis very clerkly done. Valentine, now trust me, madam, it came hardly off, for being ignorant to whom it goes, I writ at random very doubtfully. Sylvia, perchance you think too much of so much pains. Valentine, no, madam, so it stead you. I will write, please you command, 1,000 times as much. And yet, Sylvia, a pretty period. Well, I guess the sequel, and yet I will not name it, and yet I care not, and yet take this again, offers him the letter, and yet I thank you, meaning henceforth to trouble you no more, speed, aside, and yet you will, and yet another, yet. Valentine, what means your ladyship, do you not like it? Sylvia. Yes, yes, the lines are very quaintly writ, but since unwillingly. Take them again, nay, take them, offers the letter again. Valentine, madam, they are for you. Sylvia, aye, you writ them, sir, at my request, but I will none of them. They are for you, I would have had them writ more movingly. Valentine, please you, I'll write your ladyship another. Sylvia, and when it's writ, for my sake read it over, and if it please you so, if not, why so? Valentine, if it please me, madam, what then? Sylvia, why, if it please you, take it for your labour. And so good morrow, servant, exit, speed, aside, O jest unseen, scrutable, invisible as a nose on a man's face, or a weathercock on a steeple. My master sues to her, and she hath taught her suitor, he being her pupil, to become her tutor. O excellent device! Was there ever heard a better, that my master, being scribe to himself, should write the letter? Valentine. How now, sir, what are you reasoning with yourself? Speed. Nay, I was rhyming, 'tis you that have the reason. Valentine, to do what? Speed. To be a spokesman from Madam Sylvia. Valentine, to whom? Speed, to yourself. Why, she woos you by a figure. Valentine, what figure? Speed, by a letter, I should say. Valentine, why, she hath not writ to me.